Young Qin Xuan was a prodigy, yet he faced an unprecedented blow during his awakening ceremony. The awakening square at number 9 high school in the Grand Xiaobei city was shrouded in silence, with all the teachers and students watching intently. Today was the annual awakening day, a moment when countless destinies would be decided. Qin Xuan stared unblinkingly at the beast summoning platform, his heart in turmoil. The electronic screen continuously flashed with the names and qualities of his classmates' beast companions, each update tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Class president, are you nervous too? A clear voice broke his train of thought. He turned to see Gao Shuoxin's enchanting face smiling at him. As the school beauty of number 9 high, Gao Shuoxin was not only stunningly beautiful, but also hailed from a distinguished family. Her speaking to Qin Xuan drew envious glances from the surrounding boys. Qin Xuan returned her smile, but his heart was a mix of emotions. He couldn't help but recall the nightmare from 3 years ago. From a massive, shimmering blue stargate, countless terrifying beasts poured out, destroying his home and taking his loved ones. His father, mother, and young sister fell one after another before his eyes, their blood staining the earth, their cries echoing in the sky. It felt like the entire world was collapsing. Pain and despair nearly consumed Qin Xuan, but he refused to give in. The only thing keeping him going was the hope that one day he would reclaim his lost land and avenge his family by slaying those monstrous creatures. The key to achieving this goal lay in today's awakening ceremony. He had to awaken a beast companion with strong potential. In this era where everyone tamed beasts, a cultivator's strength was built on their beast companion. Corresponding to the 10 realms of cultivation, beast companions were also ranked into 10-star levels. From the lowest, 0-star mortal, to the highest, 9-star divine. Each level represented vastly different life paths. Qin Xuan's demands weren't high. He just needed to awaken a 3-star beast companion. With diligent training, he could reach the 3rd realm commander level, allowing him to freely enter the fallen zones and seek revenge for his family. Gao Shuoxin, seeing Qin Xuan's serious expression, smiled softly. With the class president's aptitude, your beast companion's quality won't be low. Qin Xuan only nodded at this encouragement. 3 months ago, during the recommendation exams for Tiandu University, he had optimized a few details of the Yinhuang breathing technique with his outstanding theoretical knowledge, impressing several highly respected professors. They not only praised his exceptional aptitude, but also promised him a direct recommendation to Tiandu University if he awakened a beast companion of at least 3-star quality, sparing him the hassle of the martial arts exam. However, at this critical moment, a voice filled with disdain shattered the silence. Aptitude doesn't equal talent. How good can the potential of a refugee from a backward area be? If there were any outstanding ones, they wouldn't have lost their land. After all, they're just a bunch of stray dogs. Qin Xuan's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the speaker. Gao Shuoxin, not one to back down, angrily retorted, "Su Peng, shut up." But the boy named Su Peng was unfazed, instead pointing smugly at the screen above the beast summoning platform. "Sorry, it's my turn now." Su Peng stepped onto the platform, and moments later, the screen updated. Name, Su Peng, class, Senior 2, Beast Companion Quality, 3-star. Su Peng glanced provocatively at Qin Xuan as he looked at the eagle-like beast companion before him. Gao Shuoxin explained that Su Peng's parents were already commander-level cultivators, so awakening a 3-star beast companion was expected. Qin Xuan nodded silently, saying nothing more. Soon after, Gao Shuoxin also stepped onto the beast summoning platform. The screen displayed, Name, Gao Shuoxin, class, Senior 1, Beast Companion Quality, 3-star. Despite the 9,000 probability, a trace of regret flickered in her eyes. She explained that her parents had spent their savings on rare elixirs to nourish her while she was still in the womb, hoping to break the 3-star barrier, but it was all in vain. Finally, Qin Xuan heard his name called. The eyes of all the teachers and students focused on this rising star, eager to see if he could break the school's record and awaken a 4-star or even higher quality beast companion. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the beast summoning platform. As he walked, he took a jade pendant from around his neck and held it tightly in his hand. This was his only hope. Professor Yuan had said that this family heirloom was an extremely rare summoning item that could help him awaken at least a 4-star beast companion. Despite his doubts, Qin Xuan chose to trust Professor Yuan. With Yuan's status and reputation, there was no reason for him to deceive Qin Xuan. Under the guidance of the supervising teacher, Qin Xuan placed the beast egg into the circular pit, then pricked his finger and lightly touched the eggshell. As his blood was absorbed, a mysterious and profound sensation surged through him. At the same time, the jade pendant in his hand slowly melted and merged into his body. Crack, crack, the eggshell shattered into fragments that dissipated, revealing a small green snake, no bigger than a palm, blinking its eyes curiously at its surroundings. The words appeared on the pillar, Quality, 0-star. Seeing these words, Qin Chuan felt a shudder in his heart. Instinctively, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. The guiding teacher's eyes showed a mix of surprise and pity, silently conveying something unspoken. Zero-star quality. These 4 words struck Qin Chuan like a heavy hammer, shattering his dreams. It meant that he would likely remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life, unable to become a cultivator, let alone gain admission to a martial arts university. Although being a regular person wasn't shameful after all, only 1 in 10 could break through to the soldier level and become a true cultivator. This result was undoubtedly heartbreaking for the renowned young genius, Qin Chuan. The moment Qin Chuan's information updated on the big screen, the entire awakening square erupted. Despite the strict non-noise rule, everyone couldn't help but start whispering to each other. Qin Chuan is just a regular person? My God, did I see that right? Wasn't he supposed to be guaranteed admission to Tindu University? I thought I'd witnessed something remarkable. It's been years since our Dazhao Bay city had someone like that. What a pity. Given his background as a refugee, it's not surprising he has such a qualification. This must be fate. These murmurs cut into Qin Chuan's heart like knives. Mechanically, he stored the little green snake in his soul sea, his eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and disappointment. Zero-star, ordinary person, these words echoed in his mind, mocking his dreams of revenge, making 3 years of hard work feel like they had gone to waste. Qin Chuan, it's time to step down. Others are waiting for their turn. The guiding teacher's reminder pulled Qin Chuan back to reality. Like a lifeless shell, he slowly descended from the stage. At that moment, a piercing laugh rang out. Haha, I told you, he's just trash from a fallen area. Zero-star? TSK. I thought you'd at least be a 1-star soldier. What a surprise. Su Peng's face was full of contempt, his eyes brimming with disdain. Su Peng, Gao Shuexin called out softly, but she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes when she looked at Qin Chuan. What? You still want to stick with this guy? Su Peng sneered. Gao Shuexin fell silent. Her heart was a mix of emotions, realizing that with Qin Chuan's qualifications, their paths would likely never cross again. On the other hand, Su Peng might be someone she could rely on during the martial arts university exams. She had never been so acutely aware of her own pragmatism, but this was the harsh reality. In this era, the gap between ordinary people and cultivators was too vast. Despite legal protections, ordinary people were always at a disadvantage compared to cultivators. If she continued to associate with Qin Chuan, it would only be from a superior position, not as equals. The awakening ceremony finally ended, and the big screen displayed the names of over 100 students who had at least 1-star qualifications. A burly young man stepped onto the stage, his voice carrying across the entire area without a microphone. Those on the screen, stay behind. The rest of you can leave. The crowd gradually dispersed amidst murmurs, but Qin Chuan remained standing there, dazed. The young man looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why aren't you joining the line? Teacher, he's just a 0-star trash. He doesn't qualify to join. He's probably still in denial, Su Peng said with a laugh, and a few classmates chuckled and murmured in agreement. The young man's face turned cold as ice. What did you say? Did you just call a 0-star person trash? Su Peng was taken aback, not understanding how he had angered the man. Do you know how many of those so-called trash sacrificed their lives to hold back the beasts and give us the temporary peace we have today during the near collapse of the 9 provinces? The man snorted, glaring at Su Peng. If you ever say something like that again, you won't be training with me. I refuse to train someone who sees ordinary people as worthless. Su Peng was both angry and intimidated. His parents were high-ranking figures in the Dazhao Bay city, and he wasn't used to being scolded by a high school teacher. What? Not convinced? Seeing Su Peng's expression, the man smirked coldly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Jiyang, your future instructor. I am currently a 3rd-year commander-level cultivator, and my beast companion is a 4-star fire lizard. With a wave of Lu Jiyang's hand, a massive, fiery red lizard appeared on the nearby open ground, its lazy eyes scanning the crowd. The moment this beast companion appeared, its powerful aura enveloped the entire area, silencing everyone. Su Peng stood there with his mouth agape, not daring to say another word. Satisfied that he had subdued the crowd, Lu Jiyang turned to the still motionless Qin Chuan. If you have no business here, please leave. I need to start the martial arts class training. Lu Jiyang spoke in a gentle tone, but Qin Chuan didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards him with determination. Mr. Lu, I want to join the martial arts class, Qin Chuan declared, his voice full of resolve. Lu Jiyang sighed and shook his head, but before he could respond, a mocking laugh interrupted. Class leader Qin, are you dreaming? With your minimal aptitude, you think you can join the martial arts class? It was Lan Xiaohao, Qin Chuan's former classmate, standing near Su Peng. The two seemed to be on good terms. Ignoring Lan Xiaohao's taunt, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on Lu Jiyang. Sir, according to the regulations, Anyone who has made a significant contribution to the nation is eligible to take the martial arts exam unconditionally. You can check my contribution record. Lu Jiang frowned and pulled out his phone, logging into a specific website. After asking for Qin Chuan's ID number, he began the search. Moments later, Lu Jiang's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief, as if seeing something extraordinary. Is this data real? Lu Jiang asked, incredulous. Qin Chuan nodded firmly in confirmation. Lu Jiang took a deep breath and double-checked the information on the screen. A 5-star contribution? He exclaimed under his breath. Do you realize what this means? Usually, only 5th-tier king-level warriors achieve this. It was hard for him to believe that this seemingly gentle young man had made such a significant contribution to the country. After verifying the information again, Lu Jiang patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Qin Chuan, you can join the class, but make sure you understand what you're getting into. He trailed off, but Qin Chuan understood his concern. For someone with minimal aptitude to aspire to the martial arts class was indeed a laughable notion. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan would have agreed completely. But now, everything had changed. Deep within Qin Chuan's soul sea stood several towering wheels. Most of them were dull and lifeless, except for one that glowed with a mysterious light. The glowing wheel had an inscription. Great cultivation wheel. Use your own cultivation as a stake. Spin the wheel, and receive a return of 10 to 10,000 times your cultivation. Just as Qin Chuan was feeling utterly disheartened, several large spinning wheels suddenly appeared in his soul sea. This unexpected discovery left him momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the wheels was labeled Infuse Cultivation, maximum 10,000 times return. This meant that with enough luck, a single day of his cultivation could equate to 10,000 days of cultivation for others with similar aptitude. But what thrilled Qin Chuan even more were the other wheels, especially the Bloodline wheel. Infused Bloodline crystals may randomly return higher-grade bloodlines. This feature meant he had the chance to enhance his beast companion's potential. Suppressing his inner excitement, Qin Chuan tried to focus on Lu Jiyang's ongoing speech. For the next 3 days, you can rest well and also bond with your beast companions. Remember, they will be your lifelong partners, so treat them well. Lu Jiyang's gaze swept across everyone present. Of course, you can also start your cultivation during this time. Breathing techniques are part of basic education, so I won't elaborate on them. My responsibility is to teach you martial techniques and knowledge about beast companions. I can't help with other aspects. Lu Jiyang succinctly concluded. Gao Shuoxin, you will be the class monitor from now on. Set up a group chat and add me and your classmates. I will post announcements there, so keep an eye on it. All right, dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiyang turned and left, leaving behind a group of chattering students. Qin Chuan, uninterested in the discussions, walked straight out. Gao Shuoxin watched Qin Chuan's solitary departure, hesitating to say something. After passing through several streets, Qin Chuan arrived at an old housing area. This was a resettlement zone, primarily inhabited by refugees from fallen regions and families impoverished for various reasons. After greeting a few familiar neighbors, Qin Chuan hurried back to his own place. Though the room was small, it was neat and tidy. Unlike the typical messy room of a young boy, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged on his small bed and summoned his beast companion from his soul sea. It was then that he carefully examined the little creature. Its entire body was sky blue, covered in fine, glossy scales. As soon as it appeared, it coiled around Qin Chuan's fingers, its big eyes blinking at him. In Qin Chuan's mind, a line of information appeared. Name, Qing Ting Snake. Quality, 0-star mortal grade. Realm, 0 stage, 1st level. His own information was identical to that of the little snake, with his cultivation also at 0 stage, 1st level. Little one, since you are so blue, I'll call you Xiaoqing from now on. Your task now is to cultivate well. Qin Chuan gently flicked Xiaoqing's head and placed it on the bed, then began to practice his breathing technique. He was practicing the Yin Huang breathing technique, well known throughout the 9 provinces as one of the strongest techniques. Created by the current top-tier 8th stage, Saint-level expert, Vanquishing, it caused a sensation in the 9 provinces upon its release. Unlike other martial families and corporate giants, Vanquishing made this technique public, allowing everyone to practice it. This selfless act earned Vanquishing the title of Teacher of the World among the people of the 9 provinces, with many setting up longevity plaques in his honor. Qin Chuan also deeply admired Vanquishing. After studying a vast amount of human anatomy and cultivation knowledge, he improved several minor details in the Yin Huang breathing technique. These small enhancements increased the technique's efficiency by 1%, a seemingly insignificant number, but one that benefited millions of people in the 9 provinces. As a result, this contribution was recorded in the National Contribution System, and Qin Chuan could exchange it for a noble title if he wished. The Yin Huang breathing technique is most effective when practiced by descendants of Yin Huang. foreigners find its effects significantly diminished. This technique is a key part of the 9 provinces' compulsory education, with dedicated practice time during school breaks. Even before awakening a beast companion, long-term practice could strengthen the body. But now that Qin Chuan had awakened his beast companion, the situation was entirely different. He concentrated fully on circulating the technique, his body rising and falling rhythmically with his breaths. Xiao Qing seemed to sense something and also coiled up, beginning to breathe in sync. Between heaven and earth, a unique energy was absorbed by Qin Chuan and Xiao Qing, gradually strengthening their bodies with each breath they took. Time slipped by quietly, and night fell, the stars adorning the sky. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of clarity flashing within them. He realized that the longer he practiced, the more fatigued his mind became, making it difficult to concentrate and significantly reducing his efficiency. He checked his phone and was astonished to find that he had been cultivating for 7 to 8 hours. Outside the window, the stars twinkled, and the deep night had arrived. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. Cultivation requires a calm and serene mind. Most young people would find it tedious after just 2 or 3 hours. Only someone with his steady nature could fully immerse himself in it until mental exhaustion brought him back to reality. Despite the long hours of hard work, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw the information on the wheel in his soul sea. Usable cultivation points, 0.10.11. The combined result of his and Xiao Qing's efforts, totaling merely 0.21 points. However, advancing from the first tier of the 0 level to the second tier required a full 100 points of cultivation. Qin Chuan silently calculated that at their current rate, it would take 1,000 days to progress. Even more daunting was the fact that as their level increased, the required points would grow exponentially. He reckoned that without external assistance, reaching the first rank of the soldier level would take over 100 years. No wonder those with ordinary aptitude rarely reached the soldier level. The slow cultivation speed was the main obstacle. Yet, Qin Chuan was not disheartened. Instead, he gazed resolutely at the wheel in his soul sea. Activate, he commanded in his mind. With his command, the wheel began to spin, gradually picking up speed. Stop! The wheel slowed down, the pointer hovering between 10 times and 10,000 times, finally settling at 6,538 times. The cultivation return. As the pointer stopped, the wheel radiated a brilliant light, and a dense energy surged from Qin Chuan's crown, enveloping both him and Xiao Qing. Their cultivation levels began to advance rapidly. 0 level, first tier. 0 level, second tier. 0 level, third tier. A single day saw 3 breakthroughs, something even those with 3-star potential couldn't achieve. Qin Chuan marveled at his own progress, his gaze involuntarily falling on the small green snake beside him. The once palm-sized creature had now grown over a meter long, and its previously harmless appearance now hinted at a touch of ferocity. Qin Chuan understood that the tokens spent on the Grand Wheel were equivalent to the combined cultivation of both him and Xiao Qing each day. Naturally, the return cultivation was also distributed between them. Now, Xiao Qing's level was identical to his, both at the third tier of 0 stage. Sensing its master's attention, Xiao Qing slithered over to Qin Chuan, its cool scales brushing against his skin, dispelling the summer heat. The wheel's effectiveness is directly tied to our cultivation results, Qin Chuan mused. This means the better our talents, the more cultivation we get back. He couldn't help but smile wryly. His own cultivation talent was already set in stone, not easily changed. But Xiao Qing had great potential. His thoughts drifted to another wheel in his mind. This one depicted various mystical creatures. A solitary dragon roaming the seas, a fiery phoenix soaring the skies. This wheel required bloodline crystals and energy points to activate. The former could be obtained by hunting beasts, with stronger beasts having a higher drop rate. Given Qin Chuan's current mortal level strength, encountering even the weakest soldier level beast would be a life or death situation, let alone hunting one. However, he had a safer way to obtain bloodline crystals buying them. Yet, even the lowest grade bloodline crystal cost 100,000 Kyushu coins, an astronomical figure for someone relying on government subsidies. As for energy points, they also required hunting beasts, a necessity for activating other wheels as well. For now, these plans had to be shelved. Qin Chuan decided to focus on his cultivation. With the Grand Wheel's minimum tenfold return, his progress wouldn't lag behind his 1-star talent classmates. Even if he couldn't get into a martial arts university, he could still join the military or enroll in an inspector academy. Just as he was about to rest and continue his training the next day, his phone screen lit up with a notification. Shui Luo has invited you to join the group chat. Dezhao number 9 high school martial arts class. The message had been sent earlier, but Qin Chuan had been too engrossed in his cultivation to notice. Remembering Lu Jiyang's reminder, he quickly clicked to accept, not wanting to miss any important updates. The group chat was buzzing with activity. Scrolling through the messages, Qin Chuan saw Zhang Wei, Lu Qiao, and others discussing their cultivation progress. Zhang Wei complained that it took him over 3 months to break through to the second tier of zero stage, while Lu Qiao claimed it only took him half a month. Just as Lan Xiaohao was mocking someone with zero-star talent who might take years to advance, Qin Xuan's entry caused an awkward silence. The others tried to ease the tension with jokes, but Lan Xiaohao continued his derision without mercy. Su Peng's arrival intensified the atmosphere. His casual mention of barely breaking through to the second tier of zero stage drew a chorus of flattery, but Qin Xuan remained expressionless. About to put his phone down and rest, a sudden inspiration struck Qin Xuan. He quickly checked the group members list and added Lu Jiyang as a friend. To his surprise, Lu Jiyang accepted the request immediately. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Xuan got straight to the point, asking about Lu Jiyang's available contribution points in the national system. He explained that although he had a lot of contributions, he couldn't use them as a minor and needed Lu Jiyang's help to exchange them, promising to repay double in the future. Lu Jiyang was initially taken aback by Qin Xuan's request for a bloodline crystal. He was about to mention that 9 points were hard to come by, but recalled the vast contributions in Qin Xuan's system and fell silent. Finally, he offered to advance the purchase of a bloodline crystal. Qin Xuan was deeply grateful, quickly specifying that he needed a wood attribute crystal and reiterated his promise to repay. Anyone who has completed basic education knows that pet beasts have different attributes. Typically, they fall under the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there are also special attributes like wind, thunder, and cold. From the moment he established a soul bond, Qin Xuan knew that Shao Qing had a wood attribute. Qin Xuan looked at Shao Qing in his hand, filled with anticipation. He turned to the martial arts master and asked, "How many do you need?" The martial arts master replied, "Just one." Qin Xuan frowned, somewhat doubtful. "Is one enough? If you want to enhance your pet beast's bloodline, one might not be sufficient. I have over 1 million in available funds. Should we buy a few more?" The martial arts master pondered for a moment and then explained, "But the chances of upgrading your pet beast's bloodline to 1 star with just 1 stone are slim. Honestly, if you want to exchange a large amount of contribution points for bloodline stones to refine your pet beast, it might not be worth it." Qin Xuan understood what Lu Jiyang meant. If he didn't become a cultivator, having so many contribution points would allow him to live comfortably in the rear once he reached adulthood. But that wasn't his goal. Bloody memories flashed through Qin Xuan's mind. He vividly recalled his parents being torn to pieces by blood wolves, and the feeling of his sister, Xiaoyu, slowly losing her life on his back. The words of the martial artist who saved him echoed in his ears. "If you ever feel like you have no reason to live, just look at this fallen land." Qin Xuan clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. He said to Lu Jiyang, "No need, Mr. Lu. 1 is enough for me. Thank you for the reminder." There was a moment of silence on the other side of the screen. Then a single word appeared. "All right." After ending his conversation with Lu Jiyang, Qin Xuan checked the martial arts class group chat and saw that the discussions were becoming more heated. Zhang Wei, who had a fierce-looking Rottweiler, exclaimed, "Damn! The Fallen Nation organization is causing trouble in Dazhao." Wang Lei, who had a powerful grizzly bear, quickly added, "I just watched the video. General Tsang Yan's moves to take down those scumbags were simply epic." Lu Qiao, who had a black stone horse, curiously asked, "Where did you get the video? Share the link." Wang Lei shared a link, and Qin Xuan clicked on it. The Bilibili app opened, displaying a video titled, "Shocking! Fallen Nation organization appears in Dazhao Bay City, defeated by General Tsang Yan in 3 moves." Qin Xuan watched the video carefully. The footage showed a subway station where members of the Fallen Nation organization, accompanied by their pet beasts, were rampaging. Explosions and screams filled the scene. A masked man with a tall skeleton beast easily killed several inspectors who tried to stop him, showcasing the power of a 4th-tier general. A comment quickly flashed on the screen. Ranked 97th on the 100 generals list Dark Erosion Skeleton. Just as the Dark Erosion Skeleton was wreaking havoc, the ground suddenly shook and cracked. A resolute-looking man appeared on screen. He shouted, courting death, and manipulated the ground to engulf the Fallen Nation members. With a simple gesture, he crushed them into a bloody pulp amidst their screams. The screen was instantly flooded with comments like, "Well done." Qin Xuan watched this scene, feeling both shocked and conflicted. He knew the terror of the Fallen Nation organization. These traitors to humanity took countless innocent lives each time they appeared. The Eastern Fallen Nation organization, in particular, posed the greatest threat to the 9 provinces. Qin Xuan fell into deep thought, pondering the deeper reasons behind this attack. Dazhao was just a 3rd-tier bay city, unlikely to attract the attention of the Fallen Nation organization. There must be some hidden secret behind this. The island nation of Dongying, once a small and insignificant country, faced a catastrophic disaster during the first phase of the beast era, the sea beast invasion. Tens of thousands of sea beasts awoke from the deep ocean, seemingly summoned by a mysterious force, and slowly migrated towards the shore. At that time, humanity was still incredibly weak and completely powerless to resist this overwhelming tide. Even the most destructive nuclear weapons could only kill sea beasts below the king level. Worse still, some sea beasts grew even more terrifying under the stimulation of nuclear radiation. This disaster not only devoured Dongying, but also led to the demise of many small coastal nations. Countries with some resources spent enormous amounts of money to relocate to other nations, while others could only wait for their doom. Even the mighty Kyushu nation had to abandon its coastline and relocate inland. To this day, the once flourishing coastal regions have not been reclaimed and remain under the control of sea beasts. After the fall of Dongying, its remnants immediately submitted to the geographically closest Kyushu nation, hoping to secure a piece of land for survival and development. However, Kyushu was struggling to protect itself and had no capacity to aid its long-standing adversary, promptly rejecting their request. Similar to Dongying, Silla, and Goryeo, former vassal states of Kyushu known for their treachery, also faced annihilation. In these chaotic times, Kyushu was already overwhelmed with protecting its population of over 1 billion and could not afford to assist these nations. The resentment of these fallen nations towards Kyushu grew deeper, especially as global conditions worsened. They frequently launched terrorist attacks within Kyushu, killing countless civilians. No wonder the live chat was filled with cheers, especially after these organizations had just massacred many Kyushu citizens. General Tsongyan's actions were immensely gratifying. In the video, the masked man showed no fear when General Tsongyan suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red scythe enveloped in a blue aura materialized out of thin air. A rare-grade artifact. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a pang of worry for General Tsongyan. Artifacts are treasures nurtured within beasts, ranging from weapons to accessories with extraordinary abilities. They are usually categorized by the color of their aura: white for common, green for fine, blue for rare, silver for epic, and gold for legendary. A blue rare-grade weapon could exponentially increase the strength of this member of the Fallen Nation organization, potentially threatening even king-level powerhouses. Tsongyan, today you will die. This is the price for angering us Dongying people, the masked man shrieked, charging at General Tsongyan with his scythe and a menacing skeleton. The price? General Tsongyan squinted, his eyes burning with fury. You kill my Kyushu people, invade my Kyushu land. The ones who deserve to die are you. With a roar, the entire subway station trembled violently, rocks and dirt churning as the ground rapidly cracked open. A massive stone dragon wreathed in flames emerged, its head looming over the masked man. What? Why is your beast different? The masked man suddenly felt something was wrong, his voice filled with panic. General Tsongyan didn't respond. Instead, he stomped the ground, and the stone dragon charged at the man. The skeleton spewed black mist in an attempt to block it, but the dragon's flames burned it away with a hiss. Shatter! A low shout echoed as the black skeleton was smashed into a pile of bones by the dragon's claw, buried deep into the ground. What? The masked man exclaimed in shock, clearly not expecting his beast to be defeated so easily. Your turn. General Tsongyan instantly appeared before him, wielding a massive axe glowing with green light. I don't believe it. How could you have become so strong in such a short time? The masked man roared, lunging at General Tsongyan, but was swiftly killed by the combined attacks of Tsongyan and his beast. The video abruptly ended. The comments section exploded. Did I see that right? General Tsongyan's beast has dual attributes? You saw it right. Looks like our country has hidden a lot of power. This general could easily rank in the top 20 of the 100 generals list now. Damn, the Dongying people really met their match this time. Thank goodness General Tsongyan is at Dezhou base city, or that guy could have wiped out an entire city. A rare weapon and a top-tier general, truly terrifying. The Dongying organization only had one top-tier fighter on the 100 generals list, and now he's gone. Hilarious. Qin Xuan watched the video, feeling a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, if he had General Tsongyan's strength, he could surely reclaim his homeland. He glanced at the roulette wheel in his soul sea and clenched his fists. He had to quickly improve his strength and gather energy points to activate the bloodline roulette. He had already acquired the bloodline crystal. Now he needed to kill beasts to obtain energy points and enhance Shaoqing's bloodline. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a message popped up on his phone. A message about a level 2 alert flashed on Qin Xuan's phone screen. He frowned as he skimmed through the serious warnings. Members of a subversive organization were lurking in the city, classified as soldier-level threats. Residents were prohibited from going out at night and advised not to act alone. Phones should be set to quick-dial emergency services. The inspectorate was conducting a full-scale manhunt. Qin Xuan shook his head and placed his phone on the nightstand. The great Zhaobei city was vast, and the chances of encountering those people were slim. The priority was to improve his own abilities. He lay down and quickly fell asleep. As Qin Xuan slept soundly, a shadowy figure slipped into the building. The intruder deftly avoided the surveillance cameras and silently crept into a certain room. Over the next 2 days, Qin Xuan and Xiao Qing trained diligently. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side with the roulette, yielding only a few hundred times the cultivation return. Despite this, his progress still surpassed that of his classmates with 1-star aptitude and was on par with those with 2-star aptitude, though he still lagged behind the 3-star students. Qin Xuan was not discouraged. He knew that once he improved Xiao Qing's bloodline aptitude, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. It's time to head out, Qin Xuan muttered to himself, storing Xiao Qing in his soul sea. Today was a martial arts class training day, not to be missed. Just as he stepped out of his room, a sudden clattering sound came from the apartment next door. Qin Xuan frowned and quickly walked over to knock on the door. Mr. Liu, are you there? This elderly neighbor was a lonely old man who had escaped from the occupied zone with Qin Xuan, and he often helped take care of him. The room was silent. Qin Xuan knocked a few more times and was about to force the door open when an old voice croaked, "Cough, cough. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. I just broke a cup." Qin Xuan sighed in relief. "As long as you're okay. I'm off to school now." He turned to leave, but paused at the stairwell. A sense of unease washed over him, but he couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong. Shaking his head, Qin Xuan continued down the stairs. After he left, the door quietly opened a crack. Bloodshot eyes peered through the gap, glinting with madness. If one could see inside, they would find the room drenched in red, with bloodstains everywhere. On the floor lay the gutted corpse of an elderly man with white hair. Qin Xuan arrived at the dedicated building for the martial arts class, located near Awakening Square. As he pushed open the classroom door, he found that most of the students were already seated quietly. Shortly after, everyone was present, and Mr. Liu Jiyang walked into the classroom at a measured pace. After surveying the room, he spoke, "Good, since everyone is here, let's begin the class." His voice was not loud, yet it commanded the immediate attention of all the students. Today's topic is crucial and will directly impact your future paths. With these words, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. Liu Jiyang got straight to the point. First question. Who knows how many current beast-tamer factions there are? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Peng quickly raised his hand. With a nod from the teacher, he stood up and said, "Mr. Liu, there are currently 3 main factions. Human-focused, beast-focused, and dual-focused." Liu Jiyang nodded in approval. "That's correct, Su Peng. Can you elaborate on the characteristics of these 3 factions?" Without hesitation, Su Peng explained. The human-focused faction prioritizes the human warrior, with the beast serving as support. The dual-focused faction involves both the human and the beast fighting together, complementing each other, with the beast leaning towards offensive abilities. The beast-focused faction is unique. It relies primarily on the beast for combat, with the human providing support. Practitioners of this faction usually contract multiple beasts. After hearing Su Peng's explanation, the other students gained a clearer understanding of the 3 factions. Liu Jiyang continued, "The reason I'm telling you this is to help you determine your development path. However, the beast-focused faction is currently not an option for you. You only need to choose between the human-focused and dual-focused factions." A student, puzzled, asked, "Why can't we choose the beast-focused faction? It sounds powerful. Controlling multiple beasts would give us an advantage in numbers, wouldn't it?" Several other students nodded in agreement. Liu Jiyang smiled wryly. "The core of the beast-focused faction is the beasts. Do you know how many resources it takes to cultivate a single beast? Focus on nurturing your primary beast first." He continued, "Moreover, the strongest practitioners of the beast-focused faction have only reached the emperor level, and such figures are extremely rare, often backed by powerful families. It's better to stay grounded." Hearing this, some students sighed, regretting that they weren't heirs to wealthy conglomerates. Liu Jiyang then placed a crystal ball, about the size of a head, on the podium and announced, "Next, we'll test your beast talents one by one." He explained the importance of a beast talent and how to choose a faction based on it. He also mentioned that acquiring beast skills requires hunting down monsters and using their cores to awaken abilities. The students began to take turns. The first was Gao Shuexin, whose beast talent was Ice Shatter, giving her attacks a tearing and freezing effect. Liu Jiyang praised her highly, suggesting that her ice spirit might be upgraded to 4-star quality in the future. Gao Shuexin excitedly asked, "Teacher, is it really possible to improve the quality?" Liu Jiyang nodded and explained, "Many people are misled into thinking that a beast's quality is fixed. In reality, we can refine it using bloodline crystals from monsters of the same attribute, or through some mystical opportunities that allow the beast to evolve on its own. However, both methods are extremely challenging. My own beast required billions of resources to upgrade from 3-star to 4-star. Hearing this astronomical figure, students with 1 or 2-star beasts felt discouraged. But Liu Jiyang quickly added, "Don't lose hope. Anything is possible. You might not know, but the strongest cultivator now, Fan Sheng, started with a one-star beast, which has since grown into a divine beast. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting everyone's determination. Fansheng was a saint-level powerhouse famous throughout the 9 provinces. If he could rise from a one-star start, it gave everyone immense confidence. The testing continued. One student's beast talent was speed boost, significantly increasing movement and skill release speed. Another's was toughness, greatly enhancing defense. Finally, it was Qin Xuan's turn. As the weakest in the class, everyone watched him with curiosity. Qin Xuan placed his hand on the cool crystal ball, feeling the mysterious energy flow into his soul, awakening the dormant green vine snake. Moments later, he received the message. Talent, with spirit growth, allows the user to accelerate plant growth using spiritual energy. This talent didn't seem particularly impressive, likely due to the quality of Qin Xuan's beast. When he revealed his talent, someone immediately mocked. What a useless talent, perfect for a gardener. Ha ha ha. When you put it that way, Qin Xuan's talent is actually quite useful. The classroom filled with the laughter of his classmates. Lu Jiying lightly tapped the desk, and the room immediately fell silent. He gestured for Qin Xuan to return to his seat and continued his lecture on beast taming. Qin Xuan walked back to his seat expressionless, unfazed by the mockery of his peers. He knew well that the power of a beast's talent was closely tied to its quality. As long as he could enhance his green vine snake's quality, even the weakest talent could unleash astonishing power. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lu Jiying announced that today's lesson was over. Everyone left the classroom, eager to use the remaining time for cultivation. Just as Qin Xuan was about to step out, Lu Jiying called him back. Here's the wood element bloodline crystal you asked for, Lu Jiying said, handing Qin Xuan a delicate small box. Qin Xuan opened the box to find a diamond-shaped crystal inside, its greenish-blue core seemingly brimming with life. This is a first-tier Azure Snake bloodline crystal, which should be more compatible with your beast. However, one might not be enough, Lu Jiying explained. He had specifically chosen a snake-type crystal for Qin Xuan, knowing that the closer the species, the better the refining effect. A wave of warmth filled Qin Xuan's heart. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. How much does this bloodline crystal cost? I promise to repay you double in the future. Forget it, consider it a sponsorship. Lu Jiying waved his hand dismissively. After all, you've made great contributions to Jiuzhou. If it weren't for the quality of your beast. Qin Xuan understood his unspoken words. If not for his beast's low quality, he might have already reached the pinnacle. Despite this, Qin Xuan was not discouraged. He was deeply grateful for Lu Jiying's support. After a brief conversation, Qin Xuan pocketed the bloodline crystal and returned to the dormitory. As he passed by Old Man Lu's room, he paused for a moment before shaking his head and heading inside. In his room, Qin Xuan summoned his green vine snake, pulling out a bag of seeds he had bought from a roadside stall. Although he wasn't sure what kind of seeds they were, it didn't matter. He just wanted to test his snake's talent. Xiaoqing, use your talent to accelerate their growth, Qin Xuan said, pointing at the seeds. Xiaoqing tilted its head, its body slightly trembling as a faint wood element energy flowed into the seeds. With a crackling sound, the seeds split open, sprouted, and grew into small cabbages and saplings in no time. It really doesn't seem very useful, does it? Qin Xuan chuckled wryly. Maybe I can just use it to grow vegetables and save trips to the market. He picked a cabbage and made a simple meal. Noticing Xiaoqing's expectant gaze, he remembered he hadn't fed it yet. He took out a bag of ordinary beast food and poured some for Xiaoqing. When I can access those contributions, I'll get you better quality food, Qin Xuan thought. It was said that high-quality beast food could accelerate a beast's cultivation, but for now, he could only afford the ordinary kind. After eating, man and beast resumed their cultivation. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. After 7 or 8 hours of cultivation, it was time for Qin Xuan's favorite activity, the big spin. Activate, Qin Xuan murmured. Whoosh, the wheel spun rapidly. When he called for it to stop, it slowly landed on a section labeled 3000X. Streams of light flowed from the wheel, and his cultivation instantly surged, warm energy flooding his body. Qin Xuan shuddered, exhaling deeply before opening his eyes. His cultivation had broken through once again. He was now at the 4th tier of the 0 stage. Feeling the growing power within him, Qin Xuan realized he could now hold his own against several ordinary adult men. This level of cultivation would take normal people 20 to 30 years of diligent practice to achieve. His life force had reached a level far beyond his past. Glancing at the time, he saw that it was already late at night. Just as he was about to lie down, a rapid knocking sounded on his door. Cough, cough. Help, help, came an old voice from outside, sounding like Old Man Lu from next door. Qin Xuan immediately got up and looked through the peephole, seeing Old Man Lu's pale face leaning against the door, clearly in bad shape. His brow furrowed as he remembered Old Man Lu's frail health. Was he having an episode? As soon as he cracked the door open, his instincts screamed at him. The weight against the door didn't feel like that of an elderly man. Qin Chuan's suspicion grew, and he began to close the door, but a pale hand clamped onto the frame, followed by a powerful push. Kid, you really did notice something, didn't you? The door slowly opened, revealing Old Man Lu's twisted face. Mr. Lu, are you having an episode? Qin Chuan asked, retreating until he hit the table. He reached into his pocket, intending to call for help. At that moment, Old Man Lu leaped forward, grabbing Qin Chuan by the throat. Hee, trying to call for help? Old Man Lu's eyes glowed red, his mouth stretching into a beastly grin. This old body isn't very useful anymore, but yours should be much better. Qin Chuan's heart pounded as he grabbed a water kettle from the table and smashed it into Old Man Lu's face. Thud. The kettle hit hard, but no blood flowed. Instead, it seemed to tear off a layer of skin. Old Man Lu used his other hand to peel away the flesh, revealing a pitch-black head underneath. As the human shell fell away, a creature that was neither human nor beast emerged. The monster's skin was covered in warts, resembling a standing toad. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and its body grew even larger after shedding its disguise. Fallen Nation Organization, Beastman. The term flashed in Qin Chuan's mind, sending shivers down his spine. Beastmen were abominations created by the Fallen Nation Organization through forbidden means, fusing humans with their beasts. These entities were far stronger and more terrifying than their peers. Facing such an opponent, Qin Chuan knew he was in a life-or-death situation. The monster opened its massive mouth, spewing foul breath all over Qin Chuan's face, ready to swallow him whole. Despair surged in Qin Chuan's heart. He hadn't expected his life to end so tragically with his dreams unfulfilled. Just as the monster was about to devour him, a flash of blue streaked through the air, and a tail whipped across the monster's face like a lash. A bloody gash appeared on the monster's fleshy face, but it reacted swiftly, grabbing Shaoqing's body. Oh, another appetizer. The monster growled excitedly, sucking Shaoqing into its mouth like a noodle. Scoundrel! Qin Chuan roared in fury, summoning a surge of strength and hurling objects from the table at the monster's face. The monster was unfazed, catching the thrown items and stuffing them into its belly, seemingly boasting about its ability to digest anything. Kid, it's your turn. The monster leered at Qin Chuan's young, vibrant body, drooling. It licked its lips, preparing to slice open Qin Chuan's abdomen and consume his innards bit by bit. Qin Chuan's neck was gripped tightly, and he was on the brink of suffocation. Anger and despair intertwined. His eyes filled with unwillingness. I don't want to die, he screamed in his mind, but his consciousness was fading. Suddenly, the monster let out a pained growl, releasing Qin Chuan and clutching its stomach. It felt something inside piercing through its gut, writhing in agony on the ground. Qin Chuan fell to the floor, gasping for breath. Seeing the monster's distress, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed an emergency number. Union Settlement, Building 23, top floor, Wangwa Organization. Hurry, please hurry. Qin Chuan shouted anxiously. Assistance is on the way. Please stay safe. The operator responded swiftly. You dared to call for help? You're dead. The monster roared, lunging at Qin Chuan but was again brought down by the excruciating pain in its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan jumped out of the window, using the drain pipe to descend. The monster followed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a deep crater. Despite the pain, it pursued Qin Chuan with astonishing speed, almost catching him. At that critical moment, gunshots rang out, hitting the monster's arm with precision. Several inspectors appeared, surrounding the monster cautiously. The detector indicates it's a second-tier beastman. Proceed with caution. They spread out, continuing to fire. The monster dodged the bullets agilely, fixated on chasing Qin Chuan. Just as it was about to seize him, a commanding voice rang out, How dare you wreak havoc in my territory? A flash of a blade severed the monster's arm instantly. The newcomer was a stern-faced middle-aged man, Ma Hong, wielding a ring-handled broadsword. Uncle Hong, Qin Chuan exclaimed with joy, recognizing the swordsman who had saved him 3 years ago. Qin Chuan? Stay back. Ma Hong barked, then engaged the monster in fierce combat. Despite the black iron sheen on its skin, the monster was losing ground against Ma Hong's relentless swordsmanship. In no time, the monster was reduced to a limbless stump, writhing in pain on the ground. The organization won't let you go. Damn kid. Damn Zhuzhou Kingdom. The monster cursed incessantly as it lay dying. Ma Hong was about to finish it off with a slash when he noticed the creature convulsing violently before suddenly going still. Trash. Ma Hong spat in disgust, casting a disdainful glance at the monster's corpse on the ground. Turning around, he ordered, Check the area for any civilian casualties. Just as Ma Hong was about to ask Qin Chuan for more details, The monster's body began to twitch again. Still not dead? Ma Hong frowned, his blade poised to strike. Uncle Hong, wait. Qin Chuan quickly intervened, pointing to the creature's swollen belly. My beast pet was swallowed by it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ma Hong hurriedly sliced open the monster's stomach. As soon as the blade pierced the skin, a patch of green came into view. This monster eats plants too? Ma Hong muttered in confusion. Qin Chuan swiftly retrieved the slimy Shaoqing from within. The pet had some corrosive wounds, but they weren't too deep. It would recover slowly in the Soul Sea space. Qin Chuan used his spiritual power to dispel the stomach acid from Shaoqing's body before sending it into the Soul Sea space. Gazing at the green plants and a few thorny branches inside the monster's stomach, Qin Chuan suddenly understood. I see now. The monster swallowed that bag of seeds, and Shaoqing used its innate ability to make them grow. They took root and sprouted inside the creature, eventually tearing through its organs. No wonder it was in such agony. Qin Chuan recalled the resilient trees that could root in the cracks of rocks and the tails of even a single grass seed splitting a skull if it fell into a fissure. Not even an elephant could destroy such life force. This was the power of plants. However, what truly delighted Qin Chuan was that at the moment of the monster's death, his Soul Sea space suddenly lit up with flashing wheels. A line of text appeared. Available energy points, 200. Energy points. This is one of the chips to spin the bloodline roulette. Qin Chuan suppressed his excitement, realizing that he could now use this to enhance the bloodline of his green vine snake. He patiently recounted the encounter to Ma Hong. After listening, Ma Hong sighed and said, So you really need to thank your pet. If it hadn't bought you time, you might not be here now. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, already planning to reward Shaoqing when he got back. More importantly, he needed to enhance its bloodline as soon as possible. All right, Xiao Chuan, Ma Hong said, I have other matters to attend to. Remember, if you encounter anything unusual, especially in these special times, call me immediately. Qin Chuan nodded again, watching Ma Hong and his team leave. He hurried back to his room, feeling a twinge of sadness as he passed by old Lu's door. But he quickly brushed off the emotion, vowing to turn his grief into motivation, to train harder, and to slay more beasts and members of the fallen nation organization in honor of the departed. Old Lu, I will avenge you with the lives of the fallen nation organization. Qin Chuan muttered before closing the door, his consciousness sinking into his soul sea. The bloodline roulette no longer appeared dim, but shimmered with a faint light. Qin Chuan took out the bloodline crystal, guiding it into his soul sea and placing it in the slot on the roulette. The patterns on the roulette began to shift, eventually settling on a fierce serpent. Activate! Qin Chuan silently commanded. The roulette spun rapidly, then gradually slowed to a stop. Information appeared. 825x Serpentine Bloodline Enhancement. A surge of crimson energy flowed into the green vine snake, transforming its appearance. Its scales thickened, its body elongated, and its eyes gleamed with heightened intelligence. The green vine snake evolved into a 1-star Azure Vine Snake, gaining both the strength of the Azure Serpent and the flexibility of the green vine snake, significantly enhancing its overall abilities. Qin Chuan's energy points decreased by 100, and the bloodline roulette displayed. 1-star Azure Serpent bloodline has reached its limit, cannot be further enhanced. Seeing this, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. He speculated that he could continue enhancing it using other first-tier would attribute bloodline crystals to gain more attributes. Several first-tier would attribute beasts flashed through his mind, all with impressive bloodlines. He decided to find a time to ask Teacher Lu for another crystal, even if it felt a bit embarrassing. For the sake of becoming stronger, he resolved to muster the courage. The next day, Qin Chuan left for school on time. On the way, his neighbors were fervently discussing the events of the previous night. Some lamented old Lu's solitude, others cursed the fallen nation organization, and some commented on Qin Chuan's seemingly ordinary aptitude. Qin Chuan listened quietly, not feeling offended. He understood the sentiments of these refugees. At school, Qin Chuan saw a group gathered around Su Peng, loudly discussing his imminent breakthrough to Tier 0 Level 3. Hearing this, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Su Peng's rapid progress and the effort he must have put in. As the class buzzed with discussion, Lu Jiang walked in and announced that today's lesson would be unknown combat. The class was surprised, and Lu Jiang explained that it would be a battle between pets, primarily to assess their control over their pets. When someone mocked the idea of zero-star pets participating, Lu Jiang sternly stopped them, revealing that Qin Chuan's contributions to the nation far exceeded those of anyone present. This revelation plunged the class into silence, with many beginning to see Qin Chuan in a new light. Finally, Lu Jiang asked if Qin Chuan wanted to participate in the combat. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Chuan smiled and replied, of course. He thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to test the difference between his 1-star Shaoqing and other 1-star pets. All right, everyone, follow me to the arena, Lu Jiang said, striding out the door. The group hurried to keep up. The comprehensive building was well equipped, with a large arena occupying several hundred square meters on the first floor. The arena was circular and sunken several meters into the ground, surrounded by tiered stands. Lu Jiying stood at the edge, holding a roster and scanning the crowd. Who wants to go first? He asked. Gao Shuoxin stepped forward, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Right behind her, Su Peng confidently joined. As the only two 3-star students at number 9 high school, their clash was highly anticipated. Excellent, you two can kick things off. Lu Jiying nodded. Let's see how your training has been going. The two moved to opposite sides of the battle stage. With a gesture, the space shimmered slightly, and their pets appeared. One was a winged eagle with a wingspan of half a meter, sharp claws, and a beak, fluttering in the air. The other was a small, palm-sized ice spirit, pure white and gracefully floating. The stands erupted in chatter. Gao Shuoxin's pet doesn't look like it has much combat power. Isn't the ice spirit more of a support type? It won't last long without its master. With a pet that small, Gao Shuoxin is definitely going to lose. Qin Chuan observed silently, noting that the ice spirit's energy fluctuations were significantly higher than those of the wind eagle. Moreover, as an elemental pet, the ice spirit had a dual growth path and wasn't necessarily just for support. At Lu Jiyang's command, the battle began. The wind eagle screeched and swooped down on the ice spirit, its sharp claws aiming directly at its opponent. The crowd held their breath, thinking the ice spirit was doomed. However, the ice spirit waved its tiny hand, sending a dense blue chill toward the wind eagle. The bird's movements slowed instantly, and the ice spirit seized the opportunity to slip behind it, releasing an even stronger wave of cold. In an instant, the wind eagle's wings froze solid, and it plummeted to the ground like an ice sculpture, landing with a crisp thud. The arena fell silent. Lu Jiying nodded approvingly. Very well done, Gao Shuoxin. Your pet must have reached the 4th stage by now, right? Gao Shuoxin nodded slightly, and her classmates were astonished. Achieving the 4th stage just days after awakening was truly remarkable. All right, Gao Shuoxin wins this round, Lu Jiying announced. Let's move on to the next match. But Su Peng was not willing to accept defeat. Mr. Lu, the battle isn't over. My pet can still fight. I was just careless. His face was flushed with anger. Losing to a girl in front of everyone was hard to swallow. Lu Jiying frowned, pointing to the struggling wind eagle on the ground. This ice spirit's innate ability is Ice Shatter. Your pet may seem fine, but it's already taken significant damage. Another round could seriously affect its future training. Seeing Su Peng's continued defiance, Lu Jiyang's tone grew stern. Besides, your loss wasn't unjustified. You made at least 3 critical mistakes in that short time. Su Peng's face tightened at these words. Lu Jiyang scanned the crowd. Can anyone point out where Su Peng went wrong? The students exchanged glances, but remained silent. Qin Chuan, you give it a try, Lu Jiyang called out. Su Peng's anger flared. Mr. Lu, I don't need a loser to judge me. This is an insult. He'll never match my future, so what gives him the right? Hearing this, Lu Jiyang's expression darkened, and the pressure of his commander-level aura filled the arena. The students found it hard to breathe, especially Su Peng, who felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. Does he deserve it? Let him finish talking first. Qin Chuan stood up, his voice firm and resolute. The room fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to Qin Chuan. Gao Shuoxin blinked, her expression focused, awaiting his words. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and began. First, you underestimated your opponent from the start, letting arrogance cloud your judgment. This statement hit Su Peng like a sledgehammer. He gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Qin Chuan. Though reluctant to admit it, he knew it was true. Undeterred by Su Peng's glare, Qin Chuan continued, Second, you failed to play to your strengths and were oblivious to your own shortcomings. These words ignited Su Peng's anger completely. He stood up abruptly, fists clenched, ready to explode. However, Lu Jiyang's stern gaze was like a bucket of cold water, forcing him to swallow his rage and sit back down. His teeth ground together audibly, as if he wanted to tear Qin Chuan apart. From the stands, Lan Xiaohao quickly tried to defuse the situation. Qin Chuan, please refrain from insulting others. Could you elaborate on your second point? A faint, disdainful smile formed on Qin Chuan's lips. It seems Lan Xiaohao's intelligence isn't quite up to par either. Do I really need to spell it out? Before Lan Xiaohao could retort, Qin Chuan continued, Feng Lingying's strength lies in its speed. Su Peng could have maneuvered it to circle around the ice spirit, looking for an opportunity to strike from behind. Instead, he chose a frontal assault. Even if the opponent is at a higher level, it's hard to counter effectively without skills. This is a classic case of not playing to your strengths. Worse still, he doesn't reflect on his mistakes after losing. This is true ignorance. Qin Chuan's words were like a revelation, causing many students to ponder. Playing to your strengths, a seemingly simple concept, was indeed the essence of battle. Su Peng's abandonment of his own advantages in favor of a hidden attack was indeed foolish. Seeing the agreement in the surrounding faces, Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao's faces turned crimson with anger, unable to find an outlet for their frustration. Qin Xuan ignored them, the faint smile still playing on his lips, as he continued, "Third?" Qin Xuan's words left Su Peng speechless. Although he was inwardly furious, he had to admit that Qin Xuan made a valid point. Indeed, when facing the Ice Spirit's attack, Wind Eagle had the opportunity to minimize damage by folding its wings. At that moment, Lu Jiang coldly stared at Su Peng and pointed out the biggest issue. "Su Peng, your control over your beast pet is far inferior to that of Gao Shuoxin. I gave you all 3 days to get familiar with your beast pets and build an emotional bond. Remember, beast pets are your partners, not just tools for combat. Treating them as mere tools means that even if you have a mental connection, you can't truly connect with them. This directly affects your control level and has little to do with innate talent." Lu Jiyang's words sent many students into deep thought, and Qin Chuan nodded quietly. He understood well that although beast pets came from each person's innate beast pet egg, they were also independent beings with their own emotions. They naturally cherished their owners, but if they did not receive a response, they would feel sad and sluggish in executing commands, making it hard to give their all. "All right, who wants to go next?" Lu Jiyang scanned the crowd. Lan Xiaohao immediately raised his hand. "Teacher, I want to spar with Qin Chuan." He looked at Qin Chuan with disdain. He said just now that Wind Eagle could use its strengths to overcome the Ice Spirit. I'd like to see if he can do it himself. If it's just talk, then anyone could claim they can beat an Emperor-level fighter. Lan Xiaohao's cronies snickered, challenging Qin Chuan with their gazes. Everyone's eyes focused on Qin Chuan, eager to see how he would respond. Qin Chuan glanced at Lan Xiaohao, seeing through his attempt to earn favor with Su Peng. He calmly spoke, "I don't want to spar with someone who single-handedly lowers the average IQ of humanity." This remark instantly infuriated Lan Xiaohao, realizing that Qin Chuan was calling him stupid. "If you're scared, just say so. It seems you're all talk, only good at pointing fingers at others." Lan Xiaohao continued to provoke, confident that Qin Chuan wouldn't back down in front of everyone. Qin Chuan chuckled. "How about this? Just sparring is boring. Let's add a stake to it." Lan Xiaohao frowned. "What stake? This is school. Are you suggesting gambling? That's illegal. The loser has to clean the toilets for a month. How about that?" Qin Chuan proposed. Lan Xiaohao sneered. "Since you're so eager to clean toilets, I'll grant your wish." The two walked onto the battle stage, and Lan Xiaohao eagerly summoned his beast PETA half-meter-long, bright red snake. "What are you waiting for? Summon your beast pet," he urged impatiently. Qin Chuan scratched his head. All right." With a casual gesture, a 2-meter-long azure vine snake appeared on the stage, its size far surpassing Lan Xiaohao's flame snake, causing gasps from the crowd. "Is that a 0-star beast pet? Mine's a snake too, but it's not nearly as big." Lan Xiaohao is getting crushed by size alone. Qin Chuan's snake is so huge. Lan Xiaohao stammered. How? How is yours so big?" Qin Chuan shrugged with a smile. "Are we fighting or not?" Lan Xiaohao gritted his teeth. "Fight. Just because it's a 0-star beast pet. I refuse to believe you can beat me in quality." Qin Chuan shook his head silently. He had never said that Shao Qing was still 0-star quality. That was just their assumption. Lan Xiaohao controlled the flame snake to approach, its tongue flickering with fiery sparks. Although its attributes should be suppressed by fire, the flame snake was only at 0 rank, while the azure vine snake's level was far superior. This battle was already decided. As soon as the flame serpent approached, the azure vine serpent lashed out with lightning speed, its tail flinging the flame serpent against the arena wall with pinpoint accuracy. The flame serpent crashed heavily to the ground, utterly dazed and motionless. This sudden turn of events sent the observing students into an uproar, their chatter rising in a cacophony. "That's it? It's over already? That doesn't seem like a low-level beast pet at all. I don't think I could beat it myself. Can I have a beast pet like that?" Lu Jiang squinted, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. He thought to himself, "It seems this kid has successfully refined his beast pet." Although he was curious about how Qin Chuan managed to significantly enhance the pet's quality with just one bloodline crystal, he didn't ask. After all, everyone has their secrets, and prying could only bring trouble. "This match is won by Qin Chuan," Lu Jiang announced, his gaze shifting to Lan Xiaohao. Lan Xiaohao was already mortified, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. With a teasing smile, Lu Jiang said, "Lan Xiaohao, the bathroom cleaning duty for the next month is all yours." Lan Xiaohao gritted his teeth and returned to his seat without a word. Meanwhile, Su Peng stared at Qin Chuan with a sullen expression, silently contemplating something. Sitting quietly on the side, Gao Shuoxin blinked her beautiful eyes, her expression indifferent, seemingly unsurprised. Although Qin Chuan had defeated Lan Xiaohao, in her eyes, there was still a significant gap between him and herself. Compared to the once promising prodigy, the current Qin Chuan still failed to impress her. One by one, the students continued to spar. Before long, everyone had completed their demonstrations. Lu Jiang led the group back to the classroom and continued speaking. All right, I believe everyone now has a clear understanding of their own abilities. In the coming days, I will teach you some basic techniques to prepare you for the advanced studies at the soldier level. Techniques. The moment the word was mentioned, everyone's attention instantly sharpened. Images of powerful warriors slaying countless beasts with a single sword strike and obliterating vast mountains and seas with a mere gesture flashed through their minds. Techniques refer to the combination of martial skills and methods. Martial skills are based on physical prowess, such as swordsmanship, while martial methods involve the manipulation of spiritual power. Cultivation is the sum of physical prowess and spiritual power. Any improvement in either aspect increases the total amount, leading to an advancement in one's life level. Different beast-taming schools have varying focuses. The human war and dual war schools emphasize physical prowess over spiritual power, whereas the beast war school does the opposite. Ultimately, one's realm is the most crucial factor. Those at higher realms surpass those at lower realms in all aspects. The basics of techniques are fundamental when practicing martial skills and methods. Lu Jiyang's words filled everyone with anticipation. After giving a few more instructions, he dismissed the crowd. Qin Chuan stayed behind, asking Lu Jiyang to purchase a bloodline crystal on his behalf, with the latter covering the cost temporarily. Qin Chuan felt uneasy and vowed to repay Lu Jiyang in the future. Fortunately, Lu Jiyang agreed readily, showing no concern. Back home, after a simple meal, Qin Chuan began his daily training with Xiaoqing. Since Xiaoqing advanced to 1 star, her cultivation speed increased tenfold, gaining about 1 point of cultivation daily, far exceeding Qin Chuan's 0.1. The cultivation feedback from the roulette wheel was shared between them, giving Qin Chuan an advantage, and as Xiaoqing's quality improved, this benefit would grow even more. Watching Xiaoqing focus on her training, Qin Chuan gently stroked her head, feeling its coolness. Xiaoqing tilted her head, nuzzling his palm with her slender eyes full of affection. To a life-bound beast companion, the master is like a parent, willing to defend them to the death, unlike the cooperative relationship with a subsidiary beast pet. Train well, Xiaoqing. When I have money, I'll buy you the best beast food, Qin Chuan promised with a smile. Xiaoqing wagged her tail happily, seeming to understand. Qin Chuan silently activated the roulette in his soul sea. Moments later, a surge of intense energy poured out, strengthening both their physical prowess and spiritual power. A 128-fold cultivation return. Though not as high as before, the increased cultivation chips made it effectively 1,000-fold. After finishing their training, Qin Chuan tidied up and fell asleep against Xiaoqing's cool body. On a hot summer night, using Xiaoqing as a pillow made for an exceptionally comfortable sleep. The next day, Qin Chuan arrived at the martial arts building on time and saw Lan Xiaohao, dressed in a janitor's uniform, coming out of the restroom. Seeing him fulfill his promise to clean the restroom, Qin Chuan gave him a thumbs up in approval. However, Lan Xiaohao took it as a provocation, stomping his feet in anger and almost swinging his mop at Qin Chuan. As soon as he took his seat, a classmate struck up a conversation, which Qin Chuan had anticipated. Although the Republic of Kyushu called for unity against the Stargate monsters, internal class divisions were severe. Many people socialized with clear intentions. If they didn't see you as a future peer, they wouldn't waste time with you. Several classmates who had never greeted Qin Chuan before now ignored him even when they met. However, after he defeated Lan Xiaohao, those with keen eyes noticed his beast companion was no longer 0 star. In their private discussions, they concluded that Qin Chuan had received help from a benefactor, refining his beast companion's quality to 1 star. Though still at the bottom of the class, his personal abilities made him worth befriending. While Qin Chuan didn't fully agree with this mindset, he understood it. Birds of a feather flock together, and all things in the world tend to gather towards shared interests and beliefs. After a moment, Lu Jiyang stepped into the classroom and skillfully turned on the multimedia player. He glanced around to make sure all the students were seated, then cleared his throat and began. Next, I will explain some theoretical aspects of techniques, focusing on the basics of martial arts cultivation. As for the basic skills, those will require practical application. Lu Jiyang clicked the remote, and a series of exquisite illustrations appeared on the PPT. With a loud and clear voice, he continued, "The principle of executing martial arts techniques is to use spiritual power as a guide to illuminate the stars in your soul sea, thereby connecting with the heavens and earth, which then produces mysterious effects." The students listened intently, their eyes fixed on the ever-changing images on the screen. Suddenly, a puzzled voice interrupted Lu Jiyang's lecture. "Teacher, are the stars in the soul sea located within the soul space? Why is my soul sea just a dark, murky void with nothing in it?" Other students nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same confusion. Lu Jiang smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry. The reason your soul sea appears that way is because you haven't been enlightened by the meditation technique. Later, I will teach you a meditation method that will allow you to see the stars in your soul sea." Hearing this explanation, the students realized what was going on and resumed their focused listening. After explaining all the content, Lu Jiang carefully took out an ancient, thread-bound book from his backpack. Despite its age, the book exuded a mysterious allure that immediately captured everyone's attention. Holding the book with great reverence, Lu Jiang spoke with a tone of awe. "This is the chaos meditation technique, one of the most powerful meditation methods in the 9 provinces. Although this is just a copy, it was handwritten by an emperor-level master and contains immense law power. It will allow you to internalize this meditation technique, but you must not pass it on to others." The students understood the significance of this. Unlike the yin huang breathing technique, which was specifically designed for the people of the 9 provinces, this meditation method was universal. If it were stolen and learned by outsiders, they could also cultivate with it, hence the strict restrictions. No one felt that these restrictions were unnecessary or excessive. Everyone knew that what made the 9 provinces unique was their practice of teaching the most powerful breathing and meditation techniques to the common people, providing them with a foundation for advancement and giving everyone a direction to strive towards. Such an approach was unheard of in other countries. In countries like the Free Federation and the Tianzhu dynasty, breathing techniques and meditation methods are sold openly, with different levels requiring different amounts of money. The same was once true in the 9 provinces. In the early days of the beast-taming era, martial arts families and corporate conglomerates monopolized various cultivation methods. Fortunately, the government intervened in time to stop these vampires. Initially, ordinary people could only practice basic techniques. Later, Fansheng created the yin huang breathing technique, and powerful individuals combined the best of various methods to create the chaos meditation method, significantly enhancing the nation's strength. "Everyone, close your eyes and calm your minds," Lu Jiang said as he opened a book. The group immediately complied, their consciousness sinking into their soul seas, where they saw their resting beast companions. Lu Jiang channeled his spiritual power and recited from the ancient text. "In the beginning of chaos, heaven and earth were not yet born. Time did not flow, and eternity had no end." Mysterious power flowed from his mouth, transforming into tangible points of light that entered everyone's bodies. In an instant, everyone's soul seas trembled. The previously dark sky was torn open, and dazzling stars illuminated the entire soul sea space. The resting beast companions raised their heads, curiously looking at the stars. Qin Chuan's soul sea was different from the others. It had many large spinning wheels. As the starlight shone, the originally dull wheels suddenly brightened, revealing various patterns. Lu Jiang frowned at the book in his hands, sensing its power waning. This ancient text, which should have lasted 50 years, was showing signs of wear after just a few years. The pages were yellowing and aging at a visible rate. "How strange," Lu Jiang thought to himself. He wanted to stop chanting but feared it might affect the students' futures. After a moment's consideration, he decided to continue, albeit at a faster pace. Qin Chuan observed the stars lighting up one by one in his soul sea, and the glowing wheels below, filled with curiosity. Seeing nothing else unusual, he focused on absorbing the information. As Lu Jiang finished chanting, the complete chaos meditation method imprinted itself in everyone's minds. Lu Jiang looked at the book, now almost reduced to fragments, feeling a deep sense of loss. "All right, the stars in your soul seas should now be visible. Look closely. Some are significantly larger and brighter than the others," Lu Jiang said. Everyone examined their soul sea stars and found it to be true. But Qin Chuan swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. He discovered that there were over 100 large and bright stars in his soul sea. Lu Jiang continued, "These large stars are called main stars, while the others are substars. Each main star can integrate with a martial technique, meaning you can have up to 10 martial techniques. Martial techniques, like your aptitude, are graded from 1 to 9. Unfortunately, the highest grade of martial technique you can integrate with is limited by your aptitude. A 1-star aptitude can only integrate with a grade 1 martial technique. Note, I'm talking about your own aptitude, not that of your beast companions." The class fell silent. At that moment, they realized once again the importance of aptitude. It not only affected their cultivation speed, but also their capability in martial techniques. "Teacher, what about those with 0-star aptitude? Does that mean they can't integrate with any martial technique?" Su Peng asked, glancing disdainfully at Qin Chuan. Lu Jiang sighed. "Those with 0-star aptitude can only integrate with ungraded martial techniques." "Ha ha ha. So there are even ungraded martial techniques in this world?" Lan Xiaohao laughed, seizing the opportunity to humiliate Qin Chuan and avenge his previous disgrace of cleaning toilets. However, Qin Chuan did not seem as upset as they had imagined. Instead, he remained calm. as if he had already known this outcome. Ungraded martial techniques may be weak, but what if there are hundreds of them? Qin Chuan thought to himself, squinting his eyes. For those following the single combat or dual combat paths, specializing in martial techniques, these techniques acted like buffs. For example, integrating with a technique that boosts sword power could enhance the power of sword skills. Integrating with a technique that boosts sword speed could increase the speed of sword strikes. Because there were only 10 slots for martial techniques, every cultivator had to be cautious and deliberate in their choices. But Qin Chuan had no such worries. He could integrate with any martial technique he liked. Qin Chuan gazed at the shimmering stars within his soul sea, his thoughts surging like waves. Even though each martial technique had a weak effect individually, the accumulation of hundreds would eventually lead to a qualitative change. He recalled his earlier observations. Those exceptionally bright stars had all evolved from ordinary ones, and it all seemed to point to the mysterious great wheel within his soul sea. His eyes inadvertently fell on the ancient book in Lu Jiang's hands, noticing it appeared more worn than before. He speculated that parts of the wheel might have been influenced by this book, transforming the stars within his soul sea. This peculiar change only occurred when Lu Jiang chanted. Could this be related to the emperor's abilities? Qin Chuan wondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. At this moment, more speculation was pointless. The hundreds of martial techniques were enough to keep him busy for a long time. Although these low-tier techniques had limited power, they had a significant advantage. They could be practiced below the soldier level. Lu Jiang spoke slowly, with a hint of reassurance in his tone. So, Qin Chuan, doesn't this make you invincible below the soldier level? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Xiaohao chimed in with a playful expression. Ha ha ha. His words made a few others chuckle quietly. All right, quiet. Lu Jiang snapped, frowning and glaring at them before continuing. Next, you all have an additional task in your cultivation. Use the meditation method to construct star bridges, connecting various stars. Starting from the main star, a first-grade martial technique requires connecting 10 stars, a second-grade technique 20 stars, and so on. All right, dismissed. Everyone gradually left the classroom, with Qin Chuan staying behind as usual. Lu Jiang handed him a small box. Here's the bloodline crystal of the first-tier thorn snake you wanted. Qin Chuan quickly took it, smiling in thanks. Thank you for going through the trouble. Teacher Lu? All right, no need for formalities. I'm off now. Lu Jiang waved and turned to leave. Qin Chuan looked down at the bloodline crystal in his hand, a smile creeping onto his face. What kind of amazing transformation will occur when the Azure Vine snake merges with the thorn snake's bloodline? He mused, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming surprise. Returning to his accommodation in the resettlement area, Qin Chuan eagerly absorbed the bloodline crystal into his soul sea and embedded it into the large roulette. Instantly, an image of a menacing serpent appeared on the wheel, its back covered with a row of sharp spikes and its tail resembling an iron-tipped ball. Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted, "Activate." In a flash, the energy points were drained, and the wheel started spinning rapidly, making a rattling sound. Moments later, the wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer landed in the range of over 500 times. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. According to his calculations, strengthening a one-star bloodline crystal to 500 times is the limit. If it fell short, he would have to try again. A surge of rich bloodline energy poured out, directly infusing into Xiaoqing, who lay dormant in the soul sea space. Xiaoqing hissed, looking around in confusion but feeling an indescribable comfort as the pure bloodline power continuously transformed its body. Qin Chuan watched Xiaoqing intently. Its body elongated further, and a row of blade-like spikes began to grow on its back while its tail started to transform into a spiky ball. It's stronger, but it sure looks uglier. Qin Chuan mused with a wry smile. The spikes, although enhancing Xiaoqing's attack power, were quite an eyesore. Now, Xiaoqing possessed the strength of the Azure Serpent, the flexibility of the Green Vine Snake, and the offensive capabilities of the Bramble Snake, making it significantly more powerful than before. Qin Chuan squinted, contemplating Xiaoqing's future attack strategies. Snakes often rely on constriction to kill, and if these spikes could pierce into an enemy, combined with its formidable strength, who could withstand it? If these spikes were also venomous, he began plotting Xiaoqing's next transformation. Xiaoqing, can you retract the spikes on your back? Qin Chuan communicated with Xiaoqing through his mind. Xiaoqing wagged its tail and surprisingly retracted the spikes. Ha ha ha, thank goodness. I was worried those spikes would ruin my sleep. Qin Chuan felt relieved. In this scorching weather, he couldn't bear to part with Xiaoqing, his natural air conditioner. In the following days, Qin Chuan had Xiaoqing focus on training while he delved into martial arts techniques. He logged into the official techniques website and discovered that all grade 3 and below martial arts and techniques were available for purchase. To his surprise, graded techniques were sold individually, whereas ungraded ones were bundled together, even in electronic format, seemingly without concern for leakage. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan understood the reasoning. Techniques of this grade are usually limited to research purposes nowadays. As for cultivation, hardly anyone would waste their star slots. Once a martial technique is integrated, it's almost impossible to change. Checking the sales figures, Qin Chuan found that many people bought these techniques, including numerous ordinary folks. Some were purely for fun, while others were diligent practitioners hoping to incorporate useful techniques into their daily lives. Of course, many cultivators bought them for research, aiming to create their own powerful techniques. Creating one's own technique has a significant advantage. It can continually be upgraded. In the current era, the person who has created the most techniques is Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng earned his title as he was the only one to rise from an ordinary background with a low-quality initial beast companion to eventually becoming a saint. Whether in terms of contributions to the nation, legendary stories, or popularity among citizens, he is undoubtedly the #1 figure in JoJo. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan placed an order and immediately received the electronic version, while the physical copy would take some time to arrive. Although cheaper than graded techniques, this set still cost Qin Chuan over 10,000 JoJo coins, nearly depleting his savings accumulated over the years. As a high school student living on state subsidies, having such savings was no small feat. With the electronic version in hand, Qin Chuan opened the file on his second-hand computer. The directory listed over 1,000 ungraded techniques, including healing, offensive, and control types, among others. What type should I train in first? Qin Chuan muttered to himself, contemplating his future path. With the bloodline roulette, he could contract another beast companion upon reaching the soldier level and continually enhance its bloodline, potentially following the beast combat route. However, beast combat relies heavily on the master's techniques, and he only had some ungraded techniques, offering limited support to his beast companions. Despite this, with the miraculous bloodline roulette, Qin Chuan wouldn't miss any opportunity to contract beast companions. Every cultivator can contract an additional companion with each level breakthrough. Qin Chuan planned to contract as many as he could, aiming for a full set of 10. Although limited by his qualifications to ordinary level companions, this wouldn't affect his plan. In Qin Chuan's hands, ordinary creatures seemed to gain miraculous transformation abilities. A green snake could turn into a divine dragon, a small cat could become a majestic white tiger, and even a common turtle could transform into a xuanwu. Qin Chuan couldn't help but imagine a future where his entourage consisted entirely of mythical beasts, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Looks like I'm neither a beast warrior nor a dual warrior, but rather a multi-warrior, Qin Chuan murmured to himself, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that each beast pet could only enhance his martial arts to a limited extent at any given time. Comparatively, the same number of low-grade martial arts were far inferior to high-grade ones. However, when these martial arts were applied to himself, as long as he had enough spiritual power, their effects were no longer limited. This meant he could stack hundreds of buffs on himself simultaneously. Even if the grade is low, sheer quantity can make up for it. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Let's start with a full-body enhancement. With that, he selected a strengthening martial art and began to focus on learning it. The process of cultivating martial arts wasn't complicated. It mainly involved understanding and engraving it into the main star. Since low-grade martial arts didn't require a connection to a substar, Qin Chuan could skip this step. As long as he engraved and fused the martial art, he would have mastered the skill. Time passed quietly, and night fell. As Xiao Qing completed her cultivation, Qin Chuan also finished his study. One of the stars in his soul sea was now densely covered with script-like runes. At this rate, I can master a martial art in 3 days, Qin Chuan calculated silently. And as my realm improves, the speed will increase even more. He knew that for other cultivators, mastering one martial art in a year was already quite an achievement. After all, the higher the grade of the martial art, the more difficult it was to cultivate and control. Of course, the effects were proportional too. A high-grade martial art often outperformed 2 low-grade ones. Lost in thought, Qin Chuan noticed Xiao Qing with her mouth open, looking famished. He quickly took out some beast food to feed the greedy little creature. As your realm improves, you're eating more and more, Qin Chuan remarked while feeding her. At this rate, I might not be able to afford you soon. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's attention was caught by the numbers displayed on the Soul Sea dial. Today's cultivation. A gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. The cultivation value shown on the dial was over 2 points, double that of yesterday. This means that while enhancing the bloodline of the same level won't improve Xiao Qing's quality, it will boost her cultivation talent. Qin Chuan was secretly delighted. If conditions allowed, gathering all the advantages of the same attribute for Xiao Qing would be the perfect choice. However, reality soon brought him back to the ground. Qin Chuan frowned in thought. He felt embarrassed to ask Lu Jiang for help again. After all, the resources of a cultivator are hard-earned. Once or twice was fine, but more than that would seem greedy. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered as he pondered alternative solutions. Once I master a few more martial techniques, maybe I can go to the outskirts to hunt fierce beasts, he murmured to himself. Ordinary beasts below the first rank aren't much of a threat, making them perfect for a beginner like me to practice on. With that thought, Qin Chuan took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Activate." This time, his cultivation power returned over 1,000-fold. Although it didn't reach the level of a 4-star aptitude, it had already surpassed the cultivation speed of a 3-star aptitude. The surging energy swept through his body, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the 0 rank. Qin Chuan gently waved his hand, and the sound of breaking wind whistled past. He was pleasantly surprised to find his strength was now several times that of an ordinary adult. Despite his excitement, he restrained his emotions and went to bed early. After all, Lu Jiang was going to teach the basics of martial arts the next day, which was a physically demanding task. The next morning, Qin Chuan arrived punctually at the sports field outside the martial arts building. This dedicated area spanned over 1,000 square meters, and the empty rubber track was occupied only by the students of the martial arts class. Lu Jiang scanned the crowd, confirming that everyone was present before speaking. I believe you've all been cultivating well these past few days and have strengthened your physiques considerably. Now, let's start with 100 laps to warm up, and then we'll proceed with the formal lessons. The students stared at each other in disbelief. 100 laps? That was over 50 kilometers. Although they had made progress in their cultivation recently, this level of intensity was still daunting. Whoever finishes first gets to rest first, Lu Jiang added. No stopping until you complete the laps, even if you have to walk. With that, he leisurely reclined on a nearby chair. The group had no choice but to head to the track, grumbling all the while. Oh my god, did we offend Mr. Lu? 50 kilometers? This is insane. I feel like I'll be dead after this. My aptitude is already poor. Only Gao Shuexin and Su Peng remained unfazed. Lan Xiaohao approached Su Peng with a grimace. Peng, running 50 kilometers should be a piece of cake for you, right? Su Peng chuckled and nodded. Even 100 kilometers wouldn't be a problem. I'm currently at the 3rd level of the 0 rank, and my physique is several times stronger than an ordinary person's. Even in the old times, ordinary people could complete a marathon in a little over 2 hours, so this is nothing for me. Just as the others were enviously looking at Su Peng, Lu Jiang suddenly announced loudly, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Those with 1-star aptitude need to finish within 2 hours, 2-star within 1 hour, and 3-star within 30 minutes. The timer starts now. If anyone can finish within 10 minutes, I'll reward them with something good." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiang casually tossed a weapon that spun and embedded itself in the center of the track. It was a pitch-black broadsword, half as tall as a person, with a thick back and wide blade, its surface shimmering with a faint white light. A pseudo-secret treasure? Su Peng and Gao Shuexin exclaimed, clearly recognizing the value of the weapon. Although pseudo-secret treasures aren't naturally formed within beasts, they are crafted from beast materials and are far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Even the cheapest ones cost over 1,000,000 Jojo coins, and this one was evidently no ordinary piece. Lu Jiang smiled. This is a weapon I used in my early days, called Black Wind. It greatly enhances strength, speed, and sharpness. If you want it, you'll have to put in some effort. His tone was playful, clearly not expecting anyone to meet the standard. 50 kilometers in 10 minutest, that's over 80 meters per second. This speed is double that of a cheetah, and it's for long-distance running. Lu Jiang squinted his eyes, silently calculating. To reach this level, one would need to be at least at the 7th stage of the 0 tier. Yet, the strongest student currently was only at the 4th stage. Suddenly, a figure flashed by like a gust of wind, catching Lu Jiang's attention. He focused his gaze and realized it was Qin Chuan. That kid's physique? Had it reached the 5th stage? How was that possible? The other students on the track were equally stunned. They gawked, mouths agape, eyes fixed on Qin Chuan's speeding figure. Voices of disbelief erupted. What kind of drug is this guy on? How can he run so fast? Oh my god, he's faster than Gao Shuexin and Su Peng. Wasn't it said that he only had 0-star aptitude? How could he surpass those with 3-star aptitude? This unexpected scene left everyone in shock. When the rewards were announced earlier, no one had reacted much, clearly thinking they had no chance. Even Gao Shuexin and Su Peng were just aiming to finish on time. But Qin Chuan was different. He was poor and already planning to hunt fierce beasts. Now that a good weapon was within reach, how could he miss the opportunity? So, at the mention of the reward, he unleashed his full power and sprinted with all his might. Seeing himself being left far behind, Su Peng was furious. As one of the only 2 students with 3-star aptitude in the school, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself to the limit. But to his despair, no matter how hard he tried, Qin Chuan always managed to speed up again, leaving him even further behind. Su Peng's shock and frustration mirrored that of everyone else. Who would have thought that an ordinary student with 0-star aptitude could reach such a level in just a few days. At that moment, everyone realized that the loser Qin Chuan, in their eyes, might be hiding some unknown secrets. Impossible. How could this loser have a higher cultivation level than me? Su Peng was shocked, his steps becoming increasingly erratic. He had thought he had Qin Chuan all figured out, but now it turned out that this once unremarkable classmate had actually surpassed him in cultivation. Su Peng couldn't help but recall the past. How could Qin Chuan, with his meager talent, suddenly become so powerful? Had he received some secret assistance from a powerful figure? But weren't those powerful figures supposed to have abandoned him long ago? While Su Peng was lost in his thoughts, Gao Shuixin was also running with all her might. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Chuan's back, her heart a swirl of mixed emotions. She had thought distancing herself from Qin Chuan was a wise choice. But now, was this decision going to be her greatest regret? Little did Gao Shuixin know, Qin Chuan had already reached a height she could never attain. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, and Qin Chuan was destined to become the brightest yet most unattainable presence in her life. By the time the last lap ended, Qin Chuan was panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. Lu Jiang walked up with a smile, gently unsheathing a mysterious black knife and casually storing it in an unknown spatial treasure. Qin Chuan, your performance truly surprised me, Lu Jiang said with a smile. But unfortunately, you still took a few extra minutes. This time gap can't be easily bridged just by doubling your physique. Qin Chuan, despite his labored breathing and aching body, flashed a confident smile. Teacher Lu, how about a bet? Lu Jiang looked at him with interest, signaling him to continue. I can break 10 minutes within 3 days. Qin Chuan declared resolutely. Lu Jiang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at this. Kid, to run under 10 minutes, your cultivation needs to be at least at the 7th level of the 0 stage. Do you think you can break through 2 levels in 3 days? Cultivation gets harder the further you go. Even with potions, it's impossible. But Qin Chuan remained undeterred, grinning. Teacher Lu, just say yes or no to the bet. Lu Jiang clasped his hands and nodded. All right, if you can run under 10 minutes within 3 days, I'll give you this knife. This conversation immediately sparked discussions among the surrounding students. Some thought Qin Chuan was boasting, while others speculated if he had used some underhanded means to boost his cultivation. However, no one knew what Qin Chuan's real trump card was. Over the next couple of hours, other students gradually finished their runs. Lu Jiang didn't give them much rest before starting to demonstrate the 138 basic martial arts moves. His movements were broad and fluid, effortlessly transitioning from pushing to pulling, from kicking to flicking. So, how many moves did you remember? Lu Jiang asked with a smile. Su Peng confidently stepped forward. Teacher, I remembered all of them. Gao Shuixin, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by Su Peng's show of confidence. However, Lu Jiang didn't give Su Peng a chance to show off. He announced that he would distribute the textbooks and that today's focus would be on the first 10 moves. He then began to lead the students in practicing the first move, sinking waist, pressing horse. Throughout the session, Lu Jiang taught the first 10 moves and corrected each student's posture. Once everyone was familiar with the moves, he handed out the textbooks and dismissed the class. Despite this being the most exhausting day for the martial arts students, no one complained. They all understood that the path of martial arts was tough. Sweat now meant less blood later. This was the path they had chosen, and they were determined to see it through, even if it meant crying along the way. Back home, Qin Chuan continued his routine of cultivation and integrating martial techniques. On the 3rd day, while meditating on his bed, he suddenly flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. He smiled to himself. Finally, he had succeeded. Let me test your effect, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and channeled the spiritual energy from his dantian. In an instant, a main star in his soul trembled violently, emitting brilliant runes that seemed to establish a mysterious connection with the universe. Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged into Qin Chuan's body, forming an invisible armor that seamlessly enveloped his muscles and bones. Martial technique full body enhancement, Qin Chuan shouted, throwing a series of punches into the air. Whoosh! The wind howled and the air rippled. His arms, like giant steel rods, seemed capable of tearing through the atmosphere with each strike. Qin Chuan marveled at his newfound strength. His physical power had skyrocketed from 15 to nearly 30 times that of an average person. So, this is the power of an unranked martial technique? Qin Chuan thought, elated. Lu Jiang would never have imagined that in just 3 days, he had mastered a martial technique. It had taken Lu Jiang 6 months to even get started on his first martial technique. Meanwhile, other students in the martial arts class were still struggling with basic meditation techniques, preparing for future martial training. Little did they know, Qin Chuan had already tasted the fruits of his efforts. Immersed in his joy, Qin Chuan remembered the substantial cultivation returns he had received over the past 2 days. He calculated that it wouldn't be long before he reached the 6th level of zero rank. Although the rate of return varied, his overall cultivation speed was already surpassing most students with 3-star potential. However, his joy was soon overshadowed by concern. My cultivation speed seems abnormally fast, he muttered. The martial arts university entrance exam will re-evaluate my potential. By then, my cultivation might be unimaginable. If my potential still appears mediocre, it will draw a lot of attention. After some deep thought, Qin Chuan made a shocking decision to forego the entrance exams after training and become an independent cultivator. Many aspired to enter the martial arts university for its resources and guidance. But for Qin Chuan, these advantages were replaceable. He could only learn unranked techniques, and once he reached adulthood, he could access substantial contributions to support his cultivation to the general level. Moreover, after reaching the warrior level, he could hunt beasts to earn energy points. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Chuan made this difficult decision. He chose not to leave immediately because the 100-day pre-exam training was known as the golden period for building a solid foundation. With this decision, Qin Chuan felt a renewed sense of hope. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the limitless possibilities of his future. The next morning, the training ground in front of the martial arts building was already filled with students. Surprisingly, even Lu Jiyang arrived a few minutes early. "How's it going, Qin Chuan?" Lu Jiyang teased. "Today's the last day, and you're still far from the 10-minute mark." "Qin Chuan hasn't been doing well these past few days," someone sneered from the crowd. "Su Peng is catching up to him." All eyes turned to Su Peng, who stood confidently with a smug smile. In the past few days, Su Peng's cultivation had skyrocketed, reportedly due to expensive, side-effect-free special potions, elevating him to the 5th level of zero rank, matching Qin Chuan's record from the first day. Ignoring the chatter, Qin Chuan smiled at Lu Jiyang. "Mr. Lu, don't hesitate to hand over that treasured blade later." Lu Jiyang shrugged. "If you really run within 10 minutes, I won't mind. This blade has been with me for years. Finding it a worthy owner wouldn't be bad. But, in that case, please watch closely," Qin Chuan said calmly. "You can start the timer." "Arrogant," came a taunt from one of Su Peng's lackeys. Su Peng, having learned his lesson after Lu Jiyang's reprimand, rarely spoke directly, letting his followers provoke instead. Qin Chuan never responded to these provocations, knowing silence was the highest form of disdain. "All right, quiet down," Lu Jiyang signaled. "Save your energy for the run." He then pressed the stopwatch. Just as the students prepared to start, a figure had already darted dozens of meters ahead. "What the? Is that even human?" a student exclaimed, and before the words were out, 2 more figures followed closely. Seeing Qin Chuan's astonishing speed, Lu Jiyang shook his head. "Qin Chuan, at this rate, you still won't break 10 minutes. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's lips curved into a smile. "Mr. Lu, watch closely." He instantly channeled his spiritual energy and awakened the main star. In a flash, the power of the universe surged into him, enveloping his entire body. With a powerful stomp, his shoe soles smoked. If the track weren't made of special material, it would have shattered. After a brief moment of gathering strength, Qin Chuan shot forward like an arrow, his speed multiplying several times over. "What the heck? Where's this wind coming from? What on earth is that? Is that really Qin Chuan?" The students, leisurely jogging, were stunned, their eyes fixed on the figure sprinting at over 80 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan had completed a lap on the 500-meter track. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is he even human? While they had seen countless videos of powerful figures performing incredible feats online, witnessing their classmate display such superhuman speed was unprecedented. Even more unbelievable was that this student, often looked down upon for his poor potential, was now a spectacle. While the laymen were amazed by the spectacle, the experts saw the skill. Lu Jiyang was as shocked as the students, but he was astonished by Qin Chuan's rapid mastery and integration of a martial technique. "This kid is truly extraordinary," Lu Jiyang smiled wryly, genuinely admiring Qin Chuan's talent, but with a hint of regret. Despite his exceptional talent, Qin Chuan's potential was extremely poor. Mastering a martial technique in 3 days was impressive, but it was still the lowest level, incapable of making a significant impact. A genius with shackles is a tragedy, not a triumph. On the athletic field of the martial arts class, a lone figure was sprinting furiously. From the adjacent building of the regular class, many students were discreetly observing this rare outdoor training session. Their eyes were fixed on the students of the martial arts class, who were regarded as the lucky ones, eager to see what made them special. After several days of observation, the students in the regular class were sorely disappointed. "These martial arts class guys are not that impressive," someone muttered. "Except for a few who run a bit faster, the rest aren't even as fit as some of our classmates." The disappointment was palpable, and someone yawned, ready to leave. Suddenly, a burst of exclamations shattered the calm. The students who were about to leave turned around to see their peers standing in stunned silence, staring straight ahead. Following their gaze, they saw that the running figure had transformed into a blur, completing a lap in mere seconds. Holy crap! The astonished cries echoed through half the school building. What was even more shocking was that the person's speed continued to increase, leaving the onlookers in awe. On the field, Su Peng watched as Qin Chuan lapped him again and again. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, he clenched his teeth and swore to himself, "Once I reach the soldier level, I'll be able to practice a grade 3 martial technique that will crush your pathetic technique 1,000 times over." Gao Shuexin also looked at Qin Chuan with a complicated expression. She sighed inwardly. "You've already mastered a non-ranked martial technique so quickly. I can't tell if that's a testament to your talent or a sign of your limitations." 10 minutes flew by, and Qin Chuan effortlessly achieved his goal. Lu Jiying patted him on the shoulder and handed him a jet-black broadsword. "This sword is forged from the bones of a black wind wolf and weighs several hundred pounds," Lu Jiying explained. "With your current cultivation, you can barely swing it without the aid of any martial techniques." Qin Chuan took the broadsword, feeling its hefty weight, and tried a few swings, his movements somewhat clumsy. Lu Jiying tossed him a scabbard. "From now on, carry it with you. After all, you can't afford a spatial artifact yet." Qin Chuan replied solemnly, "Teacher Lu, I will repay you generously one day." Lu Jiying smiled but didn't take it to heart. Given Qin Chuan's talent, even with abundant resources, significant achievement seemed unlikely. Once everyone had completed their training, Lu Jiying taught the basic martial techniques of the day as usual. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, he didn't announce the end of the session. When the crowd quieted down, Lu Jiying sighed deeply and began to speak slowly. "To be honest, I hesitated to tell you this news because I know it will likely be a blow to you." The students looked at him in confusion. Lu Jiying continued, "In just over 10 days, there will be a beast hunting competition organized by several high schools in the Dazhao Bay City. Out of all of you, only 3 have met the minimum standard, not even enough to form a 5-person team. However, the strongest school in Dazhao, the first high, already has someone who has reached the soldier level." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was left gaping in astonishment. "A soldier level already? It's only been a few days." A startled exclamation shattered the classroom silence. The students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Reaching this level so quickly, is he even human? Someone muttered under their breath, their voice tinged with envy and frustration. They had thought Qin Chuan and his group's progress was already impressive, but compared to this soldier-level powerhouse, they seemed like nothing. Su Peng squinted, pondering aloud. "Is it Wang Ruahong from number 1 high school?" Lu Jiying nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his tone. "That's him, the only 4-star talent in the entire Dazhao Bay City this year. Although the theoretical probability of a 4-star talent is 1 in 10,000, Dazhao Bay City has a population of hundreds of thousands, but reality is harsh." Lu Jiyang continued, "While the odds don't seem low, in a 3rd-tier Bay City like ours, having 1 4-star talent a year is already exceptional. The truly gifted cultivators' descendants have long moved to 2nd and 1st-tier Bay Cities. They wouldn't stay in a place as backward as this." Switching topics, Lu Jiyang mentioned the upcoming beast hunting tournament. The results of this tournament will directly impact the rankings of Dazhao's high schools. If you can improve number 9 high school's ranking by even 1 place, next year's education funding will increase significantly. The principal might even reward you handsomely." He finished with a smile, but the students could only respond with wry smiles. Among the high schools in Dazhao Bay City, number 9 high school consistently ranked at the bottom. With only 2 3-star talents in the entire school, their overall strength was evident. Rumor had it that every martial arts student at number 1 high school received a bottle of foundational elixir worth tens of thousands. That was their financial power and determination. In contrast, number 9 high school's martial arts students had nothing and had to pay out of their own pockets. "Mr. Lu, are there any rewards for the beast hunting tournament?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Lu Jiying laughed heartily. Although it's organized by several high schools, the city government has invested a lot of money as well. The rewards are quite generous. I heard the winning team will receive a white-grade treasure. The classroom erupted in astonished gasps. A white-grade treasure? Even the cheapest ones cost millions. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement as they whispered among themselves, "This beast hunting tournament is really worth a shot." However, after the initial excitement, they looked at each other and their faces turned to bitter smiles. Despite their deep desire, their lack of strength was a stark reality. For them, the dream of participating in the tournament seemed beyond their reach. Especially after hearing that another school had a top-level warrior, the students could only look on in despair. Lu Jiyang surveyed the group and said casually, "Don't be discouraged. Although there's a gap in your abilities, we can still aim to avoid finishing last." He paused and continued, "The top 3 spots for this beast hunting tournament are Qin Chuan, Gao Shuexin, and Su Peng. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Although a few showed dissatisfaction at Qin Chuan's name, they kept silent. After all, Qin Chuan's lightning-fast speed earlier was a testament to his strength, leaving everyone else in the dust. Lu Jiang went on. The remaining 2 spots are not yet decided. After a few days of teaching the basics of martial arts, I'll choose based on your performance. If anyone wants to recommend themselves, feel free to come to me. With that, Lu Jiang dismissed the group. The students left, chattering among themselves. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, Gao Shuoxin called out to him. Qin Chuan, Gao Shuoxin said with a smile, let's all get together after the team members are announced in a few days. Since we'll be participating in the beast hunting tournament together, any past disagreements don't matter anymore. Next to her, Su Peng stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing. Qin Chuan nodded. Sure. To be honest, although Su Peng had provoked him multiple times, Qin Chuan felt nothing special towards him. He couldn't understand why Su Peng had such hostility, but to Qin Chuan, it was just minor squabbles. When it came time to cooperate fully, he wouldn't hold back. Gao Shuoxin turned to Su Peng and urged, Su Peng, why don't you make peace with Qin Chuan too? Su Peng turned his head away and said coldly, Qin Chuan, just don't drag us down. By the time the beast hunting tournament starts, my cultivation will surpass yours. With that, he walked away on his own. Qin Chuan shrugged and also walked away, leaving Gao Shuoxin sighing helplessly. In the following days, Qin Chuan's life was simple yet fulfilling, practicing basic martial arts techniques, integrating martial skills, and leaving cultivation to Shaoqing. Given his current talent, he found it more beneficial to focus on integrating martial skills rather than spending time on cultivation, as this would maximize his strength. During this time, Qin Chuan integrated 3 martial skills. The first was grip strength enhancement, which made his hands like iron clamps, firmly gripping weapons and enhancing the muscles and bones of his entire arm. The second was leg strength enhancement, significantly boosting the strength from his feet to his calves and slightly increasing his speed. These 2 enhancement skills were practical, stabilizing his stance and improving his weapon usage. The third martial skill was stamina recovery, which could be applied to others. As the name suggests, it accelerates stamina recovery. For both human and dual combat cultivators, stamina is the foundation of combat. With sufficient stamina, one can unleash greater strength. This is especially true for human combat cultivators, whose beast companions often have stamina recovery skills. Powerful beast companions may even have multiple recovery skills, turning their masters into near-invincible warriors who can keep fighting as long as they have breath. Qin Chuan's goal in learning this martial skill was clear: to make himself more enduring. A real man should be able to fight for a long time. He planned to integrate more recovery skills in the future to fully enhance himself before battles. To test the effect, Qin Chuan conducted an experiment. He practiced basic techniques for several hours until he was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Then he used stamina recovery on himself. Instantly, spiritual energy poured out, connecting his soul sea to the cosmos, and powerful energy surged through his body. It felt like a shot of adrenaline, quickly restoring most of his stamina. However, it also consumed a quarter of the spiritual energy in his dantian. Although non-ranked martial skills consume little energy, his dantian's spiritual energy storage was limited at the mortal level. Fortunately, apart from stamina recovery, the other 3 martial skills were continuous, consuming only a quarter of his spiritual energy after an hour of use. During this period, the return rate from the cultivation wheel was decent, raising both his and Shaoqing's realms to the 6th level of the 0 stage. Although still far behind the top-level warrior, it was a significant improvement. After Lu Jiang finished teaching the basic techniques, he selected the remaining 2 spots and gave the group 3 days off to get to know each other. The 5 of them gathered to discuss their beast companions' talents and cultivation levels before going home to train. Qin Chuan, carrying his black wind blade, headed to the outskirts of the Dazhao Bay city. Demonic beasts only existed within the Stargate secret realms, and all Stargates within the 9 provinces kingdom were guarded by powerful warriors, preventing the demonic beasts from escaping. As for the star beasts in the territories of the surrounding fallen nations, they are unable to enter because the 9 provinces are surrounded by the 1,000-mile sacred wall. This towering wall acts as a natural barrier, keeping the beasts at bay. As a result, apart from the frontline base cities, there are rarely any star beasts near other base cities, with only some ordinary fierce beasts roaming the forests. However, the danger is not completely eliminated. If an unknown Stargate suddenly appears within the country and the strong are unable to guard it in time, star beasts could take advantage of the situation and invade. This is how Qin Chuan's hometown, Qian Province, fell, becoming the first area within the sacred wall of 9 provinces to be overrun. The sudden disaster left a deep scar in Qin Chuan's heart. Despite this, the inner bay cities are not absolutely safe. Some members of fallen nation organizations smuggle star beasts through covert means or use forbidden techniques to transform ordinary fierce beasts into star beasts, aiming to create chaos within the cities. Not long ago, The Dazhao-based city thwarted such an attempt, dealing a significant blow to the fallen nation organizations. Now, Dazhao-based city has tightened its security, with twice as many patrolling guards on the streets. Qin Xuan thought that those troublemakers wouldn't dare to cause more trouble in the short term, so he felt at ease stepping out of the city to explore the outskirts. In front of him lay a lush forest, with rolling hills resembling waves of green. Due to the times, few people dared to venture outside, making the area particularly quiet. The chirping of birds and the whispers of insects were especially clear in this tranquility. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Qin Xuan summoned Xiaoqing. It was Xiaoqing's first time in the wild, and it was extremely excited. The moment its snake body touched the ground, it eagerly slithered into the dense bushes, flicking its tongue. Before long, it returned to Qin Xuan with a plump wild rabbit in its mouth, eyes gleaming with pride as if presenting a treasure to its master. Qin Xuan shook his head with a smile, signaling Xiaoqing to enjoy the catch. Xiaoqing didn't hesitate, opening its mouth wide to swallow the rabbit whole, then showing a satisfied expression, its snake eyes filled with contentment. For Xiaoqing, the monotonous and dull Soul Sea space couldn't compare to the vibrant forest. Everything here excited. The rustling in the woods signaled potential prey, and the various scents in the air promised unknown adventures. Xiaoqing thrived in this wilderness, as if it had returned home. Every wild beast was a delectable delicacy in its eyes. It swayed its long snake body, eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly eager to explore every corner of this terrain. In the dense forest, where foliage was thick and human presence rare, Qin Xuan and Xiaoqing were searching the outskirts. They only saw small animals like wild chickens and rabbits, with no trace of larger predators. Just as they were about to give up, a thunderous beast roar echoed through the woods. Their faces lit up with excitement as they immediately followed the sound. As they got closer, the roar grew louder. In a clearing, a massive black bear and a fierce tiger were locked in a brutal fight. The black bear, standing over 3 meters tall, was a tower of muscle and intimidation. The tiger, over 2 meters long, was equally formidable, poised to deliver a deadly strike at any moment. These two beasts were undoubtedly the rulers of this forest. With the advent of the beast mastery era and the revival of Earth's spiritual energy, local wildlife had been growing stronger, with some even breaking their bloodline limits to reach soldier level. To prevent these beasts from becoming a threat to humanity, powerful individuals from various countries would hunt or tame potential threats within their territories. The two beasts were at approximately the 9th level of the Zero stage. Although their strength far surpassed that of humans at the same level, Qin Xuan was not intimidated. He quickly cast 3 martial arts buffs on himself, feeling a surge of powerful energy fill his body. Drawing the black wind blade from his back, he whispered to Xiaoqing, "It's time to break up this fight." Xiaoqing immediately charged forward. Now 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as a barrel, it inserted itself between the two beasts. Its tail swung down like a meteor hammer, the impact resounding through the area. The two beasts were taken aback, their fight halting abruptly as they warily sized up the sudden intruder. "Xiaoqing, the bear is mine. You take the tiger," Qin Xuan commanded. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing lunged at the tiger. The tiger leapt back, growling a warning, but Xiaoqing ignored it and continued the assault. Despite being slightly less powerful, Xiaoqing's dual soldier-level bloodlines gave it an edge in strength and speed. Qin Xuan faced the towering black bear. As he approached, the bear roared a warning. Ignoring it, Qin Xuan swung his blade. The bear instinctively dodged, but a tree as thick as 2 people could hug fell with a crash, leaves raining down like a storm. Terrified, the bear tried to flee but stumbled and fell. Looking down, it saw its legs had been severed, blood gushing out. It howled in agony, but Qin Xuan gave it no chance to recover, swiftly beheading it with a single stroke. After slaying the beast, Qin Xuan panted heavily, his face flushed. He felt a surge of excitement, as if something deep within his soul had awakened. They say everyone has a gene for bloodlust and slaughter. Has mine been awakened? He mused, looking at his blood-stained hands with a wry smile, taking a deep breath to calm himself. He understood that killing could become addictive, and that was not a good thing. Succumbing to it could lead to losing oneself and becoming a monster in human form. Like those cultivators in the 9 provinces who joined the Fallen Nation organization, they couldn't face powerful beasts, but turned their blades on the weak and helpless, becoming utter scum. Turning his attention to Xiaoqing and the tiger's battle, he saw Xiaoqing tightly coiling around the tiger, applying relentless pressure. With the sound of bones breaking, the tiger's breathing grew weaker until it finally died, bleeding from its orifices. As the two beasts perished, a faint energy flowed into Qin Xuan's soul sea. His interface displayed a line, energy points, 0.8. Seeing the meager gain, Qin Xuan chuckled helplessly. Although the amount was pitiful, he recalled that a second-stage member of the Fallen Nation organization had only contributed 200 points. Considering the vast difference in their levels, it made sense. Last time, Qin Xuan's encounter seemed thrilling yet harmless, but in reality, it was extremely perilous. The member of the Fallen Kingdoms organization, despite being injured and having his strength greatly diminished, was still formidable. He underestimated Qin Xuan's counterattack, and if it weren't for his carelessness in swallowing the seed, which allowed Xiaoqing to attack from within, Qin Xuan would have been dead. Fortunately, Ma Hong arrived just in time, saving Qin Xuan from certain death. The terrifying strength of the Wei-level warrior left Qin Xuan deeply shaken. After hunting two fierce beasts, Qin Xuan skillfully cut out the valuable parts, packing away the bear paws and tiger penis among other valuable parts. These ordinary beast organs could fetch a good price at the pharmacy, or at the very least, make for a fresh delicacy. Once everything was tidied up, Qin Xuan and Xiaoqing continued towards the next mountain, searching for new prey. Each mountain was guarded by a fierce beast around the 9th level, making them easy to find. Although Qin Xuan was only at the 6th level of the 0 stage, the power of his 3 martial arts techniques was astonishing. Coupled with the pseudo-secret treasure, the black knife, he could easily kill enemies 3 levels higher. Qin Xuan swept through one mountain after another, as if there were no one around. Birds scattered in fear, and fierce beasts vanished wherever he went. The journey was marked by battles, leaving him half covered in blood. "Let's wash up by the river," Qin Xuan said, patting Xiaoqing's head. Xiaoqing swam ahead, leading the way. They soon found a small mountain stream, and Qin Xuan began washing off the blood. The stream led to a deep, dimly lit valley, making it hard to see what lay within. The blood from Qin Xuan's body mixed with the water, and the scent drifted into the depths of the valley and into a cave. A huge creature, stirred by the smell of blood, slowly opened its eyes and followed the scent upstream, discovering Qin Xuan playing in the water. Hiss! Xiaoqing suddenly raised its head, issuing a sharp warning towards the dark valley. Qin Xuan immediately grasped the black knife he had placed on the shore and began moving cautiously towards land. At that moment, a dark shadow shot out from the water, its jaws wide open, aiming for Qin Xuan's head. "Get lost!" Qin Xuan, nerves taut, swung his knife upwards. The immense recoil pushed him back several steps in the water. Level 10 of the 0 stage. Qin Xuan instantly assessed the beast's strength. Known as the half-step soldier level, a level 10 0 stage beast was on the verge of transformation, with a qualitative leap in all aspects of strength. Qin Xuan's strike had failed to break through its defense, a testament to its power. Seeing this, Xiaoqing immediately attacked, its iron-hard head smashing into the beast, entangling it in combat. Qin Xuan finally saw it clearly, a 3 to 4 meter long crocodile with scales like armor and teeth like blades. The crocodile bit down on Xiaoqing, causing blood to flow, but Xiaoqing's spines pierced the crocodile's mouth, trapping it. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing coiled around the crocodile, beginning to constrict it. Seeing Xiaoqing injured, Qin Xuan was furious. He channeled all his martial arts energy, mustering his strength to slash at the crocodile's exposed head. With a crack, the blade penetrated the thick scales, splitting the crocodile's skull wide open. The crocodile struggled in pain, blood and brain matter gushing out, and soon, it died. Qin Xuan exhaled deeply, grateful for his handy weapon. Otherwise, he might not have survived this ordeal. Carefully prying open the crocodile's jaws, he freed Xiaoqing. Seeing the bloody wounds on Xiaoqing, Qin Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. This was the loyalty of a life-bound beast, pet fighting to the death against a powerful enemy for its master's safety. Even gravely injured, Xiaoqing refused to let go, fearing the crocodile might harm Qin Xuan. "I'm sorry, Xiaoqing, for making you suffer," Qin Xuan said remorsefully, blaming himself for not preparing hemostatic medicine in advance. He tore off his shirt, ripping it into strips to bandage Xiaoqing's wounds carefully. Watching Xiaoqing endure the pain, Qin Xuan vowed to be more cautious in the future, ensuring Xiaoqing would never suffer such severe injuries again. Qin Xuan silently regretted his lack of experience and resolved to be more cautious in the future. Just as he was about to place the injured Xiaoqing into his soul space for healing and begin his return journey, he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the rocky caves in the valley. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized something was amiss. He was about to turn and leave when he saw the water in the stream ripple. Dark shadows darted like arrows, and within moments, a dozen crocodiles had surrounded him. Each one possessed the strength of a 10th level beast. Qin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. In these mountains, even a 9th level beast could dominate the area, so the presence of so many 10th level crocodiles was beyond comprehension. In a typical crocodile group, even one 10th level beast was rare, let alone this many. There had to be something unusual going on. Despite his heavy suspicions, the immediate danger left him no time to ponder. Qin Xuan gripped his black wind blade tightly, his expression serious. Xiaoqing also raised her head alertly, coiling around him as if facing a formidable enemy. After a brief standoff, several crocodiles made the first move. They pushed off the ground with powerful limbs, their massive bodies leaping into the air with jaws wide open, aiming for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan focused intently, swinging his blade in defense, but the blade only penetrated halfway through the crocodile's scales, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Qing used her tail to sweep several attacking crocodiles to the ground. Man and beast fought side by side, ready for anything. Qin Chuan's nerves were taut, his hands gripping the black blade, his mind racing. Despite their efforts, the continuous attacks from the crocodiles proved overwhelming. As time passed, their strength and stamina waned. Xiao Qing, in her efforts to protect Qin Chuan, was covered in wounds, her scales shattered, and blood dripped, staining the ground red. In desperate situations, change is necessary. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the ferocious crocodiles. His mind rapidly combined and rearranged various basic combat techniques, searching for a breakthrough. With each swing of his blade, Qin Chuan rapidly rehearsed in his mind. Every slash was an attempt, every failure an accumulation of experience. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his clothes. His energy and stamina ebbed like the tide, and the spiritual power in his dantian gradually depleted with each martial technique. Around him, crocodiles opened their massive jaws, their fangs gleaming menacingly. Qin Chuan kept swinging his blade, its light flashing like a silver serpent. Although his speed slowed over time, each strike grew stronger and more precise. In adversity, his emotions and flashes of insight merged into every slash. Raise the blade, strike down. Horizontal slash, vertical chop. The basic moves of his martial technique took shape under his hand, as the last of his spiritual power surged from his dantian into his arm, coursing through his meridians. Blood surged. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. He took a deep breath, gripped his black wind blade tightly, and slashed at a crocodile. At that moment, the blade of adversity was born. The blade's light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. One strike, and blood spattered. The lunging crocodile was cleaved in two from head to tail. This strike embodied all of Qin Chuan's energy, spirit, and emotions from his struggle and adversity. It was his self-created martial technique. Only in dire straits, with a do-or-die determination, could he give his all. He had to keep swinging, 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 never stopping. Stopping would mean exhaustion and being at the mercy of others. As long as he kept going, each strike's power would continuously increase. Kill. With one strike, Qin Chuan became a raging tiger, turning defense into offense, charging at the remaining crocodiles. Slash. Chop. Strike. The blade's light flashed, flesh flew, and blood splattered. One by one, the crocodiles fell to Qin Chuan, their lives ending abruptly. Qin Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, seeing only his enemies. Only when the last crocodile fell did he slowly stop. Leaning on his long blade, he revealed a tired smile before collapsing heavily to the ground. Xiao Qing quickly slithered to Qin Chuan's side, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. It flicked its tongue, gently licking away the blood and sweat from its master's face, then raised its head high, ready to protect him. As night fell, the roars of beasts echoed through the wilderness. Predators, drawn by the scent of blood, approached, greedily eyeing the crocodile corpses. Xiao Qing guarded Qin Chuan's body, its cold eyes warning the prowling beasts. Some predators, sensing danger, grabbed a crocodile corpse and hurried away. But those that dared to challenge were swiftly dealt with by Xiao Qing, their skulls shattered by its strikes. Xiao Qing ignored the sneaky ones, but any that approached its master were killed without hesitation. As time passed and the sun slowly rose, bathing the land in light, Qin Chuan finally awoke. Pain surged through him like a tidal wave, as if his entire body were being pierced by thousands of steel needles and hammered by countless iron mallets. A slight movement made him gasp in pain. This is overexertion. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Qin Chuan struggled to stand, leaning on Xiao Qing, with a wry smile. Looks like I can't make it to the beast hunting tournament. But gaining a new martial technique isn't a total loss. This self-created martial technique had severe side effects, but in a life-or-death situation, it could save him. The blade of adversity was a gamble, a strike from the brink of death. Its power was immense, but the consequences were dire. It drained his potential, and without proper care, it could shorten his lifespan or damage his talent. Frankly, Qin Chuan didn't care much. His talent was already poor. It couldn't get much worse. If he couldn't rely on his own cultivation, let it deteriorate. As for lifespan, compared to dying immediately, losing some years was nothing. These crocodiles nearly killed me. Yet the energy points they provided are less than 20. Seeing the energy points in his soul sea, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Each crocodile only provided about 1 point. This made him appreciate the power of second-tier beings even more. Why are there so many tintier beasts here? Qin Chuan squinted, looking deeper into the valley. Almost cost me my life. I can't let this go unexplained. He pondered silently, then, with Shao Qing, began exploring the valley. The air was humid, and dense foliage obstructed their view. Shao Qing led the way, while Qin Chuan, leaning on his long blade, followed slowly. After several hundred meters, they finally saw a dark cave, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, making Qin Chuan's scalp tingle. Good thing I brought my communication device, Qin Chuan muttered, gripping his black wind blade tightly. Qin Chuan glanced at the small watch locked around his wrist, marveling at its durability for surviving the previous battle unscathed. He lightly pressed the screen to activate the flashlight function. A strong beam of light shot out from the side of the communication watch, illuminating the surrounding area for several meters. Following the beam, Qin Chuan's gaze fell inside the cave, and his expression instantly turned to one of surprise. To his astonishment, the cave was filled with objects that only humans would use. He and Shaoqing cautiously stepped ashore, the crunch of gravel underfoot. The scene before them was unsettling. Bizarre instruments stood around, glassware was scattered everywhere, and most disturbingly, human bones were sporadically strewn across the ground. Qin Chuan's mind raced as he tried to deduce the origin of this place. Was it a base for a fallen organization dedicated to breeding demonic beasts? Or a secret lab run by some unethical pharmaceutical company? Judging by the surroundings, the site hadn't been abandoned for long. The bones still had rotting flesh clinging to them, emitting a nauseating odor. A darker question suddenly surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. How did these people die? He bent down to closely examine the marks on the bones. Surprisingly, the bones bore tiny bite marks that didn't seem to be caused by a ferocious beast. If it were the crocodiles outside, they would have left much more severe damage. Their powerful jaws would have ground the bones to dust. Even more eerie was the severe wear on the teeth of these skeletons. A horrifying thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. Could these people have killed each other? Or worse, eaten themselves? He swallowed hard, a wave of nausea and dread washing over him. Realizing the dire situation, Qin Chuan decided to leave this creepy place immediately. He turned to lead Shaoqing out, only to be met with an even greater threat. A thumb-sized shadow suddenly darted from the darkness, striking him square on the forehead. A searing pain surged through his body, as if someone were tearing at his scalp with red-hot pincers. The mysterious shadow had bitten into his skull but did not penetrate the brain. Instead, it targeted something even more unfathomable: Qin Chuan's soul sea. Qin Chuan's body suddenly froze, his eyes turning vacant, and his expression becoming utterly blank, as if his soul had been stripped away. Seeing this, Shaoqing became extremely anxious, swiftly circling around his master with his head held high, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Inside Qin Chuan's soul sea, a shadow revealed its true form: a grotesque insect with a fiendish human face and fluttering wings, darting wildly within the soul sea. It charged straight at the floating humanoid figure in the sky. Qin Chuan's soul. The insect began gnawing at it, causing excruciating pain that twisted the features of Qin Chuan's soul. He desperately tried to control his body to expel the intruder, but it was all in vain. As his soul was being devoured bit by bit, a sense of despair surged within Qin Chuan. He felt as though he was being torn apart like a piece of paper, his memories and consciousness weakening continuously. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's soul let out an enraged roar, causing the insect to retreat half a foot, but it quickly pounced again. The insect thought to itself, "This is just a futile struggle." It had seen many similar situations before, where humans ultimately couldn't escape being devoured. The insect had been in a deep sleep, lamenting the lack of food, when Qin Chuan had unexpectedly intruded. To the insect, humans were the ultimate delicacy, an instinctual craving. Just as the insect continued its feast, the instant Qin Chuan's soul roared, a massive wheel within the soul sea began to spin, faster and faster. Strands of inexplicable power rose, forming chains that attacked the insect. Dodging the attack, the insect was puzzled. How could this seemingly weak human possess such a formidable force within his soul sea? Despite its confusion, the insect felt no fear. It was immensely powerful within the soul sea, capable of devouring even fourth-tier beings. The insect's ghastly face quivered, releasing a dense malevolent aura that formed hundreds of hideous ghost soldiers to seize the chains. These were humans it had previously devoured, including some third-tier powerhouses, now all turned into its ghostly servants. However, to the insect's shock, the moment the ghostly servants touched the chains, they were pulled to the wheel and shredded into fragments, their soul energy scattering throughout the soul sea. Even the strongest third-tier servants couldn't escape this fate, being torn apart by dozens of chains. In the blink of an eye, all the ghostly servants were annihilated. Panic set in for the insect, and instinct drove it to flee towards the soul sea's ground. Unfortunately, It hadn't flown far before being ensnared by the chains, shredded into pieces just like the ghostly servants before it. The energy filled the soul sea, continuously expanding its boundaries, revealing stars in the sky. Qin Chuan was bewildered, never having heard of anyone's soul sea being expanded. Did this mean he could merge more martial techniques? Before he could ponder further, he noticed the insect's body merging into the soul sea's ground, causing his own body to surge with energy. The insect's energy rapidly restored his depleted potential and even boosted his cultivation. 0 tier 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, 10th level. Finally, Qin Chuan broke through to the soldier tier. The drastic change left him astonished, the power surging within him making him feel like a different person. To his further surprise, after the insect's energy dissipated, a speck of light flew out and merged with a star. This star, emanating a dense black light, was covered in runes and began attracting dozens of surrounding stars. Immediately, Qin Chuan received a message: martial technique, devour malice. Its effect was that in battle, each successful attack could consume the opponent's blood and spirit, weakening them while generating malice to bolster oneself. The more lives were taken, the denser the malice, eventually forming a domain of malice that weakened any beings entering it. A 6th grade martial technique. Qin Chuan was secretly amazed, but before he could fully grasp the changes in his body, his external body trembled slightly. 2 voices reached his ears. Is this kid being controlled by a soul-eating mother insect? Looks like it. Unlucky fellow, probably wandered in by mistake. His pet's energy fluctuation is only at the mortal level, so he shouldn't be from the official ranks. Enough talk, cut off his head. Once the soul sea collapses, we can capture that mother insect. Be careful. With our current strength, we can't withstand an attack from the mother insect. Luckily, we have this unfortunate guy as bait, or it would be even more dangerous. Qin Chuan heard the entire conversation, his heart trembling, but he continued to feign a dazed expression. The 2 men approached him, and one drew a sharp blade, ready to sever Qin Chuan's head. Xiao Qing, upon seeing the situation, immediately launched an attack. Her tail lashed out like a whip towards the man. He smirked disdainfully and, with a flash of his blade, severed Xiao Qing's tail in an instant. Blood splattered as Xiao Qing let out a piercing howl but refused to retreat, fearlessly lunging at her opponent. Qin Chuan, observing from the side, silently assessed. This guy's skill level has reached the soldier rank. Xiao Qing bared her bloodied fangs and bit at the man, only for him to easily grab her by the throat. A mere common-grade beast dares to act wild in front of me, he sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Enough, kill the snake and let's get back to report. Another man urged impatiently. Heh, just having some fun? It won't delay us. This trashy beast, I can kill it with one strike. As he spoke, he raised his blade, ready to decapitate Xiao Qing. A flash of steel, a spray of blood, and a head rolled to the ground, bouncing off the rocks. But it wasn't Xiao Qing's head, it was the man's. Qin Chuan gripped his black wind blade, his entire body instantly enhanced by his martial skills. The advantage of his unranked martial arts was evident, allowing him to save Xiao Qing in the nick of time. Old 5, the other man exclaimed in shock, reaching for his weapon, but Qin Chuan's figure was already ghosting towards him. Kill! Qin Chuan growled, his black wind blade slashing down with all his might. The man hurriedly drew his sword to block, but the clash of metal left his weapon with 2 gaping notches. A pseudo-secret treasure, the man gasped, finally realizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Chuan's weapon. Seizing the moment of the man's distraction, Qin Chuan launched a relentless assault. Despite the man's higher skill level, he was forced into a continuous retreat. Qin Chuan knew he couldn't match this opponent in a prolonged fight. He had to end it quickly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his devourer martial skill, dark energy swirling around him. Die! Qin Chuan roared, the dark energy surging towards his opponent. The man, attempting to regain his stance, was overwhelmed by the dark force, losing his focus again. Qin Chuan seized the opportunity, delivering a series of powerful strikes. With a resounding crack, the man's weapon shattered. The black wind blade, unstoppable, slashed down, severing the man's arm. Mercy! Mercy! The man begged, falling to his knees, eyes wide with terror. Qin Chuan's blade halted at his throat, his voice icy as he demanded, Who are you? Why are you here? I'm from the Hawk Group. We were sent to... The man stammered. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly severed the man's other arm, eliciting a scream that echoed through the cave. Try any tricks and I'll kill you, Qin Chuan warned, his blade slicing a crack into the rock beside the man's head. Why are you here? If I tell you, will you let me go? The man asked through gritted teeth. No, Qin Chuan replied bluntly. Huh. Then why should I tell you? The man laughed hysterically. Qin Chuan's voice turned cold. If you talk, I'll make your death quick. If not, I'll cut off your legs, seal your acupoints, and throw you into an ant nest or snake pit." The man's scalp tingled with fear, but he still clenched his teeth. Seeing this, Qin Chuan raised his blade to strike. "I'll talk." The man quickly relented. "We're here to retrieve the soul-eating mother worm." "What is this worm?" Qin Chuan pressed. "It's a monster created by the Hawk Group and the Demon Clan. Once controlled by it, you'll lose your mind and become a creature driven solely by hunger. The mother worm lays eggs once it's fed, continually multiplying." Qin Chuan listened, realizing the true nature of the Hawk Group, a front for demons infiltrating human society. After extracting more details, he swiftly ended the man's life, granting him no mercy. Killing the man felt no different to Qin Chuan than hunting a wild beast. He approached Xiao Qing, gently tending to her wound. "Xiao Qing, you need to rest," he said, sending her back into his soul sea space. Qin Chuan searched the two bodies, but found nothing useful. However, he did discover a few beast cores in the cave energy crystals from soldier-ranked and higher demon beasts, each worth a fortune. As he held them, the wheel in his soul sea trembled slightly. Qin Chuan felt a surge of energy as the glow from the beast cores faded, and information appeared on the soul sea wheel. Energy points, 128. So beast cores can be converted into energy points. Qin Chuan's face showed a thoughtful expression, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the time on his communicator and realized it was time to head back. Qin Chuan retraced his steps and found the backpack he had hidden before entering the base city. He quickly changed out of his blood-stained, tattered clothes and put on clean ones before striding into the city. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, a keen observer would notice a sharper look in his eyes and a subtle yet palpable aura around him. As soon as he entered the city's network coverage area, his communicator started buzzing non-stop, with dozens of unread messages flooding in. He skimmed through them and saw that most were from Gao Shuaxin and other team members, asking about his whereabouts, why he missed training, and why he hadn't responded to any messages. After replying to a few messages, Qin Chuan returned to his place. He took a long, refreshing shower and then headed to a pharmacy to sell the useful parts from the beast he had killed. With the money he earned, he bought some good food and expensive beast feed, treating himself and Xiao Qing to a feast. After a satisfying meal, Qin Chuan replied to a few more messages and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the shrill ringing of his communicator jolted Qin Chuan awake. It was Lu Jiyang, saying he had been waiting near the resettlement area in a 7-seater Wolf-brand SUV for quite some time. Qin Chuan quickly got ready and headed to the meeting spot. As soon as he got in the car, he saw the other team members. Su Peng, seeing Qin Chuan, muttered sarcastically, "What's with the smell in this resettlement area? It makes me want to puke. The people living here must be filthy." "Huh?" Qin Chuan, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and gave Su Peng a cold stare. That look seemed to carry a certain intimidation, making Su Peng break out in goosebumps as if he were being watched by a wild beast. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Peng's voice trembled. For some reason, he felt that Qin Chuan now had an inexplicable aura about him. Qin Chuan ignored Su Peng and instead greeted Lu Jiyang. Lu Jiyang squinted at Qin Chuan for a moment. "You?" Qin Chuan understood and smiled. "Just had a little adventure in the suburbs." "Nice." Lu Jiyang seemed to get it and started the car. During the drive, Lu Jiyang explained their destination, a micro stargate located at a suburban experimental base. He detailed the different levels of stargates and the specifics of the one they were heading to. Everyone listened intently, occasionally asking questions. Time passed quickly, and the car finally reached the destination. Standing guard outside were several men in special security uniforms, with a sign above the gate reading, Shanlu Group Experimental Base. Seeing this, Qin Chuan remembered the two cultivators he had killed the day before and frowned, asking, "Mr. Lu, aren't stargates controlled by the state? What is this Shanlu Group?" Before Lu Jiyang could answer, Su Peng scoffed and jumped in. "You country bumpkin, you don't know anything. Once a micro stargate is fully developed, it can be leased to companies for product cultivation. Shanlu Group is a well-known pharmaceutical company in our Dezhou base city, dealing in both cultivator elixirs and common medicines." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Not satisfied, Su Peng continued to brag. "And the only 4-star student in Dezhou base city is the sole heir of Shanlu Group. Bet you didn't know that either." Upon hearing Su Peng's words, Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his mind racing with thoughts. The news about Shanlu Group colluding with the Demon Clan was shocking, but he didn't act rashly. As an ordinary person, reporting it recklessly would only bring trouble upon himself. Even an anonymous report could be traced back to him. Without solid evidence, he would be seen as slandering, and even with evidence, given his current strength and status, he could easily find himself in danger. After all, a commercial group with cultivators in its ranks had unimaginable power in this era. Getting rid of someone like him, a commoner with no background, would be a piece of cake. With doubts in his heart, Qin Xuan followed Lu Jiyang and the others into the base. They arrived at a spacious square, where a large number of students in various high school uniforms and a few chaperoning teachers had already gathered. Hey, old Lu, we've been waiting for you. Why so late? A burly man with dark skin approached, clapping Lu Jiyang's shoulder unceremoniously. He scanned the ninth high school team with a sneer. Is this your squad? They look pretty weak. I bet you'll be at the bottom again this time. Lu Jiyang smirked, not backing down. If you can't speak nicely, just shut up. Your 13th high isn't much better. You might even fight us for the last place. The burly man laughed heartily and then sighed. Well, I can't argue with that. We've always been the bottom feeders in our division, so getting assigned to a weak high school makes sense. But for you, it's strange. I bet Li Xiao had something to do with it. Lu Jiyang didn't seem to care, but the burly man persisted. That guy just wants to prove he's better than you in front of Qinfeng. Leading a high school that produces a candidate for Tiandu University, while your school struggles to get into a top martial arts university. As they conversed, a fair-skinned man and a portly man approached. The portly man waved his hand and shouted towards a nearby low hill, "Open it up." As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain wall began to tremble, and the rocks slowly parted, revealing a 2 to 3 meter high stargate, glowing with a faint blue light. Mysterious runes flowed across the stargate, exuding an extraordinary aura. Once the stargate opened, teachers from various schools began distributing weapons and equipment to the students. The portly man reminded them, "You can go in now. With your current abilities, you can stay inside for a maximum of 24 hours. So don't linger unnecessarily. If you exceed the time limit, we will send someone to find you." Following the teacher's instructions, the students began to enter the stargate. Qin Xuan, along with his team, stepped into the mysterious blue light. A sensation of temporal disorientation washed over them, and in an instant, they found themselves in a grassy clearing. The surrounding students exclaimed in awe, with some pointing to a nearby greenhouse, speculating that it housed medicinal plants. An experienced student advised, "We should summon our beast companions first. Although this area has been cleared, there might still be dangers." Everyone promptly summoned their respective beast companions from their soul spaces, and a variety of animals appeared in the clearing. Wang Lei, standing next to a 2-meter tall black bear, asked in confusion, "Qin Xuan, why haven't you summoned your beast companion?" The others also turned their attention to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan replied honestly, "My beast companion is injured and currently unable to fight." This statement caused quite a stir. Su Peng's face darkened as he sneered, "So, Qin Xuan, you're determined to drag ninth high down. You don't train, you don't report information, and now your beast companion is useless. What good are you?" At this moment, a student named Wang Feng from First High walked over, gloating, "Haha, Su Peng, already fighting amongst yourselves before the battle even starts? It doesn't matter. Ninth High has always been at the bottom. One more or less beast companion makes no difference." Su Peng was furious, gritting his teeth. "Wang Feng, get lost and stop gloating." He shot a venomous glare at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan responded calmly, "Don't worry, I have no intention of dragging anyone down. The number of beasts I hunt won't be less than yours." Wang Feng, amused, patted Qin Xuan's shoulder. "Wow, you sound confident." Qin Xuan coldly retorted, "Who's your brother? Take your hand off me." Taken aback, Wang Feng's expression turned to rage. "Kid, don't push your luck. Calling you brother is a blessing for you." Qin Xuan ignored him, merely giving him a cold glance. Mistaking Qin Xuan's indifference for submission, Wang Feng sneered and returned to his team, not forgetting to taunt, "Su Peng, I suggest you quickly leave the Stargate with your useless ninth high team." This remark completely enraged Su Peng and the others, who looked at Qin Xuan with resentment, as if he were the cause of all their troubles. Su Peng coldly declared, "Qin Xuan, you're responsible for this. If ninth high ends up at the bottom, it's all your fault." Qin Xuan shook his head with a smile. "Giving up before we even start? If you think I'm dragging you down, I'll leave the team." With that, he walked towards the depths of the forest. This scene left everyone around stunned. Someone whispered, "Is he really going into the forest alone? And without a beast companion?" This is the Stargate's secret realm, not some suburban area. The beasts here are incredibly powerful. One misstep and he could get seriously hurt. "Qin Xuan, don't be rash." Gao Shuixin hurried out and grabbed Qin Xuan's arm. Although she also thought Qin Xuan's actions were reckless, she couldn't just watch him take such a risk. "Don't stop him. Let him go." A sharp voice rang out. "Does he really think he's something special? He's just a worthless zero-star talent." The words struck like a thunderbolt, and the students present showed expressions of surprise. They couldn't believe that a zero-star talent student was participating in this beast hunting competition. After all, they were all top students from various high school martial arts classes, with talents of at least 2 stars. Especially the students from First High School, none of them had less than 3 stars. Wang Feng, who had been about to leave the clearing, turned back with a mocking smile when he heard this. Ha ha ha, I thought this guy was some kind of genius, acting so arrogant just now. Turns out he's a worthless zero-star talent. He laughed loudly. Has ninth high school fallen so low? Can't even find a 2-star talent? At least bring a 1-star talent. The surrounding people showed puzzled expressions. Although Wang Feng's words were harsh, they made sense. A 0-star talent couldn't even get into a martial arts class, so how did he get the chance to participate in the beast hunting competition? At this moment, a student with a sinister face from the first high school team suddenly spoke up. I know you. You're the Qin Chuan who was supposed to be guaranteed a place at Tiandu University, but lost the chance because you awakened as a 0-star talent, right? This was none other than Wang Ruahong, the only 4-star talent genius in the Dazhao Bay city. His words made all the students suddenly realize and start whispering among themselves. So he's that Qin Chuan. No wonder the name sounded familiar. I still don't get it. How did a 0-star talent get into a martial arts class, and why is he here at the beast hunting competition? Did he get in through connections? Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks and gave Wang Ruahong a cold glance. He noticed the large, fiery red bird floating beside Wang Ruahong, exuding an aura that was clearly different from the other students. Hey kid, Brother Wang asked you a question. Why are you silent? Wang Feng taunted, raising his chin provocatively when he saw Qin Chuan remain silent. Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered to respond and continued walking towards the forest. But he had only taken 2 steps before Wang Feng blocked his path. Bastard, I'm talking to you. Wang Feng was aggressive. Now knowing Qin Chuan's true strength, he wouldn't miss the chance to bully him. To him, a 0-star talent was someone he could crush with a finger. Get out of my way. Qin Chuan was finally provoked. He could tolerate verbal provocations, but now that this guy was getting physical, he couldn't back down anymore. You dare shout at me? Wang Feng's face turned red with anger, and he raised his hand to slap Qin Chuan. He believed that hitting someone in the face was the best way to humiliate them. The crowd watched with expressions ranging from amusement to concern, but no one intervened. Su Peng even had a gloating smile, expecting Qin Chuan to get a good beating. However, to everyone's surprise, as Wang Feng's hand approached Qin Chuan's face, it was effortlessly caught by Qin Chuan, who held his wrist firmly. Huh. Wang Feng was stunned. He tried to pull his hand back but found that Qin Chuan's grip was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free, and he was shocked. Let go of me, or you'll regret it. I swear. Smack. Before Wang Feng could finish, a loud slap landed on his face, making it swell up like a bun. Your mouth is too filthy, Qin Chuan said expressionlessly. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. This guy actually dared to hit Wang Feng. And even more surprising, Wang Feng was unable to move. You dare hit me? You're dead. Wang Feng was furious, drawing a standard long knife from his waist and slashing at Qin Chuan. Without even blinking, Qin Chuan caught Wang Feng's other wrist. With a slight exertion of force, Wang Feng cried out in pain, and the knife fell to the ground. Stubborn fool. Qin Chuan said coldly, kicking Wang Feng in the leg. Wang Feng's knee buckled, and he fell to the ground. As Qin Chuan let go, Wang Feng collapsed completely, looking utterly pathetic. I'll kill you. Wang Feng roared, his face red with rage. Struggling to get up, he ordered, Rock Golem. Kill him. As soon as he spoke, a 2-meter tall humanoid creature made of solid rock charged forward from the first high school team. This was a 3-star Earth-type beast pet, known for its strong attack and defense capabilities. It raised its massive fist and swung it at Qin Chuan. Everyone held their breath. Even those watching for fun showed expressions of fear. This could turn deadly. But in the next moment, a flash of blade light blinded everyone. A heavy thud followed. When the onlookers regained their senses, they saw a rocky arm lying on the ground, while Qin Chuan stood steadily, holding a standard long knife, his expression calm. Impossible. Voices of disbelief echoed around. He cut off the rock golem's arm with one strike. That's a 3-star beast pet. And a beast pet known for its defense. Isn't Wang Feng supposed to be at 0 rank, 7th level? Amidst the gasps of surprise, everyone's eyes met, and an incredible possibility dawned upon them. Qin Chuan had ascended to the soldier rank. As this thought took hold, the expressions on their faces grew increasingly complex. Wang Feng stood frozen, staring blankly as his beast pet was severely injured by a single strike. His face was stiff, his mind racing but unwilling to accept the reality before him. Soldier rank? Impossible. Yet, he seemed to forget that his beast pet was still carrying out its attack orders. The rock creature relentlessly continued its assault, raising its intact arm to strike again. Qin Chuan coldly commanded, take another step, and I'll separate your head from your body. However, the rock creature ignored him, steadfast in its duty to protect its master, and lifted its foot to stomp on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shook his head and swung his long blade once more. only for it to be blocked by an identical long blade. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. Isn't this a bit excessive? The one who intercepted Qin Chuan was Wang Ruahong, his eyes cold and his tone indifferent. Qin Chuan sneered. Oh? It wasn't excessive when he attacked me, but now that I'm fighting back, it is? Their gazes locked, neither willing to back down. Wang Ruahong sternly questioned, regardless. The fact is that you have severely injured Wang Feng's beast pet. He deserved it. Qin Chuan replied calmly. If you want to stand up for him, don't make excuses. Just come at me. One more opponent makes no difference to me. Wang Ruahong's anger rose. Arrogant. The gap between soldier ranks is significant. Do you think your drug-enhanced abilities can compare to mine? The people around them suddenly realized and began to chatter. They were convinced Qin Chuan must have used drugs to forcibly enhance his abilities, as they couldn't otherwise explain how someone with such mediocre talent could surpass them. Qin Chuan remained silent, which to the others seemed like an admission. Wang Feng seized the opportunity to recall his beast pet and pleaded, Brother Wang, you must avenge me. I want this kid dead. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan struck Wang Feng's face with the flat of his blade, leaving a bright red mark. Always calling for my death, people like you are a threat to the 9 provinces. I've recorded your words and will report them to the inspectorate. You better watch yourself, Qin Chuan said, pointing to the communication device on his wrist. Wang Ruahong squinted in thought, then led a team into the forest. The other students followed suit, eager not to miss out on the lucrative rewards of the beast hunt. Gao Shuixin excitedly approached Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, let's join the team and hunt together. Qin Chuan shot her a cold glance and turned away, heading into the forest without a word. Gao Shuixin stood there, stunned, while Su Peng tried to console her, only to be angrily rebuffed. Shut up. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Qin Chuan ventured deeper into the forest alone, noticing that the trees here were significantly taller than those outside, often tens of meters high and requiring several people to encircle. He quickened his pace towards the outer perimeter, knowing that the beasts near the entrance had mostly been cleared out. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan stopped and surveyed his surroundings. He knew this area should have beasts lurking. Sure enough, a whistling sound came from above, and a menacing shadow hurtled towards his head. Qin Chuan remained motionless as his standardized long blade flashed out of its sheath, slicing through the air and pointing directly above his head. In an instant, blood splattered, and the corpse of a monkey-like creature fell before him. Qin Chuan coldly surveyed the beast, estimating its power to be around 0 tier 7 or 8. He pulled a sampling needle from his pocket, accurately pierced the beast's heart, and recorded the kill data. Continuing forward, Qin Chuan encountered a variety of fierce beasts. Although these creatures differed from those outside, there were still some similarities. Qin Chuan realized that the ecology of this Stargate's secret realm wasn't too different from the outside world. If it had given birth to overly bizarre creatures, it would have been unnatural. He recalled rumors about other secret realms, especially the large one known as the Land of Bones. That place was infested with skeletons, undead, and rotting corpses, causing significant harm to the 9 provinces. Fortunately, a great emperor later achieved sainthood and led an army to reclaim and conquer the secret realm. This saintly figure, known as Lu, was the most skilled in combat among the saints of the 9 provinces. As Qin Chuan hunted beasts in the forest, Wang Feng, a member of another team, complained to Wang Ruahong, Brother Wang, are we just going to let Qin Chuan get away with it? Wang Ruahong's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you think anyone who defies me will have a good ending? He turned to the girl beside him, Alan. Has your beast pet found his location? Alan opened her palm, where a ghostly green butterfly fluttered gently. Brother Wang, he's about 5 kilometers southeast of us. Excellent. Wang Ruahong smiled smugly, and Wang Feng asked excitedly, Brother Wang, are we going to beat him up? Wang Ruahong glanced at Wang Feng with disdain. Idiot. If we were going to beat him up, would we wait until now? He said coldly. I want to make sure he either dies or is crippled. Don't forget, this is my family's territory. Only then did the group realize that the Stargate secret realm was contracted by the Mountain Eagle group, and Wang Ruahong was the heir to the group. Wang Ruahong sneered, there aren't only ordinary beasts in this secret realm. There are plenty of soldier-level beasts as well. Let's see if he can handle it. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan continued to kill one fierce beast after another, steadily increasing the energy points in his soul sea. Although each increase was small, the sheer number made it significant. With his soldier-level strength, he wasn't afraid unless hundreds of ordinary beasts besieged him. Under a towering ancient tree, Qin Chuan easily decapitated a tree wolf beast with wooden spikes on its back and skillfully used the sampling needle to record the kill. The 20th one, he calculated, wiping the blood off his blade. Although the beasts in the secret realm had been mostly eradicated, if he could encounter and kill 1 or 2 remaining soldier-level beasts, he would surely secure first place. As Qin Chuan indulged in his pleasant thoughts, a butterfly silently flew overhead, scattering powder on him. What is this? Qin Chuan held his breath, and with a flick of his blade, he split the butterfly in half. The butterfly's corpse fell and instantly disintegrated into fragments. A beast pet? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings warily. At this moment, Alan's face turned pale in the distance. My butterfly was killed. Wang Ruahong reassured her. Don't worry, as long as the mother butterfly is fine, it will soon produce another one. I'll cover your loss. Alan smiled. Thank you, Brother Wang. Su Peng asked worriedly. Brother Wang, how many beasts will this powder attract to attack Qin Chuan? Won't it just give him more kills? Wang Ruahong sneered. A dozen or a few dozen might indeed add to his tally, but hundreds, along with a few soldier-level beasts, will either kill him or cripple him. Alan expressed concern. Brother Wang, if he dies here, won't we be in trouble? Su Peng dismissed her worry. If he dies at the hands of beasts, what does it have to do with us? Every year, many students die in the martial arts exam. Who dares to make a fuss? Alan was still uneasy. But this is the beast hunting tournament. No one has ever died here before. What if Qin Chuan uses emergency communication to call for help, and the teachers find out about us? Wang Ruahong was confident. Relax. The powder contains magnetic fragments that disrupt communication. His device won't send any signal. Once the beasts devour him, there will be no evidence left. A loser daring to compete with his is the price. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan quickly removed his powder-stained clothes and threw them far away. A faint scent quickly spread, covering an area of several miles. I need to leave now. Qin Chuan felt a sense of danger and immediately ran. However, he had only run a few dozen meters when he heard rustling sounds from all directions. Reedy beasts blocked his path, staring him down. Taking off my clothes didn't help, Qin Chuan thought, but he didn't panic. Just a dozen beasts? Bring it on. He gripped his long blade, ready to strike, but then heard a thunderous roar. More beasts were closing in. Danger! Alarm bells rang in Qin Chuan's mind as he moved in a flash. The moment he shifted, the beast's eyes seemed to see a walking elixir, and they went wild, drooling at the sight. Roar! 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 Wolves, tigers, panthers, and other ferocious beasts lunged at him from all directions, their gaping maws terrifying. Slash! Qin Chuan's blade cut through the air like a rainbow, staining the sky red. One by one, beasts fell, their blood soaking the grass and pooling into small puddles. Just after slaying the beasts in front of him, Qin Chuan noticed countless blood-red eyes flickering in the shadows of the trees. Instinctively, he gripped his sword tighter as more massive, fierce animals emerged from the darkness. A rough count showed at least 100, with more streaming in. No escape. Qin Chuan realized he was utterly surrounded. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his malfunctioning communicator. Damn it, they're out to kill me. Qin Chuan's rage flared as he thought of the mastermind. Wang Ruahong, you want me dead? Not a chance. As the beasts closed in, Qin Chuan laughed angrily. Is this it? Bring more, or there won't be enough for me to kill. No sooner had he spoken than more roars echoed from afar, with dozens of beasts rushing in. Unleash all martial arts. Qin Chuan murmured, and the stars in his soul sea began to quake, emitting a brilliant light. Full body enhancement, grip strength enhancement, and leg strength enhancement activated instantly. Devour the evil. A sinister aura emanated from Qin Chuan, causing the closest beasts to hesitate. But under the pressure of the beasts behind them, they had no choice but to continue their charge. Kill. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with killing intent as he channeled his power into his sword, slashing fiercely. Several beasts fell immediately. With each swing, his speed increased. The second slash, the third. Each cut took a beast's life, their blood raining down and forming streams. Drip, drip, the sounds of beast roars and falling blood intertwined. With every blink, countless lives vanished, and each death intensified the sinister aura around Qin Chuan. Initially faint, it grew thicker with each kill, enveloping him like a dark mist, making him appear like a demon god from the underworld. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100. When the number of slain beasts reached 100, the dark aura completely shrouded Qin Chuan, obscuring his face. Yet, the number of surrounding beasts only grew, expanding from a range of 10 miles to 100. Including the dead, there were over 300 beasts, and more kept coming. The thunderous stampede had already attracted attention. Students participating in the beast hunt tournament watched in shock from the trees as the beasts charged toward one direction. Holy crap, did someone stir up the beast's nest? This is insane, let's head back the way we came. No way I'm getting involved in that. Even the instigator Wang Ruahong and his group were startled by the scene. Brother Wang, did we overdo it? What's there to worry about? The effect of the beast immortal powder is beyond my expectations. With so many beasts, that guy won't even leave a trace behind. Wang Ruahong smirked, recalling the treasure his father obtained from some mysterious people. This was just the most ordinary one. Outside, the supervising teachers were conversing. They've been in there for hours without a single call for help. Looks like everything's going smoothly, a burly man remarked to Lu Jiyang with a smile. These are just ordinary beasts. With 5 students and 5 beast pets, they should be able to handle it or at least escape, Lu Jiyang replied, shaking his head. You don't get it. Last year's team leader told me that with the suppression of external beings by this Stargate, most students are eliminated within 6 hours, the burly man explained. Really? That fast? Lu Jiyang looked puzzled. Of course. You high achievers have been training in the military without experiencing the Stargate. I've completed missions inside it. As they spoke, several figures emerged from the Azure Stargate. Hey, why are the first ones out from my school and not yours? The burly man looked puzzled and turned to the students. What's going on? Couldn't last 6 hours? The high schoolers wore wry smiles. Teacher, it's not that we didn't want to. The beasts inside went crazy, gathering in large groups. We feared for our safety, so we came out early. Beast gathering? Lu Jiyang and the burly man were puzzled. Before they could figure it out, more groups emerged. Supong, Gao Shuoxin, you're out too? Where's Qin Chuan? Lu Jiyang hurried over to his school's team but didn't see Qin Chuan. When he asked, the students hesitated, making Lu Jiyang frown and press further. Only then did he learn that Qin Chuan had left the group. Despite their altered story to avoid blame, Lu Jiyang saw through it. He looked at them coldly, both disappointed and angry. Seems like teaching you how to cultivate isn't enough. I need to teach you how to be human first. He snorted and was about to enter the Stargate when a hand stopped him. Mr. Lu stood outside the Stargate, his brow furrowed. He knew the rules of the beast hunting tournament well. Without receiving a distress signal, no one was allowed to enter. A fair-skinned young man, Li Xiao, the team leader from No. 1 high school, blocked his way. Lu Jiyang cast a cold glance at Li Xiao, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Relax, Lu. A sturdy man with a calm demeanor approached. If there was real danger, your student would have signaled for help by now. Besides, there are still a few high school students inside. He worried about a conflict between Lu Jiyang and Li Xiao and tried to ease the tension. Lu Jiyang pondered for a moment. Qin Chuan's abilities weren't the worst among the contestants, and he wasn't impulsive. If he dared to go solo, he must have confidence. After weighing his options, he turned and left. If Qin Chuan was safe, barging in would only affect his performance. Seeing Lu Jiyang leave, Li Xiao sneered. Annoying Lu Jiyang always brought him joy. Back with his team, Lu Jiyang sternly reprimanded Su Peng and the others for abandoning their teammates on the battlefield. Meanwhile, more and more students were escaping from the Stargate. Deep in the secret realm, Qin Chuan was engaged in a bloody battle. As the number of beasts he killed increased, the black aura around him grew denser. Within a 100-meter radius, severed limbs and carcasses littered the ground, and the soil was stained dark red with blood. As time passed, stronger demonic beasts appeared. They were enormous, with hideous faces and sharp fangs and claws that gleamed menacingly. Ordinary beasts retreated at the sight, creating a vacuum around the demonic beasts. The ferocity of Qin Chuan's aura instilled fear in the beasts, but his scent drove them mad. That alluring smell seemed to promise that consuming Qin Chuan would grant them a chance to evolve. Even a bite of his flesh or a drop of his blood could bring immense benefits. Of course, it was all an illusion caused by medicinal powder. Qin Chuan's standard-issue long sword was now full of nicks. Even the toughest alloy couldn't withstand such intense wear. The bones of modern beasts were several times harder than before. Facing hundreds of remaining beasts, Qin Chuan smiled. He was exhausted, his sword dull, and his physical and spiritual energy nearly depleted, while the enemies before him were stronger than ever. In such a dire situation, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Qin Chuan took a deep breath of the blood-tinged air, his eyes flashing with determination, and his long sword gleamed once more. Kill! With a low shout, Qin Chuan charged at a massive tiger-like demonic beast. This beast had armor-like scales, impenetrable. It opened its gigantic maw full of fangs and roared down at Qin Chuan, then leaped, its several-ton body aiming to crush him. But just as the tiger-like beast was about to strike, its body froze in midair. In the next instant, a blinding slash cut the beast into 7 or 8 pieces from its back. Blood poured down like a waterfall, drenching Qin Chuan. The warm, sticky blood seemed to contain traces of energy. Qin Chuan licked his lips, his blood-soaked form and dense black aura making him resemble a demon from hell. The fall of one demonic beast didn't deter the others. They were in a frenzy, having lost all reason, and they charged at Qin Chuan recklessly. Beasts and demonic beasts fell one after another, and Qin Chuan accumulated more wounds. The mixed blood of man and beast seeped into the ground, indistinguishable from each other. As time passed, the roars of the beasts grew sparse, and the forest became eerily quiet. After an unknown period, the area fell into complete silence. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Wang Feng asked curiously, "Brother Wang, why is it getting so quiet over there?" Wang Ruahong smirked, "Probably because they finished feasting on Qin Chuan's corpse and started killing each other. Let's go and reap the benefits." "Brother Wang, you're a genius," Wang Feng exclaimed. "Qin Chuan would never have guessed that the beasts he fought so hard to kill would become our spoils." Haha. Laughing, they headed towards their destination. Soon, they reached the blood-soaked area. Every inch of land, every tree trunk, every blade of grass was stained a shocking red. Beast limbs and body parts were scattered everywhere, creating a ghastly scene. "Brother Wang, did Qin Chuan kill all these?" Wang Feng stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. The sight was too overwhelming, and the female students in the group started vomiting. Wang Ruahong sneered. "No way Qin Chuan killed all these. At most, he could have taken down a few dozen. This must be the result of the beasts killing each other." With his strength, Wang Ruahong could handle being surrounded by 100 beasts without dying. But there was no way Qin Chuan, who had even lost his beast companion, could kill so many. "But Brother Wang, look at these wounds. They're all from a blade," someone in the group pointed out, trembling, making Wang Ruahong's scalp tingle. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw that all the wounds were from a blade. Could it really be that Qin Chuan killed them all? Impossible. Wang Ruahong immediately dismissed the idea. Qin Chuan might have killed some, but definitely not all. If he did, he wouldn't be dead. "Look around. Do you see any sign of him?" Wang Ruahong laughed, but as he continued, he noticed his teammates were all frozen in place. "What's wrong with you guys? Cat got your tongue?" Wang Ruahong frowned, puzzled by their stunned expressions. "Brother Wang, look behind you." Wang Feng's legs were shaking as he pointed to a direction where the beast carcasses were piled up like a small mountain. Wang Ruahong turned to look, and immediately staggered back in fear. From the mound of flesh and blood, a red figure slowly emerged, blood dripping continuously from his body, black aura swirling around him. "You've arrived? Ghost, a ghost." The words echoed in their minds like a demon's whisper. The female high school student was so terrified that her legs gave way, and a warm stream trickled down her thighs, forming a puddle on the ground. Wang Ruahong stood frozen, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Qin Chuan, expressionless, shook off the entrails clinging to him, gripping a broken blade as he slowly approached the group. With every bloodstained step he took, Wang Ruahong's fear grew more intense. "Stay back." Wang Ruahong's voice trembled, his scream hysterical. Ignoring him, Qin Chuan's cold gaze swept over them, and a thick black aura surged towards Wang Ruahong. Eyes wide with terror, Wang Ruahong felt his breath catch, as if he were witnessing a monstrous beast emerging from a sea of corpses, his soul nearly shattering from the sheer dread. "Ah!" Wang Ruahong screamed repeatedly, his knees buckling as he collapsed in front of Qin Chuan. "Please, don't kill me." He trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Brother Wang." The others behind him backed away in terror. "Don't run." Qin Chuan's voice was calm but commanding, and the oppressive aura forced everyone else to their knees. Qin Chuan walked over to the nearest female student, pressing her hand to activate the distress signal. After completing the action, an overwhelming exhaustion washed over him, and he barely made it to a nearby tree before collapsing almost into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the teachers outside received the distress signal. "It's from a student of First High." Several teachers were shocked and immediately rushed into the Stargate. Leading the charge was Li Xiao, the teacher from First High, filled with confusion. A few minutes later, the teachers arrived at the scene. The bloody sight shocked them, but what puzzled them more were the students kneeling and crying. "Wang Ruahong, Wang Feng, what happened?" Li Xiao pulled the two students up. They snapped back to reality and, upon seeing Li Xiao, began to sob uncontrollably. "Teacher, you're here, sob." "Qin Chuan." Lu Jiyang ran to Qin Chuan, horrified by his condition. Only then did the other teachers notice the blood-soaked student under the tree. They began to survey the surroundings and were astonished to find the area littered with the corpses of fierce beasts and monsters. "Old Lu, all these beasts and over a dozen monsters were killed by one person," a burly man exclaimed. Lu Jiyang gave Qin Chuan some healing medicine, equally shocked by the statement. "Could it be that Qin Chuan killed all of these?" Li Xiao scoffed. "There are 6 students here. Saying your student did this is laughable." The burly man couldn't help but retort. "Li Xiao, are you blind or just pretending not to see? Qin Chuan is covered in blood. How much blood do your students have on them?" Li Xiao snorted. "Even so, it's impossible that this kid did it. With so many fierce beasts and monsters, even a 5th-tier warrior would struggle to survive. There's no way such a genius exists in your 9th high." He patted Wang Ruahong on the shoulder, giving him a meaningful look. "Wang Ruahong, did you kill these beasts? Wang Ruahong hesitated, glanced at the unconscious Qin Xuan, then at Li Xiao, and nodded firmly. Yes, teacher. Li Xiao smiled in satisfaction and turned to explain to the others. What happened must be that Wang Ruahong saw this kid surrounded by beasts, nearly dying, and bravely stepped in to kill them all. He thought this student was about to die and felt sad for him, which is why he cried. I'm sure you all saw that. The other teachers frowned, finding the explanation somewhat dubious, but not entirely dismissible. Lu Jiyang, unable to hold back, shouted, Li Xiao, you're talking nonsense. He pointed at the tattered and injured Qin Xuan and then at the nearly unscathed Wang Ruahong, sneering, why couldn't it be that your students were scared to tears by the beasts, and my student fought alone to save them? Li Xiao laughed. With the trash from ninth high? Save my students? You're dreaming. The tension between the two escalated, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Seeing the two leading teachers at each other's throats, the other teachers hurriedly stepped in to mediate. One of them exclaimed, Mr. Li, calm down. Once this kid wakes up, the truth will come out. Li Xiao sneered, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. We don't need to wait for him to wake up, the facts are right in front of us. If someone doesn't want to admit it, then let's prove it with strength. He patted Wang Ruahong on the shoulder, his tone provocative. Someone claims these beasts were killed by his student? Fine, once this kid recovers, he can challenge my student anytime. What do you think, Wang Ruahong? Wang Ruahong hesitated, glanced at the unconscious Qin Xuan, and then met Li Xiao's meaningful gaze. Eventually, he nodded. Mr. Li, I agree. Li Xiao laughed heartily and left with his students from first high school. Lu Jiyang, his face dark, picked up Qin Xuan and started to leave. A burly man asked with concern, Mr. Lu, is the kid going to be all right? Lu Jiyang shook his head. Nothing serious, just some superficial wounds and exhaustion. He just needs some rest. He snorted coldly. Li Xiao's intentions are clear, aren't they? He's banking on Wang Ruahong's high potential. The longer it drags on, the bigger the gap with lower-ranked students. Looking at Qin Xuan's battered state, he sighed. I never expected Qin Xuan to break through to the soldier level. Unfortunately, with his potential, once he recovers, his progress might fall behind Wang Ruahong's. The burly man sighed too. Let's wait until the kid wakes up and see what he thinks. Li Xiao is really despicable. As they talked, they arrived outside the Stargate. Qin Xuan's bloodied appearance drew the attention of many students, who began to murmur, oh my gosh, this guy looks terrible. Is he even alive? He looks like he might be dead. In previous beast hunting competitions, the worst was serious injury. If he's dead, it's a new record. Just as they emerged, a chubby man who seemed to be the supervisor of the plantation base came forward. Everyone, due to unforeseen circumstances, this beast hunting competition has been cut short. Fortunately, many of you have hunted a good number of beasts, so we can still rank the teams. He glanced around and continued, except for the first place, all other rankings remain unaffected. We will now distribute the prizes to the top 5 high school teams. The chubby man began reading out the names, and for each name, staff members handed over thick stacks of prize money to the respective teams. The 5th place received 50,000 yuan, while the 2nd place got as much as 1 million yuan. But these amounts paled in comparison to the first prize. Rumor had it that the first prize included a white-grade secret treasure worth over 10 million yuan, plus 3 million yuan in cash, an unprecedented bounty. The chubby man announced, due to special circumstances, the first place is contested between first high school and ninth high school. This declaration caused a stir among the students, who couldn't understand why the underperforming ninth high school was involved. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao spoke up. Everyone, please settle down. The reason for the dispute over first place is because Mr. Lu from ninth high school believes his student deserves to be compared to my student, Wang Ruahong. In the secret realm, he briefly recounted the events in the Stargate secret realm, subtly implying that the results favored Wang Ruahong. After hearing this, the students started discussing. Isn't it obvious? Those beasts were definitely killed by Wang Ruahong. Exactly. That Qin Xuan only has 0-level potential, and his beast pet is injured. Even if they're both at the soldier level, his combat power can't compare to Wang Ruahong's. Li Xiao's words cleverly swayed public opinion, cementing Wang Ruahong's claim to first place. Lu Jiyang clenched his fists, looking at the unconscious Qin Xuan, and sighed helplessly. Despite numerous signs suggesting Qin Xuan might have killed those beasts, he couldn't be 100% sure. From what Su Peng and the others said, he learned that Qin Xuan's beast pet was unable to fight. This meant Qin Xuan might have single-handedly killed hundreds of beasts and a dozen monsters, a feat Lu Jiyang found hard to fathom. After all, Qin Xuan's breakthrough to the soldier level in just a few days was already astonishing enough. He only has minimal aptitude. Even with unlimited use of potions, it's impossible for someone with such low potential to advance this quickly. Lu Jiyang was secretly astonished, but he remained silent. Everything would have to wait until Qin Xuan woke up. Gao Shuexin asked skeptically, Mr. Lu, could Qin Chuan really be the one who killed those fierce beasts? Lu Jiyang ignored her, silently carrying Qin Chuan on his back as he strode towards his car. He was still filled with anger towards those who abandoned their teammate, thinking that if they hadn't left Qin Chuan behind, and someone had witnessed what happened, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lu Jiyang drove to a hospital designated for cultivators, registered Qin Chuan, and arranged for him to receive a specific nutrient infusion. Then, he anxiously waited in the hospital room. Time ticked by, and 3 days later, Qin Chuan finally showed signs of waking up. He felt his consciousness slowly returning to his body, the fatigue gradually dissipating, and his eyelids gaining some strength. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lu Jiyang's scruffy face. Whoa, Mr. Lu. Qin Chuan was startled awake, instinctively shrinking back. Seeing this, Lu Jiyang smiled with relief. You're awake? You've been out for 3 whole days. Now that you're awake, tell me what happened before you passed out. Qin Chuan looked puzzled. 3 days? It felt like just a few seconds to me. He scratched his head and glanced at Lu Jiyang again. What is there to talk about? There's nothing to say. Lu Jiyang playfully rolled his eyes at Qin Chuan. You rascal, always pretending. You broke through to the soldier level and didn't even tell me. He then recounted everything that had happened after Qin Chuan fell unconscious. After listening, Qin Chuan fell silent. He couldn't help but marvel at how despicable that teacher named Li Xiao was. Honestly, if he had the energy at the time, he would have secretly killed Wang Ruahong and the others and disposed of their bodies. How could he easily forgive those who almost got him killed by beasts? It's a pity that his remaining strength could only support him in sending out a distress signal, and the malevolent energy around him was only enough to scare off a few naive individuals. If he hadn't sent the distress signal, he might have been the one who ended up dead and forgotten. Lu Jiyang stared at Qin Chuan, his tone serious. Qin Chuan, what are your thoughts now? Are you going to take on the challenge or give up? A confident smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. Do you think I look like someone who enjoys losing, Mr. Lu? Lu Jiyang shook his head knowingly and smiled. Got it. If you need any support, just let me know. All right then, Mr. Lu, please support me with 2 million first, Qin Chuan said bluntly. Lu Jiyang was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. You're really not holding back. Fine, send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money right away. Qin Chuan felt a warm surge in his heart. This teacher had helped him so much. He quickly sent his bank account number to Lu Jiyang, who promptly completed the transfer. Mr. Lu, I'll repay you with interest once I get my reward, Qin Chuan said sincerely. Lu Jiyang laughed heartily. You're quite confident. Right now, you don't have much of an advantage over Wang Ruahong, maybe just a slight edge in martial arts. But that guy might take some potions to quickly boost his cultivation, and then you'll be facing an opponent several levels stronger than you. Qin Chuan nodded, but his expression remained fearless. Lu Jiyang stood up. You should rest well. I need to get back to teaching. I have to give them a good lesson on moral conduct. With a hint of anger, he left the hospital room. After Lu Jiyang left, Qin Chuan picked up his phone, which had been left in Lu Jiyang's car before entering the Stargate. He quickly logged into a cultivator shopping website and ordered nearly 20 wood and metal attribute bloodline crystals. Next, it's time to enhance your bloodline and find you a companion, Qin Chuan silently said to Xiaoqing, who was recuperating in his soul sea. 2 days later, Qin Chuan was discharged from the hospital and collected his package. He bought a large amount of food and went to a secluded corner of the settlement area. The place was littered with garbage and filled with stray cats and dogs. These once beloved pets had been abandoned in the age of beast-taming. Some had reverted to their wild instincts, while others struggled to survive in the city's corners. Meow meow. As soon as Qin Chuan arrived, a group of cats and dogs surrounded him. He patiently distributed the food, a habit he had maintained for over 2 years. After handing out the food, Qin Chuan looked around and frowned. Where's Big White? Big White was the leader of the cat group, a large, pure white cat with a deep bond with Qin Chuan. It had even driven away all the mice in the building for him. A small cat rubbed against Qin Chuan's pant leg, leading the way. Following it, Qin Chuan soon found Big White lying weakly in a tattered cardboard box, its fur dull and covered in sores, on the brink of death. Big White barely lifted its head, weakly meowing twice before collapsing again. Qin Chuan gently stroked its head and summoned Xiaoqing from his soul sea. Xiaoqing's imposing presence intimidated the surrounding cats and dogs, but Qin Chuan reassured them, "Don't be afraid, this is my beast pet." Xiaoqing, quickly form a beast pet contract with Big White, Qin Chuan ordered, then spoke to Big White, "Big White, if you become my beast pet, you won't have to die. Don't be afraid." Xiaoqing gazed at Big White, its eyes glowing as a magical array appeared around Big White. The moment the contract was completed, the power of heaven and earth surged into Big White, purifying its body. Big White was restored to its former state, joyfully rubbing against Qin Chuan. "All right, little guy, Congratulations on your rebirth, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Xiao Qing, seemingly jealous, also nudged Qin Chuan with its large head. All right, you two need to get along. Qin Chuan patted his two beast pets, then returned to his residence with them. He opened the package, looking at the bloodline crystals and the thousands of energy points in his soul sea, smiling. Now, it's time to enhance your bloodline. Qin Chuan started with the wood attribute bloodline crystals, and images of various snakes appeared on the wheel. Witheredwood snake, green bamboo snake, ironhead snake, poison sting snake. All sorts of first-tier bloodline crystals were fed into the wheel, enhancing Xiaoqing's bloodline hundreds of times. Xiaoqing's body underwent continuous changes, its aura growing stronger. When all the first-tier bloodline crystals were used up, Xiaoqing's first-tier bloodline finally broke through its limits, evolving into a 2-star bloodline. Name: Qingsong Python. Quality: 2-star. Cultivation: Soldier level 2. Xiaoqing unexpectedly transformed into a python. Qin Chuan squinted his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing his face. He had initially thought that Xiaoqing would need to reach at least 3-star potential to achieve this transformation, but it happened at 2 stars. According to common knowledge in beast-taming, a python's overall attributes far surpass those of a snake of the same quality. Qin Chuan pondered, speculating that this was likely a result of first-tier bloodline accumulation evolution. If he had only used second-tier bloodline crystals for enhancement, Xiaoqing would likely still be in the snake category. This time, instead of purchasing second-tier bloodline crystals and using the bloodline wheel, he continuously enhanced Xiaoqing's bloodline with various wood-attributed snake bloodline crystals. With the accumulation of first-tier bloodlines, Xiaoqing's bloodline naturally reached its limit and evolved on its own, rather than being passively enhanced. This version of Xiaoqing combined all the advantages of first-tier snakes, making him the strongest of his level in terms of strength, speed, and defense. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze toward the large white cat in his soul sea, who was equally astonished by Xiaoqing's evolution. Now it's your turn to buy, Qin Chuan said with a slight smile, placing a bloodline crystal into the wheel. In an instant, the wheel displayed a fierce tiger with a wide-open maw, exuding an intimidating presence. This time, Qin Chuan didn't buy feline beast bloodline crystals, but opted for tiger beast bloodline crystals. There were 2 reasons. First, feline beasts are rarer than tigers, with almost none reaching top-tier levels. Second, tiger beast bloodlines are significantly superior to feline ones. A cat demon of the same level is no match for a tiger demon. Moreover, tigers and cats share a common ancestry, so using tiger bloodline crystals to enhance Debai posed no issues. With this in mind, Qin Chuan activated the wheel. As it spun rapidly, a surge of red energy flowed into Debai. Initially, Debai, who was admiring the now impressive Xiaoqing, was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden influx of energy. The enhanced bloodline energy quickly transformed Debai's ordinary body. From flesh and bones to fur and claws, every part of him was strengthened. His body grew larger, and a deep tiger roar replaced his usual meow. In the Soul Sea, a mighty white tiger, over 2 meters long, appeared. Debai marveled at his transformation, but it was far from over. Qin Chuan kept embedding bloodline crystals into the wheel, continuously channeling energy into Debai. Like Xiaoqing, Debai underwent rapid transformation. When Qin Chuan exhausted all the bloodline crystals, a massive white tiger, over 3 meters long, stood in the Soul Sea. Name: Silver Fang Tiger. Quality: 2-star. Cultivation: Mortal Tier 3. Though the name is ordinary, the quality has genuinely evolved. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction before heading to the rooftop terrace, summoning his 2 enormous beast companions. Debai, Xiaoqing, you two need to train hard. My future depends on you. Qin Chuan encouraged them. The 2 beasts exchanged looks and obediently began their training. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth flowed continuously into their bodies with each breath. Qin Chuan didn't idle either, picking up a comprehensive martial arts manual to train. Time flew by, and night fell, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. Let's see how your training went today. Qin Chuan glanced at the wheel, which clearly displayed available cultivation, 1518. This was hundreds of times more than the combined cultivation results of Qin Chuan and Xiao Bai not long ago. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that the cultivation results of his beast companions could be returned to him. The more beast companions he had, and the better their quality, the faster his cultivation level would rise. And he didn't even need to train himself. He could reap the benefits from his beast's efforts. Of course, it wasn't because Qin Chuan was lazy. His aptitude made his own cultivation efforts less effective compared to spending time on other pursuits. The primary job of cultivation was best left to his beast companions. While he was deep in thought, the wheel began spinning rapidly and finally stopped at 10,000 times. Qin Chuan's jaw dropped in shock, unable to recover for a long time. This was an incredible stroke of luck. The wheel's maximum return was 10,000 times, but the odds were so low they were almost negligible. He couldn't believe his luck had peaked, hitting the jackpot. Could Dubai have brought me good luck? Qin Xuan mused with a smile. Simultaneously, the wheel, after a brief pause, enveloped him and his two beasts in a dense, almost overflowing energy glow, rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Qin Xuan's cultivation surged from Soldier Tier 1 to Soldier Tier 4 in one go. Xiao Qing jumped from Soldier Tier 2 to Soldier Tier 5. The fastest progress was made by Dubai, who broke through from Mortal Tier, eventually stopping at Soldier Tier 2. As their cultivation levels rose, Dubai's aura became even more imposing. Hopefully, this luck holds. I don't need 10,000 times every day. Even a fraction of that would be great. Qin Xuan muttered to himself with a wry smile. The return capability of this cultivation wheel was indeed a glitch, but it heavily relied on luck. Qin Xuan's usual returns rarely exceeded 100 times, with only occasional thousandfold returns. However, given Dubai and Xiao Qing's foundational qualities, even the lowest hundredfold returns made them far superior to those with 3-star potential. The day after tomorrow is the duel with that guy. Let's take this opportunity to learn a new martial technique and practice a new martial skill. Qin Xuan returned to his room and browsed the cultivator's official website for martial skills. After a long search, he finally found a suitable one: the dragon-slaying tiger-cutting blade, or simply the dragon-tiger blade. This blade technique was powerful and fierce, capable of slaying dragons and tigers with a single strike. It could cleave mountains and seas. Qin Xuan chose this technique for its alignment with his current beast companions, making it highly compatible. Additionally, this blade technique could be cultivated to the highest 8th grade, the pinnacle of current martial skills. The first volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade consisted of 9 moves. Mastering the first 3 moves would reach the 1st grade, the middle 3 moves the 2nd grade, and the final 3 moves the 3rd grade. Qin Xuan glanced at the price. Just the first volume cost $1 million, which he couldn't afford given his current financial situation. However, he could try it for free, as the first move of the Dragon Tiger Blade was publicly available for everyone to practice. Qin Xuan skimmed through the name of the first move: Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain. The first form, Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain, is a direct and powerful strike, unmatched in its ferocity. Qin Xuan studied the description of the technique intently, visualizing the blade's edge as sharp as a tiger's pounce, relentless until the enemy is vanquished. He wondered why a technique mimicking a tiger was named Tiger Slayer. Could it be about knowing one's enemy, creating a tiger form to then slay it and achieve enlightenment? Shaking his head, Qin Xuan focused on the task at hand. He downloaded the digital version of the manual and studied it repeatedly. By daylight, he was practicing with his black wind blade. The foundational movements quickly took shape, but the true essence lay in channeling his entire body's energy to unleash immense power. This required insight, something Qin Xuan possessed in abundance. With patience and dedication, he soon grasped the basics and could wield the technique with greater force. Time flew by, and the morning sun cast its light. Qin Xuan stretched and walked out of the dormitory area, finding Lu Jiyang waiting by the roadside with his off-road vehicle. Still planning to walk there? Lu Jiyang joked as he opened the car door. You're going to challenge their dojo this time. How could I miss it? Besides, if I had insisted earlier that you were the one who killed the beast, none of this might have happened. Qin Xuan smiled calmly. No need to worry, Mr. Lu. It's just another fight. Seeing Qin Xuan's composure, Lu Jiyang couldn't help but ask, what surprise do you have for me this time? By my estimation, Wang Ruahong might have reached the 6th or 7th level of soldier rank by now, not to mention his 4-star beast companion. 4-star beast companion? Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes with a smile. One might be tough, but what about 2? Besides, though Dubai and Xiao Qing are only 2-star, they are flawless. Even a 4-star beast has weaknesses. Exploiting those weaknesses can turn the tide. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of First High School. Unlike Ninth High School, First High School exuded luxury and grandeur. The towering marble archway displayed the words First High School of Dazhao City in bold, flowing calligraphy. Lu Jiyang presented his cultivator's license, and the guard respectfully let them through. He drove straight to the martial arts complex, a sprawling structure covering hundreds of acres, equipped with various training facilities, including swimming pools and rest areas. In terms of infrastructure, First High School was indeed superior to Ninth High School. As they got out of the car, they saw Li Xiao waiting at the entrance. I can't believe you actually showed up, Li Xiao sneered. Lu Jiyang, you're still as foolish as ever. Risking your student's life for pride? Lu Jiyang frowned. What do you mean? Do you think this is just a regular high school brawl? These are soldier rank cultivators. Li Xiao's smile was enigmatic, and Lu Jiyang seemed to grasp his meaning. Cultivator duels usually required signing a waiver, and Li Xiao's words suggested that Wang Ruahong might resort to underhanded tactics. Qin Xuan. Lu Jiyang hesitated, but Qin Xuan nodded. Mr. Lu, we're here now. I understand the rules. Li Xiao glanced at Qin Xuan with disdain. Kid, Knowing when to advance and retreat is a virtue. Don't overestimate yourself for the sake of pride. Qin Chuan smiled calmly and responded, Mr. Li, sometimes saying less is a virtue. I'm not your student, so don't speak to me like one. Qin Chuan frowned. My teacher is right here, and it's not your place to overstep. He pointed to Lu Jiyang, who shrugged and nodded in agreement with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan is right, Lu Jiyang said. My student is my responsibility, not yours. If he chooses to fight, then let him fight. Seeing the two of them in sync, Li Xiao sneered repeatedly and turned to walk into the building. If you won't listen to reason, then don't blame me, he said with a hint of menace in his voice. Li Xiao led Qin Chuan and Lu Jiyang through the corridor to an office and brought in Wang Ruahong. He took out a document and coldly said, Sign the contract. He handed the waiver to both of them. Qin Chuan and Lu Jiyang exchanged glances, then each signed and pressed their thumbprints. Fine. Now that the contract is signed, Li Xiao's gaze lingered on Qin Chuan. Let me make it clear. Any injuries or deaths within reasonable limits during the fight will not be the responsibility of either party. Afterward, Li Xiao led them to the combat arena in the Wuka building at No. 1 High School. The spacious venue was already filled with hundreds of martial arts students from No. 1 High School. All eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, murmurs spreading through the crowd. Is this the guy challenging Wang Ruahong? I heard he's just a low-tier talent who barely broke through to the soldier level by recklessly taking potions. It's laughable that someone like him would dare to challenge Wang Ruahong. Don't underestimate him. This might be his last-ditch effort. If he really defeats Wang Ruahong, he'll make a name for himself in the Dazhao Bay City. Amid the chatter, Wang Ruahong stared at Qin Chuan with a blank expression. The humiliating memory of being scared to tears resurfaced, filling him with anger and shame. His fists clenched involuntarily, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to utterly destroy the audacious challenger before him. In hindsight, Wang Ruahong regretted his carelessness. The sudden appearance of a figure amidst the sea of blood and corpses caught him off guard, causing him to drop his guard. Immediately after, a mysterious force overwhelmed him, making him lose control of his mind and body. Although Wang Ruahong wasn't sure about the specific techniques Qin Chuan used, after discussing with Li Xiao, they speculated based on their investigation that Qin Chuan practiced martial arts. They believed that Wang Ruahong was likely affected by some kind of mental martial technique. However, they also knew that due to his limited potential, Qin Chuan's martial techniques were of low quality. This understanding convinced Wang Ruahong and Li Xiao that if it weren't for his lapse in vigilance, Wang Ruahong would never have been hit by such a low-grade technique. Therefore, to deal with Qin Chuan, Wang Ruahong just needed to be cautious to remain undefeated. In their eyes, the gap in potential was undeniable. An accidentally strong nobody could never compare to a 4-star genius. With this confidence, Wang Ruahong and Li Xiao walked towards the battlefield under the watchful eyes of numerous students. The students seated above were buzzing with conversations, filled with praise for Wang Ruahong and disdain for Qin Chuan. Wang Ruahong reached the 6th level of the warrior rank just yesterday in the test. With his beast companion, Qin Chuan stands no chance. Exactly. This battle is going to be a one-sided crush. Nothing worth watching. Potential really is a hard limit. Even in our class, those with 3-star potential are still struggling at the 7th or 8th level of the mundane rank, while Wang Ruahong is already at the 6th warrior rank. The difference is staggering. That guy who boosted his strength with potions actually thinks he can beat Wang Ruahong? What a joke. Doesn't he know that even at the same level, the combat power of different potentials is worlds apart? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Ruahong glanced at Qin Chuan with pride and said, Qin Chuan, right? I didn't expect that after saving you that day, instead of being grateful, you turned against me. Do you really think you could have fought off those beasts and monsters with your strength? He shook his head repeatedly, as if deeply disappointed by Qin Chuan's actions. The story circulating around the Dazhao Bay City was that Wang Ruahong had fought valiantly against numerous beasts to save a student from 9th High School, who then ungratefully challenged him for the top spot in the beast hunting tournament. Wang Ruahong knew this story by heart because he and Li Xiao had meticulously fabricated it. He understood one principle. To make a lie believable, you must first believe it yourself. Clearly, Wang Ruahong had achieved that, firmly believing he was the true champion of the beast hunting tournament. Qin Chuan felt he had learned a lesson from Wang Ruahong's actions. He had always expected the worst of people, having witnessed much ugliness during his time on the run. However, he had still underestimated the depths of some people's shamelessness. Impressive, you've truly bought into your own story, Qin Chuan said with a mocking smile. Wang Ruahong gritted his teeth and whispered, You still don't get it, do you? Does the actual truth matter? People believe what they want to believe. That's reality, understand it, you little nobody. A few days ago, he had worried about losing to Qin Chuan, but now he was a different person. With his 4-star potential and the massive resources poured into him, he had advanced several levels in just a few days. That's what being a genius meant, thriving with resources, unlike Qin Xuan, who, despite his desperate efforts, was at best a mere warrior rank. Qin Xuan didn't get angry. He found it utterly amusing. Both of them received a standard long sword, identical to those distributed in the beast hunting tournament, and then entered the battlefield. Qin Xuan, you have no chance. This time, I won't be careless. Wang Ruahong's eyes were filled with excitement as he smiled and gestured to the side. In midair, a large red bird appeared. The bird resembled a hawk, with a wingspan over 10 feet, hard feathers, sharp beak and claws, and a faint heat emanating from its breath. A 4-star beast companion fire feather griffin. The appearance of this beast immediately drew the attention of the entire audience. After all, it was one of the few 4-star beast companions in the entire Dazhao Bay city, something many could only dream of. Qin Xuan, summon your beast companion before the battle starts, or you won't get a chance later, haha. Wang Ruahong wore an arrogant smile, looking at Qin Xuan as if he were an ant. All right, as you wish. Qin Xuan waved his hand beside him, and the air began to ripple slightly. The crowd's eyes were all drawn to the scene, noticing something unusual. The ripples in the void were shaking, and there were 2 of them. Moments later, 2 massive beast pets suddenly appeared in the arena. One was a large azure serpent with a body as thick as a barrel, and the other was a majestic, snow-white tiger. 2-star beast pet Qingsong serpent. 2-star beast pet Silverfang tiger, someone exclaimed. The mingling roars of the serpent and tiger reverberated throughout the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. Even those with the poorest eyesight could tell that these 2 beast pets were of the soldier rank. Lu Jiang stared at the serpent and tiger in front of Qin Xuan and was momentarily stunned before chuckling to himself. This kid is full of surprises. I didn't expect he would contract another beast pet, and both have reached the soldier rank. This newfound confidence alleviated some of Lu Jiang's previous doubts about Qin Xuan's strength. However, Li Xiao, standing nearby, let out a derisive laugh. So what if he has 2 soldier rank beast pets? Lu Jiang, you're acting like those ignorant students. Don't you know that there's a vast difference even within the same rank? Li Xiao shot Lu Jiang a disdainful look and continued. Judging by the aura of these 2 beast pets, they are below the 6th tier of the soldier rank. Their potential is undoubtedly inferior to that of a 4-star beast pet. These worthless pets, even if there are more of them, are not worth being impressed by. Although Li Xiao's words were harsh, Lu Jiang had to admit that he was right. Even among soldier rank beast pets, the fire feather griffin not only surpassed the serpent and tiger in potential, but also in cultivation level. Despite being outnumbered, the fire feather griffin had nothing to fear. In the audience, Wang Ruahong observed Qin Xuan summoning his 2 beast pets with a calm demeanor. 2 beast pets? Haha, is that your trump card? If so, I'm afraid you're destined to lose this time. Alright, enough talking. I declare the match begins. Li Xiao's voice echoed through the arena. At the sound, both competitors locked eyes. Wang Ruahong inwardly shouted, Qin Xuan, prepare to die, and commanded his fire feather griffin to attack. The fire feather griffin spread its wings and soared, charging towards the opposite side. As it approached within a dozen meters, its beak opened, releasing a searing energy. In an instant, a crimson fire line shot out. Monster skill! The crowd exclaimed, followed by a burst of chatter. Just as humans have martial skills, beast pets, being a type of monster, can also learn skills. Typically, upon reaching the soldier rank, cultivators can purchase monster soul stones to awaken their beast pet skills. Soul stones are special beast cores that not only contain rich energy but also hold the monster's skills. Wang Ruahong had already bought a soul stone for his fire feather griffin. Just yesterday, it had finally comprehended a monster skill flame jet. This skill was incredibly powerful, capable of melting ordinary steel. If it hit a person, it could cause severe burns or even death. Wang Ruahong's plan was clear. Strike with full force immediately, leaving no time for Qin Xuan to react, while also providing himself with an excuse. After all, in cultivator duels, as long as one doesn't intentionally harm the opponent, they won't be held accountable. Everyone's attention was fixed on the scorching flame line, watching as it seemed poised to engulf Qin Xuan and his beast pets. At this critical moment, Qin Xuan made his move. He extended his hand, and the spiritual power from his pantheons surged out like a tide, forming a protective barrier of spiritual energy around him and his 2 beast pets. Martial skill! The crowd exclaimed again. It's a shield-type martial skill. Except for a few like Wang Ruahong, most people were unaware that Qin Xuan had already mastered a martial skill. The battle had just begun, yet it was already full of twists and turns, changing the spectators' expectations. What they initially thought would be a one-sided crush by Wang Ruahong now seemed to promise a much more exciting showdown. Martial arts? Huh, just a third-rate technique. Let's see how long you can hold out. Wang Ruahong sneered, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. With a mere thought, His fire-feathered griffin intensified its assault, fiery threads slicing towards Qin Chuan like sharp swords. Qin Chuan's spiritual energy in his dantian was rapidly depleting, and his protective aura flickered under the relentless fire. The onlookers held their breath, anxious for Qin Chuan. If the aura shattered, he would face severe burns or even death. However, Qin Chuan was not one to sit idly by. While fending off the fire attacks, he commanded Shaoqing and Debai to charge at Wang Ruahong. This tactic to force a rescue worked like a charm. The griffin had to halt its fire attacks and turn to intercept. Where do you think you're going? Qin Chuan chuckled softly, his steel blade gleaming coldly as he shot towards the griffin in midair. Though the griffin had the advantage of flight in open space, its mobility was greatly restricted in the confined battleground. The griffin extended its sharp claws to strike. Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with precision as he deftly avoided the claws and aimed for its wings. A piercing screech echoed through the arena, and blood rained down. Qin Chuan landed steadily, while the griffin's wing bore a gruesome wound, blood dripping continuously. Qin Chuan actually managed to injure the griffin. Impressive! An astute student exclaimed. Look at his quick reactions, seamlessly switching between offense and defense. His combat experience is remarkable. What's there to brag about? A supporter of Wang Ruahong scoffed. Just a stroke of luck. How much combat experience can a high schooler have? Is that so? Then take a look at Wang Ruahong's performance, and you'll see the difference. A bespectacled student pointed out. Everyone turned their attention to the field, where Wang Ruahong was struggling under the combined assault of the Azure Python and the Silver-toothed Tiger. His moves were chaotic, his steps unsteady. If not for his superior strength, he might have already lost. In contrast, Qin Chuan evaded the griffin's attacks with ease. Each of his movements was precise and effective, causing the griffin's fiery threads to narrowly miss him every time. Wang Ruahong, what are you doing? Are you letting two low-tier beast pets beat you up like this? Li Xiao from the stand shouted furiously, clearly displeased with the situation. Haha, Li Xiao, spectators are not supposed to interfere. Even kids know this rule, don't you? Lu Jiyang seized the opportunity to mock. Li Xiao was left speechless, his face growing darker. Hearing Li Xiao's rebuke, Wang Ruahong felt a wave of shame. He gritted his teeth, recalling his training, and soon regained his composure. Leveraging his superior strength, he gradually turned the tide to a stalemate. Yet, his shock continued to grow. How can two low-tier beast pets be this difficult? Wang Ruahong was astonished to find that these pets far exceeded the expected performance in defense and strength, even surpassing his griffin in some aspects. Yet, their bloodline fluctuations indicated they hadn't even reached 3 stars, let alone 4. This threw his plan for a swift victory out the window. I refuse to believe you can hold out under the griffin's attacks for long, Wang Ruahong thought, as he continued to fend off the Azure Python and Silver-toothed Tiger. Given the griffin's superior strength, he believed time was on his side. However, Wang Ruahong was unaware that Qin Chuan was thinking the same. He also failed to notice that the griffin's attacks were weakening. From the wound that had healed, a dark miasma was quietly spreading, eroding the griffin's spirit and vitality. In contrast, Qin Chuan's consumption was minimal due to his regenerative powers. For him, this unknown battle was a breeze compared to his previous encounters against multiple opponents. What? Giving up so soon? Qin Chuan's eyes caught sight of the stumbling fire-feather griffin in midair, and a glimmer of joy flashed across his face. With nimble steps, he swiftly positioned himself below the creature. With a powerful push off the ground, Qin Chuan leapt several meters into the air. His steel blade gleamed with a cold light, descending with unmatched ferocity, like a tiger pouncing down a mountain, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Sensing the lethal power of the strike, the fire-feather griffin let out a sharp screech. In a desperate attempt to block the attack, it extended its iron-hard claws. However, this was no ordinary slash. It was beyond the creature's ability to withstand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the battlefield. Sparks flew as the steel blade met the griffin's claws. In the next instant, a mix of blood and flashing steel filled the air. Qin Chuan's blade shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand. The fire-feather griffin's body was slashed with a gruesome wound, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. The shocking scene left the onlookers speechless. The first to react was Li Xiao, who gritted his teeth and shouted, "Concede!" He quickly leaped over, pouring a vial of potion onto the griffin to stop its bleeding. Any further delay, and the beast would have died, leaving Wang Ruahong without his bonded pet. Seeing his pet in such a dire state, Wang Ruahong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, I won't let you get away with this," he threatened through gritted teeth. As he summoned the wounded griffin back to his soul space, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, offering a faint smile. "What? Want to go another round? Or how about we fight without our pets?" You. Wang Ruahong was furious, but at a loss for words. Scared? If you're scared, then shut up. Qin Chuan's roar made Wang Ruahong tremble, leaving him speechless. Li Xiao turned to Qin Chuan with a cold expression, saying each word deliberately, you may have won this time, but next time might be different. With his talent, the longer time goes on, the further he will surpass you. Your future is predictable, but his is limitless. Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Li, save your comforting words for Wang Ruahong in private. Right now, you just need to admit that Wang Ruahong lost. His voice turned serious, enhanced with spiritual energy, echoing across the field. Everyone finally snapped out of their daze, realizing the truth in Qin Chuan's words. Wang Ruahong, the top talent of the Dazhao Bay City with a 4-star qualification, had been defeated by someone supposedly of negligible talent. This meant that the true champion of the previous beast hunting tournament was Qin Chuan, not Wang Ruahong. Li Zhao's face turned pale with rage as he gritted his teeth. So what if he lost? Lu Jiying burst into laughter, his voice booming. So what if he lost? It means you lied to everyone, stealing Qin Chuan's victory while he was unconscious. And now you say, so what to such shameless behavior? He glared at the two. Li Xiao shook his head with a cold smile. Who says we stole Qin Chuan's first place? That title always belonged to Wang Ruahong. Just because Qin Chuan defeated Wang Ruahong now doesn't prove he was the true champion of the previous tournament. Lu Jiyang was taken aback, then realized he had been tricked by Li Xiao's deceitful words. From the beginning, Li Xiao had cemented Wang Ruahong as the champion in everyone's mind. The recent duel was framed as Qin Chuan challenging this title out of dissatisfaction. Even if Qin Chuan won, it only proved he was stronger now, not that he was the rightful champion before. Though the logic was twisted, it was straightforward. After this defeat, Li Xiao and his group would undoubtedly spread the narrative that Qin Chuan had recklessly used potions to enhance his strength and luckily defeated Wang Ruahong. Most people, unaware of the true events, would believe the narrative spun by the Shanlu group, favoring Wang Ruahong over Qin Chuan. Seething with anger, Lu Jiyang was about to retaliate, but was stopped by Qin Chuan. Mr. Lu, the title of champion doesn't matter. What's important is getting my rewards back. Qin Chuan smiled at Li Xiao. Mr. Li, you wouldn't deny me that, would you? Li Xiao snorted, pulling out 3 gold cards from his storage artifact and taking a ring from Wang Ruahong's hand. Take them. He bundled the items together and handed them to Qin Chuan, only to abruptly open his hand, letting the items fall. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, catching the items in midair. He looked at the contents in his hand and sighed with a smile. Playing childish tricks to humiliate others at your age? How immature. Li Zhao's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. Let's go, Mr. Lu, Qin Chuan whispered, determination flashing in his eyes. He quickly gathered his belongings, clearly reluctant to stay any longer. Lu Jiying nodded in agreement, and the two of them left the classroom under the seething glares of Li Xiao and Wang Ruahong. From behind, Li Zhao's voice rang out, cold and threatening. No one is to speak a word about today's incident. If this gets out, forget about taking the martial arts university exam. The classroom fell silent, the students too scared to utter a word. Wang Ruahong glanced at Li Xiao, wanting to speak, but was silenced by a sharp look. Li Zhao's voice was low, filled with disappointment and anger. A 4-star genius defeated by a 0-star nobody. I want you to remember this humiliation down to your bones. Wang Ruahong hung his head in shame. Li Xiao continued, with your performance, don't even think about getting into Tiandu University. Just meeting the qualification isn't enough. Countless 4-star talents have been eliminated in the past. He patted Wang Ruahong on the shoulder, his tone softening slightly. The hope of the Wang family rests on you. If you don't want to disappoint your parents, you need to give it your all. I understand, uncle. I will personally wipe away this disgrace. Wang Ruahong gritted his teeth and replied. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Lu Jiyang had already gotten into a car, leaving the school. Lu Jiyang said excitedly, Kid, you never cease to amaze me. Qin Chuan smiled. I owe it all to your support, Mr. Lu. He pulled out 3 gold cards from his pocket and handed them to Lu Jiyang. Here, in returning the money I borrowed with interest. Lu Jiyang waved his hand, refusing to take the cards. Keep it. You don't yet have access to your contributions, and you need resources for your training now more than ever. This amount is nothing. You need it more than I do. Qin Chuan chuckled helplessly. I promise to repay what I borrowed. If I don't return it now, I'll be harder to borrow again. Ha ha ha. Lu Jiying laughed heartily. You sly kid. Planning to borrow more in the future? Huh? I'm not falling for that. Keep it, and pay me back when you're on your feet. Qin Chuan had no choice but to put the gold cards away and turned his attention to a mystical ring. The ring was entirely azure, with a faint white glow swirling around it, and carved with the image of a fish-like beast on the side. Lu Jiyang glanced at it and explained, that's a white-grade storage artifact, likely obtained from a third-ear beast, the giant stomach shark. It's top tier among white-grade storage artifacts, worth around 50 million. I'm a bit envious. You hit the jackpot. He continued. Such an expensive prize likely wasn't funded by the authorities. It must have been a reward prepared by the Shanlu Group for Wang Ruahong, which you ended up winning. Hearing the Shanlu Group mentioned, Qin Chuan recalled his previous encounters and decided to share them with Lu Jiyang, omitting some personal details. After listening, Lu Jiyang frowned. Don't mention this to anyone else. You might bring trouble upon yourself. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I haven't told anyone else, Qin Chuan assured him. Lu Jiyang pulled the car to the side of the road, looked around, and said seriously, the Shanlu Group is very powerful in the Dazhao Bay City, ranking among the top 3 commercial groups. They've collaborated with the authorities on numerous projects over the years. If there's truly an issue with them, it suggests that there might be corruption within the local official ranks. He narrowed his eyes. This is no small matter. I'll report it to General Tsangyan discreetly, ensuring it doesn't cause you any trouble. Qin Chuan asked curiously, Mr. Lu, do you know General Tsangyan? What? Are you a fan of the general? Lu Jiyang teased. General Tsangyan was my instructor when I joined the army. So yes, I know him. Qin Chuan smiled. I have great respect for every general who serves our country. They talked for a while longer, and then Qin Chuan requested to leave the school. Lu Jiyang sighed deeply upon hearing this. He didn't try to stop Qin Chuan, understanding well that Qin Chuan's innate talent was a significant limitation. It's not just about getting into a martial arts university. Even joining the army requires certain qualifications. Lu Jiyang looked at Qin Chuan and spoke earnestly. He explained that while qualifications are not the sole factor in becoming strong, those with higher qualifications can reach the same level with fewer resources and in less time. Given the limited resources of the country, it's only natural to select the best candidates. Lu Jiyang's gaze softened a bit. You can't really complain about this. If it weren't for the country, you would have been devoured by monsters years ago. He paused, then continued. Since you've decided to become a free cultivator, I have nothing more to say. Just be careful out there. Sometimes, human hearts can be more dangerous than monsters. Qin Chuan nodded solemnly. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Lu Jiyang drove Qin Chuan back home. Standing in front of the small house he had lived in for years, Qin Chuan felt a tinge of melancholy. Becoming a free cultivator meant bidding farewell to a stable life. The entire world would now be his home. He quickly packed his belongings, storing them in a treasure that could hold several hundred cubic meters. At that moment, Lu Jiyang sent him a document titled Essential Knowledge for Free Cultivators. Qin Chuan read it carefully and found it very beneficial. He planned his itinerary for the next day. First, he would go to the Beast Hall to register, and then, his thoughts grew fuzzy as he drifted off to sleep after his usual cultivation routine. The next morning, Qin Chuan took a car to the Beast Hall. Guided by the staff, he entered an office where a middle-aged woman was seated. Young man, this is where free cultivators register. You. The woman looked at Qin Chuan, puzzled. I'm here to register as a free cultivator. Qin Chuan responded calmly. The woman was slightly surprised, but quickly regained her professional demeanor. She used a detector to verify Qin Chuan's cultivation level and then began entering his information into the computer without asking why he had given up the martial arts university exam. Soon, Qin Chuan received an ID-like cultivator's certificate. This document would be crucial for future hunts through stargates. After completing all the formalities, Qin Chuan walked out of the Beast Hall, looking up at the sky and feeling a newfound sense of freedom and responsibility. Next, Qin Chuan went to No. 9 High School to complete his withdrawal procedures. As he walked out of the school gate, he saw Lu Jiyang smoking and waiting for him. What's your next move? Lu Jiyang asked. I plan to settle in a city with stargates for a while, Qin Chuan replied. He briefly explained the importance of stargates and their allure for free cultivators. Lu Jiyang nodded and handed Qin Chuan a card. Go to Fengcheng Bay City. A micro stargate has just appeared there. I know someone who has a mercenary team there. You could. Teacher, I don't want to join any organization for now, but going to Fengcheng sounds like a good idea. Qin Chuan politely declined the suggestion. Lu Jiyang sighed. Kid, the dangers in the stargates don't just come from monsters. They mostly come from people. Qin Chuan understood but had to hide his secrets, so he replied nonchalantly, I'll think about it. Make sure to contact the person on that card. Don't brush me off. Lu Jiyang urged before leaving. The students in the martial arts class at No. 9 High School had mixed feelings upon hearing that Qin Chuan was leaving. Especially Su Peng, who saw Qin Chuan as a rival, and Gao Shuexin, who had special feelings for him. They never expected Qin Chuan to leave just like that. Gao Shuexin reminisced about her evolving relationship with Qin Chuan, from their initial closeness to their current estrangement, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Even though she had orchestrated this outcome, she secretly hoped, Qin Chuan, the next time we meet, I hope you can surprise me. Despite hearing various tales about Qin Chuan, Gao Shuexin still believed he was unlikely to achieve anything significant. She thought to herself, right now, he's just at the soldier level. Perhaps the next time we meet, he'll have advanced to the guardian or even commander level, while he remains stagnant at the soldier level, never progressing. Meanwhile, upon learning of Qin Xuan's withdrawal from school, Wang Ruohong and Li Xiao immediately assigned people to closely monitor his every move. With a grim expression, Li Xiao said, I didn't expect this kid to seek his own death. Now that he's a free cultivator, let's send a team to track him. See which star gate he enters and eliminate him inside. Wang Ruohong nodded in agreement. This way, I won't have to waste any more time on him. Killing him will ease my resentment. Let's focus on preparing for the exams. A few days later, Qin Xuan arrived in Fengcheng, a second-tier base city, several times larger than the Dezhou base city. He casually found a hotel to settle in and logged onto a cultivator website on his phone to gather information. The Stargate opens at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I need to arrive an hour early, he murmured to himself, then meticulously searched for information about the Stargate's secret realm, organizing the useful details. While Qin Xuan was engrossed in his preparations, a stunning woman in a tight red outfit was leisurely sipping wine and scrolling through her phone in a hotel in Fengcheng. She muttered to herself, this kid. He should be more proactive in contacting me. He doesn't even realize he's being watched. With that, she dialed a number. Moments later, Qin Xuan's phone rang. When he answered, a seductive female voice greeted him. Little brother, didn't Commander Lu tell you to contact me? Why so passive? Do you want your big sister to make the first move? Qin Xuan was taken aback for a moment before recalling the mercenary group name on the card Lu Jiang had given him. Blood rose. He tentatively asked, are you Senior Zhuang Tong? Calling me senior makes me sound old. Can't you just call me sister, Qin Xuan? The voice on the other end made Qin Xuan's skin crawl, and he quickly held the phone a bit farther away. Sister Zhuang Tong, I just arrived here. I was planning to get familiar with the surroundings before reaching out to you. Sorry about that. Although Qin Xuan had no intention of joining the Blood Rose mercenary group, he couldn't say it outright since she had contacted him first. Really? But from what Commander Lu said, it seems Qin Xuan isn't very interested in joining my mercenary group, is that right? Zhuang Tong bluntly pointed out. Qin Xuan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. What's wrong, little brother? Are you shy even over the phone? Zhuang Tong laughed. All right, if you don't want to join my team, that's fine. But I should warn you. You're being watched. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. Qin Xuan let out a slight chuckle, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. So Wang Ruohong still won't let me go, huh? Now that he knew he was being watched, Qin Xuan dared not leave the base city recklessly, nor did he dare to enter the Stargate hastily. After all, the other side was a Guardian-level mercenary team, while he was merely a soldier-level cultivator. With over 2 million left, my next step is to head to the Beast Hall to find a place to train. Qin Xuan wasn't in a hurry to enter the Stargate, preferring to bide his time. The next day, Qin Xuan arrived at the Beast Hall in Fengcheng. This place had specialized areas for cultivators to train, equipped with spirit-gathering formations from the Stargate world. These formations had been deciphered by scientists in the Jiuzhou nation and applied in various fields, such as inscribing mystical runes on firearms to enhance their suppression of beasts below the king level. Qin Xuan rented a room specifically for soldier-level cultivators, which could gather spiritual energy 100 times faster. The rent was an exorbitant 100,000 Jiuzhou coins for every 8 hours. This 100-fold increase in spiritual energy could accelerate training by 100 times. Combined with his cultivation wheel, Qin Xuan's training speed could reach 1,000-fold. With some luck, it might even hit a 1,000,000-fold speed boost, though the chances were slim. In the past few days, Qin Xuan had experimented with buying potions to accelerate his beast companion's training, but he found that training in the spirit-gathering formation was the most cost-effective method. This method of cultivation is more solid, has no side effects, and maximizes his limited funds. Qin Xuan stepped into the cultivation venue dedicated to practitioners with great anticipation. The spacious room covers several hundred square meters, its ancient style exuding a hint of mystery. The walls were adorned with intricately carved fierce beasts, lifelike as if narrating ancient legends. Standing in the center of the room, Qin Xuan summoned Shaoqing and Debai. In an instant, a giant python and a tiger appeared, their massive bodies still comfortable in the wide space. When we start cultivating, make sure to stay focused. Every minute and second we spend here costs money. Qin Xuan reminded his pets, then walked towards the activator. He inserted his bank card, revealing a balance of over 2 million. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan pressed the start button. As the machine whirred, grooves on the floor began to glow. Visible strands of milky white spiritual energy gradually gathered in the room, filling the air with a refreshing aura. Simultaneously, the balance on Qin Xuan's card began to rapidly decrease. He quickly urged his pets to start cultivating and immersed himself in practicing martial skills and integrating martial techniques. The rich spiritual energy environment made every move and breath efficient. 8 hours flew by. To make the most of every moment, the three focused intensely on absorbing and converting spiritual energy, feeling a bit fatigued from the high concentration. However, today's cultivation results were exhilarating. Qinchuan successfully integrated a martial technique, and the cultivation of his two pets accumulated an astonishing 300 points. Eagerly, Qinchuan activated the cultivation wheel in his soul sea, silently wishing for a high return. Moments later, the wheel stopped, and the entire space was enveloped in a shimmering light. 100 times return. Like a floodgate bursting, a massive amount of energy poured out, engulfing Qinchuan and his two pets. Divided equally, each received over 10,000 cultivation points. This sudden surge of energy propelled Qinchuan to break through to the 7th level of the soldier rank, Defy to the 5th level, and Shaoqing all the way to the 8th level. As their levels increased, the gaps between each rank widened, balancing their strengths. With such progress on the first day, even with bad luck, getting tenfold returns each time should be enough to break through to the guardian rank, Qinchuan calculated, tidying up before returning to the inn to rest. The next day, on his way to the beast hall, Qinchuan received a call from Zhuangtong. Little brother, are you planning to stay in the beast hall for cultivation? Qinchuan frowned, cautiously looking around but seeing no suspicious figures. It's not just me, others are watching you too. It's easy to keep an eye on you. Zhuangtong teased. Why not join my mercenary team? That way, I can protect you. Staying in the beast hall to cultivate, do you think you'll break through to the guardian rank once your funds run out? Even if you do, so what? Those targeting you are elites within the guardian rank. Killing you would be too easy. Qinchuan chuckled. Sister Zhuangtong, you have a point, but I still plan to cultivate in Feng City for a while. The Stargate here just opened, and it's quite dangerous inside. I'll wait for some strategies to come out before going in. Hearing Qinchuan's polite refusal, Zhuangtong exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Her attempt to recruit Qinchuan was more out of respect for Lu Jiying. Since Qinchuan insisted, she didn't push further. In the following days, Qinchuan immersed himself in a monotonous but highly efficient cultivation routine. His cultivation level soared like a rocket. Soldier rank level 8. Soldier rank level 9. Soldier rank level 10. When Qinchuan reached this stage, Shaoqing broke through the bottleneck and entered the guardian rank. After the breakthrough, Shaoqing's body grew even larger, exceeding 2 meters in length, and its scales became thicker, resisting even the black wind blade. Soon after, Qinchuan and Dabai also broke through, stepping into the guardian rank together. Standing in the center of the room, Qinchuan gripped the black wind blade and casually slashed at the special iron wall used for testing. The sharp blade deeply embedded itself into the wall, far beyond what a soldier rank warrior could achieve. Not bad. Qinchuan nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips. Over these days, he had grown in more ways than just cultivation. After more than 20 days, Qinchuan had integrated over 10 more minor martial arts techniques. First, he enhanced his 5 senses: hearing, smell, sight, touch, and taste, fully boosting his perception abilities in preparation for combat. Next, he focused on strengthening his entire skeletal system. The human body has more than 200 bones, and Qinchuan was determined to strengthen each one, leaving none behind. These enhancement techniques only benefited the body. The more he used them, the more solid his physical foundation became. What's even better is that even if he activated 100 of these minor techniques simultaneously, his Dantian's spiritual power could sustain it for several hours. As his cultivation level increased, this duration would continue to extend. Qinchuan developed a habit of activating all his techniques during his free time, never forgetting to reinforce himself. He estimated that as his cultivation advanced, the spiritual energy consumed by keeping the techniques active all day would be less than the energy automatically replenished. Looking at the dwindling balance on his phone, Qinchuan sighed with a bitter smile. For cultivators, 10,000 Juzhou coins were equivalent to $100 for ordinary people. A single bottle of soldier-grade cultivation potion started at several thousand, and healing potions were at least 10,000. Of course, cultivators could earn money quickly too. A soldier-grade monster, including its beast core, blood, and flesh, was worth between 10 and 20,000. If it dropped rare items like secret treasures, bloodline crystals, or soul stones, the value would be immeasurable, though the chances were very low, especially with soldier-grade monsters. At the guard level, the drop rates increased significantly, and the higher the monster's level, the more valuable it became. A commander-level monster was worth at least a few million, which explained why Lu Jiying didn't mind the money Qinchuan borrowed. However, military personnel like Lu Jiying usually perform collective tasks, with few opportunities to hunt monsters alone. In terms of earning potential, they couldn't match freelance cultivators, but their safety was much higher. Qinchuan squinted, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It's time to explore the Stargate. He recalled the file sent by Zhuangtong, detailing information about the squad targeting him. It was a team called Wild Wolves, whose members' beast pets were all wolves, with cultivations ranging from the 2nd to the 6th level of the guard stage. Although Qin Chuan was currently only at the 1st level of the guard stage, he was confident he could hold his own against cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level without losing. Even if the Wild Wolves team decided to act inside the Stargate, they wouldn't dare be too blatant. If the authorities found out, they would be sent to the frontline suicide squads to perish with the monsters. Therefore, the likelihood of the entire team attacking Qin Chuan at once was low. At most, they would send 1 or 2 members. With Defy and Xiaoqing's help, Qin Chuan knew he wouldn't be in mortal danger, even if he couldn't win. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan arrived a few kilometers outside the Fengqing base city. A military unit had already stationed there, and the area where the Stargate appeared was surrounded by a reinforced concrete building equipped with various monitoring facilities. News of Qin Chuan leaving the base city quickly reached 2 places: Zhuangtong at the hotel and the Wild Wolf squad. The leader of the Wild Wolves, Wang Yang, was a middle-aged man with mid-length hair and a scarred face, looking very wild. The squad was a professional mercenary team under the Mountain Eagle Group for many years, handling the group's dirty work. Over the years, they had killed hundreds of competitors for the Mountain Eagle Group, always leaving no evidence and thus escaping official punishment. However, the Wild Wolves were infamous in the freelance cultivator community. If not for fear of repercussions, many powerful mercenary teams would have eliminated them in the Stargate. After all, no normal cultivator liked a team that behaved like pests. Wang Yang and his team didn't care about their bad reputation. To them, making money was the only thing that mattered. Yang, the kid, left the city. The team member responsible for surveillance reported immediately. Wang Yang, who was flirting with a heavily made-up woman, pushed her away and laughed heartily. That little brat, after waiting for so many days, finally couldn't hold back. Let's go. It's time to have some fun in the Stargate. The authorities allowed cultivators to enter the Stargate mainly to kill the monsters inside. Each entrant had a quota of kills to meet. Failing to do so would result in fines. If they repeatedly failed to meet the quota, they would be banned from entering the Stargate. The benefits accrued within the secret realm are entirely the property of the cultivators themselves. The state places more emphasis on other resources within the realm, such as special minerals and rare flora, which only the nation has the capability to develop and research. Once the threat posed by the beasts within the secret realm is neutralized, the state can mobilize the common populace for development, eventually redistributing the gains to enhance the strength of the entire nation. This policy starkly contrasts with those of other nations. In places like the Free Federation and the Tianzhu dynasty, independent cultivators are often heavily exploited after passing through the Stargates. Of course, the generous treatment given to cultivators in the 9 provinces is not without its conditions. In critical moments, every citizen must obey state orders, and if necessary, they may be conscripted forcibly without any resistance. After undergoing a series of checks, Qin Chuan finally arrived at a grand hall within the building. At the far end of the hall stood a towering Azure Stargate, over 10 meters high, with people constantly passing through it. Those emerging from the gate were often bloodied, some even missing limbs. While the Stargate held vast riches, it also harbored great dangers. Every day, cultivators perished within, their remains often never recovered, devoured entirely by beasts. Following the queue at the entrance, Qin Chuan stepped into the Stargate. A dizzying sensation of space-time distortion hit him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast cavern shimmering with multicolored lights. The walls were adorned with various crystalline stones, emitting different hues that dispelled the darkness within the cavern. The cavern was immense, with a ceiling hundreds of meters high. Looking around, countless entrances dotted the walls, each at least 1,000 meters away from where Qin Chuan and the others stood. This secret realm had been officially named the Earth Monster Cavern. Explorations had revealed that the entire realm seemed to consist of interconnected caverns, with no other terrain discovered thus far. The farthest-reaching exploration teams had still only encountered one cavern after another. The soil within the caverns appeared to be alive, capable of nurturing various types of crystals. Some of these crystals were rich in energy and had multiple uses, while others were merely aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, the caverns were home to various monsters, mostly humanoid in shape, short but incredibly strong, and grotesque in appearance. Known as Earth monsters, the ecosystem here was entirely different from Earth's, holding immense research value. As a result, the authorities placed great importance on it, recently even lifting the restrictions on the number of times cultivators could enter, allowing for free access. A staff member reminded, make sure to monitor your communication device's battery and activate your journey log. If you get lost in the caverns, you won't be able to find your way back. Everyone nodded, aware of these precautions from the guides. The cavern entrances looked almost identical, offering little in the way of landmarks. A minor misstep could easily lead to getting lost. These Stargate realms suppressed external beings, weakening them the longer they stayed. Given Qin Chuan's current strength, he had to leave within 7 days to rest, or he might perish due to his weakening powers. Those who got lost within the secret realm and couldn't find their way out would gradually weaken under the increasing suppression, eventually falling prey to the beasts. After a final round of reminders from the staff, the group dispersed towards different entrances. Some were seasoned veterans, having been here multiple times, while others were first-timers. Each person's knowledge varied, leading them to choose different paths. Regardless of their experience, everyone had one thing in common. They all came in groups. Solo adventurers like Qin Xuan were rare, and in this batch, he was the only one. As such, others looked at Qin Xuan with mixed feelings. Some pitted him, thinking he was too weak to even find a team, while others deemed him too arrogant for not seeking the support of a group. If he appeared older, their opinions might differ, likely seeing him as a powerful cultivator daring to venture alone. But Qin Xuan looked very young, barely in his early 20s. How strong could he be at that age? If they knew he was actually a few months shy of adulthood, they'd probably consider him recklessly ignorant. Paying no mind to the surrounding gazes, Qin Xuan headed straight for an entrance marked with the number 8 and stepped in without hesitation. Shortly after, a team followed him in. The team leader, Scarface, was Wang Yang, the captain of the Wild Wolf Squad. Watching Qin Xuan's retreating figure, Wang Yang's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. According to the guide, the creatures encountered in this cave are at most of the way level. Qin Xuan decided to proceed cautiously, as this was his second time entering the Stargate, and the difficulty far exceeded his previous experience. He vividly remembered the official report mentioning that the highest level of creatures here was the leader level, with over a dozen having been slain by powerful warriors. Encountering one would be a stroke of luck, as surviving such an encounter would be a blessing. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and summoned Debai. He nimbly mounted his steed, gently patted Debai's furry head, and whispered, "Debai, let's go." With a swift movement of its four legs, Debai began to run. Qin Xuan kept his eyes fixed on the slowly extending red line on his communication device. This high-tech gadget remained highly functional even in the secret realm and was an essential item for citizens of the Juzhou Kingdom. As a cultivator, Qin Xuan used a more advanced version. The cave system was intricate, with one tunnel connecting to dozens more, and those dozens connecting to thousands. Despite having been here for over half a month, many nearby passages remained unexplored. Qin Xuan's communication device shared maps uploaded by other cultivators, helping to avoid redundant exploration and improve efficiency. After riding for a long time, Qin Xuan arrived at a three-way fork. He chose the path that data showed was unexplored, proceeding cautiously. This passage was noticeably different from the previous ones, with no signs of prior exploration, no pitted walls, no dried bloodstains, and no traces of past battles. Soon after entering, Qin Xuan discovered a fiery red, round stone embedded in the cave wall. He quickly dug it out, examined it closely, and stored it in his storage ring. This was a valuable fire energy stone, rich in energy and worth around 20,000. Qin Xuan signaled Debai to slow down and began to carefully observe his surroundings. The passage was spacious, with the lowest point being over 10 meters high, and the occasional cave reaching dozens or even hundreds of meters. Every so often, he found small valuable items, which, although not worth much individually, added up to a considerable amount. Before long, he estimated he had earned nearly 200,000. This is like picking up money. Qin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. He knew that this bounty was due to the unexplored route and the early stages of the secret realm's opening. High rewards often came with high risks, but so far, he had been lucky and hadn't encountered any danger. Meanwhile, in another passage, two men riding giant wolves were conversing. "Damn it, this secret realm is a real pain. Chasing someone down here is such a hassle," one man complained, clearly frustrated by the difficulty of tracking their target. "Calm down and let your scent wolf sniff around more. There are too many people coming and going in this area, making it hard to distinguish scents," the other man advised, handing his companion a transparent bag containing a pair of underpants. If Qin Xuan were here, he would recognize these as the underpants he discarded a few days ago. He would never have imagined that this item would fall into their hands and become a tool for tracking him. If he knew, he would surely lament his naivety. The scent wolf sniffed the underpants, then identified a scent in the air and headed towards a cave entrance. Elsewhere, Wang Yang of the Mad Wolf Squad and two of his team members were battling a group of sturdy creatures, each about the height of an average human. "Boss, why haven't Biaozi and the others come back yet? It shouldn't take this long to kill one guy, right?" One team member asked Wang Yang while fending off the creatures. "Relax and focus on killing these monsters. Can't you see how chaotic this secret realm is? They probably haven't found the guy yet. If they had, with their strength, they would have killed him on sight," Wang Yang replied. "Once we're done here, let's show our faces to some other teams to establish an alibi." Qin Xuan then arrived at a unique cave. The ground was damp, forming many small puddles. What stood out most was that this was the first time he had seen plants in the secret realm. These plants were lush like water grasses, dark green, and would burst with thick sap when stepped on. Dabai was clearly uncomfortable with the environment, preferring dry areas. Qin Chuan carefully examined the patches of watergrass, finding them to be ordinary, otherworldly plants with no trace of rare spiritual herbs. Spirit herbs, as the name suggests, are extraordinary plants nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. They are classified into 9 grades and are widely used as primary ingredients in various elixirs. Even the most common first-grade spirit herb is worth a fortune. With meticulous processing, its value can multiply several times over. Qin Chuan rode his majestic white tiger, Dabai, leisurely traversing the deep cavern. On his wrist, a small communicator diligently recorded their path. About 10 minutes later, they reached the deepest part of the cave. The luminescent stone above emitted a faint blue light, adding a mysterious aura to the watery cavern. Suddenly, there was a strange movement beneath Dabai's feet. The once still muddy ground began to twist eerily. Startled, Dabai leaped forward, nearly throwing Qin Chuan off his back. What happened? Qin Chuan was about to ask when he realized, wait, this isn't mud. It's a beast. He clung tightly to Dabai's soft neck fur and swiftly drew the black wind blade from his ring. Dabai, be careful. Qin Chuan scanned the surroundings warily, unsure of the enemy's strength, and prepared for battle. Just then, a sharp whistle echoed from above. A dark mass fell from the cave wall, heading straight for Qin Chuan and Dabai. Oh, crap. With all his combat senses heightened, Qin Chuan swiftly stepped on Dabai's back and leaped into the air. He swung his blade, slicing the dark mass in half. Pale green fluid splattered all over Qin Chuan, and at the same time, a notification of increased energy points appeared in his soul sea. Landing steadily, Qin Chuan calculated. The beast had provided him with 4 or 5 energy points, indicating its cultivation level was around the 3rd or 4th rank of the soldier tier, hardly a threat to him. However, these creatures blended perfectly into their environment, resembling mere mud puddles when still, making them difficult to detect. For other cultivators of the same soldier tier, they posed a significant danger. As Qin Chuan regained his footing, he noticed the mud beneath him starting to wriggle again. He couldn't help but smile wryly and plunged his blade into the ground. More fluid splashed, adding more energy points to his tally. While he was dispatching 2 more mud beasts, the surrounding aquatic plants began to shake violently, and the water's surface rippled. Numerous dark, sludge-like beasts revealed their grotesque faces. Damn, we're surrounded by monsters. Qin Chuan licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. These were all potential energy points in abundance. He recalled the time when he had amassed the most energy points. The previously dim resource wheel suddenly lit up, indicating it could be activated. Back then, Qin Chuan's energy points had first exceeded 1,000, meaning the resource wheel required 1,000 energy points for a single activation. Qin Chuan had closely examined the various resources depicted on the wheel, including rare items like secret treasures, soul stones, and bloodline crystals. According to the wheel's information, the items obtained would always be useful to him and never worthless. Initially, Qin Chuan didn't fully understand the wheel's significance until he discovered a startling fact. The beasts he killed lacked beast cores, as the wheel's ability converted them into energy points. This meant he couldn't rely on hunting beasts to obtain soul stones for enhancing his beast companion's abilities unless he bought them. But with the resource wheel, he could use energy points to activate it and gain various valuable resources. Qin Chuan had a hunch that the wheel's capabilities extended far beyond this, and he needed to activate it once to find out more. Xiao Qing, it's time for you to stretch your muscles. Facing the swarm of mud beasts, Qin Chuan waved his hand. The space rippled, and a large azure serpent appeared, crushing several mud beasts upon landing. Go! Qin Chuan commanded, charging into the mud beast horde with his blade. Xiao Qing and Dabai joined the fray, coordinating seamlessly in a brutal slaughter. Mud beasts fell one after another, turning into a plethora of energy points. The entire cavern was soon filled with splashing mud and exploding pits. With each swing of his blade, Qin Chuan took down a mud beast. Dabai's paw strikes were equally lethal, and Xiao Qing's efficiency was unmatched, its thick tail sweeping through multiple beasts at once. The trio man, serpent, and tiger were like relentless killing machines. The entire watery cavern was turned upside down, with the corpses of the mud beasts blending into the ground, indistinguishable from ordinary mud. Most of these mud beasts were of soldier tier strength and stood no chance against Qin Chuan's trio. Occasionally, a couple of ordinary guard tier mud beasts appeared, but they too were swiftly dispatched. Moments later, the cavern spanning several thousand square meters was cleared of all mud beasts. Qin Chuan's soul sea now held over 1,000 energy points, enough to activate the resource wheel once. Let's see what treasure I get this time. Qin Chuan silently activated the resource wheel. The images spun rapidly until the pointer stopped on a beast core glowing with golden light. Soul Stonking's roar. This is a beast core inscribed with demonic magic. Qin Xuan carefully examined the soul stone in his hand. It contained the demonic spell Roar of the King. This soundwave attack could grant his beast pet the ability to intimidate enemies, with its effectiveness varying based on the difference in cultivation levels between the user and the target. It could even be lethal. Qin Xuan weighed the pros and cons in his mind. A single beast core could be converted into dozens of energy points and was worth over 10,000 yuan. He had just spent 1,000 energy points, equivalent to losing 1,000,000 yuan, while a top-tier soul stone was worth at least 10 million yuan. Soul stones had no specific grades, but the power the beast pet could harness from them depended entirely on its own fortune and would grow stronger with increased strength. He compared the soul stone to human martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques were graded, but low-level practitioners could hardly unleash the full potential of high-grade techniques. For instance, his 6th-grade technique, Devour Evil, required reaching the 6th tier to be perfectly executed. However, high-grade techniques were indeed superior at the same level, which was the advantage geniuses possessed. Qin Xuan's situation was different. Apart from one martial art he had stumbled upon, the 30-plus techniques he mastered were all ungraded, yet he could execute them perfectly from the start. Most of these were enhancement techniques, and their combined effects were no less powerful than perfectly executed 3rd-grade techniques. After careful consideration, Qin Xuan decided to give the soul stone to defy. He patted Xiao Qing's head apologetically, promising to make it up later. Unexpectedly, as defy was about to swallow the soul stone, it transformed into a stream of light and embedded itself in its forehead, leaving a golden king character. Qin Xuan was astonished by the soul stone's unusual behavior, clearly a benefit of his relatability. Just as he was about to test the effect on a demonic beast, he heard approaching footsteps. 2 young men riding giant wolves appeared before him, one of them holding a familiar-looking pair of pants. Qin Xuan immediately recognized them as members of the Wolfpack squad. Unfazed, he smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you." The 2 men were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Qin Xuan calmly asked, "How do you plan to attack me without facing official repercussions?" One of the young men sneered, "You're too young. Free cultivators can't expect protection from the authorities. In such a vast secret realm, killing and destroying evidence is easy." Qin Xuan continued, "Aren't you afraid I'll escape and report you? Don't worry, you won't get away. Not even a bone will be left." Qin Xuan pointed to his communicator and said, "I've recorded your conversation." The 2 men laughed even harder. "Fool, there's no network here. Do you think you can transmit it in real time?" Qin Xuan smiled silently, signaling defy to act. Defy inhaled deeply and let out a tremendous roar towards the 2 men. The deafening tiger's roar paralyzed their mounts. Seizing the moment when the enemies were stunned, Qin Xuan and Xiao Qing shot forward like arrows. In an instant, they covered the 100-meter distance, and Qin Xuan swung his black wind blade down fiercely. The 2 young men finally snapped out of their daze and hastily deployed their martial arts technikia protective shield. The semi-transparent energy shield formed just in time to clash with the black wind blade, sparking a flurry of sparks. The battle had begun, and Qin Xuan's plan was set in motion. This is a fairly common 1st-grade martial technique, often practiced by cultivators with 1- or 2-star aptitude. Its advantage lies in its immediate activation with virtually no delay, but its downside is relatively weak defense. Qin Xuan stood at the entrance of the cave, black wind blade in hand, exuding the formidable aura of a 4th-level guardian. Dozens of meters away, 2 cultivators hastily deployed their defensive techniques, but they were shattered like paper by Qin Xuan's strike. The black wind blade sliced through effortlessly, aiming straight for one of their heads. "How did you?" the man exclaimed in shock, hurriedly swinging his blade to defend. They had assumed they were up against a high school graduate with the strength of a 5th or 6th-level soldier, only to find themselves facing a guardian-level expert. At the same time, Xiao Qing, like a nimble snake, coiled around the other man. It first bit through his protective shield, then wrapped its body around both the enemy and his giant wolf mount. The man slashed at Xiao Qing, but his blade only sparked against its scales. The giant wolf bit at Xiao Qing, only to break a few teeth. Is this defense for real? Is it really a 2nd-tier beast pet? The man thought in terror, unaware that Xiao Qing had evolved after pushing its 1st-tier bloodline to the limit, far surpassing the typical 2-star aptitude. Seeing his mount being strangled by Xiao Qing, the man decisively leaped away to flee. However, after just a few meters, a snow-white giant tiger blocked his path, extending a friendly paw. Defy casually swung its paw, and the man barely managed to parry. This perfectly evolved 2nd-tier beast pet was toying with its prey. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan engaged in a fierce battle with the other man and his giant wolf. Although their combined strength was at the 3rd level of Guardian, 2 levels higher than Qin Xuan, they were still at a disadvantage. Despite using various martial techniques, they could only barely defend themselves. In no time, their bodies were covered in wounds, and black energy swirled around them, devouring their blood and spirit. During the fight, the man suddenly felt his vision go dark. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan decapitated him with a single strike. With its master dead, the giant wolf also collapsed. Debai and Shao Qing had also dealt with their opponents. Qin Chuan quickly scavenged the bodies, obtaining 2 secret treasure rings and several pseudo-secret treasure weapons. He destroyed their communicators and stored the bodies in the rings, intending to feed them to the cave monsters later to ensure no trace was left. After tidying up, Qin Chuan continued to explore other cave entrances. Meanwhile, the Wild Wolf squad noticed something amiss. Wang Yong pondered for a moment before deciding to wait a bit longer. A day later, he had to admit that his subordinates were likely doomed, and he angrily led his team away, secretly hoping that Qin Chuan had also perished. Qin Chuan, however, pressed on after killing the 2 men. Within a few hours, he encountered the renowned earth monster tribe in the secret realm. Nearly 40 creatures wielding iron rods charged at him, with 5 at the Guardian level and their leader at the 7th level of Guardian. These monsters, with intelligence comparable to human children, formed a formation, making them far more dangerous than the mud monsters he had faced before. Qin Chuan stood in the stone cavern, facing a horde of bloodthirsty and greedy earth monsters. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he took out several corpses from his ring and tossed them into the midst of the creatures. The moment the corpses hit the ground, the monsters halted. They hesitated for a second and then pounced on the unexpected feast. Claws and fangs tore into the bodies, devouring them completely. Qin Chuan watched coldly, waiting for the right moment. However, the meal did nothing to quell the monsters' hunger. Their greedy eyes turned back to Qin Chuan, and they charged at him excitedly. Qin Chuan remained calm and gave a quick signal to Debai beside him. Debai understood, took a deep breath, and unleashed a thunderous roar filled with demonic energy at the monster horde. The sound waves hit like invisible blades, instantly felling several weaker monsters. Blood streamed from their orifices, and their bodies stiffened, losing all ability to move. The remaining monsters were momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Chuan darted into the monster horde like a flash of lightning. His blade sliced through the air with precision, each strike taking the life of a monster. The spacious cavern provided ample room for the battle. Shaoqing followed her master closely, moving effortlessly among the monsters. Debai, not to be outdone, joined the fray after finishing his demonic roar, his massive paws smashing monster heads to pieces with every strike. After slaying several monsters, Qin Chuan felt a murderous gaze lock onto him. Looking up, he saw a massive earth monster parting its companions, wielding a crude giant axe. It leaped over 10 meters high and swung the axe down at him. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted as he instinctively dodged to the side. The giant axe hit the ground, cracking the hard stone floor with a deep trench several meters long. Such an attack was beyond what ordinary stone could endure. Even a full-force strike from a Guardian-level cultivator wouldn't cause such destruction. Barely evading the lethal blow, Qin Chuan's back was soaked in cold sweat. He realized this monster's strength far exceeded his expectations. Qin Chuan continued to dodge while taking opportunities to kill the weaker monsters. Fortunately, the powerful monster was slow, or he might not have been able to cope. Seeing it couldn't catch Qin Chuan, the leader monster turned its attention to Shaoqing and Debai, who were wreaking havoc. Qin Chuan quickly warned his beasts to avoid its attacks and continued to clear out the other monsters. With dozens of martial techniques in full swing, Qin Chuan became a precise killing machine. Monsters below Guardian level were no match for him, and even those with 2 or 3 levels of Guardian strength couldn't withstand his relentless attacks for long. In no time, only the Guardian level 7 leader monster remained, along with Qin Chuan and his 2 beast companions. Seeing its subordinates fall one after another, the leader monster was furious, swinging its giant axe at the trio repeatedly. However, its attacks were too slow to touch them. Qin Chuan decisively ordered, Debai, use your demonic power. Shaoqing, go control it. At this moment, a thick black aura surrounded him, his strength continuously rising from killing dozens of monsters. Debai acted on the command, unleashing another earth-shaking roar. The powerful demonic energy struck the leader monster, momentarily stunning it. Shaoqing seized the opportunity and quickly entangled it. The leader monster was enormous, towering over an average human by half a head, and as sturdy as a small mountain. Just as it recovered from Debai's attack, it was ensnared by Shaoqing. It raised its giant axe, ready to strike down. At this critical moment, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared behind it. His blade flashed, the sharp edge cutting precisely into the monster's thick neck. Blood spurted out, and a head the size of a basin rolled onto the ground. The monster's body remained in its axe-raising stance for a moment before collapsing with a thud. Qin Chuan also slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Although victorious, the battle had drained him significantly. After casting a few recovery spells on himself, Qin Chuan began to rest. He thought to himself, I can't go any further. The monsters in this area are gradually exceeding my limits. While checking his spoils, Qin Chuan was pleasantly surprised to find that his energy points had reached 1,000 again. These guardian-level monsters had contributed the most, especially the leader, which alone provided 300 to 400 points. Time for another spin, Qin Chuan said, looking at the resource wheel. After activating it, the pointer landed on a green soul stone. Soul stone plant control can use demonic power to control the growth of surrounding plants, creating obstacles for enemies. Qin Chuan scratched his head. This was clearly a skill tailored for Xiaoqing. Combined with Xiaoqing's growth talent, it would be incredibly useful in forested areas. However, in this plant-scarce cavern, it was temporarily of no use. After resting, Qin Chuan decided to explore laterally with his 2 beast pets instead of moving forward. He knew that the further he ventured from the Star Gate, the more dangerous it would become. Given his current strength, he didn't dare to proceed recklessly. Cautiously retracing his steps, Qin Chuan spent a few days exploring and reaped significant rewards. However, as the suppressive force grew stronger, he was forced to leave the secret realm. Stepping out of the Star Gate, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He immediately sold the ores and spirit herbs he had collected from the secret realm to the authorities, earning over 1,000,000 Jojo coins. This unexpected windfall made Qin Chuan secretly rejoice, but he was unaware that his every move was being watched by someone. In a luxurious hotel in Fengqing Bay City, Wang Yang was leisurely sipping tea when he received a report from his subordinate. That little brat is still alive, he sneered, narrowing his eyes with a cold smile. Next time, I won't be so cautious. I'll handle it personally. Wang Yang calculated his next move. If he hadn't already been under official scrutiny, he wouldn't be so careful. Although he had been suspected of multiple murders of human cultivators, lack of evidence had only placed him on a gray list. The delay in his mission had made Wang Yang increasingly impatient. Hopefully, that kid won't stay cooped up in the base city again. Wang Yang muttered to himself, unaware that he had inadvertently guessed the truth. Having acquired some funds, Qin Chuan didn't rush into another adventure. Instead, he went back to the Beast Hall and immersed himself in tedious training. For 10 whole days, he worked tirelessly until his funds were completely depleted. During this time, Wang Yang grew increasingly restless. He had investigated Qin Chuan's gains and assumed that once his money ran out, he would head back to the Stargate. However, events took an unexpected turn. Qin Chuan contacted Zhuang Tong and entrusted her with selling the secret treasures he had obtained from the members of the Wild Wolf Squad. This move not only earned Qin Chuan millions in cash, but also allowed him to trade for a white-grade secret treasure broadsword. His pseudo-secret treasure Black Windblade had become worn out from continuous battles with soldier-grade and guard-grade beasts, necessitating an upgrade. When Zhuang Tong received Qin Chuan's request, the stunning and seductive woman was taken aback for a moment. Although Qin Chuan hadn't explicitly mentioned it, her knowledge of the Wild Wolf Squad led her to believe that these weapons were likely acquired from them. Lounging lazily on her sofa, she chuckled softly. This kid is quite mysterious, isn't he? That idiot Wang Yang probably still thinks his team members were killed by beasts. TSK. Tisk. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had once again buried himself in the Beast Hall, frantically spending money on training. He knew that after the Wild Wolf Squad's initial failure, their next attempt might be a desperate attack. Without thorough preparation, he wouldn't take a single step out of the base city. During this period, Qin Chuan and his 2 beast pets saw their cultivation levels skyrocket. Guard level 2. Guard level 3. Guard level 4. Guard level 5. With each breakthrough, Qin Chuan felt himself getting closer to his goal. He understood that only by continuously growing stronger could he survive in this perilous world. Due to the significant differences in cultivation levels between each rank, when the daily cultivation returns were averaged out between Qin Chuan and his 2 beast companions, it gradually balanced their levels. Now, Qin Chuan, the White Python, and the Green Tiger have all reached the 5th rank of the Way level, though they are at different stages such as early, mid, late, or peak phase. While the White Python and the Green Tiger were diligently cultivating, Qin Chuan wasn't idle either. He focused on integrating various martial techniques, especially those that strengthened the bones of different body parts. During this period, he mastered more than 10 new techniques, bringing his total close to 80. Qin Chuan was secretly delighted, knowing that breaking through the 100 technique mark would soon lead to a significant leap in his strength. However, seeing his millions of funds depleted once again, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had no choice but to pick up his blade and head towards the secret cave once more. Meanwhile, the members of the Wild Wolf Squad, who had been anxiously waiting, were finally excited to follow Qin Chuan through the Stargate. Wang Yang gritted his teeth as he stared at Qin Chuan's back, seething with anger. Over the past few days, he had been reprimanded by the group countless times, all because of this young man. The reputation of the Wild Wolf Squad had plummeted among the group's mercenary squads, often mocked as the weak dog squad for failing to handle a high school student. Wang Yong wished he could rush forward and stab Qin Chuan, demanding to know why he was so resilient. Upon arriving at the cave, Qin Chuan chose the same route he had explored last time, advancing on the back of the white python. During this period, the information about that area had been updated. According to other cultivators, there were over a dozen monster clusters, each led by a Wei level 10 monster. Such a level of beast cluster could only be handled by elite Wei level mercenary squads, and usually required the presence of a near commander level expert. Qin Chuan's target wasn't these monster clusters. He just wanted to pick off some stragglers, hunting down isolated patrol teams of the cave monsters. Last time, he had barely managed to kill one patrol team, but the situation was different now. As Qin Chuan advanced on the white python, 3 cultivators riding giant wolves followed closely behind. Qin Chuan had already noticed them and deliberately slowed down to ensure they didn't lose track. The squad of 3 arrived at a water cave filled with eerie green vegetation, where the soil was damp and thick, with faint traces of dried blood visible. Suddenly, Qin Chuan emerged from behind the water plants, smiling as he looked at the 3. "I've been waiting for you." Wang Yong's brow furrowed, and his heart tightened. He whispered to his 2 subordinates, "Prepare your martial techniques and be ready to fight at any moment." As he spoke, he gripped his black spear tightly and quickly applied several strengthening techniques to himself, his power surging instantly. Though his subordinates were puzzled, they immediately reinforced themselves and their beast companions with various martial techniques. Impressed by the experienced mercenary squad, Qin Chuan didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "No need to be nervous. I just want to know, does your Mountain Eagle group have any more formidable squads? Do you have any commander-level mercenary squads? What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you little brat?" One of the underlings sneered at Qin Chuan, his tone dripping with contempt. "Do you think commander-level fighters are as common as cabbages? It's already impressive if a team has one, and you expect a whole group?" Qin Chuan simply nodded lightly and muttered to himself, "Seems like there are." This remark infuriated the underling, who shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth and get on your knees to die." With that, he ordered the giant wolf beside him to attack. The beast lunged at Qin Chuan like a gust of wind. Wang Yong didn't stop his subordinate's impulsive action. He also wanted to see if this kid had any tricks up his sleeve. The underling, wielding a sharp katana, swung it fiercely at Qin Chuan. He remembered the boss's orders not to let the kid die too quickly, so he deliberately shifted the blade's angle slightly. At most, this strike would sever half of Qin Chuan's shoulder, which was the most mercy he could offer. "Don't be so rash in this life. Be gentler in the next." Qin Chuan sighed as he raised his own massive blade to meet the incoming attack. This heavy, broad-bladed sword, nearly 2 meters long, was as hefty as a small door and had been acquired by trading the secret treasures of the previous 2 Wolf Fang squads. With dozens of enhanced martial arts techniques boosting his strength, Qin Chuan wielded the 1,000-pound sword as effortlessly as a child playing with chopsticks. The blade whistled through the air and smashed down on the underling. Realizing the power behind Qin Chuan's strike, the underling's eyes widened in fear, and he hastily tried to use his protective martial arts. But it was too late. Qin Chuan's heavy sword crushed the katana, then slammed into the underling and his giant wolf, shattering the protective barrier instantly. Both the man and his beast were thrown to the ground. The sound of bones breaking echoed like bamboo being snapped. The underling lay limp and lifeless, while his giant wolf, its spine broken, lay dying, blood trickling from its mouth and nose. The underling, with only 3rd-level strength at best, stood no chance against Qin Chuan at full power. Witnessing this, Wang Yong's pupils contracted in fear. From that single casual strike, he could tell that Qin Chuan was stronger than him. Without hesitation, he barked orders at another subordinate. "What are you standing there for? Kill him." The subordinate hesitated, but Wang Yong roared, "Attack! With me here, what are you afraid of? I'm a 6th-level fighter. He can't possibly outmatch me." Encouraged, the subordinate charged at Qin Chuan with a battle cry. Meanwhile, Wang Yong turned and commanded his crimson giant wolf to flee in the opposite direction. The subordinate took a few steps before realizing the silence behind him. Turning around, he saw Wang Yong's retreating figure. His face turned red with rage, and he screamed, "Damn you, Wang Yong, betraying your own team." But he had no time to dwell on Wang Yong's betrayal, as his beast was already near Qin Chuan, leaving no room for escape. "Feeling brave, are you?" Qin Chuan smiled at the subordinate, whose strength was similar to the previous one. To the subordinate, that smile was as terrifying as a demon's grin. "I'll fight you to the death," the subordinate cried, charging at Qin Chuan with tears in his eyes. The outcome was predictable. Qin Chuan casually swatted him aside, sending him to meet his end. Meanwhile, Wang Yong, riding his giant wolf, reached the cave entrance only to find a massive blue serpent blocking his path. its head raised and tongue flicking as it stared at him coldly. Wang Yong suddenly remembered the intel that mentioned this kid had two beast companions. Die! With no time to hesitate, Wang Yong shouted. In a clash of life and death, the brave will win. I'm a 6th level fighter with a beast companion. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Just as this thought crossed his mind, both he and his giant wolf were slammed to the ground by a tail covered in sharp spikes. What Wang Yong didn't know was that this was no ordinary beast companion, but a perfect first-rank bloodline evolution. Damn it! I'm a 6th level fighter. Wang Yong roared in anger, and his beast companion let out a howl, its red fur standing on end. Berserk mode, Wang Yong growled. He had no intention of holding back, unleashing all his hidden aces. Even if it meant a decline in his cultivation and life force afterward, he had no choice. As his resolve firmed, his skin turned crimson, and blood vessels filled his eyes. His beast companion mirrored his transformation, its eyes turning blood red and exuding a frenzied aura. This was the true power of the Wolf Fang squad, trading life and potential for a temporary boost in strength for a desperate fight. Nothing is more terrifying than a cultivator with nothing to lose. Wang Yong's power surged, and he launched a flurry of attacks with his spear, striking the blue serpent and causing its scales to shatter, blood spraying everywhere. The blood-red giant wolf lunged at Shaoqing, its claws gleaming coldly as they left deep, bone-revealing gashes on Shaoqing's body. It opened its massive jaws and bit down hard, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Shaoqing let out a heart-rending scream filled with pain and fury. Qin Chuan arrived upon hearing the commotion and, seeing the scene, his anger flared instantly. His eyes turned red, muscles tensed, and he leaped off Dabai's back with a swift motion. His long blade sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Wang Yong, producing a sharp whistle as it cut through the air. Wang Yong hurriedly raised his spear to block, resulting in a resounding clang and a shower of sparks. Though he managed to parry the strike, the powerful impact drove his feet into the ground, causing blood to seep from his nostrils. Wang Yong was shocked. How could this kid possess such immense strength? Judging by the aura of Qin Chuan's cultivation, he was at most at the 5th level of the Wei rank. But this power exceeded even that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the Wei rank. What Wang Yong didn't know was that Qin Chuan was currently enhanced by dozens of strengthening martial arts techniques, each adding hundreds of pounds of force. Combined, they boosted his strength by nearly 10,000 pounds. A peak Bing rank cultivator's strength was only a few thousand pounds, while a Wei rank cultivator's was around tens of thousands. These martial arts enhancements elevated Qin Chuan's physique several levels higher. As he mastered more techniques, this advantage would continue to grow. Even in his berserk state, Wang Yong's strength had multiplied several times, making him comparable to a cultivator at the 8th level of the Wei rank. Yet, he was still overpowered by Qin Chuan. Astonished, he thought. What kind of monster are you? The intelligence report said you had minimal talent, so how do you possess such incredible power? Wang Yong wanted to know how Qin Chuan had broken through to the Wei rank in such a short time. And not just any Wei rank but an exceptional one. Such talent could only be compared to someone with a 5-star aptitude. It's said that those with 5-star aptitudes can reach the foundational level in a day and surpass the Bing rank in 10 days. Although Qin Chuan's cultivation speed was slower before, he had advanced from the Bing rank to this level in just over a month, a feat only achievable by those with 5-star aptitude or higher. 5 stars. That meant he was destined to become a ruler. And he, Wang Yong, was sent to hunt down such a person? Even if his target hadn't fully grown, he was still beyond the reach of someone like Wang Yong, who only had a 2-star aptitude and relied on cultivation potions. Despair filled Wang Yong's heart as Qin Chuan, without answering, continued slashing at him relentlessly. The blade winds were fierce, whistling as they cut through the air. Wang Yong barely managed to block each strike, but blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Though he could deflect the blade, he couldn't withstand the residual force. Ultimately, even without a direct hit, Wang Yong coughed up blood, his eyes bulging, and died with shattered internal organs. Seeing Wang Yong's death, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and thought, "It seems I should prioritize reinforcing my internal organs along with my bones. If I encounter a powerful cultivator, even if I can block their attacks without external injuries, my organs might not withstand the impact, leading to the same fate as Wang Yong. Fortunately, there are fewer organs than bones, so they can be reinforced more quickly." Once he strengthened his bones and organs, Qin Chuan planned to conduct a more detailed full-body enhancement, from every muscle to every blood vessel, and even down to each cell if possible. Other cultivators couldn't perform such detailed enhancements because of the limited number of martial arts techniques. They could only enhance their entire body. Although each technique might be stronger individually than Qin Chuan's, his sheer number of techniques provided a cumulative advantage. For instance, if a Bing rank cultivator learns a first-grade enhancement technique that boosts strength by 1,000 pounds, Qin Chuan only needs 10 such techniques to surpass this effect. And as the number increases, the effect transforms qualitatively. For example, fully enhancing every bone in his body would result in more than just tens of thousands of pounds of strength. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Qin Xuan quickly cleaned the battlefield, scavenging anything valuable from the bodies. He estimated that selling their storage treasures and weapons would net him several million. Killing and looting really are lucrative, he thought with a wry smile. This line of work was fast money, but dangerous. Encountering a hidden master or being caught by the authorities would be disastrous. He carefully destroyed their communicators and stored the bodies, planning to feed them to demonic beasts to leave no trace. From their storage treasures, Qin Xuan found several healing potions, which he applied to Xiao Qing's wounds, along with a few healing martial arts techniques. Though not very effective, they were better than nothing. Xiao Qing's injuries were not severe. Given its current size, they were mere flesh wounds. After returning to the Soul Sea space, it quickly recovered. With everything settled, Qin Xuan continued his journey, hunting down solitary Earth monster patrols and pursuing his adventurous path. If the Earth Monster Patrol knew that Qin Xuan considered their dozens of formidable members as solitary creatures, they would be cursing up a storm. Qin Xuan wielded a long blade, flanked by Xiao Qing and Debai. The three of them worked in perfect harmony, as if they were one entity. With each flicker of his blade, an Earth monster fell, its life extinguished. Qin Xuan's swordsmanship grew increasingly lethal in real combat, with each strike precisely hitting its mark. In recent days, Qin Xuan had invested 1,000,000 Jojo coins to unlock the first 3 moves of the Dragon Tiger Blade technique. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, Mighty Dragon emerges from the sea, and the third move, though their names might sound rustic, their power was undeniable. Qin Xuan had mastered these initial moves, each one carrying astonishing destructive force. The improvement in strength brought by this top-tier martial skill was significant, allowing Qin Xuan to stand out among his peers. He made a silent vow that since he had chosen the Dragon Tiger Blade, he would perfect it to the utmost, hoping to one day reach the realm of slaying dragons and tigers. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qing and Debai. These two companions, destined to become a divine dragon and tiger, would he one day use them to test his blade? He quickly dismissed this absurd thought. However, his two beast companions shivered under his gaze, as if they had seen something terrifying. For several days, the trio fought in the cave, continuously defeating several Earth monster patrols. Qin Xuan's energy points quickly surpassed 2,000 or 3,000, and he didn't hesitate to activate the resource roulette. The result was delightful: 2 soul stones and a bottle of antidote. This antidote could neutralize the poison of third-tier demonic beasts, making it highly valuable. The 2 soul stones were tailor-made for Xiao Qing and Debai: golden armor for enhanced defense and wooden prison for improved control. Qin Xuan watched as his beast companions grew stronger, feeling a surge of joy. The next goal was clear: save up energy points to evolve Xiao Qing and Debai's bloodlines. If he could elevate their potential to 3 stars, their cultivation speed would significantly increase. Although this would require a lot of resources, Qin Xuan was prepared. Filled with determination, Qin Xuan continued to hunt Earth monster patrols in the secret realm. As time passed, the number of Earth monsters he killed soared, from 300 to 500, eventually surpassing the 1,000 mark. He nearly wiped out the entire Earth monster population in the secret realm, even alerting a half-step leader at the 10th level of the guard rank. Seeing the opportunity, Qin Xuan decisively retreated. The trip had been immensely rewarding, with his energy points exceeding 10,000, enough for a second round of enhancements for his beast companions. Looking at Xiao Qing and Debai, Qin Xuan murmured, "Next, it's the 3-star bloodline. What will you evolve into?" At the end of the chapter, the author earnestly asks for reader support, mentioning personal financial difficulties and hoping for some donations. The author promises that if they receive a substantial amount of gifts by the next day, they will write an extra 12,000 words. Lastly, the author seeks reader suggestions for the upcoming third beast companion. The various secret treasures seized from Wang Yang and his group were valued at nearly 60 million. After Qin Xuan finished counting, he calculated that even with some depreciation and combined with his own gains, the total would still be around 50 million. For a few whale-level cultivators, this was a considerable fortune. Typically, a single mission would yield around 1 million, and the expenses for cultivation potions, secret treasures, martial skills, and techniques were like water flowing rapidly. This money represented years of savings for them, but now it was all in Qin Xuan's hands. Qin Xuan picked up his phone and dialed Zhuang Tong's number. He asked the seasoned whale-level cultivator for help in selling these secret treasures. Zhuang Tong, a veteran in the cultivator circle, had far more experience in such matters than Qin Xuan. Soon after, Zhuang Tong received the package Qin Xuan had sent. She opened it and was momentarily stunned. These weapons seemed to evoke some memories for her. She immediately instructed her subordinates to look into information about the Wolfpack squad. After a long while, Zhuang Tong sat holding her phone, her alluring red lips parting and then curling into a beautiful smile. This little brother Qin Chuan is really surprising. In such a short time, he's grown to the point where he can annihilate an entire whale-level squad by himself. Is this really the low-potential talent Commander Lu mentioned? Zhuang Tong's slender, fair fingers lightly tapped the table. Her long, white legs were crossed under her loose robe, and she sipped red wine, her eyebrows slightly furrowed in thought. Qin Chuan pre-ordered a batch of bloodline crystals with mainly wood and metal attributes on a cultivator website. Once Zhuang Tong transferred the money to his account, he immediately completed the payment. Before long, the same city courier delivered it to his door. After signing for the package, Qin Chuan looked at Xiaoqing and Defy in his soul sea and decided to strengthen Xiaoqing first. He took out a wood attribute snake bloodline crystal and placed it into the grand wheel. According to cultivator knowledge, the next life stage for snakes is pythons, but there are almost no second-tier pythons. Even the weakest python beasts are at the commander level. Therefore, Qin Chuan could only buy snake crystals, but with the hundreds of times enhancement from the bloodline grand wheel, it would still greatly benefit Xiaoqing. Steel-armored snake, venomous thread snake. Some of the crystals were not wood attribute, but as long as they didn't conflict with wood, they could be used to refine beast pets. Although the effect was not as good as the same attribute, it was still significant under the hundreds of times enhancement. Qin Chuan's goal was to comprehensively enhance Xiaoqing and Defy's abilities, so he considered all potentially beneficial bloodline energies. Rich bloodline energy continuously poured into Xiaoqing's body, causing subtle changes in its appearance. Scales, venomous fangs, bones. Under the constant baptism of bloodline energy, Xiaoqing underwent a qualitative transformation from the inside out. Finally, there was a faint sound as if a life shackle had been broken. Crack. Xiaoqing let out a low python's roar, its skull bones protruding to form a crown-like shape, looking extremely regal. Name: Qingsong King Python. Quality: 3-star. Cultivation: whale level 6. The continuous bloodline enhancement naturally elevated Xiaoqing's cultivation by a notch. More importantly, it advanced to 3-star quality, and it wasn't just an ordinary 3-star. Although it merely added the word king, it signified that Xiaoqing's bloodline tier among pythons had reached the pinnacle. The next evolution might bring a qualitative leap. After strengthening Xiaoqing's bloodline, it was Defy's turn. Qin Chuan embedded one tiger bloodline crystal after another into the grand wheel. Energy points were continuously consumed, and the crimson bloodline energy began to wash over Defy's body from inside out. Iron-toothed tiger, swift wind tiger, mountain tiger. Each bloodline needed at least 500 times enhancement to reach its limit, but the probability of 500 times return was over 3/4. As long as Qin Chuan's luck wasn't too bad, he could generally achieve the best effect. Even if luck was lacking, other types of bloodline crystals could make up for the deficit. If the enhancement was divided into aspects like attack power, defense, and stamina, a tiger bloodline crystal specializing in defense would mainly enhance defense, but also improve other aspects to some extent. One tiger crystal after another was placed into the wheel, and one energy return after another occurred. Suddenly, the last bloodline crystal Qin Chuan placed in caused an anomaly. The grand wheel's pointer stopped within the 1,000 times range. This was the first time Qin Chuan had achieved the maximum on the bloodline grand wheel, and it was a blood-eye tiger crystal he had used. On the wheel's image, a giant tiger with red eyes appeared, exuding majestic and fierce power. 500 times enhancement could already maximize a bloodline crystal's potential. So what kind of change would 1,000 times bring? Qin Chuan secretly looked forward to it. When he turned his gaze to Defy, he found that its information had already been updated. Name: blood-eyed white tiger. Quality: 3-star. Cultivation: whale level 6. Sure enough, Defy's evolved name was closely related to the blood-eye tiger. More excitingly, it had gained a new talent called Fierce Might. The effect of Fierce Might is straightforward. It significantly enhances Defy's intimidation power, especially when using the King's Roar. One roar can knock down a large number of opponents. When facing other beasts or pet beasts, it can greatly weaken their strength. Qin Chuan looked at the changes in his two pet beasts with satisfaction and sincerely praised. Not bad. He then glanced at the balance on his bank card, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Time to find the third pet beast, he thought to himself. Previously, due to a lack of funds, even after breaking through to the Guardian level, he couldn't contract a third pet beast. But now, things were different. Even after strengthening another one, the remaining money would be enough for his training for a while. Qin Chuan knew well that having an additional pet beast would significantly boost his training speed and overall strength, making this matter urgent. He stretched, changed into a comfortable set of casual clothes, and stepped out of his door. As he observed Fengqing Bay City closely for the first time, Qin Chuan found that aside from being more prosperous than the Dazhao Bay City, the two cities weren't much different. The streets were filled with the lost expressions of workers, the hurried footsteps of pedestrians, occasionally mixed with the joyful laughter of children. Qin Chuan's goal was to find a common beast, but he wasn't in a rush. He valued the bond with a pet beast more. He spent the entire day walking around the base city but couldn't find a suitable match. When he arrived at a rundown residential area, the sound of crying caught his attention. Following the sound, he saw a girl around 7 or 8 years old holding a small red bird, her eyes filled with tears. For some reason, this scene touched Qin Chuan's heart, reminding him of his sister, Qin Yu, and filling him with a sense of melancholy. Qin Chuan walked over to the girl, handed her a tissue, and gently asked, "What's wrong, little sister?" The girl looked up at Qin Chuan, her big, tear-filled eyes glistening. She pouted and choked out, "Big brother, little red is about to die. The doctor said it's old." Qin Chuan looked down at the small red bird in the girl's arms. Its feathers were dull, and its eyes were cloudy, clearly at the end of its life. This type of red bird only lived for a few years and couldn't accompany the girl for long. The girl continued to cry, "Big brother, little red is my only family. My parents were killed by beasts, and now little red is leaving too." She seemed to have found someone to confide in, pouring out her story without reservation. It turned out her name was Linger, and she once had a happy family. However, everything was shattered on an ordinary day when a powerful and terrifying beast broke into their home. To buy time for his wife and daughter to escape, her father sacrificed his life to fend off the beast. During their subsequent escape, her mother also perished at the hands of the beast. Listening to Linger's story, Qin Chuan felt a pang of sorrow. Her experience was strikingly similar to his own. He gently patted the girl's head and smiled, "Linger, don't cry. I can save little red." Linger slowly raised her head, her delicate face filled with disbelief. "Big brother, is that true? But the doctor said little red is very old." Qin Chuan wiped away her tears and softly explained, "Trust me. However, after I save little red, it will have to stay with me and won't be able to stay with you. Are you okay with that?" "I am," Linger answered without hesitation. To her, as long as little red could live, that was enough. "Big brother, please save little red. I'll do anything to repay you." Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh, ruffling her hair again. "Where did you learn to say that? Ha ha ha. Don't be scared now. I'm going to summon my pet beast." With that, Qin Chuan waved to the empty space beside him. The air shimmered slightly, and moments later, Xiaoqing's massive body landed with a thud, creating a deep pit in the ground. "Ah!" Linger exclaimed, covering her mouth with her small hands. "Big brother, you're a cultivator." Qin Chuan nodded in confirmation and then directed Xiaoqing to start the contract ritual. A glowing array appeared on Little Red, and it seemed to understand what was happening, not resisting the process. In no time, Little Red's eyes regained their clarity, its feathers radiated a fiery red, and its body grew from the size of a palm to over a foot in length. It soared into the sky, letting out a high-pitched cry. After the contract was completed, Little Red's intelligence also improved. It flew to Qin Chuan's shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately to show its gratitude. "Little Red, is that you? Do you still recognize me? I'm Linger." Seeing the transformation, Linger was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Little Red turned to Linger and let out a friendly chirp, as if responding to her. Linger, overjoyed, threw herself into Qin Chuan's arms, her head resting against his chest. "Big brother, thank you. Thank you so much." The bell made a muffled whimpering sound as tears soaked into Qin Chuan's clothes. Gently patting the little girl's head, he softly said, there, don't cry, little one." This scene brought back memories from a few years ago, when another adorable girl used to cling to him and cry her heart out whenever she felt wronged. Qin Chuan's eyes grew slightly moist, but he quickly wiped away the tears, afraid that Xiaoya might see and tease him, saying, "Qin Chuan, you're crying. How embarrassing." However, he suddenly realized that the mischievous little sister had been gone for a long time. After a while, Linger calmed down. She looked up at Qin Chuan and suddenly smiled. "Big brother, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Qin Chuan. Qin as in Qinling Mountains, and Chuan as in rivers and mountains," he replied. Linger blinked her bright, watery eyes and solemnly said, "All right, Qin Chuan. I'll remember you." Qin Chuan gently asked, "Linger, Xiaohong will be coming with me from now on. Are you okay with that?" Linger nodded and earnestly told Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, you have to protect Qin Chuan from now on. You can't be lazy like you were with me." Xiaohong flapped its wings and chirped in response. Qin Chuan and Linger talked for a long time, getting to know each other's situations and exchanging social media and contact information. As they parted, Qin Chuan reminded her, "Linger, I'll be staying in Fengqing for quite a while. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me, okay?" Linger nodded repeatedly, her eyes showing affection. Though they had just met, a deep bond had already formed between them. Qin Chuan bade farewell to Linger and Xiaohong, who reluctantly parted ways. "Goodbye, Linger. I'll bring Xiaohong to visit you often," Qin Chuan said. "Goodbye, Qin Chuan." I want to become a cultivator too and go on adventures with you, Linger shouted excitedly. All right, then you have to work hard. Ma'am. Back at his place, Qin Chuan checked on Xiao Hong's condition and then ordered a batch of first and second tier fire attribute bloodstones. Xiao Hong's current stats were name, red sparrow, quality, 0 star, cultivation, mortal level 1. When the bloodstones arrived, Qin Chuan began enhancing Xiao Hong and his soul sea. He first used various first-tier bloodstones, Firebird, Flame Sparrow, Swift Wind Bird. After pushing Xiao Hong to its limits, it naturally evolved to a 2-star quality. Then, he used second-tier bloodstones. With the continuous infusion of bloodline energy, Xiao Hong's body underwent significant changes. Its size gradually increased, and the red sheen on its feathers became more radiant, eventually resembling a burning flame. After a long while, a high-pitched cry echoed in the soul sea space. Xiao Qing and Da Bai looked enviously at the fiery figure flying in the sky, thinking, we want to fly too. Xiao Hong had transformed, becoming dignified and noble, with feathers like a suit of crimson armor. Its new stats were name, Scarlet Flame Sparrow, quality, 3 star, cultivation, mortal level 4, talent, flame attachment, where all flame attacks cling like a viscous liquid, making them hard to extinguish. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, finally a companion that can fly. When Xiao Hong gets bigger, I can ride it and fly around? He squinted, imagining the cool and impressive scene of riding his crimson flying beast. Next, we need to train hard and try to bring everyone's cultivation level up to par. Let's go, my darlings. Qin Chuan took his beast companions to the beast hall and rented a room with 1,000 times the concentration of spiritual energy. The rent for every 8 hours started at $1 million, and his remaining money was only enough for about 20 days of training. Qin Chuan thought, 20 days, plus the cultivation wheel, at least 10,000 times cultivation every day. Breaking through to commander level shouldn't be too much to ask, right? With the 10,000-fold cultivation boost and the base talents of his 3 beast companions, his training speed was comparable to that of a 7-star genius, provided he didn't use any rare materials or special training grounds. Qin Chuan summoned his 3 beast companions and had them start training while he continued to merge martial techniques. In this exceptional environment, the speed of merging techniques was greatly accelerated, and he could now merge at least 1 technique per day. As time passed, both his and his beast companions' cultivation levels rapidly increased. The fastest progress was made by Xiao Hong. Her cultivation speed was astonishing. On the first day, she leaped to the soldier level, and within a few days, she broke through to the guard level. After that, her pace slowed down a bit. While Qin Chuan and others were immersed in the joy of cultivation, a different scene was unfolding at the headquarters of the Mountain Deer Group. In the chairman's office, Wang Yuan Hong Wang Ruahong's father was furiously yelling at Li Xiao. Did you send the Wild Wolf Squad to hunt down that high school student? Li Xiao, looking puzzled, stared at his brother-in-law. What's wrong, brother-in-law? It's just one of your squads. Is it worth getting this angry over? Li Xiao asked cautiously. Wang Yuanhang slammed a stack of documents on the table, which Li Xiao hurriedly caught and examined, looking even more confused. The Wild Wolf Squad is gone. All of them dead. Wang Yuanhang roared. Li Xiao was incredulous. That can't be right. They were just supposed to kill a rookie. With the strength of the Wild Wolf Squad, it should have been easy. How did they get wiped out? You're asking me? Who should I ask then? Wang Yuanhang ground his teeth. Didn't I tell you not to cause any trouble during this period? The authorities are watching us closely. Do you want me to lose everything or die? Wang Ruahong quickly stepped forward to mediate. Dad, don't be angry. Uncle was just trying to help me focus on my exams. Also, we've had that squad deployed for a long time, not just recently. Wang Yuanhong's tone softened slightly as he turned to his son. You should stay out of these matters. If anything goes wrong, you can forget about getting into Tiandu University. The screening process is very strict. Wang Ruahong nodded in agreement, while Li Xiao continued to study the documents. When he noticed a connection between Qin Chuan and the Blood Rose Squad, a glint flashed in his eyes. It seems someone is helping him. The Blood Rose Squad, an elite guard-level team, huh? Wang Yuanhang noticed and frowned. I told you not to cause trouble. Don't you understand? Li Xiao quickly assured him. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll use my own contacts and won't involve the Mountain Deer Group. With that, Wang Yuanhang let the matter drop and turned to ask his son about his cultivation progress. Wang Ruahong confidently replied, I'll break through to the guard level in a couple of days. Really? Impressive. You're truly my son, Wang Yuanhang said with a proud smile, contemplating his son's future. Wang Ruahong nodded, but his thoughts drifted to Qin Chuan. I'm about to become a guard level expert. What about you, Qin Chuan? Still struggling at the soldier level? Ha, like a bug. If you weren't hiding in the base city or just lucky, you'd be dead by now. He thought smugly, unaware that Qin Chuan had already left him far behind. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan and his 3 beast companions were breaking through the barrier to the commander level. Each major level advancement signifies a qualitative change in life and power, requiring far more time and effort, especially from the guard level to the commander level. Among human cultivators, thousands are stuck at the peak of guard level, unable to break through for decades or even a lifetime. This kind of major breakthrough either relies on innate talent or grinds down with time. Given Qin Xuan's meager aptitude, reaching this point was already a miracle. Now, he was challenging the norms, aiming for commander level. In the secret chamber of the beast-taming hall, Qin Xuan's 3 beast companions had all reached the 3rd commander level, while he was still struggling at the half-step commander level. Every day, a constant stream of cultivation energy hammered at his barrier, but it stood as immovable as a mountain, eroded only bit by bit over time. When his 3 beast companions reached the 2nd level of commander, Qin Xuan's barrier finally showed signs of weakening. With a sound akin to a mountain collapsing within him, Qin Xuan's aura surged, enveloping the entire beast-taming hall. 3rd commander level. Success. Qin Xuan murmured, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable joy. At that moment, he had finally crossed what seemed like an insurmountable chasm, standing on a whole new level. What incredible power! It's on a completely different level from the 10th rank of the Guardian class. Qin Xuan clenched his fist, feeling the volcanic strength surging within him. He recalled his classmates still striving for the martial arts university entrance exams and couldn't help but marvel at the level he had reached. After all these days of hard training, it's time to give you a break. Qin Xuan looked at his 3 beast companions, their presence growing more imposing, their bodies larger, and their appearance more majestic. His joy was evident. Over the next 2 days, Qin Xuan visited Linger, buying her study and living supplies. When Linger saw Xiao Hong transform from a palm-sized bird into a giant bird several meters tall, she was stunned, curiously hugging and stroking Xiao Hong non-stop. Qin Xuan took Linger for a ride on Xiao Hong, flying and playing in the countryside. The little girl was so excited that she couldn't stop smiling the entire day. After a 2-day rest, Qin Xuan set off for the Stargate again with his 3 beast companions. This time, his goal was to venture farther. The strongest creatures in the micro-secret realm were 3rd-rank demon beasts, and Qin Xuan could now move through it unchallenged. As long as he didn't encounter a peak 3rd-rank creature, he could roam safely. Although he could contract another beast companion after advancing to the commander level, Qin Xuan held off on the idea. The reason was simple. He was out of money and low on energy points. This trip to the underground world had a clear goal to accumulate enough energy points to upgrade all the soul stone skills of his 3 beast companions to the highest level and prepare for contracting the next beast companion. Qin Xuan knew well that the resources needed after reaching the 3rd rank would increase exponentially. As an ordinary person from a humble background, he could only rely on more effort to strive for independence. Unlike those from noble families, for whom resources worth billions of Kyushu coins were like a daily expense, spending money as if it flowed like water. Qin Xuan retraced his steps on the route he took when he first entered the underground world. Here lay his old nemesis, the subterranean monster clan, whose patrol squads he had nearly wiped out. Before coming, he had checked the development progress of this Stargate. Several teams had partially eradicated these monster clans, and the survivors had become smarter, merging into a small tribe of nearly 1,000 monsters. Among them were 20 to 30 half-step commander-level monsters, which no single elite squad could handle alone. However, these squads did not work together. Disputes arose during the initial distribution of benefits, with everyone feeling shortchanged and resenting others for taking more. Some even resorted to underhanded tactics during battles, causing injuries to members of other teams, further exacerbating conflicts. Reuniting them was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. As a result, many mercenary squads abandoned this area. Despite the monster tribe being a lucrative target, worth at least $1 billion in resources once eradicated, it was also a tough nut to crack. Only commander-level warriors could easily conquer it, but those warriors were employed by the government and busy with other tasks, leaving them no time to care. Qin Xuan rode by, speeding through the underground passage. The illumination stones on the cave walls emitted colorful lights, casting a play of shadows and light. Not far ahead, at a corner, he encountered a mercenary squad. He could hear their conversation even before approaching. Blazing Wind Squad is too much. Treating the secret realm as their backyard? Kicking people out at will? I'm definitely reporting them to the authorities when we get back, one team member said angrily. What's the point of reporting? Another sneered. The authorities aren't your babysitters. They can't protect you forever. As long as no one dies, they don't care. Conflicts among cultivators happen all the time, and they can't manage them all. Enough complaining, the captain interrupted. The only thing to blame is our lack of strength. All 5 members of Blazing Wind Squad are at the 10th rank of the Guardian class, the highest level for Guardians. What can we do about them? As long as they don't go too far, the authorities will favor such teams. Stop whining. Another team member chimed in. Blood Rose squad had it worse, getting bullied outright. Especially their female captain. She probably faced a lot of harassment. Hearing familiar terms, Qin Chuan signaled the Bai to slow down. The squad immediately stopped talking and warily observed him. In the Stargate secret realm, anyone daring to travel alone was either arrogant or confident, so they had to be cautious. Especially when they saw Qin Chuan approaching on his beast companion, the squad captain straightened up. The underground passage was dozens of meters wide, and it was clear Qin Chuan was heading straight for them. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I just want to ask about what you mentioned earlier regarding the Blood Rose squad and the Gale squad. Before Qin Chuan could finish his sentence, a mocking voice came from the opposite team. What, are you still a fan of Zhuang Tong? I advise you not to get too hot-headed, or you'll just end up suffering. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, but before he could respond, the captain of the other team suddenly turned around and angrily shouted at the member who had spoken. Too much talking? Huh? If you don't want to rest, go hunt some beasts. The sudden outburst not only startled the member who had spoken, but also left the rest of the team stunned, not understanding why the captain was so furious with his own people. What puzzled them even more was that when the captain turned to Qin Chuan, his tone suddenly became incredibly gentle, even somewhat fawning. Brother, feel free to ask whatever you want to know. Qin Chuan chuckled quietly, realizing that the captain might have sensed his strength. Without saying much, he inquired about the location of the Blood Rose squad. The captain patiently provided the details and even marked the specific route on Qin Chuan's communicator. After expressing his thanks, Qin Chuan rode his white tiger towards his destination. The captain watched him leave and quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Captain, what's going on? Why were you so polite to that kid? The member who had mocked Qin Chuan earlier approached, only to be slapped hard by the captain. Watch your mouth from now on, or you'll only bring trouble on yourself, the captain warned sternly. The person held his face, full of grievance, still not understanding what had happened. That young man just now is a commander-level expert, the captain said quietly, staring in the direction where Qin Chuan had disappeared. Everyone was stunned, doubting their ears. If a cultivator doesn't make a move or release their spiritual power, it's rare for someone to see their strength at a glance. Could the captain's eyes be that sharp? My beast companion just told me that the white tiger he was riding is extremely dangerous, the captain explained. Everyone suddenly understood. They all knew that the captain's beast companion had an exceptionally keen sense of perception, specializing in tracking and searching. Captain, that guy looked like he was in his early 20s. Is he really a commander-level expert? Could he be a top graduate from a prestigious martial arts university? Someone asked, puzzled. Who knows? Just remember to watch your mouth in the future. You can mess with food, but not with words, the captain warned. Meanwhile, in a vast cavern spanning several kilometers, the ground was littered with the corpses of various monsters, with thick blood streaming over the rocks. In the center of the cavern, a squad in deep red uniforms was surrounded by another team. Leading the red uniformed squad was a tall, curvaceous woman. Her long hair flowed freely, and she gripped a long sword, glaring angrily at the man opposite her. Zhulai, why do you keep harassing us? When did the Blood Rose squad ever offend you? Zhuang Tong's face was filled with fury as she gritted her teeth. Hee hee. Zhulai licked his lips, his eyes full of provocation and greed. I never said you offended me. I just want to have some fun with you guys. What's wrong with that? Especially with you, little lady. A flash of disgust crossed Zhuang Tong's eyes, and a hint of fear rose in her heart, worried that he might resort to any means. The Gale squad members were all at the 10th level of the guard rank, while she was the only one in the Blood Rose squad at that level. The others were below the 7th level, completely outmatched. Noticing the panic in Zhuang Tong's eyes, Zhu Lai grew even more excited. He waved at a fiery red bird circling above, and it responded by spewing a stream of flames. The flames forced Zhuang Tong to retreat repeatedly, but several sparks still landed on her clothes, igniting them instantly. She hurriedly removed her outer garment and threw it away, and in the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes. The sudden exposure of her fair skin drew lewd whistles and crude remarks from the Gale squad members. Enraged by the insults to their captain, a member of the Blood Rose squad swung his blade at one of the Gale squad members. See, he attacked first, the Gale squad member said, pointing to his communicator to show he had recorded evidence. He then kicked the Blood Rose squad member, sending him flying to the ground, coughing up blood and unsure how many bones were broken. Xiaolu. The members of the Blood Rose squad quickly helped their injured teammate, their eyes blazing with anger. However, faced with a vastly stronger enemy, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Zhuang Tong gripped her longsword tightly, pointing it at Zhu Lai, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Zhu Lai, don't you dare go too far. Zhu Lai smirked coldly, unconcerned. I am going too far. What can you do about it? With that, he gestured for his beast pet to unleash a scorching flame. Zhuang Tong was furious, but didn't dare act rashly. She knew well that if she made a move, the situation would only worsen. It was a harsh reality. The weak often suffered losses. Even if they fought back, the worst they would face was some monetary compensation, not severe legal punishment. Zhu Lai, full of arrogance, directed his teammates to provoke the other members of the Blood Rose squad. Their strategy was clear. As long as the opponent struck first, they would retaliate with relentless violence. Although they might receive an official warning later, the worst outcome would be a fine. Zhu Lai walked slowly to Zhuang Tong, his eyes roaming over her body without shame. He clicked his tongue and said in a low voice, "To be honest, I was sent here to suppress your Blood Rose squad. But seeing you, I'm having second thoughts." He reached out to touch Zhuang Tong's chin, but she deftly avoided him. Zhu Lai, unfazed, continued, "How about this? If you agree to be my woman, I'll let your squad go. You don't seem like a novice. Spend a night with me, and I'll give you 10 million. It's a good deal, right?" Zhuang Tong was enraged by his words. She spat accurately on Zhu Lai's face and cursed loudly, "You bastard." Instead of getting angry, Zhu Lai licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Feisty, I like that. I'm definitely going to make you mine and teach you a lesson." He tilted his head like a snake ready to strike. "If it weren't for the fact that someone might track my whereabouts, I'd deal with you right here. This secret realm is a perfect place for some fun," he said, a look of satisfaction on his face. Zhuang Tong remained silent, but the fire of revenge burned in her eyes. She silently vowed that once she reached the commander level, she would tear this scum to pieces. Seeing Zhuang Tong's silence, Zhu Lai turned to his subordinate. "Along. Pick anyone from them and beat them to death." Along stepped forward immediately and kicked the injured Blood Rose member viciously. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhuang Tong shouted, "You scum!" She swung her long sword at Along. At the same time, a blood-red fairy wearing a rose dress appeared on her shoulder. The fairy formed hand seals, channeling its demonic power to cast several buffs on Zhuang Tong, enhancing her combat abilities. Seeing this, Zhu Lai licked his lips, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Human-demon synergy? Interesting. His interest in Zhuang Tong grew. He hadn't expected this beautiful woman to choose such a perilous combat path, typically favored only by battle maniacs. "Little beauty, your opponent is me," Zhu Lai said, suddenly wielding a giant axe to block Zhuang Tong's attack. As their weapons clashed, Zhuang Tong was startled. Even with the Blood Fairy's support, she could usually take on two opponents of the same level. Yet, her full-strength strike was effortlessly neutralized by Zhu Lai, whose strength far exceeded her expectations. Zhu Lai leaned in close, exhaling a foul breath. "Come on, baby, hit harder. Die." Zhuang Tong commanded silently, and the fairy on her shoulder cast another red hand seal, hitting Zhu Lai. His eyes momentarily glazed over. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Tong slashed at him. Zhu Lai quickly dodged, but not fast enough. She sliced off half his ear. Blood streamed down his face, making him look even more menacing. "You bitch, how dare you hurt me? Do you want to die?" Zhu Lai roared, completely enraged. He hadn't expected Zhuang Tong to go for the kill. A moment's delay, and his head would have been severed. "They'll rape you first, then kill you." Blinded by fury, Zhu Lai no longer cared about the consequences. He planned to destroy the evidence afterward. With no proof, the worst he'd face was a gray list. He could easily clear his name by completing more missions later. Right now, he only wanted to strip this woman and beat her senseless to vent his rage. As Zhuang Tong attacked, the other squad members joined the fight. But their resistance was futile against the overwhelming power. In no time, the Blood Rose squad members were on the ground, groaning in pain. Only Zhuang Tong continued to fight, standing alone against the enraged Zhu Lai. "The little whore is just my type. I'm getting more excited by the minute," Zhu Lai sneered, his axe gleaming menacingly. Zhuang Tong struggled to defend herself, but she was being forced back step by step. In an instant, the sharp blade was pressed against her pale neck. Zhu Lai had easily defeated Zhuang Tong, a master of the human combat stream, without even using his beast companion. It's worth noting that the human combat stream is renowned for its unmatched individual combat prowess. Even more astonishing was the fact that this cultivator, with only a 2-star talent, managed to overcome an opponent with a 3-star aptitude of the same level. "So, have you had enough?" Zhu Lai gazed down at Zhuang Tong, eyes glinting with the thrill of conquest. "I'll give you a chance. Become my woman. What do you say?" Zhuang Tong stared back at Zhu Lai, a cold smile appearing on her face, her eyes as resolute as iron. "Perfect. I enjoy a bit of resistance even more." Zhu Lai's eyes burned with desire. "I want your team to see how their proud captain grovels beneath me." His team members looked on with greed. One of them shouted, "Captain, once you're done, can we have a turn too?" Zhu Lai laughed heartily. "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. After I'm done, you'll all get your chance." With that, He sealed Zhuang Tong's meridians and began to undo his belt. The members of the Blood Rose squad turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Zhuang Tong bit her lip, tears silently streaming down her face. She wanted to end her life, but couldn't move. The members of the Gale squad laughed and eagerly awaited the show. Just then, a gust of wind blew through. Zhu Lai felt a sudden chill below and saw blood and dark flesh on the ground. He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his voice echoing in the cave and shaking loose dust. Disgusting, a figure stood firm, using spiritual power to clean the blood off their blade, their face showing clear disdain. Despite the searing pain, Zhu Lai asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? Why? Anger flared, but fear overwhelmed him. He realized that this sudden intruder was at least a commander-level expert. Just a passerby, the person replied indifferently, glancing at Zhu Lai. Why, do you have a problem with that? Zhu Lai felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss and stammered. No problem, none at all. He ordered his men, hurry, carry me out of here. Who said you could leave? A cold voice came from behind, freezing the Gale squad in their tracks. Do you think you can just walk away after what you've done? Zhu Lai turned back stiffly, forcing a smile. What do you want? Kneel, the person said calmly. The members of the Gale squad flushed with shame but didn't move. For cultivators, dignity can sometimes be more important than life. I don't want to repeat myself. Before the words fully left the person's mouth, the Gale squad members dropped to their knees in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. In the face of death, dignity became irrelevant. Apologize, the person commanded tersely. The Gale squad members exchanged glances before kowtowing to the Blood Rose squad, muttering phrases like, we deserve to die, and we shouldn't have bullied them. The Blood Rose squad was stunned. They looked at the mysterious figure who had saved them, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe. They weren't fools. They had already deduced that this person was a commander-level expert. Zhuang Tong, filled with gratitude, said, Thank you for saving my life, senior. I can't move right now to properly express my thanks. Please forgive me. She felt like the luckiest person in the world, having been pulled from the depths of hell back to the light. The person turned slowly, a faint smile on their face, and asked, Really? How do you plan to thank me? When Zhuang Tong and the Blood Rose squad saw the person's face, they were struck with disbelief. This was an incredibly youthful face, with delicate and handsome features, and a warm, gentle smile. It was undoubtedly Qin Chuan, who had arrived just in time. Upon seeing this formidable figure, Zhuang Tong felt a sense of familiarity, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Although they had always communicated online, they had never met in person, only having seen each other's photos. Qin Chuan's photo was still of his younger, more innocent days on campus, a stark contrast to his current appearance, honed by trials of blood and fire. His entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation, making it no wonder Zhuang Tong couldn't recognize him immediately. Recalling how Qin Chuan had entrusted her with handling those secret treasures, all of which were professionally packed and delivered by couriers, she realized how much he trusted Lu Jiang's judgment and believed that she wouldn't covet the items. Indeed, over these past days, Zhuang Tong had helped Qin Chuan a great deal. Qin Chuan walked up to Zhuang Tong and lightly tapped a few points on her soft body, unlocking her sealed meridians. Regaining her mobility, Zhuang Tong quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. Her graceful figure moved with the gesture. Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that Zhuang Tong still hadn't recognized him. Considering the unique circumstances, he thought he might not have recognized her on the street either. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Zhuang Tong's exposed fair skin. Her undershirt had been slashed in several places by Zhu Lai's weapon, revealing glimpses of her body with each movement. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a spare coat from his treasure ring and handed it to her. Put this on. Zhuang Tong was surprised, thinking that this strong figure was being unusually kind to her. Nevertheless, she accepted the coat from Qin Chuan and dutifully draped it over herself. She couldn't refuse the favor of such a powerful person, especially her savior. After dressing, Zhuang Tong immediately went to her injured teammates, offering them healing potions. As they took the potions, their injuries visibly improved. They hurried to Qin Chuan, bowing respectfully, Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. We will never forget your great kindness. They were no fools. They knew that without Qin Chuan's intervention, they would have been killed and their bodies thrown to the beasts. Meanwhile, the members of the Fierce Wind squad were incessantly kowtowing on the ground, their foreheads bleeding but not daring to stop. As they confessed their sins, the members of the Blood Rose squad couldn't help but feel a range of emotions. Remembering how arrogant these people had been moments ago and seeing them now, humbled like dogs, was a stark contrast. Who could have imagined that this was the infamous Fierce Wind squad among the elite mercenary teams? Zhu Lai continuously begged for mercy. Senior, We truly realize our mistakes and will never repeat them. Please, show us some leniency." His head was buried deep in the ground, but a malicious expression flickered across his face, his eyes filled with hatred. Yet, as soon as he looked up, his face transformed into one of fearful pleading, evoking a sense of pity. Seeing Zhu Lai's performance, Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. Having reached the commander level, his sensitivity to a person's intent had sharpened significantly. Zhu Lai likely didn't realize that his murderous intent had long been detected by Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan didn't act immediately, given the presence of several outsiders. Killing someone on the spot would be handing others leverage against him. Even if these people were honorable and not despicable, it was still unwise. After all, no one could guarantee that secrets would remain forever hidden. Unforeseen circumstances could lead to accidental or intentional revelations. Observing Qin Chuan's hesitation, Zhuang Tong seemed to understand his concerns. She thought, if Qin Chuan were to spare the members of the Fierce Wind Squad, she certainly wouldn't. Besides, Qin Chuan didn't seem inclined to let them go. If he had intended to spare Zhu Lai and his men, he would have let them leave from the start. With this in mind, Zhuang Tong raised her sword and approached Zhu Lai, slashing at him without a word, channeling her spiritual power into the strike. Zhu Lai, naturally unwilling to sit idle, raised his treasure axe to counter. Their weapons clashed, and Zhuang Tong was pushed back several steps, clearly no match for Zhu Lai. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed before Zhu Lai's eyes, and he saw a severed arm, still clutching the treasure axe, arc through the air. "Oh!" Zhu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his severed arm as blood spurted like a fountain. "Brothers, fight with all you've got. This guy has no intention of letting us go." Zhu Lai's roar echoed through the cave, but his words failed to stir any response. The members of the Fierce Wind Squad, witnessing their leader's dire state, were gripped by sheer terror. Their hands trembled, and they lacked the courage to even lift their weapons. Qin Chuan's movements were so swift they were almost imperceptible, and Zhu Lai was easily incapacitated. Facing such a formidable commander-level opponent, the Fierce Wind Squad felt an unprecedented sense of despair. They knew that even a half-step commander like Wei-level Tenfold was worlds apart from a true commander level. Ignoring Zhu Lai's orders, several members mounted their beasts and frantically dashed towards the cave entrance. Their retreat drew Zhu Lai's furious curses. "Cowards, useless. Do you think you can escape? Ha ha ha." Desperation and anger filled Zhu Lai's voice, and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Compared to the Blood Rose Squad members who fought valiantly in adversity, his subordinates were nothing but a bunch of worthless pretenders. Just as the Fierce Wind Squad members mounted their beasts, Qin Chuan struck. With what seemed like a casual swing, his blade, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, unleashed a devastating force. A fierce blade aura swept through the squad, carving a deep gash into the cave wall. The squad members momentarily felt a glimmer of hope, thinking Qin Chuan's attack had missed, and urged their beasts to speed up. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. The beasts suddenly froze in place. "Run, you fools!" one member shouted, slapping his beast's head. But with that slap, the beast's body abruptly split in half, drenching him in blood. Terror engulfed them as they discovered that not only their beasts but their own legs had been sliced into pieces. Their upper bodies crashed to the ground, and agonized screams filled the air. Qin Chuan's seemingly single slash had actually been a series of precise strikes, cutting through the beasts and crippling their legs without hitting vital points, leaving them alive but in utter agony. Witnessing this brutal scene, the Blood Rose Squad members couldn't help but gasp in shock. They looked at the young warrior with even greater reverence. Meanwhile, Zhu Lai, now with only one hand, was being relentlessly attacked by Zhuang Tong. Wounds continued to appear on his body until the furious and stunning woman finally decapitated him. Wiping the blood from her face, Zhuang Tong felt a sense of relief. She felt no guilt for killing her own kind. To her, scum like Zhu Lai deserved to die. Seeing the remaining members of the Fierce Wind Squad struggling to stay alive, Zhuang Tong gave her team a knowing look. They approached the fallen enemies and quickly finished them off, leaving no survivors. "Sister Tong, I managed to get some information from these guys," a young man, older than Zhuang Tong, said respectfully. "It turns out they were here because you helped that kid Qin Chuan before, and they were sent to suppress us." Zhuang Tong nodded, having already guessed as much. She hadn't offended anyone else recently. Nearby, Qin Chuan frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that his actions would implicate Zhuang Tong and her team. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to prevent a disaster. "Damn, that Qin Chuan really caused us a lot of trouble. If it weren't for this senior's help, we'd be dead by now." "Yeah, I don't know what Qin Chuan did to anger the Fierce Wind Squad after already crossing the Crazy Wolf Squad. He's good at getting into trouble, but not much else. If it weren't for the senior's intervention, we'd be dead without knowing why." The Blood Rose Squad members began to complain, which was understandable given their ordeal. Despite their grumbling, their behavior was relatively restrained. As they complained, Zhuang Tong approached Qin Chuan and bowed again. May I ask for the senior's name? I am Zhuang Tong, and I will never forget your kindness. Though Qin Chuan appeared younger, it was customary in the cultivation world to address someone of higher skill as a senior. Qin Chuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, my name is Qin Chuan. Qin as in Qinling Mountains, and Chuan as in river. As soon as he spoke, the air around them grew tense. Haha, what a coincidence. The senior's name is also Qin Chuan. What a difference in fate. I heard that the other Qin Chuan is just a high school student, while you are already a commander-level expert. Truly remarkable. A middle-aged team member chuckled, but he quickly noticed that his teammates were silent. Especially Zhuang Tong. When Qin Chuan revealed his name, something seemed to explode in her mind. She seemed to understand but couldn't believe it. After all, when she first met Qin Chuan, he was only a soldier-level cultivator. How could he have advanced so quickly? Even the best students at Tiandu University couldn't progress at such a speed. Are you kidding? The middle-aged team member forced a smile, his face stiff like he was wearing a mask. Qin Chuan, however, nodded with a calm smile. Actually, I'm the Qin Chuan your captain helped earlier. This revelation hit everyone like a thunderbolt. The Blood Rose members were stunned, their mouths agape, and their shock even more pronounced than Zhuang Tong's. The middle-aged man immediately transformed, showering Qin Chuan with praise. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Our captain wouldn't just help some random guy. Qin Chuan, you're a once-in-a-generation genius, reaching the commander level at such a young age. Truly a dragon among men, and so handsome too. Qin Chuan felt a bit embarrassed but remembered that this man had been the loudest complainer earlier. Zhuang Tong's cheeks reddened as she recalled teasing Qin Chuan over the phone. She smiled wryly and said, So, you're Qin Chuan. Senior. She had thought she was teasing a young rookie, only to find out he was a big boss. Seeing everyone's cautious demeanor, Qin Chuan waved his hand. No need to be so formal, Tong Jie, and everyone else. Just call me Qin Chuan or Xiao Chuan. I should be thanking you all for your help these past days. Despite his words, the group remained a bit reserved. After all, a commander-level expert was an unattainable figure for them. Except for the 3-star Zhuang Tong, the others were only 2-star. Without extraordinary luck, they might never reach the commander level. After instructing her team to clean up the battlefield, Zhuang Tong turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, I'll handle these treasures and transfer the money to you. Okay, Qin Chuan replied briefly. An awkward silence followed. Breaking the silence, Qin Chuan asked, What's your target for this mission, Tong Jie? Zhuang Tong adjusted her hair and replied, We were planning to attack a small earth monster tribe with 2 other teams. But after what just happened, we'll have to give it up. Really? I'm here to attack an earth monster tribe too. Could we have the same target? Qin Chuan suggested. Why don't we team up and wipe out this tribe together? Zhuang Tong was about to warn him about the difficulty of the task, but then remembered that Qin Chuan was a true commander-level expert. To him, a newly formed earth monster tribe was nothing. All right, Zhuang Tong agreed readily, knowing Qin Chuan was offering his help. She cautiously proposed, Let's split the loot 90-10. You take 90, we take 10. Qin Chuan frowned. Zhuang Tong quickly corrected herself. If that's not fair, how about you take 95 and we take 5? No need to be so harsh. Let's do 70-30, Qin Chuan said with a helpless smile, realizing she had misunderstood. That's still too much. We're already getting a good deal. Zhuang Tong started to protest but was cut off by Qin Chuan. Let's go. No more wasting time, he said, summoning his majestic steed, defy. He mounted it and headed towards their target. Watching him leave, Zhuang Tong stomped her foot in frustration. That Qin Chuan. He's so domineering. Seeing their captain act so girlish, the team members chuckled and whispered among themselves. Do you think our captain has a crush on him? Looks like it. But with Qin Chuan's talent, isn't our captain a bit out of his league? Hearing their chatter, Zhuang Tong turned and yelled, What are you gossiping about? Move it. You bunch of old men acting like women. The team members chuckled helplessly. Their captain was a soft and gentle flower with Qin Chuan, but a thorny blood rose with them. So Nvia. Qin Chuan rode by, following the map on his communicator. After a long journey, they finally arrived at an enormous cavern. It wasn't just a cavern. It was a small world with no end in sight. Inside were many stone structures, some over 10 meters tall, rough and primitive. The most surprising thing was the abundance of small plants resembling thorns, covered in tiny fruits. Smoke rose from the distant buildings, catching Qin Chuan off guard. He had always assumed that the earth monsters preferred raw food, but the scene before him suggested they might have acquired more advanced skills. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the massive iron weapons carried by the earth monsters, and he suddenly understood. These creatures not only knew how to make fire, but also how to forge weapons. This revelation changed his perception of the earth monsters entirely. As Qin Chuan appeared on his steed, Defy, the earth monsters stationed on the outskirts sounded a sharp alarm. In an instant, hundreds of earth monsters swarmed towards him, mostly soldier class, but also including 2 or 3 dozen stronger guard class ones. Based on their experience, this kind of formation was usually enough to make even a peak guard class opponent retreat. However, as they approached, they noticed that Qin Chuan remained completely still, as if he didn't even acknowledge their presence. This disdainful attitude infuriated the earth monsters. Despite their low intelligence, they could sense the contempt in Qin Chuan's eyes. To them, his calm demeanor was an outright provocation. Rhea, the earth monsters roared, raising their specialized iron weapons and charging at Qin Chuan. Their footsteps shook the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Qin Chuan merely swung his blade casually. The blade's energy whistled through the air, instantly slicing through a dozen earth monsters. With a series of crack sounds, their bodies were neatly severed in half, their grotesque expressions frozen on their faces as blood sprayed everywhere. This single strike not only claimed lives but also provided Qin Chuan with hundreds of energy points. This shocking scene made the Gar-class earth monsters in the group realize the danger. They let out even sharper howls, calling for more reinforcements. Soon, more and more earth monsters poured out from the tribe, many fully armed and clad in sturdy armor. A rough estimate suggested that at least 500 earth monsters joined the battlefield, with over 100 of them being guard class. Why don't they all come out? It would save me the trouble of seeking them out, Qin Chuan muttered to himself, summoning Shao Qing and Shao Hong. A gigantic python appeared out of nowhere, instantly crushing a dozen earth monsters. Meanwhile, a fiery red bird soared through the air in the cavern, grabbing 2 earth monsters with its talons and tossing them into the sky, where they fell as lifeless bodies. Shao Hong spat flames from its mouth. Though lacking magical enhancement, the effect was still astonishing. A sticky, inextinguishable fire spread across many earth monsters. Have fun, you 3. Enjoy yourselves, Qin Chuan said as he dismounted from Defy, retrieving a lounge chair and a small table from his treasure ring. He leisurely sipped on his drink and nibbled on fruit. As a half-beast warrior cultivator, he felt it was occasionally necessary to let his pets fight independently, especially since battles of this level were mere child's play for them. Seeing his companions revel in the slaughter, Defy was unwilling to lag behind. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a roar of royal fury that shook the surroundings. Countless soldier-class earth monsters were killed instantly, their orifices bleeding and internal organs ruptured, far surpassing the efficiency of Shao Qing and Shao Hong. Shao Qing, not to be outdone, began using its demonic powers. Although the plants in the cavern were short and scattered, under its growth-accelerating ability, demonic energy spread, and the vegetation grew wildly. Under the strangling power of grass and wood control, earth monsters' lives were continuously harvested. This scene made Shao Hong feel somewhat dissatisfied. Both companions had demonic powers, while it could only attack in the most primitive way. It was determined to have its master teach it some spells after the battle. With its high burst power and flying advantage, it was confident it could outshine Defy and Shao Qing. The 3 pets competed fiercely, killing earth monsters one after another. None could withstand their attacks. Even the dozen or so peak guard-class earth monsters that rushed over from the tribe's center, despite being fully armed with the best equipment, were no match for their absolute power. Defy could crush their armor with a single swipe, Shao Hong could pierce them with a casual peck, and Shao Qing could encircle and grind them into pulp. The pets rampaged through the small earth monster tribe, continuously harvesting lives. Meanwhile, the number of energy points in Qin Chuan's soul sea skyrocketed, from 100 to 1,000, then to 10,000. By the time the last earth monster fell, the entire tribe was nearly raised, and Qin Chuan's energy points had surpassed 50,000. Qin Chuan immediately spent 10,000 points on a tin draw from the resource roulette. With a clatter, several items were spat out, including 5 soul stones, 2 of which were for Shao Qing and Defy, and 3 for Shao Hong. Qin Chuan tossed the soul stones to his 3 pets, and Shao Hong let out an excited cry. After merging with the stones, it gained 3 powerful long-range attack spells, capable of spraying flames up to 100 meters with a wide burning range. The remaining items were various healing and recovery potions, all more effective than those sold outside. What's this? Qin Chuan's attention was drawn to a peculiar fragment. On this fragment, half of a dragon's head was carved. Despite its small size, it exuded a raw and primal aura. Qin Chuan stared at the fragment, feeling an ancient power crossing through the void, shaking his very soul. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. The 4 sacred formation, he murmured, instantly realizing the fragment's origin. It was a core remnant of an ancient formation. Collecting all the fragments would unleash immense power. The 4 sacred formation, as the name suggests, is centered around 4 sacred beasts, each forming a critical point in the array, interconnected to harness the immense power of the heavens and earth. These 4 legendary beasts are the well-known Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, and Black Tortoise of the North. Qin Xuan felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that this formation seemed tailor-made for him. He already had 3 of the sacred beasts. Although they hadn't yet evolved to the level of sacred beasts, they possessed certain attributes that could still unleash significant power. Carefully, he placed the fragment into his treasure ring, scanning the chaotic battlefield before him with a wry smile. Just then, the members of the Blood Rose squad arrived, riding their beasts. They were stunned into silence by the sight of the carnage. Is it over already? The team members exchanged glances. They had expected to at least play a minor role, but it seemed they didn't even get that chance. Silently, they began to clean up the battlefield. Zhuang Tong approached Qin Xuan, noting his relaxed demeanor and glancing at his 3 imposing beast companions. Her expression grew increasingly complex. 3 beast companions, all of them leader class. She wondered to herself, how did he manage that? Turning to her team, Zhuang Tong ordered, extract the beast cores from these creatures and search thoroughly for any resources. There are still many rare minerals here that haven't been destroyed. Qin Xuan interrupted softly, Sister Tong, there's no need to extract the beast cores. I have a martial technique that can absorb the energy from these cores. There's nothing left inside these creatures. Zhuang Tong was momentarily stunned. Although martial techniques varied widely, she didn't doubt Qin Xuan's words. She speculated that absorbing so much beast core energy might not only replenish his strength, but also significantly enhance his cultivation. This could explain his rapid progress. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts, feeling it was inappropriate to speculate about others. After clearing the battlefield, the Blood Rose squad exchanged a few words with Qin Xuan before leaving to handle their spoils. Qin Xuan decided to venture deeper into the secret realm. With his current cultivation, he could stay there longer. He calculated that since there were few threats to him now, he should seize the opportunity to gain more. With this in mind, Qin Xuan mounted Defy and advanced deeper. The white tigers sped through the wide passageway unhindered. Any beasts they encountered were effortlessly dispatched by Defy. Qin Xuan's gains steadily increased. Along the way, he destroyed several earth monster tribes, including some large ones led by leaders. The total number of earth monsters he killed reached several thousand. The leader-class earth monsters met particularly grim fates, as they faced not just one leader-class opponent, but 4 powerful ones. Xiao Hong, fully unleashing her abilities, soared through the cave, spewing torrents of fire from her beak. Soldier-class earth monsters were incinerated almost instantly, and even guard-class ones couldn't last long, ultimately turning to ash amidst their screams. Defy took a deep breath and roared, a metallic shockwave echoing through the cave, causing dust and debris to fall. Countless earth monsters perished on the spot from the terrifying roar. Xiao Qing focused on close combat, her barrel-thick body crashing through enemies, leaving crushed remains in her wake. Qin Xuan's assault was ferocious. He unleashed hundreds of martial techniques, having mastered the first volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade. Each strike was imbued with powerful spiritual energy, creating waves of force. The ground cracked, and earth monsters were sliced into pieces, blood mist filling the air. The combination of 1 man and 3 beasts rampaged through the cave. Even against leader-class earth monster tribes, they could completely annihilate them. In just a few dozen days, Qin Xuan had exterminated tens of thousands of earth monsters, with his energy points soaring to hundreds of thousands. Such rampant actions quickly drew official attention. As Qin Xuan and his companions rested in a cave, a middle-aged man carrying a crimson spear approached, riding a massive flaming rhinoceros. Hello, Qin Xuan, the middle-aged man greeted. The newcomer flashed a warm smile and immediately presented an official license. He introduced himself. My name is Li Weiguo, one of the lead cultivators at the Fengqing Development Bureau. Interested in working with us? A glimmer of interest appeared in Qin Xuan's eyes as he smiled and asked, What's the daily pay? Li Weiguo laughed heartily at Qin Xuan's straightforwardness. We deal in star essence stones, not ordinary currency. You must understand, some things can't be bought with money. Qin Xuan paused, realizing his lack of knowledge in this area. He quickly asked Li Weiguo for more details. Li Weiguo patiently explained, Star essence stones are extremely valuable energy crystals found in the Stargate secret realm. They can accelerate cultivation. One stone, about the size of a thumb, contains enough energy to sustain a lead cultivator's normal training for a month. In terms of Kyushu currency, it's worth at least $1 billion, but they're often priceless. These treasures are mostly controlled by the state. Independent cultivators like you can only obtain them by undertaking tasks for the government. Qin Xuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, What kind of tasks and how is the payment calculated? Li Weiguo smiled and said, Completing a task earns you 10 star essence stones, with the possibility of more depending on the circumstances. Outstanding performance naturally gets rewarded. Don't worry, The government treats independent cultivators fairly, especially young talents like you. He seemed aware that Qin Chuan was not yet 18, an impressive age for a lead cultivator in a second-tier base city like Fengqing. However, Li Weiguo wasn't too surprised. He had seen even younger lead cultivators, and even some who had reached general and king levels. Of course, such prodigies usually had grander stages in the wider Stargate world, fighting for the Kyushu nation. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. 10-star essence stones were equivalent to 10 billion Kyushu currency, far exceeding his recent gains from the underground world. Although he roamed the caverns freely, the number of small tribes he could wipe out was limited, and not all were wealthy. Some were as poor as slums. Moreover, star essence stones were extremely hard to buy, making them highly desirable. After Li Weiguo detailed the task, Qin Chuan thought for a moment and agreed. The two quickly reached an agreement. Come with me, I'll introduce you to your teammates, Li Weiguo said, mounting his flame rhino to lead the way. Qin Chuan put away his pets, Qing, Hong, and rode his white tiger to follow. After a long journey, they arrived at an enormous cavern. The walls soared tens of kilometers high, and the cave seemed bottomless. Inside were rocky mountains and strange subterranean plants. If not for the brightly glowing illumination stones overhead, Qin Chuan might have thought he was outside. Near the cave's entrance, various beast pets were lined up, each accompanied by a person. The pets ranged from fierce beasts to elegant sprites. Some could fly, some could burrow, and they came in all shapes and sizes. A tall, muscular man approached, followed by a massive gorilla-like creature over 10 meters tall, its muscles as solid as rocks, exuding explosive power. Hey, are you the famous butcher everyone's been talking about? I heard you almost wiped out all the small tribes outside, causing quite an uproar among the young cultivators, the man said, extending a hand. I'm Luogang, and this is my pet, the mountain-moving ape. Qin Chuan assessed the burly man, sensing no malice, and extended his hand. Qin Chuan, my pets are the Azure python, the blood-eyed white tiger, and the scarlet flame sparrow. Luogang paused, then said, You sure have a lot of pets. He thought to himself that he should have kept his pet's name to himself. Qin Chuan smiled wryly. He wasn't aware of any custom of reporting pet names, and didn't know if it was Luogang's personal quirk. What's your cultivation level? Luogang asked. Around the first tier, Qin Chuan replied. Haha, I'm at the fourth tier. Luogang laughed. They chatted for a while, and Qin Chuan asked Luogang about the situation there. Luogang cursed. Damn it. This is the largest tribe here and the toughest. It has over 100 lead-level member. Hearing Luogang's description, Qin Chuan realized the vast differences in the world. Outside the cavern, lead-level tribes were rare, but here there were over 100. He understood that entering different realms brought entirely new landscapes and challenges. After a lengthy conversation, Li Weiguo addressed the group, Everyone. I'll now distribute the task details. As long as each of us completes our part, we can conquer this tribe, and the development of this secret realm will be complete. You will all be heroes of Fengqing. Li Weiguo spoke eloquently, conveying crucial information while trying to boost morale. However, his motivational words had little effect on the seasoned commanders present. These veterans had weathered many storms and wouldn't easily be swayed by mere rhetoric. Soon after, Li Weiguo assigned tasks, and Qin Chuan was given the responsibility of dealing with several small guardian tribes in one direction of the main tribe. The targets included around 2,000 earth monsters, 3 commander-level beings, several hundred guard-level, and over 1,000 soldier-level creatures. Luogang glanced at Qin Chuan's task list and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, brother, this task is no joke. Looks like Li Weiguo thinks highly of you. If you do well, you might even earn an extra star essence stone. Luogang explained that typically, commander-level cultivators were tasked with handling 2 beasts of the same level. Since Qin Chuan had an extra one, the reward would naturally increase. He suggested, Our task locations are pretty close. Let's go together. Saying this, he signaled his giant ape to extend its hand, easily leaping onto its shoulder and beckoning Qin Chuan to follow. Qin Chuan mounted Dubai and followed Luogang. As they walked, Luogang chatted incessantly, while Qin Chuan seemed somewhat indifferent. When Luogang mentioned that his beast companion was a mountain-moving giant ape rather than just a gorilla, Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle but still went along with the compliment. Luogang continued to find topics to discuss, asking, Brother, do you know who the strongest commander is this time? Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, No idea. In his mind, he thought, Once I leave the Stargate and return outside, my cultivation will soar again. By then, what will an 8th-level commander be worth? When Luogang learned that Qin Chuan was only 18 years old, he exclaimed in surprise, Why do you look so mature? I thought you were at least 25. Qin Chuan secretly grumbled, thinking it was just because he had neglected his appearance due to long-term battles, not that he looked mature. Their conversation continued sporadically until they reached their destination. Luogang cheerfully said, Goodbye, brother. I'll go ahead and handle my task first. I'll come to help you once I'm done. With that, he and his mountain-moving giant ape departed. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally rid of the chatterbox. Cautiously, Qin Chuan sent out Little Green and Little Red to scout ahead. After a while, he arrived at his destination. The verdant vegetation was lush, and the blue illumination stones on the cave walls cast a pure light. Stone buildings came into view, but the eerie silence made Qin Chuan wary. He urged Dabai to speed up and soon entered the guardian tribe. To his shock, the place was completely empty, not a single earth monster in sight. Dismounting, he carefully examined the footprints on the ground, concluding that the earth monsters had just left. A terrifying thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind. He quickly recalled Little Green and Little Red, leaped onto Dabai's back, and dashed off in a specific direction. He sighed inwardly. This time, many people might die. Clearly, the earth monsters had learned to use strategy, feeding Li Weigua and his team false information to lure them into dispersing their forces. Meanwhile, the earth monsters had concentrated the power of several guardian tribes, aiming to defeat the cultivators one by one. Li Weigua and his team had made the mistake of underestimating the earth monsters' intelligence, viewing them as lowly creatures with little rationality. This error could prove to be costly. With his keen insight, Qin Chuan realized that the intelligence of the earth monsters might far exceed expectations. He thought cautiously, there are clear differences in intelligence among these creatures. It's possible that a highly intelligent mutant has emerged among them, one that rivals the brightest humans. Every group has its elites. Underestimating them could be fatal. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the vast cavern. Some fortunate cultivators, like Qin Chuan, found themselves in areas devoid of earth monsters. However, another group of cultivators faced unprecedented crises. Their enemies had not only doubled in number, but also grown several times stronger. Many quickly found themselves overwhelmed, gravely injured, or even killed on the spot. Luogang was one of the unlucky ones. Instead of facing the two third-level leader earth monsters he had anticipated, he was now surrounded by five, three of which had reached the fourth level, matching his own strength. To make matters worse, thousands of other earth monsters encircled him as well. Damn you, Li Weigua. You set me up. Luogang cursed inwardly, nearly reduced to tears by the fear. The situation was far beyond his capability to handle. Yet, he did not give up. He immediately activated all his martial techniques and fought alongside his giant gorilla beast companion, wielding his massive hammer. As time passed, Luogang's stamina waned under the relentless assault of the five-leader earth monsters. Other cultivators rushed towards nearby guardian tribes, but many fell before they could reach safety. Some who ventured to help others ended up becoming meals for the earth monsters. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's mount, Dabai, displayed astounding speed, even surpassing Xiaohong's flying speed on flat ground. As a tiger-type beast, Dabai was naturally swift, and Qin Chuan had further enhanced it with speed-enhancing blood crystals, making it even more formidable. Luogang felt he was reaching his limit. He had taken several heavy hits, and his internal organs felt shattered. If not for his extraordinary physique, he would have been crushed to a pulp. Think you can kill me? Not so easy. Luogang gritted his teeth, swinging his over 2-meter-long hammer, blood dripping from his mouth, eyes burning with fervor. He swallowed a whole bottle of potion, not even bothering to remove the cap, chewing and swallowing it. The potion's effects quickly spread, temporarily boosting his strength. With a crazed smile, Luogang swung his weapon desperately, smashing the earth monsters charging at him. Seeing this, the leader earth monsters chose to avoid direct confrontation, commanding their underlings to attack while they looked for opportunities to strike. They followed the great shaman's orders meticulously, not daring to slack off. The great shaman was an ancient millennium genius among the earth monsters, determined to lead his tribe out of the caverns and into a broader world. There, they would find richer food sources, especially the delicious humans, whose flesh not only tasted superb but also promoted evolution, driving the earth monsters wild. Luogang felt his strength depleting, and his beast companion was also severely injured, with one foot nearly crushed. Yet, they continued to fight fiercely, trying to kill as many earth monsters as possible. I can't hold on any longer. This is the end for me. Luogang smiled bitterly, leaning on his hammer for support. Brother Qin Chuan, I hope you aren't as unlucky as I am. Youngsters have more potential than us old folks. He looked around, seeing the ground littered with earth monster corpses, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Though it wasn't his best record, he felt he had died a worthy death, not falling in the first round. Damn it, I don't want to die. Luogang laughed bitterly, watching a leader earth monster raise its club to crush his skull. He didn't want to die, but it seemed inevitable. Closing his eyes, he recalled his beast companion into his soul space, unwilling to see it devoured. Goodbye. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the warm blood. Is this my blood? Why does it smell so bad? Luogang joked to himself, amazed at his humor in the face of death. Hey, why are you crying? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Luo Gang opened his eyes, shocked. Brother Qin Chuan, what are you doing here? Haha, I came to save you. Seeing you cry so earnestly, I almost felt bad interrupting. Luo Gang quickly wiped away his tears and blood, realizing that the leader earth monster in front of him had been decapitated. Brother Qin Chuan, run. This is the weakest one. You can't beat them. He looked at the dense horde of earth monsters and the four powerful leaders, urgently warning. Is that so? Qin Chuan waved his hand, and a giant python and a bright red bird appeared out of thin air. I think the ones who need to run are them. It seemed the commanding level underground beasts sensed Qin Chuan's indifference towards them. They let out piercing roars but didn't charge immediately. Instead, they ordered their subordinates to surround Qin Chuan. Thousands of underground beasts brandished various weapons, their ferocious faces full of excitement, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They caught the rich scent of meat from Qin Chuan and his companions, awakening their primal urge to kill. Defy, Xiao Qing, Xiao Hong, have at it. Qin Chuan commanded. His three beast pets dashed into the horde like arrows released from a bow. They were already ravenous, each unleashing their demonic abilities, commencing a heart-pounding slaughter. Inside the cavern, flames raged, vegetation grew wildly, and roars echoed. Defy spewed scorching flames, reducing groups of underground beasts to ashes. Xiao Qing manipulated vines that lashed out like iron whips against the enemies. Xiao Hong soared through the air, discharging bolts of lightning that electrocuted the beasts to a crisp. Dozens to hundreds of underground beasts perished in an instant, their bodies piling up like mountains. The scene left Luo Gang utterly stunned. Qin Chuan's three beast pets were far more powerful than he had anticipated. Their auras were only around the second level, but the potency and destructiveness of their demonic abilities far exceeded that tier. Luo Gang thought to himself that even with his fourth level commanding strength, facing any one of them alone would leave him with slim chances of victory. However, when Qin Chuan personally took action, Luo Gang's previous astonishment was instantly overshadowed by even greater shock. He saw faint strands of malevolent energy swirling around Qin Chuan, piercing his eyes with pain. In an instant, that energy burst forth, enveloping a several-meter radius around Qin Chuan. The dense black aura made the area appear like a land of Azure, a black hole devouring life. Anyone who stepped into it faced certain death. As the number of slain underground beasts increased, Qin Chuan's malevolent energy field gradually became more tangible, expanding to a 10-meter radius. This terrifying domain not only weakened enemies, but also continuously eroded their wounds. Beast-level demons entering it saw their strength drastically reduced, while fierce beasts of the common level died immediately. Even guard-level and commanding-level beasts struggled to escape unscathed, the former only able to exert 6,070 of their strength, and the latter losing about 10. At this moment, dozens of underground beasts, unaware of their impending doom, charged at Qin Chuan, their massive metal weapons aimed at his body. Gripping a massive broadsword taller than himself, Qin Chuan made his move after a brief moment of preparation. The blade energy poured out like a galaxy, sweeping across the battlefield and slicing through the bodies of dozens of underground beasts. In an instant, they were torn to pieces, blood raining down like a crimson shower. Qin Chuan leaped into the midst of the underground beasts. His broadsword moved with fluid grace, each strike claiming multiple lives. As the number of slain beasts grew, the malevolent energy around him thickened, feeding him with a frenzy of power, enhancing the might of his broadsword. The four commanding level underground beasts initially intended to stay back and strike once Qin Chuan and his companions were worn down. But they quickly realized this human was different, grew stronger with each attack, instead of weakening. Exchanging glances, the four commanding level beasts uttered some strange incantations and began approaching Qin Chuan from four directions. Among the shorter underground beasts, these commanding level creatures stood like small giants, at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Their massive bodies, resembling mountains of flesh, contained immense strength. Draped over their rolling fat were crude but practical heavy armors, thick enough to withstand standard white-grade weapons. Their weapons, unlike those of the ordinary beasts, were shrouded in intense white light, clearly treasured artifacts they had meticulously nurtured. The four commanding level beasts didn't split up but moved in unison towards Qin Chuan, clearly intending to kill him with all their might. They knew that once the human was dead, his beast pets would lose their support. On the other side, seeing the four commanding level beasts closing in on their master, Defy, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Hong tried to help. However, the commanding level beasts had already ordered their subordinates to intensify their attacks. Hundreds of guard-level underground beasts fearlessly entangled Defy and Xiao Qing, hindering their movements. Xiao Hong, taking advantage of its flight, temporarily evaded the entanglement, but one of the commanding level beasts, enraged, left the group and attacked it. This commanding level beast stomped heavily on the ground, then leaped dozens of meters high, bringing its spiked club down towards Xiao Hong with tremendous force. The strike was powerful, creating a whistling sound as it tore through the air. At the moment Xiao Hong was intercepted, the remaining 3 commanding level beasts launched a fierce assault on Qin Xuan. Their feet crushed the bodies of the underlings in their path, and the mystical weapons in their hands glowed intensely. The 3 earth demon leaders radiated demonic energy, causing the ground to crack as they launched simultaneous attacks from different directions. Qin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as his blade flashed, swiftly creating a protective arc around himself. He intercepted the 3 attacks, and the immense force rebounded into his body, shaking his internal organs. However, shielded by his extensive martial arts techniques, Qin Xuan remained unscathed, though his blood was slightly agitated. The battle had only just begun. The 3 earth demon leaders wielded massive weapons, each several meters long, relentlessly striking at Qin Xuan. Each missed strike left a deep crater in the hard ground. Qin Xuan deftly dodged their attacks, all the while silently building his momentum. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Gang was tense with worry for Qin Xuan. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Qin Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination, and his aura surged dramatically. His self-created martial art, the adversity slash, grew more powerful with his increasing strength, and it was now ready to be unleashed. Channeling all his energy into his mystical greatsword, Qin Xuan shouted, "Dragon roams the 4 seas. Tiger sweeps the 8 desolations." The 2 most powerful moves from the first volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade technique, amplified by the adversity slash, erupted with astonishing force. The blade's light streaked like a rainbow, clashing fiercely with the Earth Demon leader's weapons. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, and sparks flew. At first, the Earth Demon leaders managed to hold their ground, but they quickly realized that this human's attacks were rapidly becoming too powerful for them to handle. Suddenly, with a flash of the blade, one of the Earth Demon leader's arms was severed, and its mystical weapon flew, crushing 2 smaller demons. As it let out a howl of pain, Qin Xuan's blade sliced through its neck, and its head, as large as a barrel, rolled to the ground. The remaining 2 Earth Demon leaders were gripped by fear and tried to flee, only to find that their underlings were nearly wiped out. They were surrounded by Qin Xuan's 3 beast companions, with Xiao Hong even tossing the charred corpse of a fallen comrade as a warning. "Attack!" Qin Xuan commanded, and he and his 3 beast companions launched an assault on the remaining Earth Demon leaders. Within moments, they were overwhelmed and fell in the onslaught. As the battle concluded, fatigue set in. Qin Xuan quickly consumed a restorative elixir from his mystical ring and soon returned to peak condition. He turned to the still-stunned Luo Gang and said, "Hey bro, how's your recovery? Start cleaning up the battlefield instead of just staring." Luo Gang snapped out of his daze and stammered, It's over? Yeah, it's done," Qin Xuan replied while gathering the Earth Demon's weapons and mystical treasures. "Stop standing there. If you're feeling better, come help. These items can fetch a good price outside." Luo Gang snapped back to reality and immediately got to work cleaning up the battlefield. He and Qin Xuan gathered a substantial amount of resources together. Then, Luo Gang walked over to Qin Xuan and handed him a mystical treasure ring. "Here you go, brother. Let's make the exchange," Luo Gang said, a look of gratitude on his face. Qin Xuan laughed heartily. "What, giving it all to me? Aren't you keeping any for yourself?" Luo Gang blushed and replied honestly, "You saved my life, man. How could I take anything? To be honest, if I weren't a guy, I'd probably let you sleep with me a few times to repay you." Hearing this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but glance at Luo Gang's muscular frame. An image of Luo Gang in a pink dress, acting coquettish on a bed, suddenly flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The thought was so disturbing it might take a lifetime to erase. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 2 headed towards the cave's exit. Along the way, they saw many cultivators, some injured and disheartened, others unscathed. As they approached the exit, they saw Li Weiguo's face, dark with anger. This ambush by the Earth Monster tribe had been disastrous. Among the 30-plus commander-level cultivators, 5 had died, and over 10 were injured, nearly half the team. They couldn't mount another assault on the tribe anytime soon. Worse yet, the compensation for each lost commander-level cultivator would be substantial. As the leader, Li Weiguo would undoubtedly face severe penalties. When Qin Xuan and Luo Gang returned, Li Weiguo quickly approached to inquire about the battle. Seeing the bloodstains on their clothes, he initially thought they had barely escaped. But after hearing Luo Gang's recount, Li Weiguo was left speechless with astonishment. It was known that among the surrounded cultivators, only the strongest, Jiang Shujiao, commander-level cultivator at the 8th tier, who graduated from a top martial arts university, had barely escaped. Yet, Qin Xuan had not only survived but also saved Luo Gang and wiped out the Earth monsters. Realizing this, Li Weigua's gaze towards Qin Chuan softened considerably. Qin Chuan, you did an excellent job on this mission. The star stones and additional rewards will be paid as promised, he said before moving on to check on the other cultivators. Luo Gang clapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder, but accidentally aggravated his wound, grimacing in pain. Haha brother, you saved my life this time. No need for any formalities. If you ever need help, I, old Luo, will be there without a second thought. With the plan in shambles, the commander-level cultivators left dejectedly. It would likely be a while before they regrouped. Qin Chuan received 15 star stones, while the other cultivators who didn't complete their missions received a third of the compensation. The families of the deceased were given substantial condolence payments. Li Weigua faced severe official criticism and was in the worst mood of all. Outside, Qin Chuan and Luo Gang exchanged contact information and then parted ways. Over the next few days, Qin Chuan entrusted Zhuang Tong to handle the spoils from the secret realm and took some time off with his 3 beast pets. After all the killing in the secret realm, it was time to relax. Qin Chuan spent millions of Kyushu coins on the most expensive and delicious beast food for his pets, and took Linger to enjoy various attractions in Feng City for a few days. Once well rested, he focused his mind and prepared to continue his cultivation. Before starting, Qin Chuan visited an old park in Feng City that he had discovered during his outings. He planned to contract his 4th beast pet here. The park was ancient, with time-worn facilities showing the marks of age. It was a quiet place, seldom visited except by a few elderly people. Modern youth, consumed by advanced electronic devices and busy work schedules, neither had the time nor the inclination to wander here. At a small pond, Qin Chuan saw an elderly man sitting on a rock, feeding the fish. A swarm of carp competed for the food, while an old turtle poked its head out of the water, slowly breathing but not eating. We're both old, Hazy. You're old and so am I, the old man said, stroking the turtle's head with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Hazy hadn't eaten for a long time, a sign that its life was nearing its end. For an ordinary grass turtle, living over 70 years was quite a feat. The old man thought to himself that he had lived long enough too. Maybe it was time to accompany his old friend on the final journey of life. Qin Chuan sat down next to the old man, who greeted him with a kind smile. Young man, you're here again. Where's your sister today? Qin Chuan nodded and gently patted the old turtle's head, which neither resisted nor shied away. She's at school. You're here early today, Mr. Liu. Well, I had to come early. My old friend here doesn't have much time left. I want to spend as much time with it as I can, Mr. Liu replied, handing Qin Chuan some food. Together, they fed the fish in the pond, a faint sadness hanging in the air. The old man and the turtle had been companions in this ancient park for decades. Now, both were nearing the end of their days. Qin Chuan had heard the old man's story before. As a young man, he had served in the military, battling monstrous beasts and sustaining numerous injuries. His beast companion had been killed, and his cultivation had gradually declined until he became an ordinary person. Supported by a generous government pension, he returned to his hometown to start a family. His son also joined the military to fight the beasts, but was tragically killed in action. His wife, heartbroken, passed away, leaving the old man alone. His only solace was the little turtle he had given to his son, which had surpassed its ordinary nature and stayed by his side for many years. The old man often lamented the unfairness of fate. Despite slaying countless beasts and protecting countless lives, he repeatedly lost his loved ones. He had contemplated ending his life many times, but was always dissuaded by news of people suffering under the threat of beasts. He felt that as long as he was alive, he should do something for the world and his country. So, he donated all his savings to help underprivileged children become cultivators or complete their education. When the money ran out, he sold snacks, collected recyclables, and did odd jobs to contribute as much as he could. When he became too old to work, he took up the role of park caretaker, accompanying the aging turtle. Even though he had shared his story with Qin Chuan before, the old man couldn't help but talk about his handsome son and his kind, beautiful wife. Each mention brought a happy smile to his wrinkled face. Qin Chuan listened patiently, never rushing or interrupting. Suddenly, tears welled up in the old man's eyes as he pointed to the turtle by the pond. Child, can you do me a favor? Hazy is on the verge of passing away. It might happen today. Could you help me move its body later? I'm too old, and it's grown too big for me to handle. Qin Chuan shook his head, and the old man sighed, thinking he was being refused out of disdain or superstition. The light in his eyes dimmed, as if he too were fading away. Mr. Liu, Hazy doesn't have to die, and you will live much longer, Qin Chuan said, summoning Shaoqing. A massive green python appeared by the pond, sending the fish scattering in all directions. Only the old turtle sluggishly opened its cloudy eyes. The old man stared in amazement at the high school-looking boy, realizing he was a powerful cultivator. I want to take Hazy as my beast companion. Would you allow that? Qin Chuan asked softly. The old man trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Are you really willing? The old man asked, his voice trembling, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. His hunched body swayed as if he could collapse at any moment. Qin Chuan didn't respond directly, but showed his determination through his actions. He signaled Xiaoqing to summon the contract formation, and a beam of light appeared beside Hazy. The old man held his breath, watching the scene nervously. Hazy sensed the vitality within the formation and instinctively didn't resist. The power of the contract flowed into its body, and a strong energy began to transform its form. In the blink of an eye, Hazy's body grew larger, and its vitality quickly returned. Qin Chuan soon received feedback from the system. Name: Grass Turtle. Quality: 0 star. Cultivation level: Mortal level 2. Talent: Breath of Water, greatly enhancing all water-related abilities. Seeing Hazy reborn, the old man trembled with excitement. He stumbled towards Qin Chuan, intending to kneel. Qin Chuan quickly supported him and said, "Uncle Liu, there's no need for that. I was already looking for a similar mortal beast to contract with. This is just a fortunate coincidence." The old man looked at Qin Chuan incredulously, filled with doubt. As a former cultivator, he knew no one would specifically contract with a mortal beast. Seeing this, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly and decided to demonstrate with facts. With a wave of his hand, a majestic white tiger and a fire-red bird appeared in the clearing. The old man widened his eyes, too shocked to speak. These were both commander-level beast pets. "Uncle Liu, do you believe me now?" Qin Chuan smiled. "Hazy following me won't be a burden. It'll be a great help." Though still somewhat incredulous, the old man nodded. Choking up, he said, "Child, thank you for saving Hazy. I have nothing to repay you with, but in my next life, I'll serve you as a horse or ox." Qin Chuan shook his head with a smile and took out a bottle of spiritual elixir from his treasure ring. This was a precious medicine that could heal hidden injuries and old wounds, invaluable to a mortal. He handed the elixir to the old man, insisting he take it. The old man hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the jade bottle and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, vibrant life force filled his body, curing years of ailments. Given his current state, he could easily live another 20 or 30 years. The two talked for a long time before Qin Chuan finally retracted his 3 beast pets and returned to the large villa he rented. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a composed smile, as if everything that had just happened was a mere trifle. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the Soul Sea, a slight smile playing on his lips as his gaze swept over the 4 beasts and the newly arrived bloodline crystals. He took a deep breath, ready to begin the enhancement process. "Hazy, no, from now on, I'll call you Dahe. We'll start with you," Qin Chuan said, focusing on the bewildered Black Tortoise. He began by infusing it with first-tier tortoise bloodline crystals. The energies of rock tortoises, water tortoises, strong-armed tortoises, and serrated tortoises surged into Dahe's body, cleansing every inch of its muscles, bones, and bloodline. As the first-tier crystals reached their limit, Qin Chuan unhesitatingly moved on to second-tier and third-tier crystals. Despite each crystal being worth millions, the results were evident. Dahe's form began to change, its shell breaking and reforming, adorned with mysterious runes. Eventually, information floated into Qin Chuan's mind. Name: Xuanjia Tortoise. Quality: 4 stars. Cultivation: Mortal level 8. Although still at the mortal level, Dahe had grown to over 10 feet long, its limbs like pillars, and its shell indestructible. Next, Qin Chuan turned to Xiaoqing, Defy, and Xiaohong. Dozens of third-tier bloodline crystals were poured into them, the energy washing over the 3 beasts, making them more powerful and majestic. The most significant transformation was in Xiaoqing, whose life level ascended once again. Name: Blue-Eyed Jiao. Quality: 4 stars. Cultivation: Commander level 2. Evolving from a python into a Jiao, Xiaoqing sprouted 4 limbs with sharp claws, exuding a fierce aura akin to a king among beasts. Debai's changes were less apparent on the surface, but its dangerous presence was undeniable. Name: Blood-Eyed White Tiger King. Quality: 4 stars. Cultivation: Commander level 2. The addition of King signified Debai's dominance among tigers of the same tier. Finally, there was Xiaohong. Name: Red Flame Sparrow King. Quality: 4 stars. Cultivation: Commander level 2. Besides growing larger and more majestic in plumage, Xiaohong was developing a unique bloodline branch. With the enhancement complete, Qin Chuan glanced at his bank account balance, which had dwindled to a few billion. His energy points had also plummeted from hundreds of thousands to just tens of thousands. Without hesitation, he activated the resource wheel, doing 10 consecutive draws until he obtained 7 soul stones for each of the 4 beasts, nearly depleting his energy points. The ring now contained various spirit liquids and 3 fragments of the 4 sacred ancient array. Qin Chuan calculated that he needed 4 more pieces to activate this legendary powerful array. Reviewing the Soul Stone abilities, Shaoqing leaned towards control, Debai focused on offense, Xiaohong on burst attacks, and Dahei on defense. One of the stones could even provide a powerful shield for the other 3 beasts. Qin Chuan was pleased. This configuration was comparable to a top-tier team. Next, I need to bring everyone's cultivation to the same level, Qin Chuan thought, heading straight to the Beast Palace to rent a cultivation room designated for commander-level cultivators. Though the third-tier spirit gathering array only had 100-fold amplification, the spiritual energy condensed into white mist, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. Of course, each breath cost tens of thousands of Juzhou coins. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, ready to start a new round of training. The power amplification effect of the third-level spirit gathering array is astonishing, but the cost is equally staggering. It requires 10 million Juzhou coins every 8 hours, a consumption that even ordinary commander-level cultivators find hard to bear. However, for Qin Chuan, who possesses the roulette, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thanks to the roulette, Qin Chuan can receive a 1,000-fold return on his cultivation efforts. Combined with the innate talents of his 4 beast pets, his cultivation speed skyrockets to the level of a 7-star genius. In the entire Juzhou nation, which boasts nearly 1 billion people, only about 1,000 individuals reach this level of excellence. Qin Chuan, once an ordinary and unremarkable boy, has thus crossed the boundaries of his class, evoking a sense of awe and admiration. In the following days, Qin Chuan focused on practicing martial arts and techniques, while his 4 beast pets devoted themselves entirely to their cultivation. Time flowed like water, but their cultivation levels soared as if propelled by rockets. Qin Chuan's cultivation level rose steadily, commander level 2, 3, 4, and finally stabilized at commander level 9. Among his 4 beast pets, Dahei matched his level, while the other 3 surged to commander level 10. Although there was still some distance to breaking through to the general level, their cultivation speed had already far exceeded common expectations. If not for his bank balance dropping below 10 million, Qin Chuan would have continued to strive for the general level without hesitation. Of course, breaking through to the general level requires an enormous amount of resources. Over the past few days, he had exhausted his stash of over a dozen star essence stones just to achieve his current results. Seeing that his funds were depleted, Qin Chuan decided it was time to go out and earn some money. He looked at his 4 enormous beast pets, now measured in zhongs, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Clearly, he could no longer return to the beast hall for cultivation. The building's capacity maxed out at commander level 10, and any further attempts would likely cause it to burst. After retracting his 4 beast pets, Qin Chuan stepped out of the beast hall and took a deep breath of the outside air. The ordinary air, once so familiar, now seemed somewhat inferior after he had grown accustomed to an environment rich in spiritual energy. Qin Chuan then checked the website of the Fengcheng Development Bureau and found new recruitment tasks as expected. The target was still that stubborn large tribe. After more than a month of rest, the Fengcheng Development Bureau had once again gathered a group of cultivators to take down this last stronghold. However, the tribe had also grown stronger during this period, somehow adding a large number of commander-level earth monsters. After several setbacks, the authorities had no choice but to continue hiring freelance cultivators at high prices and even sought assistance from the military. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan signed up and immediately received the task information. Following the instructions, he arrived once again at the vast cavern. Upon arrival, he encountered a familiar-faced Luo Gang, the burly man, along with his black gorilla. "Brother Qin Chuan, we meet again." Luo Gang greeted enthusiastically, attempting to give Qin Chuan a bear hug, which the latter deftly avoided. "Recovered from your injuries already? Back on a mission so soon?" Qin Chuan asked. Luo Gang shrugged and smiled wryly. "No choice, without money, we have to risk our lives. Cultivation costs money like burning through it, and if I don't come out, I'd be left with nothing." After a brief conversation, Qin Chuan gained a deeper understanding of the situation here. Unlike before, with military support, they no longer adopted a piecemeal approach, but chose to drive straight in and crush the tribe heathen. In the vast and expansive cavern, all the human cultivators were poised for action. In the dark central part of the tribe, a tall, gaunt humanoid earth monster curled its lips and uttered a few strange words. If anyone could understand, they would realize it was saying, "Human cultivators, come and offer yourselves to the great demon spirit." This is too much for today. Updating 10,000 words is equivalent to 5 chapters. If time permits tomorrow, I'll update 14,000 words, which would be 7 chapters. The human cultivators never expected that when they set their sights on this tribe, there were other beings within it plotting against them. Qin Chuan stood on high ground, overlooking the impending encirclement operation. Hundreds of human cultivators had gathered, with 70 to 80 of them being leader-level cultivators. The rest were elite squads composed of peak warrior-level cultivators. To his surprise, The commander of this operation was none other than Li Weigua. Despite his previous failure, Li Weigua had managed to avoid demotion due to his strong connections within the bureau. However, Qin Shuan knew well that this mission was Li Weigua's last chance. Another failure would result in his inevitable downfall, regardless of his connections. Brother Qin Shuan, Luo Gang whispered, our task is to attack from the right flank. Make sure to turn on your communicator. In the chaos of battle, it's easy for others to claim your achievements. Qin Shuan nodded in agreement, silently marveling at the advancements in technology. After being promoted to leader level, they had upgraded their tech gear at the Beast Hall. The communication watch on his wrist had become incredibly sophisticated, capable of comprehensively tracking and recording the number of beasts killed, with almost no errors. This was the latest innovation from the rear research base. Though Qin Shuan didn't understand the underlying principles, he knew its significance. When he arrived at the right flank, Qin Shuan was surprised to see several familiar faces, the members of the Blood Rose Squad. Sister Tong, long time no see, Qin Shuan greeted, drawing astonished looks from the surrounding squads. Judging by his equipment, they recognized Qin Shuan as a leader-level cultivator, and they hadn't expected the Blood Rose Squad to be on such good terms with someone of his rank. After a brief conversation, the Blood Rose Squad members visibly relaxed around Qin Shuan. He specifically instructed Zhuang Tong, during the attack, stay behind Luo Gang and me. We'll handle the leader-level and peak warrior-level beasts at the front. The rest will be left to you. Zhuang Tong nodded obediently, warmth filling her heart. She could sense that Qin Shuan was a loyal and righteous person, although he still seemed a bit inexperienced. This thought made Zhuang Tong blush slightly, as she recalled the days she spent striving for her cultivation, leaving little time for romance. Luo Gang chuckled to himself as he watched the beautiful Zhuang Tong and the young Qin Shuan, seemingly understanding something. The muscular man even displayed an affectionate, almost maternal smile. Soon, the command center issued the attack order. Since Zhuang Tong's beast pet wasn't rideable, Qin Shuan pulled her up onto the back of defy. The two of them headed towards the tribe, with Zhuang Tong's soft warmth pressing against Qin Shuan's chest. It was his first time being so close to a woman, and the scent of her hair filled his senses. His gaze involuntarily drifted to her delicate earlobes, fair neck, and the faintly visible cleavage. Qin Shuan snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze. He reminded himself that this was a battlefield, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. However, Zhuang Tong's graceful figure continued to linger in his mind, testing his resolve. Zhuang Tong felt Qin Shuan's warm chest pressing against her back, causing her to blush. She bit her lip gently and moved Qin Shuan's hand closer to her waist, whispering, hold on tighter. It's too shaky. Ahem. Okay. Qin Shuan responded, tightening his arms around Zhuang Tong's soft waist. His palms brushed against her toned absure, so-called six-pack. As their mount galloped, Zhuang Tong's body swayed in his embrace. The group finally arrived at their destination, and the sight before them left everyone stunned. The underground creatures had built fortifications, towering walls with rugged-looking cannons mounted on top. Oh my god, do those things look like cannons to anyone else? Someone exclaimed. Wow, these underground creatures' weapons have evolved a lot. They went from stone weapons to full armor, and now this. Another person chimed in. Despite their shock, battle was inevitable. Qin Shuan exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Gang, nodding in agreement before they both charged towards the walls. At that moment, countless flaming projectiles rained down from the high walls. For cultivators of their rank, such attacks were hardly a threat. They effortlessly sliced or smashed the projectiles in half with their weapons. However, unexpectedly, the projectiles exploded upon impact, releasing thick green gas that quickly enveloped the battlefield. Poison, a cultivator shouted. A cultivator of the 5th or 6th level couldn't cover their mouth in time and collapsed after inhaling the gas, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Even more terrifying, the gas could penetrate spiritual defenses and corrode the body, causing cultivators to fall even if they covered their mouths. They realized the projectiles were just a distraction. The poison gas was the real weapon. The cultivators hastily took antidotes and anti-poison potions, which provided some relief. But soon, the effects of the potions began to wane, and they were still surrounded by the dense green fog. Retreat! The cultivators shouted in unison, retreating rapidly. Even the commander-level cultivators near the walls had to fall back as the ground began to ooze corrosive liquid, which even their mounts couldn't withstand. Some commander-level cultivators with flying mounts tried to break through from above, but they were met by dozens of commander-level underground creatures. Thousands of these creatures wielded poison-tipped arrows, forcing the cultivators to retreat. The cultivators planned to attack again once the poison gas dissipated, but the continuous bombardment kept the poison fog thick. Li Weigua stood in the central command, caught in a dilemma. According to the tests, only general-level cultivators could completely resist the poison gas. But deploying general-level cultivators for a minor secret realm was too costly. As he paced anxiously, he received a message. Temporary signal stations had been set up in the cave to maintain communication among the cultivators, ensuring strong network signals in the area. Only commander-level cultivators could contact Li Weigua directly, so he checked the message immediately. Leader, I can disperse the poison gas, but only for about 30 minutes. You need to plan the battle quickly. Li Weigua was overjoyed and immediately called back. Hello, is this Qin Xuan? Do you have a way to clear the gas? Are you sure it works? Qin Xuan had just tested the gas concentration and quickly responded, absolutely, I've confirmed it several times. But there's a catch. Li Weigua's heart skipped a beat. What's the catch? If it's something I can solve, consider it done. It's a bit expensive. Can the organization cover the costs? Li Weigua laughed and patted his chest confidently. All of Qin Xuan's expenses will be reimbursed double by the organization. All right, how about 10 star stones? I'll give you 15. Deal. Both were pleased Qin Xuan for earning a substantial amount, and Li Weigua for ensuring the battle could continue, thus securing his position. For the authorities, starstones weren't scarce. A minor secret realm could yield thousands, and Li Weigua had access to a significant supply, so he didn't hesitate to be generous. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's description, Li Weigua decisively adjusted his strategy. He abandoned the plan of splitting the forces and decided to concentrate their firepower on a single point. The cultivators quickly gathered around Qin Xuan and his team. Li Weigua, excited, patted Qin Xuan on the shoulder and appointed him as the vanguard. Qin Xuan, do you need this armor? Li Weigua asked, producing a heavy white armor from his treasure trove. This top-tier gear was worth about 20 star stones, equivalent to 20 billion Juzhou coins. Considering his role in the front lines, Qin Xuan, though not afraid of injury, decided to wear the armor just in case. From boots to knee guards, arm guards, chest plate, and helmet, each piece was a top-grade white treasure. This armor's defense was enough to withstand attacks from a newly advanced general-level warrior. Fully equipped, Qin Xuan transformed into a towering, fully armored warrior, exuding a formidable presence. The surrounding commander-level cultivators looked on with envy, knowing that with this gear, Qin Xuan's combat performance could at least double. Ready? Let's begin. Li Weigua commanded, and everyone focused intently on Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded, mounted his steed, Defy. The immense weight was nothing to the mighty beast. He then took out 2 bottles of antidote elixir from his treasure trove, sprinkling one on Defy and the other on himself. The others looked on in surprise, not expecting Qin Xuan to counteract the toxic mist so simply. Though aware of Qin Xuan's plan, Li Weigua couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Everyone, follow me, Qin Xuan ordered, charging into the toxic mist. His spirit-infused long blade cut through the air, creating a path tens of meters wide with each swing. The mist quickly dissipated under the antidote's effect. Qin Xuan pressed forward, with the cultivators following closely behind. The creatures on the high walls noticed this and began hurling bombs at Qin Xuan. However, such attacks were trivial to him. He didn't even need to use his spirit power, casually deflecting the bombs with his blade a few meters away. Sometimes, Defy would roar thunderously, its powerful metallic force exploding the bombs from 100 meters away. Soon, the team reached a damp, muddy area with toxic bubbles. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan took out several bottles of 4th-grade antidote, activated them with his spirit power, and scattered them, instantly neutralizing the area's toxicity. Next, it's your turn, Xiaohong, Qin Xuan murmured, recalling Defy and summoning Xiaohong. A massive, fiery red bird over 10 meters long appeared, grabbing Qin Xuan by the shoulders and flying towards the 100 soft-meter shy wall. Other commander-level cultivators with flying beasts followed suit, summoning their pets and heading towards the high wall. The wall, hundreds of meters wide and built entirely of rock, was a monumental structure constructed by the creatures in just over a month, a feat of incredible difficulty. As soon as they landed, dozens of commander-level creatures and hundreds of others surrounded Qin Xuan. Xiaohong opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating a large swath of creatures. The weaker ones turned to ash instantly, while the stronger ones struggled to resist the viscous flames with their demon power. Seizing the moment, Qin Xuan summoned 3 more pets, Defy, Shaoqing, and Dahe. A towering, snow-white giant tiger landed among the creatures, its roar shaking the earth. With one swipe of its paw, dozens of creatures were reduced to pulp. Next, a massive, green-scaled dragon emitted a deep, resonant growl. Its claws and teeth flashed, and dozens of creatures were decapitated and dismembered, their lives extinguished. Finally, a colossal black-armored turtle, with a back spanning dozens of meters, landed silently. It moved slowly, impervious to the creature's attacks. The turtle casually spat out a stream of water, piercing through the bodies of several creatures. The battle had just begun, and Qin Xuan and his team were already making a significant impact. As soon as the 4 powerful beast pets entered the scene, they unleashed a devastating massacre, leaving the arriving cultivators dumbfounded. On the battlefield, a majestic dragon, a swift white tiger, a massive black tortoise, and a fiery red bird were slaughtering the ground monsters with abandon. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew through the air. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. For commander-level beasts, a cultivator exclaimed. This guy's using a beast combat style. It's my first time seeing a beast combat cultivator. I need to take a picture to commemorate this. There's nothing surprising about beast combat, another chimed in. But haven't you noticed how powerful his 4 beast pets are? Each one is as strong as ours. Don't flatter yourself, someone nearby scoffed. Which of your pets can compare to any of these? As the crowd chattered, someone speculated. Do you think this guy is trying to gather all 4 sacred beasts? Though, that's just wishful thinking. For beast pets are already pushing the limits. Stop yapping, an impatient cultivator urged. Don't you see this guy is almost wiping out all the ground monsters? If we don't act fast, there won't even be scraps left for us. Amidst the discussions, other cultivators joined the battle. As time passed, more and more ground monster corpses piled up on the high walls, their blood pooling into small streams. Using various facilities, more cultivators climbed the walls and began cleansing the remaining monsters of different levels. This tribe had nearly 100,000 ground monsters and was the last stronghold in this cave secret realm. If they could eradicate it, the realm would be completely safe. The deafening sounds of slaughter and beast roars echoed in the air as countless lives were extinguished. Qin Xuan, clad in heavy armor, wielded his blade with lethal precision, each slash killing dozens of ground monsters. Even the commander-level monsters attacking him stood no chance. The weaker ones fell in 3 strikes, while the stronger ones took a few more. With his current power, enhanced by hundreds of martial techniques, even a 10th-level commander couldn't withstand his relentless assaults. His 4 beast pets were equally unstoppable. Their bloodlines had evolved through extreme enhancements from the 1st to the 3rd tier, maxing out their attributes. The once weak defense of the white tiger had now reached top-tier levels, and the black tortoise's previously lacking attack power was now at its peak. Even higher quality pets couldn't compare in many aspects, let alone those of similar quality. Qin Xuan and his 4 pets were like a meat grinder on the battlefield, leaving no ground monster alive within a 10-meter radius. Other cultivators kept a respectful distance, fearing accidental injury. Although Qin Xuan's control was nearly flawless, to them, he no longer seemed human but a ruthless killing machine. No wonder they call him the Butcher, someone suddenly shouted. This remark triggered memories among the crowd, recalling Qin Xuan's early days as a commander-level cultivator, when he had slaughtered ground monsters in the outer caves. His exploits had become legendary, earning him the nickname Butcher. No other commander-level cultivator is this crazy. It's like he has a blood feud with the monsters, someone remarked. Typically, without sufficient incentive, few cultivators would seek out monsters for no reason, except for battle maniacs who thrived on combat and slaughter to improve themselves. To the other cultivators, Qin Xuan was undoubtedly such a battle maniac, a bona fide bloody butcher. Li Weigua watched Qin Xuan's frenzied slaughter with amazement. He realized that this guy's strength had reached high-level commander. But he clearly remembered that the last time he tried to recruit him, Qin Xuan had just entered the commander level. It's only been a little over a month. This kid is really something. Li Weigua smiled wryly, feeling their cultivation speed was like a snail's pace compared to Qin Xuan's. Sigh, can't help but feel envious. That kind of determination is rare, Li Weigua mused, turning his gaze to Jiang Shuijiao, another 9th-level commander. She, a graduate of an elite university, had a powerful 10th-level commander beast pet, but fought the ground monsters with meticulous strategy and caution. That's the problem with martial arts university graduates. They overthink everything, Li Weigua compared. But cultivators like Qin Xuan are different, honing themselves through combat and slaughter. He thought both styles had their merits, as many had reached the pinnacle of power through either path. However, Li Weigua seemed to admire Qin Xuan's style more. Qin Xuan's brutal slaughter left everyone watching in awe, like witnessing a breathtaking performance with a certain artistic beauty. In a word, thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Li Weigua's blood boiled with excitement. As the commander, he couldn't resist picking up his weapon and charging into the ground monster horde. Forget commanding. I'll kill to my heart's content first. It was only when the battle was nearing its end that Li Weigua dared to be so audacious. Just as the human cultivators were frenziedly slaughtering the earth creatures atop the high walls, a tall, gaunt earth creature slowly opened its eyes within the dark, unlit stone hall at the center of the tribe. This earth creature was draped in a black robe, with a hood that obscured most of its face. The robe was adorned with ancient, enigmatic runes that seemed to flow with life. It clutched a staff taller than a person and sat high on a stone throne. The eyes beneath the hood gleamed with a cunning light, revealing a wisdom far beyond that of ordinary earth creatures. It was the tribe's grand shaman, the only grand shaman in the entire subterranean secret realm. The subterranean world had once been prosperous, teeming with billions of earth creatures. Yet, as time passed, the world gradually shrank and collapsed, leaving only hundreds of thousands. At any given time, there was only one grand shaman among the earth creatures. It was the sole wise being among them, entrusted with the duty of communicating with their creators, the great demon spirits. The existence of the earth creatures was to serve the demon spirits. They were the most loyal servants of the demon spirits, tirelessly and fearlessly enduring all hardships. Even when performing the most grueling tasks, suffering the harshest beatings, and consuming the poorest quality food, their loyalty to the demon spirits remained unwavering. The grand shaman rose, waving its staff and chanting strange incantations. Great demon spirits, my most esteemed masters, I offer their lives as a sacrifice, hoping you can hear my humble call in your slumber. Awaken, my masters, the gateway to the other world is open. Please display the majesty of the demon spirits. As it chanted, an inexplicable energy surged throughout the tribe. The well-prepared formation within the high walls began to activate. By this time, nearly all the earth creatures on the high walls had been slain, with tens of thousands of corpses piled everywhere, the stench of blood choking the air. The blood, pooling into streams, was slowly being absorbed, and the corpses on the ground were gradually withering as their energy rapidly dissipated. Not only were the corpses being drained, but even the human cultivators on the walls sensed something amiss. The ground beneath them shimmered, hinting at a hidden formation below. Li Weiguo wiped the blood from his face and reassured everyone. Don't panic, this formation is not lethal. With his knowledge of formations, he could roughly determine its function. Hearing Li Weiguo's words, the cultivators calmed down slightly but remained vigilant. Li Weiguo continued to observe the changes beneath their feet, aware that the energy from the corpses was being siphoned off, but unsure where it was going. A commander-level cultivator, with a small spirit beast known for its sensitivity to energy perched on his shoulder, spoke up. All this energy is converging towards the center of the tribe. Something strange is definitely happening there. Everyone turned their gaze towards the center of the tribe. Above the buildings, a thick black cloud was gradually forming, its oppressive atmosphere almost reaching them. Commander Li, what should we do? Should we go investigate? A cultivator asked. Li Weiguo frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. Those with flying abilities, go check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen cultivators mounted their flying beast companions. Among them only 2 were commander level. Qin Chuan also mounted his companion, Xiao Hong, and recalled Xiao Qing and the others. Qin Chuan, are you going too? How about taking a break? Li Weiguo asked cautiously. Qin Chuan had previously shown formidable prowess, single-handedly killing at least 20,000 earth creatures, including no fewer than 20 commander-level ones. This earned him both admiration and envy from the other cultivators, who respected his strength and envied the rich rewards he would surely receive. I'm fine, I might as well take a look, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. With his 6th grade martial art, he could absorb a small amount of energy with each kill, so his stamina was still at 70 to 80%. Compared to other cultivators who had to frequently consume restorative elixirs, Qin Chuan's energy consumption was minimal. The other 2 commander-level cultivators were Jiang Shuijiao, a graduate of a prestigious university who rode a black giant eagle, and another who rode an unidentified large bird. However, neither of their mounts could compare to the impressive Xiao Hong beneath Qin Chuan. Xiao Hong's fiery, noble feathers resembled a blazing inferno, each feather a meticulously crafted work of art that inspired awe. When Qin Chuan first heard the name Jiang Shuijiao, he assumed it was a woman, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a stout man. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Jiang Shuijiao grinned and gave him a thumbs up. You're really something, brother. I've never seen anyone as wild as you. Compared to you, the so-called battle maniacs at our school are just amateurs. Jiang Shuijiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As a top student at the martial arts university, Jiang Shuijiao lacked the usual arrogance and was instead quite approachable. With her broadened horizons, she understood the saying, there's always someone better out there. Faced with this unrestrained cultivator, she was surprised but quickly accepted his unique presence. Jiang Shuijiao recalled her mentor's advice. Never underestimate freelance cultivators just because you're from the martial arts university. In fact, many who have reached the pinnacle of power were freelance cultivators. Even the renowned Fanqing never stepped foot in the university's halls. These individuals gained their opportunities through life and death battles with beasts, growing step by step into figures of awe. Their combat experience, earned at the cost of their lives, was far superior to what could be simulated with instruments and artificial environments. Of course, on the whole, graduates of the martial arts university still had the edge in average strength and overall capabilities. The freelance cultivators who emerged from blood-soaked battlefields were the exception, not the rule. Most had perished under the claws of beasts. For Jiang Shuijiao, This was her first time on such a mission, and encountering such a unique cultivator was a rare experience. Qin Xuan responded politely, and they quickly struck up a lively conversation. The three of them led the other cultivators swiftly toward the center of the tribe. They encountered no resistance and soon arrived at their destination. Some wanted to land and investigate, but Qin Xuan stopped them. No need to go down. Just attack directly, Qin Xuan said, signaling Xiaohong to use her demon magic. Xiaohong opened her mouth and spewed a torrent of blazing fire, engulfing the entire structure in an instant. The hard stones began to melt under the intense heat, and the surrounding air became scorching hot. Jiang Shuijiao watched in amazement. She had seen many fire attribute beast pets, but never flames of this intensity. This level of firepower could probably rival even a 6-star beast pet, she thought to herself. As everyone watched the building gradually melt, a deep, raspy roar emanated from within, as if from the depths of hell. Suddenly, a chilling black mist surged out, transforming into countless venomous snakes that lunged at them. Xiaohong immediately used another spell. Fire feathers blanket the sky. Her demonic power surged, turning into countless fiery feathers that met the venomous snake's heat. The feathers exploded upon contact, incinerating the snakes instantly. A bunch of lowly creatures, daring to disturb the awakening of the demon spirit, you shall die. A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the half-melted structure. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was freakishly thin, and even hunched over, it towered over the average person. Holding a staff, the ground trembled as countless stones and earth rolled up, forming rock serpents that attacked from the sky. Earth attribute? Qin Xuan frowned, surprised that the creature was earth attribute. He had expected it to be poison attribute. Unlike ordinary earth creatures, it didn't enhance itself for close combat, but used spells for long-range attacks. Before Qin Xuan could react, the earth creature waved its staff again, summoning dozens of venomous green snakes that attacked them. The other cultivators shattered the snakes with their weapons, only to find each snake splitting into more, smaller snakes that burrowed into their noses and mouths. In an instant, they felt like countless bugs were gnawing inside them. Disperse. Qin Xuan quickly scattered an antidote solution over them, and they regained their composure, thanking him profusely. Seeing its poison easily neutralized, the earth creature flew into a rage. It had hoped the poison would buy enough time for the formation to complete and gather enough energy to awaken the demon spirit. But the poison's effect was far less than expected, easily countered by this pesky human. Furious, the earth creature chanted incantations, its body swelling rapidly until it became a giant over 10 meters tall. Even more astonishing, its hooded black robe and staff also grew without tearing. Everyone was taken aback by the earth creature's various means, puzzled how an earth creature could have so many tricks. Qin Xuan squinted, noticing that the creature's robe and staff were actually blue-grade artifacts, glowing with blue light when used. Die, wretched humans. Do not interfere with the demon spirit's awakening, the earth creature roared, swinging its staff at Qin Xuan in a direct physical attack. Qin Xuan quickly blocked with his blade, but his weapon emitted an ominous cracking sound, nearly shattering from the blow. You've got to be kidding me. Qin Xuan hurriedly directed Xiaohong to fly away, only to be blocked by countless rock serpents. With attacks coming from all directions, there was no place to hide. If that's how it's going to be, let's do this. Qin Xuan's eyes flashed with a deadly resolve as he prepared for the fierce battle ahead. With a swift slash, his blade's energy surged like a dragon, directly shattering several rock serpents into pieces. Qin Xuan waved his hand, causing the Soul Sea space to tremble. 3 gigantic beasts Defy, Shaoqing, and Dehai merged one after another, charging at the Earth Monster Grand Sorcerer the moment they landed. Their sizes were no less imposing than their adversary. Defy was the first to launch an attack, letting out a deafening roar of the Demon King's wrath, with sound waves enveloping the Grand Sorcerer like a tidal wave. However, the opponent's black robe suddenly emitted a strange glow, and the runes swirling around it neutralized the sound wave attack. Seeing this, Qin Xuan's brow twitched, silently cursing the troublesome nature of these 2 blue-grade artifacts. The Earth Monster Sorcerer was already formidable, difficult to match even for a leader-level 10th tier. Now, with these 2 artifacts, it could fight against many, showing no fear against Qin Xuan and his 4 leader-level beast pets. At this moment, 2 leader-level cultivators, having dealt with their own troubles, joined the assault on the Earth Monster Sorcerer. Due to the terrain, Shaoqing's demonic magic was less effective, forcing it to rely on sheer physical strength. Under the protective shield of Dehai's magic, Shaoqing's body was covered with close-fitting black energy armor plates, absorbing most of the attacks before swiftly entangling the sorcerer's legs. Simultaneously, Defy lunged at the sorcerer's head, attempting to crush it with a single strike. Xiaohong, wary of using wide-range demonic magic, could only use its most controlled fire lines or slash with its claws as it darted past. with Qin Chuan's 4 beast pets holding the sorcerer at bay. The other 2 cultivators displayed their own supernatural abilities. They either enhanced the pet's martial and demonic arts or launched powerful single-target attacks. Though the Earth Monster Grand Sorcerer was mighty, especially skilled in poison attacks, Qin Chuan's antidote neutralized this advantage. As for its prized Earth attribute attacks, the staff's limited energy prevented frequent use, relegating it to a mere physical weapon. The Black Robe's defensive properties were indeed remarkable, dissipating force, repelling fire, and negating most of the cultivator's attacks. However, a lone lion cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Despite the protection of 2 blue-grade artifacts, the Grand Sorcerer began to show signs of defeat. As the sage and leader of the Earth Monster tribe, the Grand Sorcerer's personal involvement in the battle was exceptional. Generally, sages of any race were not adept fighters, making this Earth Monster Grand Sorcerer a rare combination of wisdom and martial prowess. As time passed, the Grand Sorcerer, though outwardly unscathed, was internally shattered by various demonic attacks. Shao Qing's strangling force, in particular, had paralyzed its lower body, rendering it a sitting duck. Oh! The Grand Sorcerer roared in frustration. It knew its life was nearing its end, yet the awakening ritual remained incomplete. It couldn't allow the great demon spirit to continue its slumber, letting the world spiral into ruin. It was the last hope of the Earth Monster tribe, the final spark for the demon spirit's revival. It couldn't fall so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Sorcerer began chanting ancient incantations, resolutely sacrificing itself. Great Master, forgive your servant's incompetence. Unable to serve you upon your awakening, it murmured softly. Its body then began to disintegrate from within, ultimately turning to dust and vanishing into the air. This self-sacrifice involved offering both soul and body. Thus, the Grand Sorcerer met its ultimate demise. Though Qin Chuan and the others couldn't understand the sorcerer's final words, they could sense the resolve and solemnity within. The Grand Sorcerer seemed to carry some kind of mission, dying with a rare dignity. Pitying the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Whenever Qin Chuan killed these demonic beasts, he felt no remorse. He knew that in the eyes of these beasts, humans were merely food. Devouring them brought significant evolution, driving the beasts to madness. Not only him, but everyone in the 9 provinces kingdom had been taught this. In this world, all demonic beasts see humans as prey, even the intelligent demon clan leaders. There were once humans who tried to communicate with or even submit to these demon leaders, but the result was the downfall of the entire nation, with the entire population being raised like livestock to provide the demons with endless flesh and blood. This nation was Silla, the old neighbor of the 9 provinces kingdom. Now, their country no longer exists, with the remnants of their fallen organization being used by demons to cause destruction throughout the 9 provinces. If not for the saint-level warrior who sacrificed himself to transform into a holy wall that spanned millions of miles, the demon forces from Silla would have long since invaded and overwhelmed them. The revered saint-level warrior is none other than Saint Kuan. Like Saint Fan, he is one of the most esteemed figures in the history of the 9 provinces. Almost every household has a longevity plaque dedicated to Saint Kuan, and generations pass down his stories to their children. Saint Kuan once transformed himself into a holy barrier to fend off countless demon tribes, protecting the entire 9 provinces. Although his physical life has ended, his spirit continues to safeguard these lands, silently watching over millions of people. After slaying the last earth beast, Qin Chuan bent down to pick up 2 blue-grade treasures from the ground. He glanced around at the other cultivators and asked, "How should we distribute these?" The cultivators exchanged glances, smiling wryly. In this battle against the earth beast shaman, Qin Chuan not only led the charge, but also had significant contributions from his 4 beast companions. By all accounts, Qin Chuan alone accounted for 20 of the effort, with his beasts contributing another 70. The remaining 10 was mostly due to the efforts of 2 commander-level cultivators. The others knew they were merely tagging along, hoping to gain some experience, and would be content with even a small share. They dared not hope for a piece of the valuable blue-grade treasures. The 2 commander-level cultivators exchanged smiles and shook their heads. Jiang Shui chuckled. "You should keep them. Our contributions were negligible." The other commander-level cultivator nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan accepted the 2 blue-grade treasures, but then took out 2 star stones from his ring. These were the advance payment for spirit liquid from Li Weigua. He handed a star stone to each of the commander-level cultivators. A single blue-grade treasure is worth at least 10 star stones, and these 2 are of excellent quality, worth even more. Everyone contributed, and it wouldn't feel right for me to take them all, Qin Chuan said sincerely. Hearing this, the 2 commander-level cultivators accepted the star stones with smiles, their eyes showing admiration. Next, Qin Chuan took out several bottles of various spirit liquids from his ring. "Everyone, these are my special spirit liquids, more effective than any market potions. Each bottle is worth at least millions. Please accept them." This gesture further elevated Qin Xuan in the eyes of the commander-level cultivators. As a powerful commander-level cultivator himself, he could have ignored the lower-tier cultivators, but Qin Xuan chose to compensate them generously instead. The cultivators were no fools. They had witnessed Qin Xuan's detoxifying spirit liquid dispel the poisonous fog earlier. The effectiveness of these bottles was undoubtedly significant. The estimated value of millions per bottle was likely conservative. After receiving the spirit liquids, the cultivators expressed their heartfelt gratitude. With the distribution complete, Qin Xuan turned his attention back to the village. A dark, ominous aura seemed to still linger, sending chills down the spine. Xiao Hong, use your most powerful spell and destroy this place completely, Qin Xuan commanded. Xiao Hong obeyed, channeling its demon power. After some time, a massive fire cloud formed in the sky, covering the entire area. Soon, countless meteor-sized fireballs began to rain down, each engulfed in blazing flames, smashing into the buildings below. This was Xiao Hong's most powerful area attack spell, rarely used due to its long preparation time and enormous energy consumption. In moments, Xiao Hong was exhausted, breathing heavily, with heat emanating from its beak. All right, take a rest. Qin Xuan gently patted Xiao Hong's head. Xiao Hong affectionately nuzzled Qin Xuan before returning to the soul space. We can leave now, Qin Xuan announced. The other cultivators, sensing the ominous aura had dissipated, nodded and prepared to depart. Qin Xuan initially planned to ride to Bai back, but Jiang Shui invited him to ride with her on her beast companion. Normally, a cultivator's beast companion only allows its master to ride it, unless there is a close relationship. Jiang Shu's invitation indicated that she valued Qin Xuan as a friend. Not wanting to refuse her kindness, Qin Xuan agreed, and the group returned to the vicinity of the high wall. Upon their return, Li Weigua hurriedly inquired about the details. After learning the specifics, he dispatched more cultivators to double-check the area. Once he confirmed there were no hidden dangers, Li Weigua left with the group. With the matter resolved, it was time to fully develop the Stargate. This micro-Stargate could bring immense value to Fengqing Bay City, potentially elevating it to a top-tier Bay City. Li Weigua had played a significant role in this, and despite a previous failure, his contributions now outweighed the setbacks, bringing substantial rewards. In high spirits, Li Weigua not only paid the mission fee but also rounded up the amount, giving Qin Xuan a total of 100 star stones as a reward. With this generous resource, Qin Xuan could now focus on one goal: advancing to the general level. Achieving this would secure him a place in the 9 provinces. Generals were the core figures of the 9 provinces, and even the weakest general had the power to oversee a base city. Thinking about this, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. However, advancing to the general level is not easy. It requires not only ample resources and complete cultivation, but also going through the most crucial, difficult, and profound processal inquiry. The gap between the commander level and the general level is unimaginably vast, far beyond the difference between heaven and earth, even surpassing the boundaries of the universe and the abyss. Some even assert that only cultivators at the general level and above truly deserve the title of cultivator, as reaching this realm signifies the real beginning of the cultivation journey. Self-inquiry involves asking oneself, why cultivate? What is the purpose of cultivation? How far can this path of cultivation go? This process is both incredibly complex and extraordinarily simple. However, some individuals lose themselves during self-inquiry, not knowing why they fight, ultimately falling into madness or mental collapse. It is a process that is both safe and dangerous. For those with steadfast will, clear goals, or a pure and simple mindset, self-inquiry is almost a natural progression. But what about Qin Xuan? He wasn't sure either. After consuming several soul stones to elevate both his and his 4 beast pets' cultivation to perfection, Qin Xuan headed to a mountain on the outskirts. He gazed at the bright moon in the sky, then looked down at himself, deciding to complete his self-inquiry right there. The 4 beast pets: White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Fire Sparrow, and Black Tortoise appeared around him, vigilantly guarding their master. Their levels were all stuck at the 10th stage of the commander level, but their cultivation had already reached the limit. As long as Qin Xuan succeeded in his self-inquiry, they could directly advance to the general level. Why am I fighting? Why am I cultivating? Qin Xuan asked himself inwardly. The answer was clear. For revenge, to return to his homeland and kill all those monstrous beasts. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as countless memories surged into his mind. His father blocking the beasts with his body, being torn to pieces, blood splattering, limbs flying, and his mother, his sister Xiaoyu. The thought brought a sharp pain to Qin Xuan's heart, tears streaming down his face. This pain wasn't physical. It was a soul-wrenching agony. Kill. Qin Xuan's entire being exuded intense killing intent, so strong that even ordinary people could feel it. The 4 beast pets, seeing their master's state, showed worried expressions but dared not interrupt. They carefully guarded the surroundings, emitting a powerful aura to keep any creatures from approaching. As Qin Xuan engaged in his self-inquiry, deep within the ruins beneath the Star Gate outside Feng City, in a hidden cave, a pair of dark, sinister eyes suddenly opened. An ominous and terrifying aura rose from the depths, followed by a second pair, a third pair, a fourth pair, until thousands of eyes were open. The dreadful, eerie aura permeated the ground, passing through the Star Gate. The demon spirits had awakened. In the dead of night, the Azure Star Gate in the Grand Hall began to extend from its original size of over 10 meters, unnoticed by anyone. This was considered a cleared and safe Star Gate, with even the guarding soldiers significantly reduced and the on-duty guards somewhat lax. The expansion of the Stargate signified the ascension of the secret realm, or rather, the emergence of powerful life forms and terrifying forces within it. The taller the Stargate, the more powerful the world behind it, a common knowledge. A micro-Stargate usually harbors only third-tier creatures, but continued expansion indicates the presence of fourth-tier general-level beings inside, and not just one. The Earth Shaman's self-sacrifice had not failed. Although Qin Xuan had destroyed the tribe, the final energy had slowly reached the resting place of the demon spirits, awakening them after countless years. The cave cracked open, revealing abyss-like crevices, from which grotesque long worms crawled out. Each was several meters long, some even 10 meters, with black bodies. Their lower halves were worm-like while their upper halves were semi-humanoid with 6 arms, sharp fangs, and various weapons in their hands. I smelled the scent of a new world. How enchanting! A demon spirit, tens of meters long, opened its massive maw, a look of intoxication on its hideous face. This was a peak 4th-tier demon spirit, equivalent to a human cultivator's general. Children, let's go to the new world, to hunt. The demon spirit leader stretched out a few meters long scarlet tongue, licking its jagged fangs. Thousands of demon spirits immediately began to slither out. Within the Stargate, some mortals and low-level cultivators were still cleaning up the aftermath. Hearing the eerie sounds echoing from the cave, they frowned. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. The crowd was startled as the Stargate suddenly grew taller and larger. Some realized what was happening, their faces filled with fear. "Run!" someone shouted, but it was too late. From countless openings, grotesque half-human, half-insect demons surged forth, shouting excitedly, "Food! Such delicious food!" The demons pounced on the crowd like ravenous wolves. Ordinary people and cultivators alike were as fragile as paper before them. Each demon possessed at least the strength of a guard-level cultivator, far surpassing ordinary guards. They tore into human bodies, devouring greedily, their faces showing expressions of pure enjoyment. "Human flesh is so delicious and nourishing. I want more and more," the demons howled insatiably. The demons stepped out of the Stargate and scattered. Only then did the outer guards react, hurriedly sounding the alarm. But it was too late. The demons had already spread out, instantly killing the human guards on the ground. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of humans were devoured and chewed into pieces, becoming nourishment for the demons. In their final moments, countless people sent out emergency signals, and the message was instantly relayed back to the base city. The entire city went on high alert, and various media began broadcasting. "Severe alert, beast invasion. All residents evacuate through the southeast exit. Guard-level cultivators, proceed to the northwest direction. Mandatory conscription." The alarm blared incessantly, echoing through every corner of the city. Cultivators rushed to the battlefield upon hearing the news, while ordinary people panicked and surged toward the exits. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, Qin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a deep red hue, and a fierce killing intent enveloped him. Within a kilometer's radius, the insects fell silent, trembling in fear at his overwhelming aura. In today's Qin Xuan, his mind is filled with images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scenes of slaying demonic beasts flashing continuously. Slowly, he stood up, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Kill!" The deep voice erupted from the depths of his throat, and his eyes turned hollow, as if an invisible barrier enveloped him had entered the realm of killing. Qin Xuan's cultivation level fluctuated between the commander and general stages, sometimes as powerful as a commander, at other times retreating to the general level. This instability reflected his lost self, consumed by hatred. He had slaughtered countless demonic beasts, but never pondered whether he truly enjoyed it. If one day all the demonic beasts in the fallen zones were exterminated, would his path of cultivation come to an end? These questions were now drowned in an endless desire to kill. In the distance, Fengqing Bay City was bathed in red alert lights. Countless military helicopters took to the sky, some guiding residents to escape routes, others carrying heavy weaponry towards the northwest. The piercing roar of engines shattered the night sky, mingling with the chaos on the ground. Qin Xuan retracted Shaoqing, Dehe, and Debai, then mounted Xiaohong and sped towards the northwest. There, countless demonic spirits were wreaking havoc. They breached one defensive line after another, devouring humans, growing stronger in the process, and continuing their advance. Human heavy artillery rained down, with bullets and shells falling like rain. Low-level demonic spirits fell under such attacks, but those at the commander level and above easily deployed defensive magic, blocking the assaults entirely. They stood tall, their several-meter-high bodies casually lifting boulders to smash helicopters out of the sky. Explosions echoed continuously, with metal fragments and body parts raining down. The number and strength of the demonic spirits kept rising. Fengqing Base City had less than 300 commander-level cultivators, almost all of whom had been deployed. No one dared to flee. They knew that if they were discovered escaping after the battle, they would either be deemed traitors or cannon fodder. Rather than that, they chose to fight bravely. Even if they died, they could earn martyrdom benefits for their families. However, the situation remained dire. The commander-level cultivators faced an army of demonic spirits 10 times their number. The battlefield was swarming with thousands of commander-level demonic spirits and over 60 general-level ones, including many at the pinnacle and mid-stages. In contrast, Fengqing Base City had only one major general, 5 lieutenant generals, and a dozen brigadier generals. Each had to fight multiple enemies, often against stronger opponents. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it became to battle stronger foes. Even general-level experts had little confidence in surviving this battle. They were prepared to die, hoping only to delay the enemy long enough for the millions of residents behind them to escape. If a king-level expert could arrive, it would be ideal. If not, they would become fodder for the demons, perishing with the land they defended. On the battlefield, commander-level cultivators and their beast companions fought the demonic spirits with reckless abandon. They consumed various potions to temporarily boost their strength, aiming to kill as many beasts as possible. Yet many demonic spirits still broke through the defenses, pursuing fleeing civilians. In one residential area, demonic spirits rampaged, grabbing screaming humans and shoving them into their mouths, blood dripping from their fangs. To these demonic spirits, humans were the most delicious food. A commander-level demonic spirit wielded a fork, easily impaling several fleeing people before swallowing them whole. Such tragedies played out across the entire region. This was the area closest to the Stargate, and also the poorest. According to the base city's evacuation protocols, residents here were always the last to be considered. Most were the elderly, sick, and disabled, lacking special skills, many of them ordinary people who had fled from fallen zones. Tragically, they were closest to the disaster, becoming the demonic spirit's first feast. No matter how fast a human can run, they could never match the speed of a demonic beast. On the streets of Fengqing Bay City, vehicles were streaming in an endless flow, carrying residents away from the city that was on the brink of falling. Most of the passengers were women and children, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Most of the men chose to stay behind, standing by the roadside, watching their loved ones leave with eyes full of both reluctance and determination. Although the future was uncertain, they still had a glimmer of hope, unlike those who had already become meals for the demonic beasts. In a small building at the corner of the city, a frail girl huddled in the corner of a room, trembling uncontrollably. Outside, the deafening roars of demonic spirits and the intermittent screams of humans filled the air, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. "Brother Qin Xuan, little Hong, where are you?" She whimpered softly, praying for a rescue that seemed impossible. Suddenly, a terrifying crack sound came from the outer wall. A demonic spirit was climbing the wall, its sharp claws scraping against the surface, its nose sniffing the human scent in the air. The girl held her breath, watching in horror as the spirit's claws reached into the adjacent room, grabbing a screaming human and devouring them in one bite. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the other end of the city, Qin Xuan was like a rampaging killing machine, charging into the horde of demonic spirits and unleashing slaughter. He was clad in a black robe of blue grade, seized from the Grand Wizard of the Earth Monsters, and wielding a similarly graded treasured long blade called Paju. This blade was exchanged for him by Li Weigui using his staff, after hearing that Qin Xuan's weapon had been damaged. With every swing of Qin Xuan's blade, a leader-level demonic spirit fell. He didn't even glance at the spirits below the leader level. Just by charging through, he shattered them into pieces. The black robe not only enhanced his defense, but also increased his immunity to demonic spells, rendering him fearless against attacks below the leader level. Both the demonic spirits and the human cultivators on the battlefield were stunned by Qin Xuan's ferocity. The demonic spirits had never encountered such a terrifying human, as if he was born for slaughter. The human cultivators were exclaiming in recognition, some even idolizing the bloody butcher. As the slaughter continued, a thick black aura gradually enveloped Qin Xuan, making him look like a demon god from hell. In his eyes, there were only the hideous demonic spirits, and his mind had only one thought: kill. Kill all the demonic beasts. Qin Xuan's madness caught the attention of a junior general-level demonic spirit. This spirit, wielding a steel fork several meters long, lunged at Qin Chuan. However, it completely underestimated the human before it. Just as the spirit approached, Qin Chuan erupted with the aura of a general level, unleashing the most powerful strike of the second volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade Technique Fury Dragon Slash. A blade energy over 10 meters long slashed upwards at the demonic spirit, with the black aura sweeping like a storm. Everyone watched in shock as the once arrogant, general-level demonic spirit was cleaved in half with a single blow. Qin Chuan's power had reached an unbelievable level. Thick green blood flowed like a stream, falling to the ground, while the disdain in the demon spirit's eyes remained. However, its life was extinguished in an instant. Qin Chuan, with the power of a commander, had slain the demon spirit of a higher rank in a single move, shocking the entire battlefield. In the distance, General Lu Xiang was fiercely battling 3 peak-level demon spirits. His gaze briefly landed on Qin Chuan, and he thought to himself, this kid is on the verge of a breakthrough, but it seems he hasn't yet solidified his path. The more complex the path of self-discovery, the more trials one must endure, making it harder to cross. His past. As General Lu Xiang commanded his beast companions to fend off the demon spirit's onslaught, he couldn't help but worry about Qin Chuan. However, he had to quickly refocus on his own battle. Among the 3 demon spirits he faced, one was a leader, with power far surpassing the others despite being at the same peak level. If not for Lu Xiang's formidable strength and his ranking among the top 100 generals, an ordinary peak-level general would have no chance against 3, let alone 5 or 6. Across the battlefield, human cultivators were generally at a disadvantage. Not everyone could hold their own against multiple foes like General Lu Xiang. Most cultivators, after repeatedly taking harmful potions, were barely clinging to life. A sense of despair began to spread through the human ranks. However, the sight of Qin Chuan slaying a higher-ranked demon spirit was like a ray of hope illuminating the battlefield. Defeating the strong with the weak. This is the power of our human cultivators. This thought arose in everyone's minds, injecting new vitality into them. Their weapons seemed to become more agile, and they handled the demon spirit's attacks with greater ease. The demon spirit leader, seeing this, flew into a rage. It screeched, ordering the nearby higher-ranked demon spirits to eliminate the threat that was Qin Chuan immediately. Despicable humans facing the great demon spirits must be filled with despair and fear. They do not deserve hope. 3 demon spirits, previously engaged with other high-ranking warriors, turned and closed in on Qin Chuan from different directions. Although the pressure on those warriors eased, they were powerless to assist and could only silently pray for Qin Chuan. Facing the encirclement of 3 high-ranking demon spirits, Qin Chuan neither panicked nor arrogantly believed he could handle them alone. Though filled with killing intent, he maintained a sliver of rationality. He stood still, his blood-red eyes slowly closing. In his soul sea space, a resource will spun wildly, with various resources pouring out like a fountain. Not this, faster, faster. Qin Chuan urgently called out in his mind. The flow of time in his soul sea space differed from the outside world. He could even make time stand still if he wished, though it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Sustaining it for tens of thousands of energy points was well within his means. Finally, after expending an incalculable amount of energy points, Qin Chuan found what he was looking for. 8 fragments in his hands continuously merged, eventually forming a complete array disk. The 4 sacred ancient array. It's finally complete. Qin Chuan rejoiced inwardly. At that moment, the 3 demon spirits had already closed in, their attacks whistling through the air. Die, despicable human. The demon spirits screeched, their terrifying attacks about to engulf Qin Chuan. Kill. Qin Chuan shouted softly, black mist spreading around him. The accumulated killing aura split into 3 and entangled the 3 demon spirits. This was the power of the martial law of devouring. It could not only absorb the opponent's energy during battle, but also serve as a life-saving measure at critical moments. Qin Chuan sacrificed all his killing aura for an extreme burst of power. Over the past days, including the beasts he had just slain, the accumulated killing aura from thousands of creatures erupted, reaching the level of a high-ranking demon spirit. While this could only temporarily hold off the 3 demon spirits, it was enough for Qin Chuan. Soon, he would be in danger again, but for now, he just needed this brief moment to catch his breath. Qin Chuan stared intently at the ancient formation disc in his hand, slowly channeling his spiritual power into it. In an instant, countless mysterious runes began to flicker and flow across the disc, as if summoning the energy of the heavens and earth, which surged towards the disc in an unending stream. The energy levels rapidly escalated, from soldier to guard, then to commander, finally halting at the peak of the commander level. Not enough. Qin Chuan's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on the disc. He knew that the energy level gathered by the disc was closely tied to his own strength. As a cultivator who had not yet truly reached the general level, he could only drive the disc to this extent. But Qin Chuan was not willing to stop there. He continued to push the disc furiously, which emitted a warning hum, as if reminding him that he had reached his limit. Ignoring the warnings, Qin Chuan relentlessly drained his physical strength, spiritual power, and mental energy. Blood trickled from his nostrils, but he stubbornly manipulated the disc. The peak commander level energy was only sufficient to handle ordinary general level demonic spirits, far from meeting Qin Chuan's needs. With a cracking sound, Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, causing blood to seep from the gaps. He felt all his energy being sucked into the disc, as if being ground down. His body was breaking apart, his soul disintegrating, but he persisted. "Break for me!" Qin Chuan roared, blood streaming from his ears as his eardrums nearly ruptured with a deafening noise. As if moved by his determination, the ancient disc trembled violently, and the energy level finally broke through to the general level. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, wiping the blood from his face. By now, the dense black aura surrounding the three demonic spirits was gradually being disrupted, and they were on the verge of breaking free. Enraged, the spirits prepared to crush and devour the audacious human who dared challenge them. However, to their shock, the human lifted his head and raised his middle finger at them. Though they did not understand the gesture, the demonic spirits saw blatant contempt and disdain in Qin Chuan's eyes. Roar! 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 The three demonic spirits roared furiously, intensifying their struggle, almost breaking free. At this critical moment, Qin Chuan began to chant an ancient incantation. Heaven and earth, the primordial universe. The Tao embodies the four spirits, guarding the four directions. Grant me boundless power, proceed swiftly. With each verse, the light flowing across the disc grew more intense. As he finished the last verse, the four beast companions Qin Chuan had previously summoned to the battlefield seemed to resonate with the incantation. They emitted a brilliant light, blending with the heavens and earth, exuding a majestic and noble aura. Qin Chuan's transformation drew the attention of the entire battlefield. The leader of the demonic spirits felt an inexplicable unease, even a hint of fear. It immediately ordered, "Kill him." All the surrounding demonic spirits, whether general or commander level, abandoned their original targets and swarmed towards Qin Chuan. Hundreds of demonic spirits, the weakest of which were at the peak of the guard level, and more than a dozen at the general level, converged on Qin Chuan. Yet, he remained unmoved. As the demonic spirits closed within a few thousand meters, Qin Chuan finally lifted his gaze to the hideous, blood-stained faces of the spirits and spoke slowly, "Gentlemen, please die." The formation disc in his hand trembled slightly, indicating the readiness of the formation. Qin Chuan immediately commanded, "Form the array in the east, Azure Dragon. Heed my call." Before his words had even faded, a ferocious Azure Dragon materialized to Qin Chuan's east, its body radiating immense and terrifying energy. "Life to all things." Qin Chuan continued to chant. The Azure Dragon, Shao Qing, resonated with its demonic power, connecting with the heavens and earth. Instantly, countless plants sprouted from the eastern ground, growing wildly and quickly filling everyone's vision. The demonic spirits that stepped into the vegetation were instantly entangled, struggling futilely. The seemingly fragile plants were imbued with divine power, their toughness surpassing steel. Wooden spikes pierced the demonic spirits' bodies, seeds grew within their flesh, shattering bones and meridians, and tearing apart their internal organs. Guard-level demonic spirits were shredded in an instant. Commander-level spirits withered under the relentless assault, and even general-level spirits rapidly lost their strength, their lives extinguishing swiftly amidst their furious roars. This scene shocked everyone, including the powerful demonic spirits. Their steps faltered, hesitating to advance further. However, the demonic spirit leader roared, "The dignity of demonic spirits cannot be challenged. Kill that wretched human." The demon leader gave a command, and the demons from the other three directions hesitated no longer. They charged towards Qin Chuan, their earlier momentum significantly diminished, but they dared not stop. Qin Chuan, oblivious to the demon's changes, continued to rotate the array disc in his hand, calmly chanting a few words. "Form the array in the west, White Tiger. Heed my command." As soon as he finished speaking, a towering, majestic white tiger materialized before everyone's eyes. Like the Azure Dragon before it, the white tiger radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance, making it seem like a divine being born from the very essence of nature. Despite their fear, the demons did not halt their advance. Qin Chuan continued his incantation without pause. "Form the array in the north, Black Tortoise. Heed my command." "Form the array in the south, Vermilion Bird. Heed my command." With the incantation, a massive black tortoise, as large as a small mountain, crashed to the ground, creating 4 deep craters under its feet. It too shimmered with a divine light that inspired reverence and fear. Simultaneously, in the southern sky, a majestic crimson bird spread its wings and let out a piercing cry, glowing like a fiery sun and illuminating the earth below. The appearance of the three mythical beasts did not deter the demons. They were bound by their leader's command to kill the human. As they closed in on the beasts, Qin Xuan spoke again. Shatter all, drown all, burn all. The surrounding environment vibrated, and the energy in the air became chaotic. Catastrophes erupted from three directions simultaneously. In the west, the white tiger roared, and its sound waves solidified into blades of metal, slicing through the demons like a storm of knives. The closest demons were shredded into pieces, leaving only a mist of blood. Those who survived the initial assault faced a worse fate. The blades multiplied, tearing them apart from the inside out. In the south, the area transformed into a hellscape of flames. Any demon that entered had its blood evaporated and body melted, igniting spontaneously. Weaker demons turned to ash in an instant, while stronger ones endured agonizing deaths, their blood boiling and nerves melting, their vision blurring as they succumbed. In the north, black water seeped from the ground, rising slowly. The demons, initially unaware, continued their advance until they felt an unbearable pressure on their souls. The pressure intensified, crushing their very essence. One by one, the demons fell, their bodies intact but their souls obliterated. The battlefield, now a 10-mile radius of death, fell silent. All eyes were on the young man at the center. No one could discern his true power. Was he a commander or a general? Qin Xuan's attacks had wiped out over a dozen general-level demons, relieving the human cultivators and offering a glimmer of hope in what seemed a hopeless battle. However, this hope was fleeting. After commanding the four mythical beasts to unleash their attacks, Qin Xuan's face turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. He used his long sword to support himself, barely managing to stay upright. Seeing this, all the demons, including their leader, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The recent attack by this human cultivator had reached the pinnacle of the general level. If he could use it continuously, it would mean that humans have gained another formidable general. The demon spirit leader's heart trembled. They were already struggling to hold off the current human general with three of their own. This damned human, for some reason, was absurdly powerful. The demon spirit leader's thoughts raced. Adding another general-level warrior to the battlefield would spell a nightmare for the other demon spirits. A general-level human could slaughter demon spirits as easily as chickens and dogs. At that point, the entire battle would shift. Humans would no longer be prey, no longer the ones being crushed. It would be the demon spirits instead. Damn it! The demon spirit leader cursed inwardly. Fortunately, this human cultivator was like a flash in the pan, unable to sustain his power. Otherwise, the fate of the demon spirit race would be sealed. If it had sweat glands, it would be drenched in cold sweat. In its relief, it even forgot to order the other demon spirits to kill Qin Xuan. Or perhaps in its perception, Qin Xuan was no longer worth mentioning. At this moment, Qin Xuan's life was withering away rapidly, like an old man on his deathbed. Leaning on his weapon, his trembling hand took out bottle after bottle of recovery elixir from his ring, only to despair as he realized his body showed no signs of improvement. His cells, his soul, were all decaying. I'm about to die. Qin Xuan bitterly realized. Is this the price? Using power that doesn't belong to me leads to this outcome? Qin Xuan laughed, though he didn't know why. Perhaps he was laughing at his own foolishness? Forcibly activating the four sacred ancient array to break through to the fourth level and using a general level attack? If he had only reached the peak of the commander level, the array's power would at most give him the attack strength of an ordinary general, which would be useless. How many general-level demon spirits could an ordinary general-level warrior kill? Among the dozen or so demon spirits he had just slain, there were at least 3 mid-level generals. Wasn't this a huge gain? Qin Xuan thought mockingly. Looking at his withering body, his skin like old tree bark, Qin Xuan revealed a bitter smile. His blood-red eyes had also faded significantly. His 4 beast pets quickly gathered around him, and Qin Xuan looked at them with a faint smile. In this moment, many memories flashed through his mind, with less resentment and more peace. He suddenly realized, I wasn't born for killing but for... Just then, Xiao Hong let out a cry, filled with worry and tension. From its thoughts, Qin Xuan learned that Linger was in danger. But now, Qin Xuan had no strength left to act. He himself was on the brink of death. Go save Linger, Xiao Hong, Qin Xuan said slowly to Xiao Hong, his voice old and weary. As he spoke, Qin Xuan voluntarily severed the soul contract. Except for Xiao Qing, Dehei, Debai, and Xiao Hong suddenly found their connection with Qin Xuan cut off. Go save Linger, and then take her. Far away, Qin Xuan's eyes dimmed further, and the skin holding his knife was so dry it was about to crumble. Tears streamed from Xiao Hong's eyes, a sorrowful cry escaping its beak. Defy, Dehe, and Xiaoqing also shed tears. They knew their master was about to die. By severing the soul contract, he was giving them a chance to escape. Xiao Hong trembled, unwilling to leave. But Qin Chuan mustered his last strength to roar, "Get lost. All of you, leave. I don't need you to stay with me." Qin Chuan's entire body slumped over his knife, his remaining strength nearly depleted. But despite his angry shouts, not a single beast pet left. "Xiao Hong, go save Linger, quickly," Qin Chuan said with difficulty. Tears from Xiao Hong's eyes fell to the ground, steaming as they hit. Xiao Hong knew this was its master's final wish. It couldn't let him die with regrets. Besides, it couldn't leave Linger behind. Xiao Hong spread its wings and flew off in a specific direction. "Hey, Defy, you should leave too. Don't stay here to die with me." "I'm sorry, Xiaoqing. You're my life-bound pet. I can't release you. I'm sorry," Qin Chuan said weakly. Xiaoqing leaned its head close to Qin Chuan, supporting him so he wouldn't fall, large tears rolling from its eyes. Their intelligence was now high, and they were no longer emotionless tools. Defy lay beside Qin Chuan, its massive head wanting to nuzzle him as it used to, but fearing it might bump him. It moved away carefully, letting out sorrowful whimpers. Dehe's dull eyes were filled with grief. It turned its head, warily eyeing the surrounding demon spirits, afraid they might disturb its master. But the nearby demon spirits had been too scared by the previous scene. Without their leader's orders, none dared to step onto this land. Seeing Qin Chuan's condition, the human cultivators felt a wave of sorrow, but the next moment, they had to push those feelings aside and focus entirely on facing the demon spirit's renewed assault. Is Commander Qin Chuan going to die? A human cultivator cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. He glared at the ferocious beasts with clenched teeth, his heart filled with rage and sorrow. "It's all because of these damn beasts. They killed him. He was my idol. He was a hero of our people." The surrounding cultivators tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes gleaming with determination. Someone shouted, "Stop crying. Hold your weapons tight and kill more of those beasts to honor Commander Qin Chuan. Don't let his death be in vain. Filthy beasts. I'll fight you to the death." A cultivator roared as he charged at the enemy ranks, with the others following close behind, vowing to avenge Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong arrived at a residential area. The scene was equally chaotic, with many demonic spirits breaking through the defenses and wreaking havoc. The weaker human cultivators struggled to resist, but were being pushed back continuously. "Look, there's a firebird," someone exclaimed. "Focus on the beasts. Don't get distracted," another shouted, trying to keep his comrades' attention on the fight. Not far away, a group of guard-level cultivators was engaged in a fierce battle with a peak guard-level demonic spirit. Despite their numbers, the powerful spirit was forcing them to retreat, and it looked like they were on the brink of death. In this critical moment, a red blur streaked past. Before anyone could react, the demonic spirit's head was torn to shreds. The red blur, Xiao Hong, didn't stop and continued to speed away. Soon, it spotted a girl lying on the rooftop of a small building. The girl was radiating a vibrant green glow, and beside her, a demonic spirit was eyeing her menacingly. Strangely, the spirit seemed hesitant, as if it had just experienced something terrifying. Without hesitation, Xiao Hong lunged at the demonic spirit. With a single swipe of its claw, the spirit was instantly shredded. Xiao Hong then landed beside the girl, gently channeling soothing energy into her body. The girl slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Xiao Hong, her face lit up with joy. "Xiao Hong," she exclaimed, hugging Xiao Hong's head tightly. "Did you come to save me? Where is Brother Qin Chuan? Is he all right? Did he send you to rescue me?" Linger looked at Xiao Hong with hopeful eyes and continued, "I knew Brother Qin Chuan wouldn't abandon me. He's the best person in the world. He wouldn't leave me behind. And Xiao Hong, you wouldn't either." However, Linger soon noticed the deep sadness in Xiao Hong's eyes. Being perceptive, she sensed something was wrong and a hint of panic crossed her face. "Xiao Hong, what's wrong? Is it about Brother Qin Chuan?" Her voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. "No, it can't be. Brother Qin Chuan is so strong. He promised me he would become a great saint-level warrior. This can't be true. Xiao Hong, you're lying, right?" Despite her unwillingness to believe it, Linger knew Xiao Hong wouldn't deceive her. She bit her lip, her eyes suddenly filled with determination. At that moment, she no longer seemed like a naive child, but a mature adult. "Take me to Brother Qin Chuan. Take me to him," Linger demanded resolutely. Xiao Hong shook its head, but Linger was relentless. "Xiao Hong, don't you want to be with Brother Qin Chuan? Are you going to abandon him? Take me back now." Xiao Hong seemed moved by Linger's words. It realized that all its companions were with their master, and it shouldn't leave either. Linger climbed onto Xiao Hong's back, and they flew toward the northwest battlefield. Soon, they arrived and saw the place that looked like a forbidden ground, with Qin Xuan lying within it. Linger ran to Qin Xuan's side and hugged his withered body, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Qin Xuan, I won't let you die. I won't let you die," Linger murmured, her voice filled with determination and sorrow. On a blood-soaked battlefield, a young girl cradled a dying boy in her arms, her cries echoing around them. Beside her, four towering beast companions shared the same sorrowful expression. This desolate scene starkly contrasted with the ongoing fierce clashes between human cultivators and demonic spirits. All around the battlefield, human cultivators wielded their weapons, battling the demonic spirits. Crimson human blood mixed with the dark blue, almost black blood of the spirits, making it hard to distinguish between the two. In the distance, General Lu Xiang was locked in combat with 3 peak-level demonic spirits. Each clash left deep craters in the ground, and the surrounding buildings continuously collapsed, sending dust and debris into the air. General Lu Xiang's heart grew heavier. Although Qin Xuan had slain 10 general-level enemies, temporarily easing the situation, the tide of battle began to turn once more as time passed. Human cultivators relied on potions to boost their strength, barely holding their own against the demonic spirits, but the effects of the potions were fleeting. Watching those who fell as the potion's effects wore off, Lu Xiang felt as though his heart was weighed down by lead. He desperately wished Qin Xuan were still alive, or that another prodigy like him would emerge to bring hope to the despairing humans. But he quickly realized how naive this hope was. In all these years, he had only ever encountered one genius like Qin Xuan. If only Qin Xuan had had more time, perhaps he could have reached the general level. Tears welled up in Lu Xiang's eyes at the thought. Despite the heavy burden in his heart, Lu Xiang's blue spear remained steady, skillfully deflecting each attack from the 3 powerful demonic spirits. However, other cultivators continued to fall, either grievously wounded or ultimately killed by the spirits. Linger looked at Qin Xuan's withering body, her tears falling incessantly. She recalled the previous scene. When the demonic spirits had found her room, she didn't sit idly by but fled upstairs. The spirits locked onto her aura and pursued her relentlessly. Linger kept calling out for Qin Xuan and Xiao Hong, but she knew no one could save her. Her small body ran tirelessly, the massive spirits struggling to navigate the narrow corridors, crushing the building as they chased her. Linger climbed higher and higher until she was utterly exhausted and could go no further. She reached the edge of the building, watching the sky gradually lighten with the first rays of dawn. "Dawn is here." Linger smiled and closed her eyes. The spirit emerged from the stairwell behind her, its fanged maw wide open, ready to devour the delicious human. At that moment, the morning light bathed Linger, and she began to radiate a pure, greenish-white light, as if resonating with nature itself. The light struck the spirit, causing it to emit plumes of white smoke, writhing in agony. The spirit retreated, unable to approach the seemingly harmless little girl. Linger appeared unaware of her transformation, maintaining her peaceful smile. As the light gradually faded, she collapsed to the ground. The spirit, though fearful to approach, was unwilling to leave, as if convinced that devouring this girl would make it stronger. Just as the demon was about to make a desperate attempt, a fiery figure flashed by like lightning, instantly crushing its head. Linger gently caressed Qin Xuan's face with her fair hand, a warm and gentle smile spreading across her lips. "Brother Qin Xuan, I will save you." As soon as she finished speaking, a sacred, milky white light, mixed with vibrant green energy, emanated from her body, slowly flowing into Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's parched body began to rapidly heal, as if it were being revitalized by a long-awaited rain. His withered skin gradually became smooth, and his internal organs started functioning again. As the glow around Linger grew more intense, Qin Xuan's recovery speed increased. His eyes regained their brilliance, and he slowly opened them to see Linger bathed in the holy light. Finally, Qin Xuan was fully restored. Linger smiled in relief, but Qin Xuan was shocked to see that her once jet-black hair had turned completely white. He realized that Linger had sacrificed her own lifespan to bring him back from the brink of death. "Linger." Qin Xuan held the exhausted little girl, his heart aching. The prideful black hair she once had was now a stark white, all for his sake. If not for her youthful face, no one would believe she was just a young girl in her early teens. "Brother Qin Xuan, as long as you're okay." Linger smiled happily before collapsing into his arms. Feeling the warmth of her small body, Qin Xuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true meaning of protection. To protect those you love, your friends and family, the common people, and the mountains and rivers. The stronger and higher one's cultivation, the more they could protect. Just like the holy sage who created the sacred law to benefit countless people, and the earth sage who built the sacred wall to save the 9 provinces, they all guarded what they held most dear. With this realization, Qin Xuan's aura surged, leaping from the peak of commander level to general level in one go. He successfully completed his inner trial, despite the immense difficulty and life-threatening challenges. However, no one noticed this scene. On the battlefield, the fight between human cultivators and demons had reached a fever pitch. Except for General Lu Xiang, the other human cultivators were defeated, devoured alive by the demons. The demons' sharp, excited cries echoed through the air, proclaiming their victory. The demon leader laughed maniacally, its strange language filled with excitement and provocation. General Lu Xiang, facing it, felt utterly desolate, witnessing countless comrades fall. The battlefield was steeped in despair, the humans' roars and desperate struggles seemingly futile. Are we going to lose? Countless people wondered in their hearts. Yes, humanity had lost. In just a few hours, the strongest cultivators of Fengqing Bay City had perished on the battlefield. They had bought as much time as possible, but it was not enough. There were still over 1 million people in the base city who had not evacuated, about to face the demons' frenzied slaughter. The demons' triumphant roars reached the evacuation site, where countless waiting people heard no response from the human cultivators. Despair filled their hearts, and they couldn't help but weep. They understood that the human cultivators had likely been wiped out, and they would soon face the terrifying demons themselves. Many who had once complained about the high status of cultivators now realized that if not for the cultivators standing in front, they would have long been dead. Now that the cultivators were gone, they would be powerless against the demons, left to be slaughtered. Seeing the dire situation, Qin Chuan hesitated no longer. He held Linger close, and an ancient formation disk slowly floated out, accumulating energy. He ascended rapidly from soldier level to guard level, then to commander level, and finally to general level. This time, there were no obstacles. His 3 beast companions also offered their soul contracts willingly, forming a bond even closer than before. This new contract was called life and death. The demonic spirits, relentlessly crushing the human cultivators and destroying one building after another, failed to notice a powerful energy accumulating behind them. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a familiar voice that sent shivers down the spines of the demonic spirits. Heaven and earth are vast and boundless. The essence of the Tao guards the 4 directions. The voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to possess a mysterious power, resonating clearly in the minds of every living being. The human cultivators, who were steadily retreating, couldn't believe their ears. A glimmer of clarity appeared in their desperate eyes as they urgently looked towards the sky behind them, where an ominous force was slowly rising. Commander Qin Chuan is alive? Hope ignited in their hearts. General Lu Xiang, who was fiercely battling 3 peak-level demonic spirits, allowed a slight smile to touch his lips, a flash of admiration in his eyes. Even he, usually so composed, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The excitement of the demonic spirit leader was instantly extinguished. It screeched an order. Retreat. Kill him. Kill him. Countless demonic spirits frantically rushed back, appearing panicked and disorganized. The leader howled, its narrow, dark eyes filled with rage and regret. It cursed its own negligence for not ensuring the death of the dying human. However, as countless demonic spirits charged towards Qin Chuan, in his eyes, they were merely ants rushing to their deaths. Qin Chuan calmly controlled the formation disk and continued chanting. Form ranks in the east. Azure Dragon, heed my call. Form ranks in the west. White Tiger, heed my call. Form ranks in the south. Vermilion Bird, heed my call. Form ranks in the north. Black Tortoise, heed my call. In an instant, for terrifying attacks were unleashed. Lush vegetation grew wildly. A storm of metal blades filled the sky. Scorching flames incinerated everything, and eerie waters spread across the land. This time, Qin Chuan, as a young general, controlled the ancient formation with ease and grace. The charging demonic spirits were like moths to a flame, perishing miserably under these 4 types of attacks. Resilient blades of grass twisted and strangled them, turning them into pulp. Countless metal blades pierced their bodies, slicing through flesh and bone. Flames reduced them to ashes, and dark waters rose from the ground, drowning their souls. No matter if they were soldier level, commander level, or general level demonic spirits, they could not escape death, only differing in the time and agony of their demise. The remaining demonic spirits dared not approach and retreated in fear. The demonic spirit leader, furious and roaring, bellowed, "Cowards, kill him! Don't be afraid, you worthless scum!" It gave a command to the other 2 peak-level demonic spirits and charged towards Qin Chuan, deciding to take matters into its own hands. However, with the demonic spirit leader gone, the situation for the other 2 peak-level demonic spirits became even more perilous. They were filled with terror at the human general before them. General Lu Xiang saw the demonic spirit leader charging at Qin Chuan and moved to intercept, but the other 2 peak-level demonic spirits blocked his way. "Scum!" he cursed, plunging into a difficult battle. Despite their fear, The two peak-level demon spirits decided to block the human. They reassured themselves that they only needed to hold on for a short while until their leader returned to deal with the intruder. However, their confidence was soon shattered. The demon spirit leader arrived in a fit of rage, stomping towards the fleeing demon spirits. With a swing of its weapon, it instantly crushed the heads of several commander-level demons. The overwhelming pressure it exuded left the remaining demons too terrified to flee. Pathetic! You bring shame to the great demon spirit clan. The leader roared, its gaze fixed on Qin Xuan in the distance. The demon spirit leader stood tens of meters tall, like a small building. Each of its arms wielded a weapon thicker than a utility pole, all of them at least of the white-grade treasure level. It moved with countless long strides, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Qin Xuan remained unfazed, the array disk before him humming loudly. Suddenly, countless plants and trees sprouted from beneath the leader's feet, wrapping it into a massive green cocoon. However, the vegetation quickly began to wither and snap. As the array disk's energy rapidly drained, Qin Xuan stayed calm. Cradling the white-haired linger, he turned the array disk southward. Xiao Hong took to the sky, its wings spreading wide as it unleashed a torrent of flames towards the demon spirit leader. The leader scoffed, thinking such an attack couldn't breach its defenses. Yet, as the flames engulfed it, the leader was horrified to find the fire growing fiercer. Feel the agony of burning flames. Qin Xuan sneered. Wood fuels fire. Under the interaction of the five elements, the plants continued to grow, enhancing the fire's intensity like adding kindling. The demon spirit leader's exterior quickly charred, and its internal organs began to boil. Damn it! The leader roared, hurling its weapons with all its might. Qin Xuan swiftly moved, driving the array disk. Metal blades and a black water shield intercepted the incoming weapons. Though they were quickly shattered, they bought Qin Xuan enough time to evade. The massive weapons embedded deeply into the ground, creating craters and causing nearby structures to collapse. The demon spirit leader barely managed to extinguish the flames, ignoring the remnants clinging to its body, and charged directly at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan continued to use the array disk to block, but he knew this couldn't last forever. Retrieve. Qin Xuan commanded, driving the array disk one last time to buy a moment's respite. He quickly recalled Xiao Qing and his other beast companions, leaping onto Xiao Hong's back as it spread its wings and soared into the distance. Xiao Hong spread its wings and soared high, carrying Qin Xuan and Linger through the dense skyscrapers of the base city. The demon spirit leader followed closely, each attack reducing a building to rubble, but never managing to touch Xiao Hong. Qin Xuan had deliberately chosen this lifeless area for their escape, knowing the tall buildings would hinder the demon spirit leader's pursuit. As Qin Xuan ascended to the rank of general, Xiao Hong and other beast companions also broke through, showcasing the astonishing power of their third-ear bloodlines. Enhanced to their limits by the bloodline roulette, they underwent self-evolution, becoming even more perfect and powerful than ordinary enhancements. Among their peers, their weaknesses were often the ceilings of other beast companions. Speed had always been Xiao Hong's forte. Even though the demon spirit leader's realm far surpassed theirs, it was only marginally faster. The tall buildings erased this slight advantage, leaving the demon spirit leader to roar helplessly from behind. However, the demon spirit leader was so focused on the chase that it failed to notice the battlefield's subtle shift. Earlier, Qin Xuan had slain over 20 general-level demon spirits and countless lower-tier ones, significantly weakening the enemy's strength. With the demon spirit leader gone, General Lu Xiang launched an all-out assault on the other two peak demon spirits. He even resorted to forbidden techniques, burning his potential and lifespan to achieve a temporary surge in combat power. The two peak demon spirits were forced into a desperate retreat, their hearts filled with terror. Bloodshot eyes gleamed as General Lu Xiang pierced the head of one peak demon spirit with his spear, causing its head to explode in a burst of spiritual energy. The other demon spirit trembled at the sight, but was powerless to resist. Lu Xiang swiftly dispatched the second demon spirit, and then hurried in Qin Xuan's direction. Qin Xuan maneuvered Xiao Hong in continuous loops around the skyscrapers, while the demon spirit leader nearly leveled the area. It seemed there was nowhere left for Qin Xuan to run. The demon spirit leader sneered, intentionally destroying the surroundings to trap Qin Xuan within a confined space. Just as Qin Xuan was about to summon his other three beast companions to fight, he saw General Lu Xiang rapidly approaching. A thunderous shout came from behind. "Your opponent is me!" A spear light, hundreds of meters long, whistled through the air. Sensing the threat, the demon spirit leader quickly turned to defend. "Qin Xuan, go now. Leave this to me," General Lu Xiang shouted. Qin Xuan didn't hesitate. He was well aware of the renowned general who guarded Fengqing Base City. A formidable warrior stood tall on the battlefield, with a small, fiery sprite perched on his shoulder. This tiny creature clutched Lu Xiang's hair and chanted mysterious incantations, imbuing him with immense power. The spear in Lu Xiang's hand blazed like fire, each strike reaping the lives of countless beasts, as a thick aura of killing intent swirled around him. All right, Qin Chuan responded briefly, then mounted Xiao Hong and flew towards another part of the battlefield. Lu Xiang, the great general, gazed confidently at the towering demon spirit before him. With a casual swing of his fiery spear, he unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly igniting the surrounding vegetation into ashes within 100 meters. From now on, this is my battlefield, Lu Xiang thought with unwavering determination. He knew he only needed to focus on this beast, trusting Qin Chuan to handle the rest. Although they had just met, Lu Xiang had immense faith in this young man, as if he were a walking miracle. While Lu Xiang engaged in a fierce battle with the demon spirit leader, Qin Chuan arrived at another battlefield. His appearance sparked cheers among the human cultivators. Commander Qin Chuan is back. Fool, he's Major General Qin Chuan now. Major General Qin Chuan. Major General Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's return was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Riding Xiao Hong, he flew low over the battlefield, and with a wave of his hand, Debai, Dehe, and Xiao Qing descended with a thunderous impact, joining the fray against the demon spirits. Xiao Hong, not to be outdone, unleashed powerful attacks, obliterating numerous demon spirits in an instant. Qin Chuan did not use his formation disc, as its destructive power was too indiscriminate during a chaotic battle. Besides, with his current strength, he no longer needed it to defeat these demon spirits. The mid-tier demon spirits were nearly wiped out after just 2 strikes from Qin Chuan, and the number of human mid-level generals now exceeded the demon spirits. Only about 20 regular general-level demon spirits remained, barely outnumbering the human junior generals. The demon spirit commanders, though more numerous, were no match for the 3 beast pets Qin Chuan had unleashed. Qin Chuan placed Linger on Xiao Hong's back and charged towards a general-level demon spirit. The 3 powerful general-level beast pets quickly turned the tide of battle, each attack decimating dozens of commander-level and many soldier-level demon spirits. The human cultivators, previously besieged and exhausted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful gazes were cast towards the beast pets, and even more towards their master, the game-changing Major General Qin Chuan. Brothers, kill. Exterminate these filthy beasts. Damn it, with Major General Qin Chuan here, what are we afraid of? Let's finish these beasts off. On the battlefield, a junior general and his beast pet were barely holding their ground against 3 4th-tier regular demon spirits. He was just an ordinary junior general, and reaching this level was already a remarkable feat, achieved through the sacrifice of his future advancement by repeatedly taking special elixirs. As he was about to collapse from exhaustion, he suddenly felt the pressure lighten. He looked up to see that Qin Chuan had taken on one of the demon spirits for him. About to express his gratitude and warn Qin Chuan to be careful, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Qin Chuan faced the demon spirit, launching a relentless assault before it could even react. He executed the most powerful single-target move from the 2nd volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade technique, Furious Dragon Slash. Enhanced by the blue secret treasure weapon, Pajun. The blade's energy extended for dozens of meters, tearing huge fissures in the ground as it passed. The blade's energy roared like an enraged dragon, instantly slicing the demon spirit into countless pieces, its dark blood splattering the ground. Without pausing, Qin Chuan set his sights on the remaining 2 demon spirits. They trembled uncontrollably, as if death itself had marked them. The young general swallowed hard as the disparities of the world suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The gap between people could be so vast, it was almost unfathomable. Qin Chuan's strike was clean and decisive, unmatched in its precision. The demon that had troubled the young general so greatly was effortlessly slain. The young general knew that if he had faced it alone, he likely wouldn't have survived. A wave of relief washed over him thankfully. Qin Chuan was an ally, not an enemy. At that moment, the young general noticed the unusual reactions of the 2 remaining commander-level demons. They completely ignored him, focusing all their attention on Qin Chuan, their eyes filled with fear. A fleeting sense of shame at being disregarded was quickly replaced by a curious sense of ease. The young general secretly rejoiced, feeling as though he had found an excuse to slack off. Looking at Qin Chuan again, he seemed to dismiss the 2 4th-tier beasts entirely. With a casual flourish of his long blade, he unleashed the most ferocious and swift move from the 2nd volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade technique. Tiger sweeps the army. Qin Chuan moved like lightning, his afterimages overlapping. The blade's energy filled the air, covering the entire field of vision in an instant. Everything fell silent. When the young general opened his eyes, he saw Qin Chuan using his spiritual energy to shield the blade from the blood. The 2 peak-level demons had been torn apart, black blood gushing out, their heads rolling to the ground as their bodies collapsed, kicking up clouds of dust. The young general swallowed again, staring blankly as Qin Chuan moved on to the next battlefield. Qin Chuan was like a savior, bringing instant calm wherever he went. The demons didn't even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. The nearby cultivators could only watch his back, continually expressing their gratitude, regardless of whether he could hear them. Qin Chuan specifically targeted commander-level demons, easily taking down ordinary commanders and handling mid-stage commanders with only a slight drop in efficiency. He left the other levels of demons to his comrades. With 2 blue-grade secret treasures and various martial techniques enhancing his abilities, Qin Chuan's combat power had reached around the 5th or 6th level of a commander. This strength came from his arduous journey of self-discovery and life-and-death trials, giving him a foundational power far beyond the ordinary. Even without the secret treasures, he could rival a 3rd-level commander. Qin Chuan was like a hunter, specifically hunting commander-level demons. Each young general he saved was left in a daze. Why were the formidable enemies they struggled against so easily defeated by Qin Chuan? When they found the strength to kill leader-level demons, the answer became clear. The disparity in power made the killing effortless. This realization brought bitter smiles to their faces, acknowledging that this newly promoted young general's strength far exceeded their own. Yet, no one harbored any resentment toward Qin Chuan. They felt nothing but gratitude. They owed their lives to this young man. How could they feel anything but thankful? As time passed, the demons on the battlefield were gradually wiped out. From commander level to leader level, and then to guard level, all that remained were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with no living demon in sight. On the other side, General Lu Xiang dispatched the demon leader with a single spear thrust, sending its massive head flying and thoroughly killing it. The battle was over, but the cultivators did not immediately clean up the battlefield. They gathered together, exhausted, their clothes and armor in tatters, their weapons chipped and worn. All eyes turned to Qin Chuan, who stood beside General Lu Xiang, and they bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Seeing this, Qin Chuan gestured for everyone to rest. The cultivators finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders and collapsed to the ground. They recalled their beast companions, paying no mind to the surrounding demon corpses, and fell into a deep sleep. They also wanted to find a clean place, but everywhere was filled with ruins, the corpses of demonic spirits, and the bodies of their fallen comrades. Where could they possibly find a clean spot? Exhausted, the cultivators lay down on the ground, their eyelids too heavy to keep open. General Lu Xiang looked at the exhausted cultivators sleeping on the ground and couldn't help but smile with relief. He walked over to Qin Chuan, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, and said with admiration in his eyes, "You saved all of us this time. You're our hero." Qin Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators lying on the ground, barely distinguishable between the living and the dead. "Everyone is a hero," he said, walking over to Xiao Hong and gently picking up the unconscious Linger. He murmured softly, "I just wanted to protect those I care about." General Lu Xiang followed him, looking at the unconscious Linger. His eyes first showed surprise, then relief and envy. This child has naturally awakened. She will undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future. It seems her awakening talent is related to healing. She must have used her life force to activate her talent and save you. Qin Chuan, puzzled, quickly asked for details. General Lu Xiang patiently explained that not only beast companions have talents, humans do too. A talent is a special ability granted by the heavens, which could enhance certain martial arts or speed up cultivation. Linger's talent is related to healing, and with an awakening crystal, she could awaken her beast companion early and start cultivating ahead of time. General Lu Xiang added that those who awaken early are at least of emperor rank. The better ones can reach the imperial level, and the most powerful can attain the saint level. He promised that once reinforcements arrived and Fengcheng was secure, he would arrange for Linger's awakening. While the cultivators rested, General Lu Xiang busied himself with various tasks. He first announced the crisis was over through a broadcast and personally reassured the citizens. Initially, many found it hard to believe and even suspected General Lu Xiang had been possessed by a demonic beast. But when they saw him and the other generals in person, they finally believed the good news, and cheers erupted throughout the city. Low-level cultivators began searching for remaining demonic spirits, and surviving residents gradually returned to their homes. Those who lost their homes had to stay put and wait for resettlement. Compared to those who couldn't escape, they were already lucky. The news of Fengcheng's attack had reached neighboring base cities, and a large number of reinforcements were on their way. Due to the vast distances between base cities, even the fastest generals needed at least 24 hours to arrive. King-level beings were occupied guarding dangerous stargates and front lines. Among the reinforcements, General Tsang Yin of the Dazhao Bay City, using his beast companion Huayan Dalong's Earth Shift ability, was the fastest. When he reached the outskirts of Fengcheng, he was stunned by the sight of demonic spirit corpses and human cultivators lying among them, thinking he was too late. However, seeing some cultivators yawning and turning over, he was taken aback. General Song Yin released his aura to investigate and was surprised to find that these people were still alive and that the demonic beast attack seemed to have been repelled. He quickly woke a cultivator to ask for details. Initially annoyed, the cultivator recognized Song Yan's identity and respectfully recounted the events. After listening, General Song Yan pondered aloud. Qin Xuan, that name sounds familiar. Writing 12,000 words is equivalent to others posting 7 chapters. Some people seem to think writing over 10,000 words daily is easy, making the author's daily effort seem foolish, not only unappreciated but also criticized for slow updates. It's truly exhausting. I'm asking for gifts. Good reviews, the more gifts, the more likely he'll write over 10,000 words daily. General Songyan stepped into the central hall of Feng City, the core location where the commanding general handled affairs related to cultivators. As he expected, General Lu Xiang was busy coordinating post-battle matters with the staff, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion. Upon seeing General Songyan, Lu Xiang managed a faint smile, and the two generals moved to the guest room. As old acquaintances, the two generals had a lively conversation. From Lu Xiang, Songyan learned more details about the recent beast invasion. Suddenly, he recalled why the name Qin Xuan sounded familiar. His former subordinate, Lu Jiyang, had once mentioned a person named Qin Xuan in connection with the Shanlu group's dealings with demons at the Dazhao base city. General Songyan remembered that he had previously ordered an investigation into Qin Xuan's background. Using his sharp memory, he could recall about 70 to 80% of the details. It seemed that Qin Xuan had also arrived in Feng City. Could it be the same person? This thought was quickly dismissed by Songyan himself. The Qin Xuan he had investigated was merely a mediocre soldier-level cultivator, while the Qin Xuan mentioned by Lu Xiang was a young general with exceptional combat talent. The difference between the two was like night and day. Songyan couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate. With the same name, one had risen to the rank of young general, while the other might have perished in the beast attack. Nevertheless, he still held a favorable impression of the Qin Xuan who had provided crucial information. After receiving Lu Jiyang's report, General Songyan had secretly investigated and indeed found some leads. Unfortunately, the Shanlu group operated very covertly, making it difficult to obtain more useful information. What was more worrying was that the investigation indicated someone within the official ranks might be aiding them from the shadows. If these internal traitors were not uncovered and eradicated, they would become a significant threat to the Jiuzhou nation. Regardless of whether this Qin Xuan was the same person, General Songyan decided to meet him personally. After all, a hero who could save an entire city was worth meeting in person. As time passed, other generals from different base cities gradually arrived. They were all shocked by the devastation in Feng City. However, their visit was not in vain, as they could also handle the scheduled martial arts university entrance exams. These exams were traditionally held in Feng City, which had a specially modified miniature secret realm for the tests. After hearing General Lu Xiang's detailed account, the generals present developed a keen interest in Qin Xuan and looked forward to meeting him in 2 days. At this moment, Qin Xuan had returned to the residence arranged for him by General Lu Xiang. Linger, who had just woken up, sat beside him, her long snow-white hair particularly striking. Seeing Linger's white hair, Qin Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. Sensing Qin Xuan's emotions, Linger quickly grabbed his hand, a comforting smile spreading across her delicate face. Brother Qin Xuan, I still look beautiful like this, don't I? Qin Xuan nodded, gently stroking Linger's hair. Linger is the most beautiful. This was not mere flattery. Linger was naturally pretty, and her silver hair now made her look like a princess from a snow kingdom, beautiful and noble, evoking a protective instinct in others. However, this beauty came at a great cost. Linger's lifespan was now less than 10 years. In an era where the average human lifespan reached 100 years, she had sacrificed several decades of her life to save Qin Xuan. Worse yet, this loss couldn't be compensated by awakening as a cultivator. Unless she obtained a rare life-extending artifact, her damaged lifespan foundation could not be restored. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare, even for saint-level powerhouses. Even if they obtained one, they wouldn't easily give it away, as no one would disdain a longer life. Qin Xuan silently vowed, "Don't worry, Linger, I won't let you die." He already had a plan for acquiring such an artifact, the resource wheel of fortune. He had once seen a miraculous herb on it that could extend lifespan and restore damaged foundations. Although the chances of obtaining it were incredibly low, Qin Xuan was confident he could get it within 10 years. He just needed to kill more beasts and earn more energy points to keep spinning the wheel. If killing 10,000 monsters isn't enough, then I'll kill 100,000, a million, or even 10 million. Qin Xuan's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, his resolve as unyielding as steel. To make up for Linger's injuries, he was willing to exterminate every monster under the heavens. This wasn't just about avenging the deep-seated blood feud with the monsters, but also about saving the foolish girl who had risked her life for him. Qin Xuan gently stroked Linger's head, feeling an unprecedented surge of protectiveness. Since losing his family, This was the first time he felt such a strong attachment to someone else. Gazing into Linger's wide, blinking eyes, he solemnly promised, "Linger, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone hurt you." The little girl nodded earnestly, her innocent face full of trust. Once Linger had fully recovered, Qin Chuan took her to the Beastmaster Hall. General Lu Xiang had been waiting there for a long time, accompanied by other generals from various base cities. Their visit was not only to meet Qin Chuan, but also to witness a naturally awakened individual firsthand. Rumor had it that a naturally awakened person could at least become a sovereign-level powerhouse in the future. Among the generals present, only the young Song Yin still had a chance to reach this level. The others, despite appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, were actually nearing 80. For them, breaking through to the king level would be a stroke of luck. Although these generals all possessed 5-star qualifications, the gap between a general and a king was still immense. Their qualifications barely met the standard, which could bridge part of the gap, but they still needed a significant amount of resources. Without a strong background, it would take at least 10 to 20 years of accumulation. However, given the 200-plus-year lifespan of a general-level powerhouse, this period wasn't considered long. With the deepening of Earth's spiritual revival, everyone's lifespan was extending, and cultivators' lifespans could potentially double. However, the revival process seemed to have hit a bottleneck, with the world having seen no major changes for many years. This starkly contrasted with the earth-shattering transformations of the first few hundred years, when every day brought astonishing changes like sea beasts landing, ancient civilizations reviving, continental plates expanding, and spiritual energy flourishing. Qin Chuan held Linger's small hand and, after greeting the generals, stepped into a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall, a crystal-clear and translucent crystal floated in the air, emitting a mysterious glow. This was the rare awakening crystal, capable of helping ordinary people awaken their beast companions and embark on the path of cultivation. "This is quite a precious item," Qin Chuan whispered to Linger. "Its production is limited each year. Besides the state, almost no one else can possess it." Although Linger was still young, she had naturally awakened her healing abilities, and her soul was nearly complete, meeting the awakening requirements. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. Over the past few days, he had learned that Linger not only possessed the light attribute, but also the wood attribute, both of which were excellent for healing. If she specialized in healing martial arts, she would be unstoppable. As long as there's a breath left, Linger can heal in an instant. Qin Chuan imagined future scenarios, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Of course, all of this depended on the quality of the beast companion Linger was about to awaken. If the beast's talent was mediocre, her future would be limited. Qin Chuan silently prayed, hoping Linger would awaken a 9-star beast companion, giving her the chance to quickly grow into a saint-level expert and receive training from other saint-level experts. Linger carefully placed her hand on the crystal, and Qin Chuan held his breath. Moments later, a line of text appeared on the crystal, 6 stars. Qin Chuan let out a bitter smile, feeling a bit disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, chiding himself, 6 stars is already the pinnacle. What more could I ask for? My beast companion is only 4 stars. A wood attribute spirit type. It seems your sister can specialize in healing, General Lu Xiang said with a smile. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, watching Linger happily gaze at the green little sprite floating beside her, feeling a warmth in his heart. As long as Linger is happy, I will find a way to get the life-extending elixir, he resolved silently. After chatting with the generals for a while, General Songyin suddenly realized that Qin Chuan was the young hero from the former Dazhao base city. They discussed many matters concerning the Shanlu group privately, and General Songyin specifically reminded Qin Chuan not to alert the enemy, as there might be significant figures behind the Shanlu group. Qin Chuan solemnly nodded, stating that he would generally avoid returning to Dazhao and would not have any dealings with the Shanlu group unless they sought him out first. Back at his residence, Qin Chuan immediately began preparing for his cultivation. His efforts in saving the Fengqing base city had earned him a large number of contributions and over 100-star essence stones. General Lu Xiang had even applied for him to use his contributions in advance. Qin Chuan decided to cultivate while heading to the front lines or small star gates to hunt beasts. He rapidly absorbed the star essence stones, and his cultivation level soared. In just 3 days, he advanced from level 1 to level 3, a speed comparable to a 7-star talent, and with some luck, he might even surpass 9 stars. 3 days later, Qin Chuan paused his cultivation and took Linger out of the residence. He had received an invitation from General Lu Xiang to attend the swearing-in ceremony for the Fengqing Martial Arts University entrance exam. Originally, General Lu Xiang had invited Qin Chuan to serve as the assistant examiner and help guard the secret realm during the martial arts exam, but Qin Chuan politely declined. He thought it would be better to spend his time training and hunting down monsters. Meanwhile, the departure square outside the Beast Hall was already bustling with thousands of examinees lined up in neat rows. Among them were students from other base cities, including those from Qin Chuan's former school in the Dazhao base city. Lu Jiyang, the leader of Dazhao No. 9 High School, was also present. In the center of the square, a high platform was set up with several large chairs arranged neatly for the generals participating in the oath-taking ceremony. Below the platform, students from various high schools formed orderly phalanxes. In the Dazhao No. 9 High School's lineup, Su Peng gazed enviously at the generals on the platform. He sighed inwardly, with my 3-star talent, it's unlikely I'll ever become a general. Although he had reached the 5th level of the soldier rank and was among the top 300 students, his future prospects seemed limited to getting into a second-tier martial arts university and possibly becoming a commander. Without a stroke of extraordinary luck, the path to becoming a general seemed out of reach. Standing beside him, Gao Shuixin also wore a look of regret. Her cultivation level was higher than Su Peng's, having reached the 9th level of the soldier rank. She had a chance of making it into the top 100 examinees and possibly getting into a first-tier martial arts university with some luck. However, she too faced the likely fate of becoming a commander, with the path to becoming a general seeming equally remote without significant help. Seeing the mixed expressions of envy and dejection among the students, Lu Jiyang felt a wave of emotions. He had often encouraged his students that they had the chance to enhance their beast pet's quality, but he knew deep down it was just motivational talk. Without assistance, even his own beast pet struggled to reach 4-star quality. His cultivation talent was only 3-star, and now in his 40s, he had been stuck at the 10th level of the commander rank for years, unsure when he would break through to the general rank. Although his beast pet had reached 4-star quality, it only offered a slim hope. Ultimately, his limited talent made it difficult to achieve greatness. At this thought, Lu Jiyang suddenly remembered Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you're in Fengqing too. I wonder how you're doing now. Since Qin Chuan left, Lu Jiyang had been too busy training students to keep in touch. However, he trusted that Zhuang Tong of the Blood Rose Squad would take good care of Qin Chuan, so he hadn't worried too much. On the other side, in the lineup of Dazhao No. 1 High School, Wang Ruahong stood next to Li Xiao, his eyes fixed intently on the generals on the platform. He silently vowed, with my 4-star talent, I will definitely reach the general rank. I, Wang Ruahong, will become a major general before I turn 50. Li Xiao noticed the ambition in his nephew's eyes and patted his shoulder approvingly. That's right, that's the goal you should have, not worrying about someone like Qin Chuan. Mentioning Qin Chuan reminded Li Xiao of the fierce wind squad he had contacted. He wasn't well acquainted with this mercenary squad, but he had paid them to teach the Blood Rose Squad a lesson. However, they had taken the money and vanished, leaving Li Xiao furious. If he weren't so busy, he would have gone to Fengqing to demand an explanation personally. No commander-level figure's dignity could be trampled so easily. He swore to make them pay. This trip to Fengqing, Li Xiao planned to settle the score with the squad after Wang Ruahong's exam. Little did he know that the squad had been wiped out weeks ago. Hearing his uncle mention Qin Chuan, Wang Ruahong scoffed. I can't believe I used to compare myself to a guy with such poor talent. Now I'm at the 5th level of the guard rank, and he's probably just scraping by somewhere. Who knows what level he's at now? Many in the square were old acquaintances of Qin Chuan and couldn't help but think of him. This young man, once famous in Dazhao Bay City but later known for his poor talent, had caused a stir by fighting the 4-star genius Wang Ruahong. Now, weeks later, Wang Ruahong remained a prominent figure, while Qin Chuan had faded from memory. At that moment, Qin Chuan arrived at the Beast Hall entrance, holding Linger's hand. The gate guards recognized him as the hero of Fengqing Bay City and greeted him respectfully. Major Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and entered the hall, much to the guards' excitement. Being acknowledged by a hero was something they would boast about for days. Qin Chuan and Linger reached the entrance of the departure square, where dozens of squads were lined up in formation, each led by their respective leaders. A quick glance revealed familiar faces. He had expected schools from Dazhao Bay City to participate in the exam and naturally anticipated Lu Jiyang's presence. Holding Linger's hand, Qin Chuan walked towards Lu Jiyang, drawing curious glances from various team leaders. They wondered why this seemingly young man could enter so freely during such a solemn event, especially with a little girl in tow. Only the teachers from Fengqing Bay City understood. Major Qin Chuan had unrestricted access here. Qin Chuan approached the upright Lu Jiyang and smiled. Mr. Lu, long time no see. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Lu Jiyang's face showed no hint of joy. His expression grew even more serious when he noticed the little girl by Qin Chuan's side. Glancing around, he saw no patrol monks responsible for maintaining order. Lu Jiyang quickly pulled Qin Chuan into the ranks behind him, trying to make him less conspicuous. You idiot, do you know where you are? Wandering around here like this, you've got some nerve. Lu Jiyang hissed, his voice filled with urgency. Blend in quickly and leave quietly later. If you get caught, you'll be thrown in jail for a few days. Disrupting the swearing-in ceremony is as serious as causing trouble in a college entrance exam. A few years in prison would be considered light. Seeing Lu Jiyang so anxious, Qin Chuan hurriedly explained, Haha, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Everyone knows me. Before he could finish, A mocking voice interrupted him. Qin Chuan, who do you think you are? Is your dad a sage or something? Everyone knows you? That's hilarious. If you want to get yourself in trouble, fine, but don't drag us into it. The voice belonged to Lan Xiaohao, an old acquaintance of Qin Chuan's, who was as annoying as ever. Lan Xiaohao's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of several nearby squads, their eyes now fixed on Qin Chuan and the silver-haired girl. Keep your voice down. Lu Jiang scolded quietly, causing Lan Xiaohao to immediately shut his mouth. During training, Lu Jiang had tormented them enough to earn the nickname Lu the Devil. Su Peng, standing nearby, sneered, Mr. Lu, if you cover for this guy, don't drag us down with you. We don't want to suffer for his mistakes. This remark caused the faces of the students from Class 9 to change dramatically, and Lu Jiang's face turned even grimmer. Seeing this, Su Peng smirked with satisfaction. With the exams approaching, he no longer feared offending Lu Jiang. After all, they wouldn't see each other much in the future. Even if Lu Jiang was a commander-level figure, Su Peng believed he could reach the same level after graduating from university. Su Peng saw this as the perfect opportunity to get back at Qin Chuan and Lu Jiang. If he could escalate the situation, both of them would face repercussions. None of us want to be implicated. So Mr. Lu, please get rid of this troublemaker. Otherwise, everyone's future might be at risk. Martial arts universities don't accept students with bad records. If we harbor this disruptor, we might not even get into those schools. Lan Xiaohao also sneered as he walked up to Qin Chuan, taunting, Qin Chuan, you better get out of here, or I'll call the patrol. Qin Chuan stared coldly at Lan Xiaohao and asked calmly, are you really that angry? Lan Xiaohao scoffed in disdain, meeting Qin Chuan's gaze without fear. Then let me cool you down. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, he delivered a heavy slap to Lan Xiaohao's face. The slap was perfectly measured, causing enough pain to teach a lesson without serious harm. Lan Xiaohao spun in place a few times before collapsing to the ground, looking around in confusion as if asking, who am I? Where am I? Turning to Su Peng, Qin Chuan smirked, hitting people? I'm just helping you cool down. He's almost done. Now it's your turn. Before he finished speaking, another loud slap landed on Su Peng's face. Like Lan Xiaohao, Su Peng spun a few times before falling heavily, looking dazed. Lu Jiang was so shocked by the sudden turn of events that he was at a loss for words. His voice trembled as he said, Qin Chuan, are you crazy? He frantically looked around and, seeing no patrols, urged, you need to leave now before anyone finds out. Just as Qin Chuan was about to explain, a shout came from the ranks of another squad. Who dares to disrupt the swearing-in ceremony? The voice belonged to Li Xiao, who had intentionally infused his voice with spiritual power, drawing a lot of attention. Li Xiao, inwardly pleased but outwardly stern, quickly approached Qin Chuan and grabbed his shoulder. He whispered menacingly, you little punk, trying to run? This time, I'll make sure you spend a few years in jail or my name isn't Li. Despite the threat, Qin Chuan remained unusually calm, simply staring at Li Xiao. This calm gaze made Li Xiao uneasy, and he tightened his grip, hoping to see Qin Chuan show some pain. Let go of brother Qin Chuan. Linger shouted in alarm. Get lost, you silver-haired brat. Li Xiao snapped rudely. He was already imagining the scene where Qin Chuan would be imprisoned, and Lu Jiang would face severe punishment. However, Li Xiao failed to notice that the moment he scolded Linger, Qin Chuan's eyes turned icy cold. Are you looking for death? Qin Chuan asked through gritted teeth. Li Xiao sneered, pretending not to hear. I said, are you looking for death? Qin Chuan repeated, emphasizing each word, and then punched Li Xiao in the abdomen. Even without using spiritual power, the punch was powerful enough to make Li Xiao double over like a shrimp and then fly backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Gao Shuexin covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, as an unimaginable thought surged through her mind. She shook her head repeatedly, trying to dismiss the possibility, but couldn't find any other explanation. She could only stare blankly at Qin Chuan. Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao sprang up from the ground, their eyes wide as they stared at the fallen Li Xiao. Shock filled their hearts. A single punch to knock out a commander level? This meant Qin Chuan had already become a commander level warrior. Both of them roared internally. We're still just soldier level. Lu Jiang, seeing Qin Chuan knock Li Xiao away with one punch, felt a moment of satisfaction, but it was quickly replaced by a chill down his spine. He patted Qin Chuan's shoulder, his tone a mix of relief and helplessness. I didn't expect you to reach commander level, quite impressive. But you impulsive brat, why did you have to act so rashly? If someone needed to be hit, it should have been me doing it. Did you really need to step in? Qin Chuan saw the worry in Lu Jiyang's eyes and shrugged with a bitter smile. Mr. Lu, I told you not to worry. I know everyone here. Still cheeky. Lu Jiyang was about to explain further when Wang Ruahong dragged over two patrol officers. Their attire indicated they were official commander-level warriors. Wang Ruahong pointed at the barely conscious, blood-spitting Li Xiao and said to the two commanders, "This guy caused trouble and attacked people here. Look, even my supervising teacher was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Please, take him into custody." The two commanders exchanged glances and then marched toward Qin Chuan with a menacing aura. The crowd began to murmur. He's done for, daring to hit someone at the oath-taking ceremony. A few years in prison is inevitable. He looks so young, and he's already a commander-level cultivator. That's impressive. Impressive, my foot. Impressive enough to land in jail? A pockmarked boy sneered, and the people around him nodded in agreement. Gao Shuoxin looked at Qin Chuan, shaking her head as she muttered to herself, "He's strong, but too arrogant. Clearly not someone with a good head on his shoulders. Although you surprised me, it's a pity that you have power but lack the right mindset. It seems my choice was right after all." The two commander-level warriors approached Qin Chuan, and everyone anticipated a dramatic scene. However, what left everyone in shock was that the two warriors bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. "Greetings, Major General Qin Chuan," they said in unison, with utmost respect. The crowd was stunned, rubbing their eyes and pinching themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. Major General?" someone stammered. Wang Ruohong was even more shocked than the others. He looked around blankly, as if asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" Qin Chuan exchanged a few words with the two commanders, who immediately became furious. Daring to provoke Major General Qin Chuan and insult your sister, they clearly have no respect for the cultivators of Fengqing. Rest assured, we will severely punish these three. The supervising teacher will be detained, and these two will be disqualified from the exam. The commanders grabbed Lan Xiaohao and Su Peng, each hoisting one like a chick. "Major General Qin Chuan, we'll take our leave now." With that, they prepared to leave. Lan Xiaohao and Su Peng were utterly terrified now, tears streaming down their faces. "Qin Chuan, please, spare us," they cried. Slap, slap. Two loud slaps echoed, and their faces swelled. "How dare you address him by name? This is Major General Qin Chuan. Do you think you're worthy of calling him that?" One of the commanders roared. The two boys cried harder, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lan Xiaohao pleaded, "Major General Qin Chuan, please, I'll kowtow to you. Spare me, please. It was all Su Peng's idea. I didn't want to offend you. Please forgive me. I can't miss the exam. My parents are ordinary people, and it was hard for them to raise a son with cultivation potential. Please give me a chance." Su Peng, both scared and angry, also begged, "Major General Qin Chuan, don't listen to this scoundrel. I was bewitched by him. I didn't mean to." "Too noisy," Qin Chuan said blandly. The commanders immediately removed Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao's shoes and stuffed their socks into their mouths. Then, each grabbed Li Xiao like a dead dog and dragged him away. Silence fell over the crowd, everyone looking at Qin Chuan with awe. The students from 9th High School were especially shocked, each wondering, is this really Qin Chuan? How did he advance so quickly? Many of us aren't even soldier level, and he's already a major general? Gao Shuoxin's expression was the most complex, her mind a blank, filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Qin Chuan didn't look at them, but turned to Wang Ruohong. The latter trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror. "Long time no see, Wang Ruohong. How have you been?" Qin Chuan greeted with a warm smile, though his voice carried the authority of a high-ranking officer. Wang Ruohong shuddered at the sound of Qin Chuan's voice, as if he had seen a demon. Memories of his numerous schemes against Qin Chuan flashed through his mind, and the recent sight of Li Xiao's fate made him tremble uncontrollably. "Qin Chuan, Major Qin Chuan, I. Wang Ruohong stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "What do you mean, I?" Qin Chuan's sudden shout was like thunder, echoing in Wang Ruohong's ears. Wang Ruohong felt as if his brain had exploded. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, kneeling. The students from the martial arts academy in the Dazhao Bay city who witnessed this scene gasped, covering their mouths. They couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the once top prodigy. Someone whispered, "That's the young master of the Shanlu group, and he's kneeling just like that?" Disdain filled the gazes directed at Wang Ruohong, as if he were a drowning rat. Qin Chuan's eyes were cold, his aura as a high-ranking officer enveloping Wang Ruohong. It felt like being stared down by a fierce beast, and Wang Ruohong dared not move, his body drenched in cold sweat. It's over. It's over. Wang Ruohong's mind crumbled. Qin Chuan won't spare me. He's going to kill me. He instinctively put himself in Qin Chuan's shoes, thinking that if someone had plotted against him like this, he would stop at nothing to destroy his enemy. Qin Chuan indeed wanted to eliminate Wang Ruohong, but he wouldn't do it recklessly. As a major, he needed a justifiable reason. "Wang Ruohong, do you remember what you did to me during the beast hunt?" Qin Chuan's presence was overwhelming, making it hard for Wang Ruohong to breathe. At the same time, Qin Chuan used his martial technique, releasing dark, ominous energy that enveloped Wang Ruohong. In Wang Ruohong's eyes, the world plunged into darkness, with only the towering figure of Qin Chuan looking down on him like a deity. Fear completely consumed his rationality. I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed. I overestimated myself. Please, spare me, I don't want to die. Wang Ruahong's entire body trembled, his voice breaking into sobs. The people around were taken aback by his words. Could it be that this guy really had plotted against Qin Chuan? Explain exactly how you set me up. Qin Chuan intensified his pressure, pushing Wang Ruahong's mental state to the brink. Driven by fear and the instinct to survive, Wang Ruahong shakily confessed to his actions. Using beast immortal powder to trap Qin Chuan in a beast tide, conspiring with Li Xiao to steal the top spot, and even sending people to assassinate Qin Chuan. Throughout his confession, he shifted most of the blame onto Li Xiao. Upon hearing this, the crowd glared at Wang Ruahong with disgust, wishing they could beat this despicable person. Someone cursed. The Wang family's ancestors must be turning in their graves. Seeing his goal achieved, Qin Chuan withdrew his pressure. Wang Ruahong snapped back to reality, realizing he had made a grave mistake. He looked at the surrounding cultivators, who were pointing and cursing at him, and muttered, "It's over. It's all over. My future." He realized he had not only lost his chance to enter the martial arts university but also faced imprisonment. For a moment, Wang Ruahong was filled with both fear and hatred, cursing Qin Chuan in his heart. Damn you, Qin Chuan. You've ruined my future. I hope you die fighting beasts, or at least end up crippled for life. Despite his situation, Wang Ruahong was still scheming. Even if he went to prison, so what? With his family's background and his 4-star aptitude, he could still break through to the rank of general after his release and lead the Wang family to glory. It would just take a bit longer. With his family's connections in Dajiaobei City, he could maneuver things behind the scenes, earn some merits to reduce his sentence, and be out in a year or so. He could still enjoy life then. Lost in his delusions, Wang Ruahong didn't notice Qin Chuan shaking his head and softly saying, "What a pity." Lu Jiyang, sensing something, quickly spoke up, "Qin Chuan, don't." Before he could finish, Qin Chuan raised his hand and aimed at Wang Ruahong. A fierce wave of spiritual energy struck the unprepared Wang Ruahong instantly. Only then did Wang Ruahong look up, seeing the mockery and disdain in Qin Chuan's eyes. He screamed in terror, "How dare you kill?" The energy wave crashed into Wang Ruahong, breaking his bones and shattering his internal organs. "Kill me!" Wang Ruahong spat out his last breath, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, and his head slumped to the side, lifeless. Everyone present was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Even the cultivators from Fengcheng were shocked. Although they despised Wang Ruahong, they knew that according to the laws of the 9 provinces, his crimes didn't warrant death. By casually killing Wang Ruahong, Major Qin Chuan was blatantly challenging the authority of the 9 provinces government, and such an act would surely bring severe punishment. "Qin Chuan, you really are?" Lu Jiyang looked at Qin Chuan, wanting to say more but ultimately just letting out a deep sigh. It was only at this moment that he realized, as Qin Chuan's mentor in cultivation, he had been completely unaware of the persecution Qin Chuan had endured. This sense of guilt almost made Lu Jiyang understand why Qin Chuan had resorted to killing in anger. However, as Lu Jiyang was lost in thought, Qin Chuan had already taken Linger by the hand and started walking in a certain direction. "Qin Chuan, where are you going?" Lu Jiyang blurted out, feeling a growing sense of unease. Without turning back, Qin Chuan replied coldly, "To kill another one." This statement struck like a heavy blow, leaving Lu Jiyang and the other students and teachers in a state of shock. They all knew who Qin Chuan's target was, Li Xiao. But to declare his murderous intent so openly was astonishingly audacious. "All I can say is, Qin Chuan is badass." An acne-scarred youth shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. To this kind of rebellious teenager, Qin Chuan's clear-cut sense of justice and bold actions made him an idol. Qin Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Beast Control Hall's detention area and softly said to Linger, "Brother will be in there for a moment and will come right back out." Linger obediently nodded, her small face still showing anger towards Wang Ruahong. In her eyes, everything Qin Chuan did was justified, and killing another scumbag was no big deal. The guard cultivators dared not stop him and allowed Qin Chuan to enter. Li Xiao had just regained consciousness and was still puzzled about how Qin Chuan had managed to advance to the rank of Major General. As he was plotting his next move, the cell door slowly opened, and Qin Chuan's silhouette appeared. Li Xiao was immediately terrified, trembling all over as he begged, "General Qin, I accidentally offended you earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Qin Chuan smiled gently and began recounting Li Xiao's numerous misdeeds. Li Xiao's face turned pale, but when Qin Chuan mentioned forgiving him, he breathed a sigh of relief. "But I need you to do me a favor, okay?" Qin Chuan asked with a smile. Li Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Of course, General Qin, whatever you need, Li Xiao, will do without hesitation." Qin Chuan smiled and said, I just hope you can be a good person in your next life. Li Xiao suddenly realized what was happening, but before he could react, Qin Chuan's hand was already on his head. In an instant, Li Xiao's brain turned to mush, his face frozen in a mix of surprise, fear, and confusion. When General Lu Xiang arrived at the scene, he looked at Qin Chuan helplessly. Do you intend to go to the front lines as punishment? Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. General Lu Xiang shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that this young man was truly talented and fearless of the meat grinder that was the front lines. He couldn't help but sigh, knowing that countless cultivators, including high-ranking generals, perished on the battlefield every year. Qin Chuan's attitude was indeed rare. All right then, I won't say anything more. Let's go. Attend the oath-taking ceremony and then head back. General Lu Xiang patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. He added in a low voice, I'll take care of your situation. You don't need to worry about the inspectors coming. As the commanding general of Fengqing, Lu Xiang possessed absolute authority. Even though Qin Chuan was currently under suspicion, no one would dare act without Lu Xiang's approval. Especially in these critical times, no one would be foolish enough to send Qin Chuan to his death. Lu Xiang led Qin Chuan to the high platform at the departure square. Other generals were already seated, forming a formidable lineup. Qin Chuan, holding Linger, sat in a large, ornate chair that was as comfortable as a sofa, making it easy to relax. The generals on the platform looked down at the dense crowd of students below. One of the officers stepped forward to host the ceremony. Even without amplification devices, his spirit-enhanced voice carried clearly across the entire venue. After a few formalities, it was Lu Xiang's turn to speak. He specifically thanked Qin Chuan for his contributions, emphasizing that without him, Fengqing would not have been able to hold the martial arts exam on time. Lu Xiang showered Qin Chuan with praise, highlighting his bravery during the demonic invasion. These words enlightened the students from other base cities, finally understanding why Qin Chuan held such a revered status in Fengqing. Many young boys and girls looked at him with admiration, as if gazing at a radiant hero. Among the crowd, Gao Shuixin looked up at the platform. The glaring sunlight made it hard for her to see Qin Chuan's face clearly. At this moment, Qin Chuan seemed unreachable to her, like a chasm separated them. With a bitter smile, she murmured to herself, did I really make a mistake? She shook her head, yes, I really did. Gao Shuixin began to regret her materialistic and realistic attitude. She realized that Qin Chuan had once given her a chance. If she had treated him as just an ordinary friend, they wouldn't be so distant now. However, it was too late to say anything now. The gap between them was irreparable. She looked enviously at the little girl on Qin Chuan's lap. Knowing Qin Chuan well, she was sure this girl must have done a lot for him. Gao Shuixin knew Qin Chuan's grateful nature well. Even the smallest kindness would be repaid manifold. Thinking back to when she, as class monitor, had shown some superficial concern for the lonely Qin Chuan, only to later distance herself deliberately, she felt deep remorse. But she also understood that seeking out Qin Chuan now would only bring her humiliation. From what he said that day, she knew their bond had all but vanished. After the ceremony, General Lu Xiang even invited Qin Chuan to say a few words to boost morale. Qin Chuan's brief speech incited cheers from the crowd. Soon, the oath-taking ceremony concluded, and the generals led the students to the assessment realm. Before leaving, Qin Chuan called Lu Jiying over and handed him a box. Then he took Linger back to his residence. Following Qin Chuan's instructions, Lu Jiying opened the box only after he had left, finding it neatly filled with dozens of star energy stones. These are star energy stones, Lu Jiying exclaimed, marveling at Qin Chuan's generosity. These stones were worth billions of Kyushu currency, and Qin Chuan had given them away without hesitation. Even in the military, a single mission's reward would only be a few star energy stones. In the outside world, missions not involving life and death would never yield more than 10 stones at a time. Qin Chuan had previously received 10 star energy stones because of Li Wei's high regard for him and the dangerous nature of the mission. That mission lasted several days, and other commander-level cultivators had risked their lives to earn just over 10 stones. Looking at the star energy stones, Lu Jiying recalled Qin Chuan's promise to repay the resources he had given him many times over. At the time, Lu Jiying had been skeptical and reluctant to accept Qin Chuan's repayment. Now, not only had Qin Chuan become a general-level powerhouse, but he had also kept his promise. The once youthful face now bore a look of determination. Did this kid know I was gathering resources to break through to the general level? With these star energy stones, he'll definitely break through within a year. Lu Jiying clenched his fist, gazing in the direction Qin Chuan had gone, his eyes filled with both relief and gratitude. Back at his residence, Qin Chuan began planning for the future. In a few days, he would head to the front lines. Linger would naturally accompany him, and Qin Chuan vowed not to let the girl who had risked her life for him suffer in the slightest. Moreover, with Linger's 6-star potential and powerful healing abilities, Learning relevant martial arts would greatly benefit Qin Chuan as well. During these days, Linger seemed worried about being a burden to Qin Chuan and focused intensely on her cultivation. With her astounding talent, her progress was rapid. She completed her foundation establishment on the first day, breaking through to the soldier level. In the following days, she continued to advance rapidly, soon reaching the guardian level, where her speed finally slowed down. Witnessing the terrifying potential of a 6-star talent firsthand, Qin Chuan couldn't help but be amazed. He remembered how, without any prior accumulation, it had taken him dozens of days to reach Linger's current level, and he sighed in amazement. While Linger cultivated, Qin Chuan didn't slack off either. He distributed a large number of star energy stones to his 4 beast pets and focused on studying martial techniques and skills himself. A few days later, Qin Chuan's room was filled with precious bloodline crystals, ranging from 1st to 5th tier. As he looked at the bulk of resources he had exchanged using contribution points, he murmured, "It's time for the 5th beast pet to arrive." Despite Qin Chuan's previous significant contributions, his points were nearly depleted after exchanging them for enough bloodline crystals to enhance his 5 beast pets to the 6th tier. The remaining points would likely only support his training up to the 10th rank of the general level, which is the major general level. Qin Chuan watched the numbers on the system interface decrease rapidly, feeling a pang of regret. However, the thought of his beast pets being enhanced to 6-star quality, combined with the benefits of the Lucky Wheel, which would boost his daily training speed to a minimum of 7 stars and potentially even surpass 9 stars, brought a slight smile to his face. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan finally decided on the evolution path for his 5th beast pet. This decision was influenced by a strange incident he encountered in Feng City a few days ago. On that day, just after a demonic invasion had ended, many low-level cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield when they discovered a peculiar creature. It looked like a dog but had 2 horns and strange patterns covering its body. It was frantically tearing at the corpses of the demonic spirits, devouring their innards and brains with a vengeance. People thought it might be an ordinary dog that had mutated after consuming the corpses of demonic beasts, but it hadn't reached the soldier level. Just as they were about to kill it, Qin Chuan intervened and had someone observe it secretly. Later, the cultivator assigned to tail the creature reported back to Qin Chuan. The dog was originally a stray living in a nearby neighborhood. The residents there were kind to it, often feeding it. The dog was gentle by nature, never barking unnecessarily, and had even helped chase away thieves and kidnappers. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan surmised why the dog harbored such a deep hatred for demonic beasts. The corpses of demonic beasts were highly toxic to ordinary animals, whose bodies couldn't digest the energy contained within. Even cultivators needed to process the flesh of demonic beasts carefully to avoid adverse effects. Qin Chuan gathered his supplies and, together with Linger, went to the cemetery in Feng City built for those who had died in the demonic beast invasion. The place was filled with the souls of tens of thousands who had recently passed away, and everywhere people were mourning, their cries echoing through the air. In front of a tombstone, Qin Chuan saw the dog-like creature. It sat there quietly, its eyes reflecting a profound sense of sorrow. The creature's body was light yellow, covered in bizarre black patterns, making it look both strange and hideous. It was covered in wounds, many of which were still bleeding. Qin Chuan glanced around at the surrounding tombstones, seeing images of kind elderly people, innocent children, bearded men, and gentle women. For this old yellow dog, these were once familiar faces, holding countless warm memories. Qin Chuan gently patted the old yellow dog's head, and it looked at him calmly. He spoke, "De Huang, would you like to join me in battle? Together, we can kill all those demonic beasts." The old yellow dog seemed to understand Qin Chuan's words, a glimmer of light flickering in its eyes. Qin Chuan summoned Shaoqing to release the primordial contract. The old yellow dog did not resist, allowing the contract's power to enter its mind. It nuzzled Qin Chuan's hand gently, and then its body began to transform. Qin Chuan stared at the information panel of the old yellow dog, his gaze lingering on the enigmatic Wuxiang talent. This mysterious talent perfectly matched the evolution route he had designed for his 5th beast companion. A key characteristic of the Wuxiang talent is that the old yellow dog can be enhanced using various bloodline crystals, unlike other beast companions who are limited to the same type of crystals. Of course, this doesn't mean that other beast companions can't use different types of crystals at all, it's just riskier. Using them recklessly could turn the beast into a monstrous aberration rather than a powerful battle partner. For instance, Qin Chuan had planned an evolution route towards the Xuanwu for Dehei, but even though Xuanwu is a combination of a turtle and a snake, he didn't dare use snake bloodline crystals to enhance Dehei just yet. Only when Dehei's bloodline was strong enough to dominate other types could he attempt to fuse snake bloodlines, hoping to eventually form the Xuanwu bloodline. In contrast, De Huang was much more versatile. As long as Qin Chuan deemed it valuable, any type of bloodline crystal could be used to enhance it. After the contract was completed, the power of heaven and earth nourished De Huang. healing its broken body rapidly until it was fully restored. Let's go home, Qin Chuan said, gently stroking De Huang's head. De Huang slowly got up, took a final deep look at the surrounding tombstones, and then followed Qin Chuan away. Back at his residence, Qin Chuan immediately began the enhancement process for De Huang. He fed various bloodline crystals into the grand wheel in his soul sea space. Iron-horned deer, crimson blood wolf, wind-chasing sheep, scale-armored crocodile. Crystals from the first to the fifth tier were continuously absorbed, transforming into pure bloodline energy that was injected into De Huang. De Huang's body began to undergo drastic changes. Dark brown scales covered its entire body. The horns on its head twisted and deformed into complex and beautiful shapes. From its limbs to its tail, from its skin to its internal organs, every inch was experiencing an astonishing metamorphosis. The once ugly appearance gradually became extraordinarily handsome, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. After the enhancement was completed, De Huang's information panel updated to Name, Mo Beast. Quality, 6-star. Cultivation, Guard level 3. The other 4 beast companions looked at De Huang's astonishing transformation with envy, crowding around the grand wheel, eager for Qin Chuan to enhance them as well. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. I have plenty of energy points. Qin Chuan reassured them, half laughing, half exasperated. Next, Qin Chuan enhanced Xiao Qing, Debai, Xiao Hong, and De He one by one. Each beast companion underwent incredible transformations, significantly boosting their strength. After the enhancements, the information for the 5 beast companions was as follows. Xiao Qing, Azure Dragon Emperor, 6-star, General level 3. Debai, Golden White Tiger Emperor, 6-star, General level 3 lucky encounter with 1000-fold bloodline, greatly increased defense. Xiao Hong, Scarlet Flame Heavenly Sparrow, 6-star, General level 3. De He, Dark Swamp Xuanwu, 6-star, General level 3. Then, Qin Chuan embarked on rigorous training. He continuously fed star essence stones to his 5 beast companions, leveraging their high quality and the Grand Wheel's bonuses to rapidly improve their cultivation. In just a few days, Qin Chuan and his 4 veteran beast companions reached General level 6, while the newly joined De Huang soared to General level 4. Time flew by, and soon it was time for Qin Chuan to depart for the front lines. This time, he would face a broader, more dangerous, and more magnificent world. The front lines were home to countless powerful monsters and countless warriors who defended their land with their lives and youth. Qin Chuan gripped his blade tightly, a fierce determination burning in his heart. He would use this blade to carve out his era, slay the demon kings, defeat the beast emperors, and perhaps even kill the emperors and saints. Qin Chuan embarked on his journey to the front line, receiving special treatment unlike ordinary convicts. There was no military escort, just a map and a deadline for reporting in. This freedom stemmed from his unique status, minor offense, and General Lu Xiang's endorsement. As he left Feng City, high-ranking officers gathered to see him off. Had Qin Chuan not requested a low-profile departure, the entire city's cultivators and civilians might have come to bid him farewell. General Lu Xiang cleverly used Qin Chuan's story to boost morale after the war. He publicized Qin Chuan's near-death breakthrough in major media outlets, making him a household name. Now, from the elderly to the young children in Feng City, everyone knew Qin Chuan. After a brief farewell, Qin Chuan summoned Xiao Hong and, with Linger, leapt onto its back. Xiao Hong spread its crimson wings, spanning more than 10 meters, and soared hundreds of meters into the sky with a single flap. Looking down at the familiar city, Qin Chuan felt a pang of reluctance. Linger was even more attached, having stayed there longer and made many friends. The frigid wind at high altitude was piercing. Qin Chuan waved his hand to release spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around them. As the city receded into the distance, he sighed softly and turned his gaze towards the horizon. That was where his stage lay, a vast world waiting for him to explore. However, Qin Chuan was unaware that several venomous snakes had been lying in wait ahead. A few days earlier, the news of Wang Ruahong and Li Xiao's deaths reached the Dezhaobei city, erupting in a roar of fury within the 100-story headquarters of the Shanlu Group. The president of Shanlu Group, Wang Yuanhang, was devastated by his son's death and was consumed with vengeful hatred. He silently vowed to make Qin Chuan pay, even if his adversary was a major general. Disguised, Wang Yuanhang drove to a remote area of the Dezhaobei city to meet with a mysterious figure. He requested help to kill the culprit and, in return, promised to assist in a significant undertaking. After some bargaining, they decided to deploy 5 general-level experts to ambush Qin Chuan. The mysterious figure considered this overkill, but Wang Yuanhang was adamant. He wanted to ensure absolute success, the price for killing his son. For the mysterious figure, trading the lives of the base city's mortals for the intervention of 5 generals was a highly favorable deal. Wang Yuanhang might never know that he has been thoroughly manipulated. A hooded man stood in the shadows, his eyes gleaming with madness and a cruel smile playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, once the plan is set in motion, it won't just be tens of thousands who die, but millions. Dezhao will soon become a nest for the Zerg, and neither Jiuzhou nor Zhongyan will escape this fate. This is the price for offending the great empire of Dongyin. He closed his eyes, as if he could already hear the endless wails of the people of Jiuzhou and see the land turned into a living hell. The impending aura of death intoxicated him. To him, every death in Jiuzhou was a boost to the empire of Dongyin and a perfect reward for members of their so-called restoration organization. The organization's mission was simple and brutal. Kill every person in Jiuzhou, seize all resources, and burn whatever they couldn't take. They seem to have forgotten the true reason for their nation's downfall and instead blamed Jiuzhou for everything. They held a grudge for centuries just because Jiuzhou didn't surrender its land after their fall. They allied with the demon tribes and infiltrated Jiuzhou using their human identities, wreaking havoc everywhere. From poisoning and bombings to bioengineering monsters and spreading rebellious thoughts to mislead the masses, they used every despicable method. These vile actions continued unabated for hundreds of years. They blamed Jiuzhou for not offering help, yet turned a blind eye to the millions of souls they had slaughtered. The hooded man clenched his fists, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Such a shameless and despicable race hasn't been wiped out yet, only because the heavens are blind. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was riding his steed, Little Red, heading towards Fengqing Bay City. Despite the long journey, which would take a month, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he saw this journey as a perfect opportunity for cultivation. As his cultivation level increased, the gaps in power widened. Even with the roulette returning his cultivation, Qin Chuan's progress had slowed. Nevertheless, within this month, he managed to break through to the 9th tier of the general realm, reaching the rank of Major General. One more step, and he would attain the 10th tier, the rank of Lieutenant General. Qin Chuan's beast companions were also making significant progress, all reaching the 9th tier of the general realm. Even De Huang caught up quickly, matching the other beasts in major realms. This astonishing progress came at the cost of a massive amount of star essence stones. Looking at his dwindling savings, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The pain of being broke. Only a few 100 billion left. For someone who burns through money like he does, this amount was indeed a drop in the bucket. Aside from his cultivation, Qin Chuan hadn't neglected the fusion of martial techniques. By now, he had integrated over 1,000 martial arts techniques. Each of his bones, organs, and muscles had been infused with a strengthening martial art. For parts without a specific strengthening technique, Qin Chuan used his own understanding to create similar techniques based on existing martial arts theories. The effects of these 1,000 martial arts techniques were remarkable. When Qin Chuan activated all his techniques, he felt a sense of transcendence. Due to the integration of martial arts into every bone and muscle, his control over his own strength had reached a microscopic level, which many could only dream of. As a cultivator's power grows, their control over that power often becomes more coarse, like trying to grasp hundreds of chopsticks instead of just one or two. However, Qin Chuan was different. His control over his strength was precise to an astonishing degree. This precise control would prove invaluable in future battles. It was as if countless strings sprouted from his body, each one tied to a chopstick. Qin Chuan's control over each chopstick not only didn't weaken but became even more adept than before. This meticulous control allowed him to exert 10 times his actual strength. As Qin Chuan gradually integrated his martial arts into every meridian and even permeated down to each cell, his potential became limitless. Qin Chuan thought to himself that when he truly reached this level, he might be able to amplify his strength 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. A vision appeared before his eyes. With a mere raise of his hand, vast stars would be obliterated. With a glance, even the tiniest speck of dust would be in his grasp. Such a state would make him invincible in the world. However, Qin Chuan was also acutely aware that achieving this grand goal required an overwhelming amount of martial arts integration, something that couldn't be accomplished in a short time. The path ahead was destined to be long and arduous. But with a long future ahead, Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry. Time passed slowly as Qin Chuan stood up from Xiaohong's back. The fierce wind howled around him, yet it couldn't move a single strand of his hair. At that moment, Xiaohong asked, "Brother Qin Chuan, have we arrived?" Following Xiaohong's gaze, Qin Chuan saw a towering white barrier in the distance. He smiled and nodded. This barrier soared into the clouds, its end nowhere in sight, exuding a majestic aura that was awe-inspiring. Qin Chuan softly explained, "This is the sacred wall, encircling the entire Jiuzhou nation for countless miles, serving as a grand barrier that firmly protects our land." Qin Chuan then recounted the origin of the sacred wall to Xiaohong. Years ago, when the Star Gate descended, countless beasts flooded into Earth, including kings, emperors, and even sovereign-level creatures, their numbers overwhelming. Jiuzhou nation faced the threat of annihilation. In that critical moment, Jiuzhou's most outstanding genius and strongest warrior, known as the one closest to the divine Kuan Shang, fought alone against 9 equally strong beast saints. This earth-shattering battle ended with 5 dead, 1 crippled, and 3 heavily injured. Kuan Shang's unparalleled feat was unmatched globally, making him the undisputed top saint of his era. Yet, even Kuan Shang was severely injured in this battle, unable to stop the invasion of billions of beasts. Seeing that the people of Jiuzhou were about to become food for the beasts, Kuan Shang made a shocking decision. He sacrificed himself, transforming into the sacred wall that stretched for billions of miles, enveloping the entire Jiuzhou nation and saving hundreds of millions of its citizens. Within the sacred wall, it feels as if a soul resides, with the will of Kuan Shang still operating within, silently observing every citizen of the 9 provinces passing by. This white, transparent barrier may seem intangible, but it is indestructible, even impervious to the mightiest of saints. However, this does not mean that the people of the 9 provinces can rest easy. Despite its strength, the sacred wall will eventually wear down under the relentless erosion by countless beasts over the years. When that day comes, another catastrophe will befall the 9 provinces. Experts predict that the existing sacred wall can only hold for another century. After that, the people of the 9 provinces will once again face the ferocious beasts Hedon, resulting in countless lives being lost. What's even more concerning is that this timeline was drastically shortened 3 years ago. The sudden fall of Qian province marked a turning point. A gigantic star gate appeared without warning within the province, spewing forth an endless stream of beasts, including several terrifying beast saints. As a safe zone within the sacred wall, Qian province's strongest warrior was merely at the peak of the emperor level, utterly incapable of resisting the invasion. In an instant, the beasts scattered, overrunning numerous base cities and devouring millions of innocent lives. If not for the timely arrival of a saint, who awakened Kuan Shang's will and diverted part of the sacred wall's energy to encircle the fallen areas, including Qian province, the entire 9 provinces might have been destroyed. The saints of the 9 provinces are few and far between, each bearing heavy responsibilities and unable to leave their posts easily. Awakening the will of the sacred wall was the utmost they could achieve. Now, the surrounding provinces, including Qian province, have become a haven for beasts. With the sacred wall's energy divided, its duration has been significantly reduced, estimated to last only a few more decades. If within this brief period, the 9 provinces cannot cultivate a saint far surpassing other tribes, they will once again face the threat of annihilation. Fortunately, the strength of the 9 provinces has vastly improved. In recent years, prominent saints like Fansheng and Lu Sheng have emerged, ensuring that they won't be as helpless against beast invasions as they once were. Qin Chuan gazed at the distant sacred wall, silently grateful. Thank you, Kuan Shang, for sacrificing your life to secure centuries of growth for the 9 provinces. His expression was solemn, eyes filled with deep respect. Some people, though gone, live forever in the hearts of the people, in the tales passed down by word of mouth, in the ancestral tablets of countless households, and in the sacred wall that has protected the 9 provinces for centuries. On the hills near the sacred wall, simple camps were scattered. There were no special defense measures here. These were merely temporary shelters for the guarding cultivators. Their task was to kill the beasts before they could reach the sacred wall, preventing the wall's energy from being rapidly depleted. Rumor has it that a large hole has been eroded in the segment of the sacred wall connected to the fallen areas, which even constant energy flow struggles to repair quickly. Beasts from both sides can move freely, causing the sacred wall's power to continuously diminish. Perhaps in a few years, that section of the wall will lose its function entirely. But for now, Qin Chuan focused on the present, determined to kill as many beasts as possible. As for the rest, he could only take things as they came. Qin Chuan ordered Xiaohong to land, and walked into the camp with Linger. The crowd curiously eyed this unusual Pyra youthful-looking boy and a silver-haired girl. Combined, their ages probably didn't match that of the average person in the camp. Due to the extreme danger and high mortality rate at the front lines, the 9 provinces specifically assigned cultivators over 30, who were married with children, to guard the borders. This way, even if they perished, they would leave behind descendants, and their families would receive substantial compensation. Shortly after Qin Chuan entered the camp, a tall, muscular middle-aged man emerged from the central tent. The badge on his shoulder indicated that he was a general. Seeing their superior personally welcoming someone, the cultivators looked surprised. You must be Major Qin Chuan? The man approached Qin Chuan, extending his hand. Qin Chuan shook his hand. Yes, and you must be General Chen Ke. Chen Ke nodded and smiled. You arrived just in time. Not too early, not too late. I bet you did this a lot back in school, huh? Ha ha ha. As they chatted, Chen Ke began introducing the camp situation to Qin Chuan, leading him around the area. Qin Chuan, did you know that while guarding the border, beasts aren't the scariest thing? Chen Ke suddenly changed his tone, his expression turning serious. Chunka suddenly turned to Qin Chuan and said something that left the latter shaking his head in confusion. Seeing this, Chunku took a deep breath and began to explain patiently. Because of the sacred wall, even if we are at a disadvantage in battle, we can retreat behind the wall to recover, he said, pointing to the towering sacred wall behind him. With the protection of Kuan Shang's will, those beasts can't take a single step inside. Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, but Chunka's expression suddenly turned fierce, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The most despicable are those scum from the fallen nations, he said through gritted teeth. They have human bodies and can freely pass through the sacred wall. These traitors are our true enemies. Chunka's eyes grew dim, as if recalling a painful memory. Those bastards wait until we are exhausted from fighting the beasts, then they ambush us. He paused, glaring angrily at the other side of the sacred wall, and use the bodies of our brothers to curry favor with the beasts. Qin Chuan remained silent, his face showing a mix of shock and anger. Chunka continued, for some reason, human flesh is like a precious elixir to the beasts. Ordinary people are already valuable, let alone cultivators. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding, having heard similar rumors before. Those traitors from the fallen nations don't stop there, he added. They infiltrate our rear lines, kill civilians, and transport the bodies to the fallen zones to offer to the beasts. Some high-ranking beasts even prefer live infants, so these monsters steal babies and collude with human traffickers to send them past the sacred wall. Chunka's fists clenched involuntarily, his eyes burning with rage. Seeing this, Qin Chuan also felt a surge of anger, imagining the heavy burden on Chunka's heart from experiencing such horrors firsthand. After a moment of silence, Chunku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. All right, enough talk, he said, patting Qin Chuan's shoulder. You've had a long journey, get some rest. There's no need to arrange patrols for now. The beasts attack only once every 2 or 3 days, so you'll have time to adjust. With that, Chunku led Qin Chuan to a tent. This will be your quarters, he said, pointing to the tent. I'll leave you to it. With that, he turned and walked away. Qin Chuan entered the tent with Linger, finding it simple yet tidy, clearly well prepared. He silently appreciated Chunka's thoughtfulness. Taking out various furnishings from his treasure ring, Qin Chuan and Linger quickly settled in. As he looked around the newly arranged tent, Qin Chuan knew that this stay would not be a short one. Meanwhile, in the darkness beyond the sacred wall, pairs of blood-red eyes slowly opened, all fixated in Qin Chuan's direction, as if eyeing their next prey. Yamamoto, are you sure the human you want to kill is here? A towering beast, several meters tall with the body of an insect and the face of a human, suddenly spoke not in some strange, ancient tongue, but in fluent Japanese. This was a high-ranking Zerg commander, with intelligence rivaling that of top human minds. Learning a foreign language was a breeze for it. In fact, some of the stronger Yaozu could speak multiple human languages, including the languages of Jiuzhou, the Federation, and Tianju. A human man, upon hearing the Zerg commander's words, let out a sinister laugh. Yes, the human is in the camp ahead. You just need to send your troops to attack the 2 neighboring camps to prevent nearby commanders from providing support. Despite being of the same rank, this Japanese man spoke to the Zerg commander with utmost respect, his tone even somewhat servile. The Zerg commander snorted coldly. Fine, get it done quickly. Don't forget the 3 corpses of human commanders and the 100 live infants you promised me. If you dare deceive me, the Japanese man hastily replied, how could I possibly deceive the great Zerg? I swear by the Yao God. Shut up, the Zerg commander interrupted. You humans are not worthy of swearing by the great Yao God. I will set off now and see if I can kill a commander. With that, the Zerg commander let out a piercing screech, like a battle horn being blown. In an instant, tens of thousands of insects of various forms surged out from the mountains and forests. From the 1st to the 4th tier, there were insects with iron shells on their backs, those covered in fur, and everything in between. These insects split into 2 groups, moving rapidly in different directions like 2 giant dragons. Mountains crumbled, and vegetation was destroyed wherever they passed, leaving a desolate trail behind. After a while, patrolling cultivators at 2 camps detected the approaching thick demonic aura and immediately sounded the battle alarm. The cultivators who had just fallen asleep were instantly awakened and rushed out of their tents. At the same time, Camp 9527, where Qin Chuan was stationed, also received the alert signal. Despite the distance, each camp was equipped with high-tech, anti-interference communication devices, allowing them to contact each other. Once a camp faced a strong beast tide, it could notify nearby camps for reinforcements. At the speed of a commander, it would take only about 10 minutes to arrive. The alarm also sounded at Camp 9527, but only half of the cultivators needed to be on alert while the others continued to rest. Although cultivators had strong mental fortitude and could go without sleep for extended periods, they still experienced fatigue, especially since they had to fight beasts every few days. Therefore, when Qin Chuan arrived, he didn't see many people outside the camp. Everyone was either resting or focused on their cultivation. Here, time was more precious than at the rear. Every bit of strength gained meant more beasts could be killed and a higher chance of survival. At that moment, in the darkness outside the holy wall, 5 black-clad Japanese cultivators, dressed like ninjas, were rapidly approaching. Without exception, they were all high-ranking commanders. While they might not be the top commanders on the 100 commanders list, they could still easily crush lower-ranking cultivators. More importantly, these commanders from the fallen nation organizations were different. Their life-bound beast pets had been modified and integrated into their bodies. Now, it might be more appropriate to call them creatures. Even when facing other commanders of the same rank, very few could defeat them alone. One of them whispered, "Yamamoto-kun, later Gaia-kun, and I will quickly take care of the guarding commander. You and Watanabe-kun will kill that guy named Qin Chuan. Ana-kun will hunt down other commanders as a gift for the venomous Fong commander." Yamamoto responded confidently, "Of course, but to hunt Qin Chuan, I alone am enough. Watanabe-kun can join Ana-kun in hunting the others." When they talked about killing people, it was as if they were discussing how to divide their prey. For them, attacking Jojo's people was no different from hunting. At this time, Commander Chun-Ku was not resting but was holding a giant axe, staring outside the holy wall. As the camp's guardian, the commander had the hardest job. Other cultivators could rest in shifts, but commanders couldn't close their eyes most of the time, only occasionally switching with their beast pets. However, Commander Chun-Ku's situation was worse. His beast pet was an earth element sprite with almost zero combat power, making even switching impossible. He could only rely on frequent short naps to maintain his energy. Suddenly, Commander Chun-Ku frowned and shouted, "Someone's here." Then he swung his giant axe towards the darkness ahead. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The surrounding commander-level cultivators finally saw that there were already 2 figures in front of Commander Chun-Ku. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed dozens of times, causing the ground nearby to explode into deep pits. "Alert! Alert! It's the Fallen Nation Organization's cultivators. Be careful," a cultivator shouted, only to have his head smashed by a hand. "Too late," sneered a Japanese commander shrouded in black mist. His limbs had transformed into beast-like forms, looking particularly terrifying. "Commander," a cultivator tried to warn his comrades but was decapitated mid-sentence. Soon, a second and third commander appeared in the camp. In the blink of an eye, 5 commanders were present simultaneously, a rare occurrence even in battles to reclaim fallen zones. A beast-transformed Japanese commander grabbed a cultivator, extending a long, scarlet tongue while emitting both demonic and spiritual energy. "Where is that guy named Qin Chuan?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. A minor general had attracted 5 commanders. It was unbelievable. The warriors didn't answer but responded with their weapons. Several minor and mid-level generals, along with their beast pets, charged resolutely at the commanders. They didn't betray Qin Chuan, nor did they think they should. Even knowing they were no match for the formidable generals, the soldiers fearlessly brandished their weapons with reckless abandon. "Pathetic fools. Know your place," the Eastern general sneered, his claws slashing through the air, clashing with the general's weapons, sparks flying. The physical strength of these generals was on par with their enchanted weapons. 2 other generals surrounded General Chun-Ku. With the aid of earth spirits, Chun-Ku's defenses were significantly enhanced. As a formidable warrior monk, he held his ground for now, but he knew this was temporary. Once the other 3 Eastern generals finished off everyone in the camp, he would face all 5, leading to his inevitable defeat. "You scum!" Chun-Ku bit his tongue hard. Sensing his distress, his beast spirit companion immediately formed a spell and spat out a mouthful of vital essence, clutching onto Chun-Ku's hair, its own aura weakening. It was a fight to the death. Chun-Ku's body emitted a brilliant yellow glow, doubling his defenses instantly. He no longer dodged but took the 2 Eastern generals' attacks head-on, trading blows to end the fight quickly. The 2 generals were startled by his desperate tactics and hurriedly called for reinforcements. The other 3 generals, poised to slaughter the camp, were momentarily taken aback. "Forget it. You 2 go assist. I'll handle these weaklings myself." Yamamoto licked his blood-red tongue, dismissing everyone else in the camp. "Understood, Yamamoto-sama," one Eastern general responded. The 2 were about to assist when a low voice interrupted them. "Wait, the person you're looking for is here." A young man emerged from the camp, holding the hand of a silver-haired girl. Though it felt like an eternity, only a few seconds had passed. Qin Chuan had rushed out at the first sound of battle, but still saw over a dozen Kyushu monks perish. To these generals, every second claimed countless lives. "That's him." One general recognized Qin Chuan from a photo. "I'll kill this brat. You 2 go assist," Yamamoto said nonchalantly, walking towards Qin Chuan. The other 2 generals were about to leave, but were halted by an angry shout. Who said you could leave? Qin Chuan frowned, squinting at the three. I said the person you're looking for is here. Every single one of you. Come here. With a wave of his hand, 5 terrifyingly powerful beast companions appeared. A majestic dragon, a fierce white tiger, a beautiful phoenix, a steadfast tortoise, and an auspicious mythical beast. Their overwhelming presence suffocated everyone. Go, tear them apart. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy, his voice chilling to the bone. Even though he knew these were generals, and his 5 beast companions were only at the 9th level, Qin Chuan was confident. His beasts had undergone extreme enhancement, far surpassing their peers. Facing a general at the 9th level wasn't a challenge. At his command, the 5 beasts charged at the generals. Shaoqing and Dabai headed straight for the 2 battling General Chenku, each targeting one with perfect coordination. Shaoqing's massive paw slammed down, sending one general deep into the rocky ground. Scratching its head in frustration, it clawed through the earth like tofu, pulling out the dazed general. Dabai delivered a sweeping blow, sending the other general flying hundreds of meters into a rocky hill, creating a massive crater. Dabai, like a playful cat, leaped after him, determined not to lose its target. Witnessing these beasts' attacks, everyone was stunned. The remaining 3 generals licked their lips in disbelief. Was this really the power of generals? Yes, it was. This was an attack from someone ranked among the top 100 generals. The strength of those on the 100 generals list far surpasses that of ordinary generals. They are not easily dealt with. Yet, the scene before them completely defied common sense. The 3 Japanese generals faced the remaining 3 beast pets with a flash of terror in their eyes. They exchanged glances and simultaneously turned to flee. One of them, in his panic, ran towards the sacred wall, forgetting that he was still in his beast form. As soon as his body touched the wall, he was repelled like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. To leave again, he would need to wait several minutes for the demonic energy to dissipate. But at that moment, even a second longer felt like a death sentence. Xiaohong lazily lifted its head. It had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and didn't want to get close to these disheveled individuals. It opened its mouth, and a fierce flame burst out, instantly engulfing one of the generals. The man jumped around like a scalded monkey, trying to evade the fire but to no avail. Xiaohong was too fast, and the flames followed him relentlessly, locking onto him firmly. Soon, the general's entire body turned red, like a piece of heated iron. Despite his beast form's incredible defense, under Xiaohong's continuous fiery assault, his skin began to smoke and sizzle. Dehe chose a different approach. It opened its large mouth and sprayed a thick, black, sticky liquid directly onto another Japanese general. The man tried to escape, but the moment the black liquid touched him, he froze in place, his eyes losing focus. His face contorted in extreme fear, and his body started to twist uncontrollably, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. As for De Huang, it merely stood quietly, its gaze fixed on the last Japanese general. A dense aura of auspicious energy emanated from it, causing the general to shiver but not dare to make a move. Finally, in the suffocating standoff, the general couldn't hold back any longer and turned to run. However, as soon as he took a step, the ground beneath him cracked open, and countless stones burst forth, pressing towards him. Initially, these ordinary stones posed no threat to him. But in the next moment, something eerie happened. The stones began to compress rapidly, reaching a hardness far beyond steel in the blink of an eye. They formed an invisible hand that tightly restrained the general. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the stones continued to press until the general's body could no longer withstand it and exploded with a bang. Witnessing all this, the cultivators present couldn't help but swallow hard. Their eyes turned in unison towards the young boy and the silver-haired girl beside him, a feeling of indescribable awe rising in their hearts. It seemed that from this moment on, everything had changed. Under the moonlit night, beside the sacred wall, a gentle breeze caressed Qin Chuan's young face and played with Linger's long silver hair. The young man stood still, his figure appearing mysterious in the moonlight. Beside him, Linger, with her flowing silver hair and a delicate, adorable dress, looked like a little fairy from a celestial palace. Qin Chuan didn't personally take action. He merely sent out 5 of his beast pets. Yet, with just these, he crushed 5 generals with overwhelming force. The onlookers were stunned, watching the generals struggle helplessly under the assault of the beast pets. They couldn't help but wonder, are these really generals? Under the claws of this young man's beasts, the generals seemed as fragile as toys. The Azure Dragon repeatedly slammed an Eastern general into the rocky ground, only to pull him out again, as if planting a green onion. Though the general's beast-transformed body was as hard as iron, the repeated battering ruptured his internal organs, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and shoot 10 meters away like a fountain. Dabai's methods were even more brutal. It carefully snapped another Eastern general's spine, shoved his head between his legs, twisted his thighs to his back, and knotted his arms. Such extremely vicious tactics, however, were a delight for the onlooking cultivators. To these scum from a fallen nation, they wished they could eat their flesh and gnaw their bones. General Chun Ku approached Qin Xuan excitedly, addressing him as General. Qin Xuan calmly corrected, "To be precise, I am currently just a Lieutenant General." General Qin Ku was astonished as he sensed the level of demonic power in the beast pets, confirming they had not reached the 10th level of general rank. He could hardly believe it. A lieutenant general level cultivator could lead juvenile beast pets to defeat a group of adult generals? If this child and his little pets were allowed to grow, wouldn't they be capable of taking down hundreds or thousands of adults alone? As everyone was in shock on the other side, a hideous insect, tens of meters long, was leading an army in retreat. This creature, named Poison Fong, was ranked 91st on the demon general list, with formidable strength. It moved swiftly while muttering to itself, "I've stalled for so long. Yamamoto and the others should have succeeded by now, right? The taste of fresh humans, how I miss it." However, when Poison Fong reached the agreed location, there was no sign of Yamamoto and his men. Looking towards the sacred wall, it faintly heard intermittent screams and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The voice was incredibly familiar, seemingly one of the 5 generals from the Eastern Isles. Upon hearing it, General Venomfang's antennae on its human-faced forehead twitched violently, and a hint of caution flashed in its eyes. It immediately sped towards the source of the sound, followed by tens of thousands of Zerg soldiers. In the darkness, the rustling of countless Zerg creatures filled the air, sending chills down anyone's spine. General Venomfang quickly arrived near the sacred wall, and the sight before it was shocking. The Eastern generals were in a dreadful state. One had been burned to a crisp, with blackened fragments falling off in the night breeze, resembling a grotesque statue standing in the open. The others were in even worse condition, their injuries so severe that General Venomfang could barely recognize them. "General Venomfang, save me!" One of them, wrapped into a ball, cried out desperately. The human face on General Venomfang's head suddenly spoke, its voice fluent in the language of the 9 provinces. "Humans over there, release these people immediately, and I won't hold it against you." Qin Chuan found it amusing to hear the beast speak such fluent 9 provinces language. He couldn't help but compare it to some so-called foreign friends who claimed to love the 9 provinces but spoke the language less fluently, like the Ni people from the southern continent who had often sought aid from the 9 provinces. Qin Chuan recalled historical records. 1,000 years ago, the Ni people had benefited greatly from the 9 provinces, even receiving generous treatment when they came to study. Some subservient people of the 9 provinces treated them as honored guests, calling them foreign masters. These individuals harshly criticized their fellow countrymen while fawning over the Ni people. During the early Beastmaster era, the Ni people of the southern continent thrived due to their physical advantages. However, after achieving prosperity, these ingrates turned against the 9 provinces' cultivators for their own gain. It wasn't until the arrival of the Stargates, bringing numerous crises, that their status plummeted. Eventually, many southern continent nations were decimated by beasts, and countless Ni people became slaves and food for the beasts. In their time of dire need, these people once again sought help from the 9 provinces. But this time, the leaders of the 9 provinces were no longer foolish and decisively refused these ingrates. Although some banana people and traitors opposed this decision, they were quickly eliminated by enraged warriors during the war. Qin Chuan snapped back to reality, eyeing General Venomfang for a long time, contemplating whether to capture it for research. He didn't respond to General Venomfang's words, leaving it hanging. The other cultivators also ignored it, busying themselves with clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. General Venomfang felt the contempt of the 9 provinces' people, sensing it was being humiliated. It was furious at their attitude, but knew it was powerless to harm them as long as they were protected by the sacred wall, unless they chose to come out. But they're not fools. How could they possibly walk out? Venomfang General thought to himself. However, he knew he couldn't just give up. He turned to face the swarm of insectoids behind him and commanded loudly, "Attack the sacred wall with your sharp fangs and teeth. Break through it." Though he knew it was futile, Venomfang General had to put on a show. It was not just to maintain his authority, but also to fulfill his duty as a general of the demon clan. They had a Mishianto continuously attack the sacred wall, drain its energy, and shorten its existence. With his order, thousands of insectoids surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the towering sacred wall. Their sharp fangs and teeth incessantly struck the wall, creating a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. Despite the spectacular scene, the futility of their efforts was unmistakable. Venomfang General stood his ground, witnessing it all. He understood the Demon Clan's strategy victory through sheer numbers. The Demon Clan had an astonishing reproductive capability, especially these low-level insectoids. Given sufficient resources, They could breed tens of thousands of minions in just a few years. Among such a vast number, some exceptionally gifted individuals would inevitably emerge, gradually rising to ranks of sentinels, commanders, and even generals. This was the demon clan's simple yet effective way of survival. Overwhelming quality with quantity. With a large enough base, a batch of extraordinarily talented demons would surely appear. They would ascend on the bodies of their kin, potentially becoming kings, emperors, or even achieving sainthood. At that moment, the cultivators from Camp 9527 began their counterattack. They retrieved various heavy weapons from their mystical treasure rings, stepped out of the sacred wall's protection, and unleashed a barrage of firepower. The roar of heavy machine guns and the whistling of rockets filled the air, while countless grenades exploded within the insectoid horde, creating clouds of dust and smoke. A torrent of bullets rained down like a storm, enveloping the insectoid army. Insectoids below the third-tier commander level were almost instantly annihilated, torn apart before they could get close. Commanders, with their hard shells and some demon magic, managed to hold out, but at the cost of considerable energy. By the time they broke through the firepower net and reached the cultivators, they were already spent. Now, the two sides engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Cultivators wielded various weapons while the demons lashed out with claws and fangs. Amidst the flashing blades and shadows, blood splattered everywhere. Either the demons fell under the cultivators' weapons, or the cultivators were torn apart to become the demons' food. The line between life and death often blurred in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan wasn't about to miss the opportunity to harvest energy points. He followed closely behind the other cultivators as they stepped beyond the sacred wall, quickly retrieving the advanced weaponry distributed by General Chen Ku from his mystical treasure ring. As a high-ranking officer, the weapon in Qin Chuan's hands was extraordinary, a massive machine gun, 5 meters long and weighing several thousand pounds. He set the colossal weapon firmly on the ground and began unleashing a barrage of firepower. The gun's muzzle spewed scorching flames, and countless bullets rained down with pinpoint accuracy on the beasts. Qin Chuan's control was awe-inspiring. Each specially crafted, costly bullet was used to its fullest potential, never wasted on targets already doomed. With the thunderous gunfire, Qin Chuan's energy points skyrocketed at an exponential rate, increasing by the hundreds every second. He not only swept through his designated area but also skillfully snatched kills, finishing off beasts that other cultivators had weakened. In the chaos of the battle, his actions went unnoticed. General Chen Ku happened to be nearby and witnessed the young officer's incredible display of precision with the machine gun, even executing pinpoint shots. He tried to imitate Qin Chuan but quickly realized it was far from easy. Qin Chuan's shooting rhythm was astonishingly fast. The gun muzzle switched between targets seamlessly, as if following some unique pattern. What surprised Chen Ku even more was that Qin Chuan occasionally swung his muzzle towards distant areas, accurately piercing through other cultivators' defenses to kill beasts. This made Chen Ku wonder if Qin Chuan had some special beast-hunting obsession. Just as Chen Ku was focused on his own target, an unexpected event occurred. A beast of general rank, which Chen Ku had been struggling to kill, was suddenly struck in the forehead by a bullet from an unknown direction. The bullet hit precisely the weak spot Chen Ku had exposed, instantly felling the massive beast. Chen Ku turned to look at Qin Chuan, their eyes meeting in silence. Chen Ku pondered quietly but said nothing. He decided to keep Qin Chuan's little obsession a secret to avoid any misunderstanding that might paint him as a bloodthirsty maniac. Little did he know, if Qin Chuan were to learn of Chen Ku's thoughts, he might cry in gratitude. He had already been labeled as a bloody butcher by some, even becoming an urban legend used to scare children. Every time he saw exaggerated images of himself online, Qin Chuan could only laugh and cry. In the blink of an eye, several hundred seconds had passed, and the insect horde was advancing through the barrage of artillery. At this range, the effectiveness of their hot weapons diminished, and the risk of friendly fire increased. Facing beasts with formidable defenses, they had to change tactics. "Brothers, charge!" General Chen Ku shouted, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. The cultivators, weapons in hand, charged alongside their beast companions into the horde of monsters. Amidst the clash of blades and the spray of blood, General Chen swung his sword, cutting down beasts while shouting to Qin Chuan, "Stay clear of the sacred wall and retreat if you're not in good shape." Before he could finish, Qin Chuan had already shot forward like a black lightning bolt, diving into the densest part of the monster horde. Without even summoning his beast companion, he slashed through the insect army like a razor-sharp blade to its heart. In an instant, a clearing exploded in the dense swarm. Limbs and gore flew through the air, and thick blood splattered everywhere. At the center of the clearing stood a lone figure. Qin Chuan, gripping a tumter-long sword, was surrounded by blood but remained untouched, his form under a black, hooded cloak protected by a unique energy field that kept all filth at bay. "Dragon patrols the four seas," Qin Chuan muttered, his figure vanishing into a shadow. The next moment, he reappeared in another dense cluster of insects. His sword swept horizontally, its energy slicing through hundreds of meters. Countless insects were diced into pieces, shattered by the force. Under Qin Chuan's blade, no monster survived. Each beast he felled was at least at the third-tier leader level, with some even being general tier. He targeted the densest parts of the swarm, every strike hitting its mark, and even the residual force killed numerous lower-tier insects. The surrounding cultivators, while fending off their own foes, couldn't help but marvel. They realized that slaughtering monsters could be so swift and efficient. Compared to Qin Chuan's overwhelming force, their cautious approach of finding weak spots and delivering fatal blows seemed clumsy. Even General Chen Ku, with his high cultivation level, couldn't match Qin Chuan's efficiency in killing. The onlookers were left speechless, all thinking the same thing. This was nothing short of a masterpiece of slaughter. With the precision of a master butcher and the ease of slicing through vegetables, General Chen Ku wielded his massive axe on the battlefield, slaying beasts while occasionally glancing at Qin Chuan. Watching Qin Chuan's fluid and deadly techniques, Chen Ku finally understood why his comrade was so engrossed in the fight. Every strike from Qin Chuan was impeccably accurate. The feedback as his blade cut through the beasts, the smooth flow of the sword energy, and the surge of energy points in his soul thrilled him. Kill. Kill them all. Qin Chuan roared inwardly, leaving a trail of beast corpses in his wake. Neither general-level nor commander-level beasts could interrupt Qin Chuan's killing spree. With his skills at the general level, even opponents of the same rank fell within a few strikes. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of insect swarms resembled a black cloth. With a few leaps, Qin Chuan tore massive gaps in this dark fabric. While other cultivators cautiously cut around the edges, Qin Chuan charged straight into the heart, each strike powerful and decisive. The central swarm was stunned. Before they could spot the human troops, a lone figure had already plunged into their midst. Just as they prepared to attack en masse, they were cut down, their last memory being a descending blade that sent a wave of sword energy as tall as a 30-story building, severing heads and shattering bodies. This scene naturally caught the attention of General Duji. Preparing for a stealthy approach, it was surprised to find Qin Chuan only at the general level. How could attacks of this level leave its subordinates defenseless? Annoyed, Duji decided to personally eliminate this audacious human. General Chen Ku, always vigilant of Duji's movements, used his spiritual power to warn Qin Chuan. Watch out, Qin Chuan. Fall back. The insect general is targeting you. Hearing this, Qin Chuan glanced at Duji's direction but continued his slaughter. Chen Ku was both shocked and furious, wondering if Qin Chuan had lost his mind in the heat of battle. With no other choice, Chen Ku rushed towards Qin Chuan, intending to intercept Duji and buy time for Qin Chuan to retreat. Although he wasn't a match for Duji, he could at least delay it. If luck was on their side, both might escape safely. If not, he was prepared to sacrifice himself. Chen Ku sighed inwardly, lamenting Qin Chuan's youth and overconfidence. If only he had brought his 5 powerful beast companions, they might have had a chance to kill this insect general. Qin Chuan's senses were exceptionally sharp. He could feel a powerful presence approaching but remained unperturbed, focused on killing. As the number of slain insects increased, his martial art, devouring evil, grew stronger. Even in the dark, the dense black aura around him was clearly visible, like a demon god descending from the underworld. Duji advanced step by step, but Qin Chuan continued his relentless assault, his long sword never stopping. Just as Duji raised its scythe-like pincers to strike Qin Chuan's head, it seemed he was completely unaware. Foolish human. How laughable. Duji sneered inwardly, imagining the human being cleaved in two and crushed into pulp. Been waiting for you. Qin Chuan's voice suddenly rang out. Caught off guard, Duji saw a blinding sword light erupt from below. It was the most powerful move from the second volume of the Dragon Tiger Sword technique Dragon Tiger Heaven Shatter. This strike, almost as powerful as a 5th-grade martial technique, carried the roar of dragons and tigers. The soaring sword light split upwards, striking Duji's abdomen, its weakest armored spot. Only then did Duji realize its mistake. It had assumed Qin Chuan was blinded by bloodlust, not expecting this premeditated strike. At the critical moment, a blood-red jade pendant appeared on Duji's chest, emitting the phantom of a golden insect that swiftly enveloped its body. This was the bloodline protection golden Vajra insect god, a protective force inherited by powerful insects, known for its defensive prowess. Legend has it that the insect god once shattered a dragon's teeth with its defense. Although not as formidable as top-tier defenses like that of the Black Tortoise, it was more than enough to block Qin Chuan's attack. As Qin Chuan's strike collided with the golden phantom and was halted, Duji's confidence surged. Looking down at Qin Chuan, it raised its pincers, ready for a counterattack. A sinister smile flickered in General Du Qi's eyes as he resolved to teach this insignificant human a painful lesson. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, an unexpected change occurred. Amidst the blinding flash of the blade, a dense black mist suddenly surged forth, ravenously devouring the energy of the golden phantom. General Du Qi's face contorted in a mix of rage and agony. As the black mist rapidly consumed the golden phantom, he lost his final shield. The blade's light wreaked havoc, blossoming into a stunning flower of death amid the swarming insects. Within a 100-meter radius, all insectoid beasts below the general rank perished, their limbs scattered everywhere. Those above the rank barely held on, but they were severely injured, with dark green blood continuously seeping out, corroding the ground. Qin Chuan stared at General Du Qi in astonishment. Despite the massive wound over 10 meters long, with viscera and thick blood spilling out, the insectoid general remained standing. The resilience of the insectoid race was astounding. Even decapitated, they could still pose a threat to their enemies. Though gravely wounded, General Du Qi's strength remained at 99%. He roared, "Despicable human, die!" and swung his pincers that glowed with a ghostly blue light. These blue-grade mystical treasures were close to reaching the rare green grade, pending General Du Qi's ascension to the king rank. Qin Chuan clashed with him, wielding his blue-grade fine saber. The clang of metal echoed, and sparks flew. The immense impact drove Qin Chuan's feet into the ground, creating a massive crater. His entire skeleton resonated, and his internal organs quivered, but thanks to his martial arts enhancements, he withstood the blow perfectly. A smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. This insectoid general was the ideal whetstone for his skills. He unleashed all his martial arts, pushing his power to its peak, especially his superior grade Shirsha martial art, which had ascended to the 7th grade after devouring the golden insect phantom, causing even greater harm to the insectoids. The field of malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, weakening all the insectoids, including General Du Qi. Qin Chuan gripped his saber tightly, ready to face this evenly matched battle. This would be a rare and valuable training opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the clash between the pincers and the great sword had already occurred hundreds of times, filling the air with a constant clanging. The ground around them was scorched by the sparks flying off their weapons, and the air was thick with heat. Each swing of the colossal body of General Poison Fong, which spanned tens of meters, left deep gouges in the earth as pincer tooth's strikes carved out trenches dozens of meters deep, causing dirt and stones to fly. If Qin Chuan were to take such an attack head-on, it would likely leave a bottomless crater in the ground. The battle's impact was so vast that no one dared to approach within a kilometer. Even General Chen Ku had to halt and watch from a distance. Since Qin Chuan unleashed the Dragon Tiger Sky Shatter, Chen Ku realized that this young warrior hadn't lost his mind, but was using this opportunity to hone his skills. Using a general from the Demon General rankings as a whetstone for his blade, his confidence exceeded that of even the most talented 7- or 8-star cultivators. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless cultivators, the fight between Qin Chuan and General Poison Fong resembled two runaway bulldozers, leveling every hill in their path. Qin Chuan's blade flashed in the dark night like a dazzling sun, both blinding and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's other beast companions, except for Xiao Hong, also joined the fray. Their appearance invigorated the cultivators, filling them with renewed energy. The addition of what amounted to 4 general-level fighters instantly turned the tide of battle in favor of the humans. Beast companions like Xiao Qing and Defy swept through the battlefield like lawnmowers, decimating swarms of insects in the blink of an eye. As time passed, the number of insectoids visibly dwindled. On the other side, the battle between Qin Chuan and General Poison Fong reached a fever pitch. General Poison Fong, increasingly corrupted by malevolent energy and with a ghastly wound on his abdomen, began to be suppressed by Qin Chuan. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, as if something had been torn asunder. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. In that moment, the scene before them was etched deeply into everyone's memory. Years later, when these former frontline warriors had grown old and gray, they would still sit under the ancient banyan tree at the edge of the village, recounting this unforgettable experience to curious children. The dazzling white blade light was blinding. Fierce energy erupted from the back of the Venom Fong general, causing its thick carapace to crack. A single blade light emerged, followed by 2, 3, and then in a flash, 100, 1,000. The blade light fell like rain, instantly shattering the general into thousands of pieces. Flesh and blood rained down, scattering over an area of several hundred meters. Every creature on the battlefield froze, their eyes fixed on the central space spanning over 1,000 meters. There, a figure stood quietly, holding a massive long blade. His black robe fluttered, and his hood fell back, revealing a young and resolute face. His gaze was sharp as a knife, carrying a tangible edge that made it impossible to look directly at him. Around the dark figure, thick black miasma moved like living entities, resembling countless ferocious ink-colored phantoms. The thick blood on the long blade slowly dripped down as Qin Xuan lightly shook his spiritual energy, causing the blood to fall. However, the blade was now covered in countless cracks. With a crisp sound, the blade shattered into fragments, scattering on the ground. Qin Xuan smiled wryly and discarded the hilt. The weapon had finally succumbed to the fierce clash with the Venom Fang general and the previous battles against numerous demonic spirits. Qin Xuan's rapid consumption of mystical weapons was unparalleled. Other cultivators treated their mystical weapons like precious treasures, carefully avoiding any damage during battles. But the number of beasts Qin Xuan had slain was beyond comparison. Yet, with loss comes gain. Qin Xuan walked towards two clusters of cyan energy, and with a grasp, they transformed into two long blades, each about a foot wide and half a meter long. These were rare-grade long blades. The energy from the Venom Fang general, at the moment of its death, had been absorbed by the weapons, pushing them to rare grade. A wave of excitement surged in Qin Xuan's heart. With these rare weapons, he no longer had to worry about his weapons breaking. This grade of mystical weapon could self-repair by absorbing energy, lasting hundreds or even thousands of years unless faced with catastrophic damage. Examining the blades closely, Qin Xuan found that although they came from the same beast's fangs, they had distinct characteristics. One was heavy, the other light. One thick, the other thin, each with its own merits. Squinting his eyes and with a mischievous smile, he thought, since we are fated to be together, why not give you names? My martial technique is called Dragon-Slaying Tiger Cutting Blade, so let's call you Dragon Slayer and Tiger Cutter. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Xuan as he recalled the details of the Dragon-Slaying Tiger Cutting Blade technique. He finally understood why he always felt something was off when performing the technique. The creator of the technique had intended it to be used with dual blades. Although it could be used with a single blade, its full power required dual blades. This realization brought clarity to Qin Xuan. He began practicing the dragon-slaying tiger cutting blade technique with both blades. Initially, the movements were awkward, with his hands interfering with each other. But soon, the blade techniques became more coordinated, flowing seamlessly. Kill! Qin Xuan shouted fiercely, his figure moving like lightning as he charged back into the scattering swarm of insects. The long blades in his hands seemed to come alive, one like a dragon, the other like a tiger. Dragon roars and tiger growls filled the air, fierce and powerful. Each slash sent countless blade lights scattering, pursuing and cutting down one beast after another. The blade lights no longer appeared as simple streaks but vaguely manifested dragon and tiger phantoms, exuding an intimidating pressure. General Chun Ku stood stunned, forgetting to continue chasing the fleeing beasts. This is the martial arts intent, he murmured, his breath quickening, his face trembling slightly. As a cultivator who had been stuck at this realm for years, he knew the rarity of martial arts intent. Yet today, he saw this coveted realm in a young general. Shocked, Chunka couldn't help but marvel at the disparity between people. He had cultivated for decades without grasping a trace of true intent, while this young man had already comprehended it. In the face of such talent, many would feel inadequate. Qin Xuan continued his pursuit until no more beasts remained to be slain, then slowly came to a halt. He knew he had captured that spark of enlightenment, and his strength had once again soared. Is this the true martial arts intent? Qin Xuan smiled wryly, never expecting to grasp the key to the kingly realm so early. Without this, one wouldn't even have the qualification to step into the kingly realm. The true essence of martial arts, as the name suggests, is the fundamental meaning behind a martial skill. Qin Xuan's self-created technique, Blade of Adversity, embodies the desperation and final frenzy, as well as the courage to fight with no retreat. Even without understanding the true essence of the Dragon Tiger Blade, Qin Xuan could still achieve the king level with his own technique. However, mastering an additional essence isn't a bad thing, yet an overload of chaotic essences isn't beneficial either. The subtleties involved are something Qin Xuan will need to comprehend upon reaching the king level. After the battle, Qin Xuan surveyed the area, his gaze sweeping over the insectoid corpses scattered around. He let out a long breath and sheathed his dual blades. Turning to look at the other cultivators in the camp, he found everyone staring at him in stunned silence. Is General Qin Xuan even human? Someone exclaimed in amazement. The crowd was initially shocked by Qin Xuan's 5 beast pets overpowering several generals, and now, witnessing Qin Xuan's own strength firsthand, they were even more astonished. It was simply unbelievable that a single general could single-handedly battle a powerful figure from the demon generals list. General Chunka smiled and gave the order. All right, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. The crowd snapped back to reality, their greedy eyes falling on the myriad of insectoid corpses. Though these severed limbs were gruesome, they contained a wealth of valuable resources. Many parts of the insectoids' bodies were medicinal, and even when cut apart, some useful components could still be extracted. The hard shells and pincers could be used as raw materials for crafting pseudo-treasures or special bullets. A rough estimate valued these insectoid corpses at around 5 billion. Not to mention the treasures dropped on the battlefield. Apart from the 2 rare treasures Qin Xuan obtained, there were numerous white and a few blue treasures, worth tens of billions. Additionally, the camp's contribution in annihilating an insectoid army and killing a top demon general was worth nearly 100 billion in Kyushu currency. This haul far exceeded any previous gains. In the past, they didn't even have the right to clean up the battlefield, nor the chance to collect their fallen comrades' bodies, watching helplessly as the demon beasts devoured the remains. This was the first time Camp 9527 had achieved such a significant victory, making it one of the top camps around the Holy Wall. The usual combat strategy involved wearing down the enemy with heavy weapons, then engaging in close combat, followed by a retreat to regroup. Each beast attack typically resulted in a few percent casualties, meaning dozens out of every 1,000 people would be lost. Without the protection of the Holy Wall, casualties could rise to hundreds or result in total annihilation. However, this time was different. There were no casualties, not even severe injuries. The reason was simple. All the firepower was concentrated on Qin Xuan and his beast pets. Wherever they were became the center of the battlefield, with the insectoid beasts ignoring the other cultivators and focusing entirely on these few targets. This made the other Kyushu cultivators feel both guilty and grateful to have such a powerful figure in their team, ensuring a relatively safe battle. General Chunku approached Qin Xuan, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Qin Xuan, you're the hero this time. How about you take 60% of the spoils?" As a general, Chunku had slain nearly as many beasts as Qin Xuan and his pets, but he only took 10%, with the remaining 30% distributed among the other cultivators. This ratio was already generous, and considering Qin Xuan's performance, no one found it unfair. Qin Xuan replied calmly, "I'll take 30%. The rest should be given as compensation to the families of the fallen cultivators." His words left everyone momentarily stunned, especially General Chunku, who looked at Qin Xuan with even more warmth. In fact, General Chunku had a similar idea, planning to use his share of the spoils, worth tens of billions, as compensation for the unfortunate comrades killed by the 5 generals from the Eastern Kingdom. While this amount wasn't enormous, it wasn't insignificant either. Providing it to the families of the fallen cultivators could lay a solid foundation for their children's training, ensuring they wouldn't fall too far behind other cultivators' descendants. For Qin Xuan, this money was trivial. In comparison, investing in the future of those warriors' offspring held far greater value. They sacrificed their lives for the country, falling on the front lines. Qin Xuan gazed at the desolate post-battle landscape before him, thinking to himself, if the descendants of these heroes live in hardship, it would truly break people's hearts. Though he wasn't familiar with most of the people in the camp, Qin Xuan knew that besides him and Linger, everyone else had been stationed here for years, even decades. His eyes scanned the gray-haired veterans, noticing how their hair shimmered silver in the sunlight. Cultivators typically appeared youthful, but the people here were clearly weathered by time. Those who looked to be in their 30s or 40s were likely nearing 70, and those who seemed to be in their 60s or 70s might have lived over a century, or perhaps they were just worn down by the harsh conditions of the front lines. Regardless, they all deserved respect, Qin Xuan thought. Spending billions of Jojo coins on them didn't bother him at all. Around him, people were cleaning up the battlefield, chatting excitedly. "Ha ha ha, this time I might get a few million." A commander-level cultivator beamed. "I was just video chatting with my kid the other day, and he was worried about resources for his breakthrough to soldier level. Now we have a solution." "Same here," another person chimed in. "My kid is laying the foundation right now. I can't let him end up like me, stuck at the 6th rank of guard level for life. Now there's a chance he might reach the 10th rank." "Thank you, General Qin Xuan," someone said sincerely. "This money is practically free, thanks to you." "Absolutely," a middle-aged cultivator laughed. "I see General Qin Xuan is still young. I was thinking of introducing my 18-year-old daughter to him." "Give it a rest," someone teased. "A major general wouldn't be interested in the daughter of a mere commander. Even if he were, it should be my daughter. She's much prettier than yours." Listening to their conversations, Qin Xuan was deep in thought. This was the common folk, the true picture of grassroots cultivators. He recalled the days when he had struggled for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of coins, which now felt like a lifetime ago. Nowadays, in just a few months, a single battle could yield billions. The stark contrast left him feeling a bit dazed. Yes, it had only been a few months, but Qin Xuan felt like years had passed. The events he had experienced in this short time were more thrilling and dangerous than anything in the past decade. No wonder he felt this way. Standing in the center of the battlefield, watching the busy crowd, Qin Xuan fell into deep contemplation. And he knew that this was just the beginning. What the world saw as legendary feats were merely everyday occurrences for Qin Xuan. Slaying demons had become routine for him. Today, it was generals, but soon, it would be kings. At the very moment the soul of the Venom Fong general was annihilated, deep within the mountainous regions of the occupied territory, a hollowed-out giant mountain stood out. The mountain's walls were riddled with countless openings, each teeming with hundreds of enormous insects scurrying about. This was the insect tribe ruled by the Red Horn King, commanding dozens of generals, the strongest of whom was the now-fallen Venom Fong general. In the dark tunnels of the hive, the insects, using their powerful night vision, effortlessly transported living humans wrapped in silk. Dozens of humans, still brimming with life, were being carried to the center. "Your Majesty, the blood feast has arrived," reported an insect general in a peculiar tone to the massive insect sprawled on the stone throne. This insect, over 40 meters long, had a grotesque human face with a single red horn on its forehead. If not for the horn, it looked almost identical to the Venom Fong general. In fact, the Red Horn King and the Venom Fong general were born from the same queen, albeit decades apart. In the insect tribe, blood relations meant nothing. Only rank mattered. The Red Horn King, as a subordinate of the queen, was tasked with attacking the sacred walls of this region, while the Venom Fong general was its direct subordinate. As the Red Horn King indulged in the fresh human feast, news of the Venom Fong general's demise at Qin Chuan's hand arrived. It paused, blood dripping from its mouth, the scene utterly terrifying. The strongest of its generals, dead without even a chance to flee? From the transmitted thoughts, the Red Horn King sensed intense resentment, as if the Venom Fong general had suffered greatly before death. "Venom Fong is dead. Find out what happened," the Red Horn King commanded. Despite having no affection for Venom Fong, it couldn't let its subordinate die without reason. If humans were responsible, justice would be served. After issuing the order, the Red Horn King resumed its feast. Only kings like it could regularly enjoy such fresh humans. Other generals, even great ones, only got corpses. These humans mostly came from breeding farms in the occupied territories or neighboring countries, as transporting them from the safe zones of the 9 provinces was nearly impossible. The Red Horn King preferred mature humans, relishing the juicy blood and the sensation of bones crunching. It devoured the humans quickly, the air thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, a group of insect generals, along with members of the Fallen Nations organization, began investigating the Venom Fong general's death. Among them, the most perceptive was Shiraishi Yoshinori from the Fallen Nation of Japan. As the person in charge below the king level, he had the credentials to be on the top generals list. His strength surpassed that of the Venom Fong general and the Dark Corrosion Skeleton general, who had been slain by the Rock general. Shiraishi Yoshinori possessed 3 rare treasures: boots from the Gale Wolf King that greatly enhanced speed, gloves that boosted strength and weapon speed, and a rare katana from ancient Japan as his main weapon. With these treasures, his overall power rivaled that of some newly ascended kings. It was Shiraishi who had authorized the deployment of Japanese generals to hunt Qin Chuan, so he had a good idea of what might have happened. There must have been a powerful ally in that camp, someone capable of killing Yamamoto and the others, plus the Venom Fong general. Such strength would be challenging even for me. Though confident, Shiraishi was not arrogant. Knowing there was a strong ally in the camp, he wouldn't rush to his death. After some thought, Shiraishi devised a plan to use others to do his dirty work. He and a group of insect generals approached the mountains near Camp 9527, where they saw the aftermath of a fierce battle: shattered mountains and cratered ground. Such destruction could only be caused by a top-tier general. After some investigation, the insect generals concluded that at least one of the top 80 generals had been involved. Shiraishi volunteered. "Allow me to enter the camp and find out who this powerful ally is." Of course, he wasn't planning on a suicide mission. With his rare boots, even ordinary kings couldn't catch him. His plan was simple. If he merely reported to the Red Horn King, it might not incite enough anger against the camp's ally, making it hard for him to exploit the chaos to kill Qin Chuan. So, he intended to stir the pot, escalating the conflict. With this in mind, Shiraishi prepared to sneak into the camp from a hidden spot. Suddenly, a voice behind him said, "You're here?" Upon hearing the voice, Shirakawa Yoshinori shuddered and swiftly turned around. Under the moonlight, a young man was quietly watching him. Qin Chuan and the other cultivators had just finished cleaning up the battlefield and returned to the camp. He briefly discussed the situation around Camp 9527 with General Cheng Ku and learned that there was a demon king behind General Poison Fong. They then interrogated the 2 surviving Eastern generals, but the 2 remained tight-lipped, repeatedly pledging loyalty to the Emperor of Japan and the Great Japanese Empire. Impatient, Qin Chuan swiftly executed them. Although the assassins did not explicitly state their motive, Qin Chuan quickly figured it out. He hadn't offended many people. Among those related to the Demon Clan and the Fallen Nation organization, only the Yamashika group stood out. Qin Chuan had killed their son and brother-in-law, earning their deep hatred. However, even with the Demon Clan's cooperation, the Yamashika group didn't have the power to mobilize 5 generals to assassinate him. Squinting in thought, Qin Chuan then used General Qian Ke's encrypted communicator to send a message to General Tsang Yin. He analyzed that the founder of the Yamashika group was merely at the commander level and couldn't mobilize the fallen nation organization's generals. Clearly, the Yamashika group had promised significant benefits to the fallen nation organization, likely in coordination to sabotage the Nine Provinces Kingdom. Although the Yamashika group primarily operated in the Dazhao Bay city, the population there numbered in the millions. They dealt in pharmaceuticals, food, baby formula, and other industries essential to everyday life. If they were to add special substances to these products, the consequences would be dire. In his message, Qin Chuan detailed these speculations, hoping General Tsang Yin would increase surveillance on the Yamashika group. After sending the message, he entrusted Linger to General Chen Ku for protection and lay in wait near the camp. Sure enough, when the insect scouts appeared, Qin Chuan immediately spotted them. He then detected a general sneaking into the camp. Seeing that it was just a young man, Shirakawa Yoshinori relaxed, thinking the opponent was at most at the general level. Confident that he could handle even a top 50 warrior, let alone a young man, he suddenly realized that his assassination target was Qin Chuan. Instantly changing his plan, Shirakawa Yoshinori decided to kill Qin Chuan directly. He quickly drew his weapon, prepared to strike. However, to his shock, Qin Chuan moved even faster, drawing two long swords with a greenish glow and striking at him. Rare weapons, and two of them. Shirakawa Yoshinori was stunned, puzzled by how Qin Chuan possessed two rare weapons. Despite his confusion, his actions didn't falter, and he met Qin Chuan's attack heat with his samurai sword. The clash of metal echoed through the moonlit night as the duel between Qin Chuan and Shirakawa Yoshinori reached a fever pitch. Sparks flew from their weapon strikes. Bolstered by three rare weapons, his own formidable strength, and other blue-grade treasures, Qin Chuan launched a fierce offensive. However, Shirakawa Yoshinori's prowess was even greater. In the exchange of moves, the difference in their skills became apparent. Qin Chuan's body was sent flying back dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground. He barely managed to stop himself by plunging his twin blades into the earth, gasping for breath. In contrast, Shirakawa Yoshinori merely stomped lightly, dispersing the force of Qin Chuan's attack into the ground, which shattered into a crater beneath his feet, while he remained unmoved. General-level strength? Shirakawa Yoshinori was stunned, his brows furrowing. He began to doubt the accuracy of the information he had received. Or perhaps this young man had an extraordinary talent, advancing to a general level within just a month. Either way, it meant he couldn't quickly eliminate Qin Chuan. Despite this, Shirakawa Yoshinori remained confident in his own strength. From their brief clash, he could tell he had the upper hand. He quickly calculated. The camp was not far, but even the fastest reinforcements would take at least half a minute to arrive. It wasn't easy to kill a general-level warrior in such a short time, but he was confident he could do it. Shirakawa Yoshinori made a decision almost instantly. He immediately summoned his beast companion, entering the so-called beast mode. His body began to sprout non-human features, sharp antennae, menacing fangs, and skin as tough as iron armor. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a humanoid beast, exuding a terrifying aura. With his power amplified by the transformation, Shirakawa Yoshinori glared fiercely at Qin Chuan, his mouth splitting into a grin that revealed rows of jagged teeth. "Die, you insolent brat," he roared, his body enveloped in a swirling demonic energy. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Chuan remained unervingly calm in the face of this horrifying sight. Instead of showing fear, his lips curled into a slight, triumphant smile, as if everything was going according to plan. "The one who should die is you, don't you think?" Qin Chuan spoke calmly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Chuan Iza was taken aback by these words, then quickly scanned his surroundings with a heightened sense of alertness. Despite the deep night, he noticed nothing unusual and couldn't help but silently curse himself for being intimidated by a young upstart. Though he had been momentarily delayed, he wasn't worried. There was still plenty of time to deal with the person in front of him. Even if a stronger opponent arrived, he was confident he could escape unscathed. "I'm not joking, you know?" Qin Chuan saw through Bai Chuan Yi's thoughts, his smile growing wider. Out of nowhere, a formation disc appeared in his hand as he softly chanted, "For spirits, heed my command. Form the array and slay the enemy." Before his words had fully settled, the surrounding darkness abruptly retreated, revealing four colossal beasts. Bai Chuan Yi's pupils contracted in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. How can this be?" He had assumed Qin Chuan was bluffing, thinking that summoning beasts took time enough for him to kill Qin Chuan 100 times over. But recalling Qin Chuan's earlier strange behavior, Bai Chuan Iza suddenly realized that this young man had set a trap all along. Indeed, Qin Chuan had been well prepared. Knowing his own strength was insufficient to defeat Bai Chuan Iza, he cleverly utilized the night concealment demon spell of the Mo Lin beast, De Huang. While stalling by Chuan Iza, the four beasts had quietly taken their positions, and the formation disc was ready to unleash its power. At this moment, they stood at the heart of the four sacred beasts formation. Unlike usual, this time the formation was led by De Huang, the Immortal beast. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise surrounded them, with the Qilin at the center, perfectly aligning with the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Attack! Qin Chuan commanded, leaping onto De Huang's head and looking down at by Chuan Iza. In an instant, the power of the five elements erupted. Flames roared, blades slashed through the air, vines entangled, dark mists rose, and the ground shattered. Before Bai Chuan Iza could react, his feet were ensnared by the vines, followed by the dark mist, and then a barrage of flames and blades. In a desperate attempt, Bai Chuan Iza activated his demon and martial arts techniques, fortifying his defenses to their peak. Even in his beast-transformed state with enhanced defenses, he struggled to withstand the combined assault of the five elements. Swinging his katana with all his might, he was still struck by countless attacks. Within a kilometer radius, the ferocious onslaught of the five beasts left no escape. Bai Chuan Iza had no choice but to endure the relentless erosion of the elemental forces. The intense sounds of battle inevitably alerted the cultivators at the camp, but under General Chun Ku's strict orders, none dared to abandon their posts. Linger listened to the distant sounds of fierce combat, her face filled with worry. Seeing this, General Chun Ku, reminded of his own daughter, couldn't help but offer some comforting words. Don't worry, Qin Chuan's personality won't let him get overconfident. If he doesn't want me to step in, it means he's absolutely certain. Hearing General Chan Ku's words, Linger nodded firmly, her eyes shining with trust in Qin Chuan. I believe in brother Qin Chuan. Several kilometers away, the mountain range was lit up by countless fiery explosions that pierced the night sky. The deafening blasts echoed incessantly. The patrolling cultivators stared intently at the distance, watching as small peaks crumbled under the intense impacts, with debris flying everywhere. A scene both spectacular and terrifying. Outside the holy wall, a group of Zerg beasts and members of the Fallen Nation organization stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. They had merely intended to scout ahead, never expecting a battle to break out inside. Someone whispered in astonishment, "Is Bai Chuan Iza really that brave? He was just talking about how formidable that expert was, and now he's actually fighting him." For a moment, the beast commanders and Japanese cultivators praised Bai Chuan Iza's courage. As expected of a warrior from Japan, someone remarked, even if he loses, this honor alone is worthy of respect. However, as they were praising him, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from within, resonating for miles around. At first, everyone marveled at the powerful voice of the general-level expert, but they soon realized something was amiss. That sound doesn't seem right. Someone hesitated, voicing their doubts. The group exchanged uneasy glances, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What should we do? Let's run. If General Baichuan can't handle it, what if that expert comes out?" After a brief exchange, the group of Zerg beasts and Japanese warriors made a rather unchivalrous decision. They fled at top speed. If Baichuan Iza knew this, he might die from anger even before Qin Chuan could get to him. In a note at the end, the author added, "Tomorrow is the last day." I mentioned before about the 10 updates for the Great Certification, but it seems no one is sending them. I'll still provide 5 updates as usual. I hope everyone can send some small gifts. The book's traffic hasn't been great lately, and the author is nearly out of food. Even buying me a simple bun would give me the strength to keep writing. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. A vegetable bun would suffice. Baichuan Iza ultimately met his demise. Despite possessing 3 rare weapons and several high-quality treasures for protection, he could not withstand the immense pressure of the 4 sacred beasts' ancient formation. This ancient array harnessed the power of heaven and earth, synchronizing with Qin Chuan's cultivation and continuously feeding energy to his 4 beast companions. Now, with the Mo Lin beast anchoring the center, the power of the 5 elements was fully gathered, creating an unending cycle of strength. In the interplay of mutual generation and restraint, each attack became increasingly formidable. Fire erupted like blazing flames, metal struck with the force of a sharp blade, wood controlled like entwining vines, water defended like solid ice, and earth disrupted like a quagmire. On the surface, each element had its own focus, but in truth, every strike carried the power to destroy the world. Qin Chuan didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply observed from the sidelines, effortlessly collecting 3 rare weapons and several high-quality treasures. Though these treasures were somewhat damaged from the fierce attacks, their core essence remained intact and could be repaired. The rare treasures, in particular, required no repair and would naturally restore themselves. After the battle, Qin Chuan patrolled around the sacred wall and, seeing no other signs of monsters, returned safely to the camp. He pondered to himself that after suffering 2 heavy losses, neither the monsters nor the insect tribes would dare to act rashly. As expected, the insect tribes stumbled back to their mountain lair, reporting their findings to the Red Horn King. This massive insect leader fell into deep thought and then ordered a temporary halt to attacks, sending only their stealthiest members to monitor and report any anomalies immediately. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Chuan became the center of attention. The cultivators, mostly in their 30s, looked at him with admiration, respect, and awe, as if they were gazing at a king-level powerhouse rather than a young man. They could still recall the sounds of explosions and screams from the night, imagining the intensity of the battle. Back in his tent, General Chun Ke spoke with Qin Chuan for a moment, expressing his relief and advising him to rest well before heading off on patrol. Linger, seeing Qin Chuan return, thoughtfully handed him a cup of hot water and said, "Brother Qin Chuan, you should rest. I'll heat some water for your bath." Her actions, like those of a little maid, brought a smile to Qin Chuan's face and a warm feeling to his heart. After Linger used a fire energy stone to heat the water and filled the bathtub, Qin Chuan sank into it, letting the warm water wash away the blood and fatigue. As he soaked, he checked his gains for the day. Besides the various treasures, he had amassed tens of thousands of energy points. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed, and his gaze turned to a corner of his soul sea. There, a massive wheel was glowing. This wheel, which had always been dim and seemingly useless, now shone brightly. It seemed that the condition to activate it had finally been met, reaching 1 million energy points. Examining the wheel's abilities, Qin Chuan was shocked. It was the physique spin wheel, capable of granting him powerful and unparalleled physiques. In a world where geniuses abounded, with sword prodigies and those born with divine strength, possessing a special physique was a ancient millennium rarity. Yet this wheel could forcefully bestow such an extraordinary physique upon him. With a thought, Qin Chuan touched the wheel, and countless energy points were instantly consumed. With a roar, a phantom of a giant blade appeared on the wheel's surface. Qin Chuan's consciousness was drawn into a pitch-black void, which was suddenly torn apart by the appearance of an enormous blade towering into the sky. Before this colossal blade, Qin Chuan felt as insignificant as an ant. As he observed the blade, something seemed to pull him closer, and his vision rapidly expanded. The blade slashed towards him, terrifying Qin Chuan to the core. Just as he thought he would be cleaved in two, a surge of information flooded his mind. The indestructible blade physique. When Qin Chuan came to, he found a crack in the physique spin wheel. He realized that this physique might only be a shadow of the giant blade's power, limited by his current strength, insufficient energy points, or other unknown factors. Even so, the power of the indestructible blade physique left Qin Chuan in awe. Any blade techniques he used would now be significantly more potent. As his strength grew, this enhancement would become even more pronounced. If Qin Chuan reached the pinnacle of the saint level, this physique could bridge the gap to the divine level, unleashing power comparable to that of a god. At that point, not even the deities could withstand his blade. Despite being only at the 4th realm, Qin Chuan's unique physique allowed him to learn and use 5th-grade martial techniques. This broke the conventional limitations for cultivators, where typically, a cultivator's aptitude determined the grade of martial techniques they could practice. However, martial techniques themselves had no explicit aptitude requirements. One simply needed to reach the corresponding realm to learn them. Yet, this apparent freedom concealed hidden complexities. Qin Chuan's situation was unprecedented. His meager cultivation aptitude, reaching such heights, was truly astonishing. Recalling the myriad treasures in the resource wheel, Qin Chuan searched extensively but found no rare items that could enhance his aptitude. Although some items on the market could improve aptitude, they could only elevate it to the general level at best. The resource wheel even had life-extending treasures, yet lacked such items, which was quite puzzling. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry to find ways to enhance his aptitude. With the support of his pet beasts like Shaoqing, he could easily gain cultivation. Even if he could raise his cultivation talent to the 4th grade, it wouldn't compare to the cultivation shared by 5-6th grade beast pets. Moreover, time was limited, and focusing his efforts on integrating martial techniques and honing his skills was clearly more prudent. With the boost from his special physique, Qin Chuan's speed in cultivating martial techniques significantly increased over the next few days. He also dealt with some unnecessary secret treasures, exchanging them for star essence stones or other treasures of equivalent level. Now, Qin Chuan possessed 5 rare secret treasures. Only his samurai sword was exchanged for a rare-grade treasure ring, while the others remained unchanged. The newly acquired treasure ring had a vast internal space, resembling an endless field, far superior to the previous white-grade ring. It could withstand the oppressive demon energy emitted by powerful demon beast corpses, which was crucial for future hunts of king-level demon beasts. After all, every part of a king-level demon beast was valuable. Even if a poison-type demon beast couldn't be consumed, it could be used for research or making poisons, each worth hundreds of billions at the very least. While Qin Chuan was focused on his cultivation, under the seemingly calm surface of the high-rise buildings in Dazhao Bay City, an undercurrent was brewing. Inside a factory of the Shanyu Group, a man wearing a black hat and mask was patrolling with Wang Yuanhang. Mr. Inoue, are you sure Qin Chuan has been eliminated? Where is the promised evidence? Wang Yuanhang's face showed displeasure. My factory is already operational. The products are packed and ready to be distributed to the residents. I've given everything, so please don't brush me off. Oh, given everything? The man in the black hat's eyes flashed with malice. I see you still have your most valuable asset, your life. Before the words had fully settled, the man waved his hand, and a cloud of black mist exploded in front of Wang Yuanhang. Dozens of tiny black insects swarmed towards Wang Yuanhang's face, burrowing into his orifices. With eyes wide open, Wang Yuanhang desperately tried to expel the insects, but he felt them rapidly invading his blood vessels, heart, and internal organs, gnawing away at his insides bit by bit. He wanted to cry out for help, but found his vocal cords had been destroyed by the insects, and his life force was swiftly fading. Threatening the Great East Empire comes with a price. The man sneered, gripping Wang Yuanhang's neck and giving it a slight twist, ending his life. The man then hid Wang Yuanhang's body in his treasure ring, transferring it to an empty room before taking it out again. He activated his beast transformation, turning into a humanoid toad, emitting thick, demonic energy. Using his claws, he sliced open Wang Yuanhang's abdomen and shrank his body to crawl inside. Moments later, the body on the ground slowly stood up, its gaze now different. After a brief adjustment, Wang Yuanhang walked out of the room and continued patrolling the factory. The employees greeted him respectfully, and he nodded with a smile, heading straight to the raw materials section of the food processing plant. Looking at the mountains of food materials, Wang Yuanhang displayed a sinister smile. He opened his mouth, releasing countless tiny insects that landed on the materials, laying eggs frantically. With so many spirit-devouring insect eggs, as long as one person is contaminated, it will continue to multiply, infecting hundreds and thousands. He thought smugly. Soon, the entire Dazhao will plunge into chaos. Let's see how you handle it, drawing your swords against the very people you once protected. Song Yin, however, lost in his scheme. He failed to notice that the entire Shanyu Group's operations had been heavily surrounded. Even products already sold by the Shanyu Group were forcibly recalled. All these actions were orchestrated by General Song Yin, who, despite facing considerable opposition, stood firm in his decision. Several overly aggressive officials were even directly imprisoned. Although Song Yin hadn't found direct evidence linking them to the Shanyu Group, after receiving Qin Chuan's information, he knew this was no time to be bogged down by procedures. Qin Chuan, I hope your judgment is correct, General Song Yin murmured, then issued orders to all subordinates and personally oversaw the entire operation. The operation to eliminate the Shanyu Group and the covert organizations lurking throughout Dazhao had officially begun. While the Dazhao Bay City was conducting a thorough purge of the Hawk Group and its related offenders, the front line where Qin Chuan was stationed remained unusually calm. For several consecutive days, not even a single low-level Tier 1 demonic beast appeared beyond the holy wall. This unusual tranquility left the patrolling monks feeling uneasy and puzzled. In the past, they had grown accustomed to fierce battles with demonic beasts every few days, always preparing their wills before each fight. However, the recent peace left them uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. Some worried that this might just be the calm before the storm. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, didn't dwell much on these thoughts. Seizing this rare period of calm, he invested a significant amount of resources and finally elevated his cultivation to the general level. Yet, upon reaching this level, Qin Chuan faced an unprecedented challenge: the abyss-like gap between the general and king levels. This gap was akin to a bottomless chasm, with generals and kings separated by an immense distance. For ordinary monks, crossing this chasm could take years or even decades. Many generals, from their youth to their old age, spent their entire lives unable to cross this gap, forever stuck at the general level. But Qin Chuan was different. He estimated that with his talent and comprehension, even using conventional methods to build a bridge across this gap would take several years. Hence, he decided to take an unprecedented approach, directly filling in the chasm. This method required an enormous amount of cultivation resources, and even geniuses with a 7-star or higher aptitude wouldn't squander such precious resources this way. However, for Qin Chuan, the most scarce resource was not cultivation materials but time. Every time he saw Linger with her silvery white hair, he felt the urgency of time slipping away. Qin Chuan's resource roulette underwent another upgrade after surpassing 1,000,000 energy points. Each activation now required 10,000 points, but the rewards became increasingly valuable. The roulette seemed to adapt to his cultivation level, always tailored to his needs. Despite this, Qin Chuan didn't expect to gain invincible resources with minimal effort. He preferred a steady and solid approach. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan resolved to fill in the cultivation chasm. This Herculean task, akin to the legend of Yugong moving mountains, was unprecedented. A slight smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips as he felt a sense of pride. His beast companions had a 6-star aptitude for cultivation speed, coupled with the roulette's minimum 10-fold returns and the star essence stone's 100-fold energy boost. It was equivalent to at least a 9-star aptitude. This was a conservative estimate. In reality, the roulette's daily return multiplier often reached several hundred times, making Qin Chuan's cultivation speed far surpass that of a 9-star genius under normal circumstances. With the plan set, the next step was arduous cultivation. However, the real hard work fell on his 5 beast companions. While Qin Chuan mainly focused on integrating martial techniques, he could modify and integrate 2 to 3 low-grade martial techniques each day. So far, Qin Chuan had integrated over 1,000 martial techniques, refining the integration down to the meridian level. This was a colossal project, and the number of stars in his soul sea was clearly insufficient. To address this, Qin Chuan had long used his contribution points to purchase a large number of hand-copied manuscripts from emperors. He was no longer a novice in cultivation and understood that the mysterious energy capable of expanding and transforming his soul sea stars was the power of loss of power only accessible to Tier 6 experts. A few days later, the cultivation resources Qin Chuan ordered from the official website arrived at the front line. He eagerly returned to his tent, opened the package, and took out several ancient booklets from a sandalwood box. These manuscripts detailed various special techniques, such as enhancing vision and detecting enemies' strength through subtle vibrations. Qin Chuan studied each one, simultaneously absorbing the mysterious energies released by the manuscripts. As he progressed, one of the wheels in his soul sea suddenly emitted a peculiar light. The entire soul sea began to expand wildly, drawing the attention of his beast companions. In the sky, countless stars appeared, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. By the time all the manuscripts were used up, the number of stars in Qin Chuan's soul sea had exceeded 100,000. Looking at the manuscripts that had turned to dust, Qin Chuan felt a pang of heartache. These were resources worth billions. He silently vowed to break through to the king level as soon as possible. Once he reached that level, he could wield the power of laws himself and no longer rely on others' manuscripts. Gazing at the shimmering stars in the soul sea before him, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. These stars were more than enough to support his upcoming fusion plan. Although he could currently only replicate a few rudimentary martial arts techniques each day, many of these techniques were versatile. He could merge dozens of meridians, continuously strengthening himself. Beyond enhancement techniques, Qin Chuan also excelled in recovery techniques. He had already fused over 100 recovery techniques. While each one had a minor effect individually, their combined use resulted in astonishing recovery abilities. Qin Chuan meticulously selected some of the stronger rudimentary techniques and even optimized them. Now, the combined effect of these 100 recovery techniques was equivalent to a third-grade recovery technique of the same level. Through complex calculations, Qin Chuan deduced a pattern. Fusing 1,000 techniques might achieve the effect of a 5th-grade technique, while 10,000 could reach the effect of a 6th-grade technique. This pattern wasn't a simple progression, and its accuracy and potential variables still needed verification. After all, no one had ever fused as many techniques as Qin Chuan, so there was no precedent to follow. As the number of stars surged, Qin Chuan resolved to double his efforts, aiming to break through the fusion of 10,000 or even 100,000 techniques as soon as possible. He was convinced that amassing so many intricate rudimentary techniques would inevitably lead to a qualitative leap. Days passed, and Qin Chuan's presence brought rare peace to Camp 9527 and the surrounding 2 camps. Apart from supporting nearby areas, they hardly faced any beast invasions. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to go out and hunt beasts again after depleting his resources. However, a few days later, General Tsang Yin brought news. The Shanlu Corporation had been completely eradicated. This corrupt company had colluded with a fallen nation organization, attempting to poison millions of people by adding toxins and insect eggs to food. General Tsang Yin collected substantial evidence during the investigation, thoroughly crushing the Shanlu Corporation. Several high-ranking officers and over a dozen commanders were implicated, having accepted large bribes to cover up the corporation's crimes. These individuals were sent to the front lines, with no hope of returning for decades. Qin Chuan, having provided crucial information, earned a significant contribution reward worth billions. This allowed him to continue his cultivation with peace of mind. Supported by an abundance of resources and the cultivation points returned by the spinner, Qin Chuan's realm had reached the peak of a general. However, unlike other cultivators, Qin Chuan didn't start constructing the bridge to the next realm. Instead, he poured a vast amount of his cultivation into the chasm of his current realm. This move puzzled General Chen Ku, who had been closely monitoring Qin Chuan's progress. Chen Ku thought, this kid was advancing like a rocket just a few days ago. Why did he suddenly stop? It's really unsettling. Reflecting on Qin Xuan's astonishing cultivation speed, Chen Ku couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and genuine happiness for him. At this rate, Qin Xuan was bound to become a powerful king in a few years. Despite his curiosity, Chen Ku didn't question Qin Xuan. He speculated that Qin Xuan might be refining his cultivation, not wanting to grow too quickly. Thinking this, Chen Ku couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead. Not fast enough? He's practically on a space shuttle. One morning, over a month later, Qin Xuan stepped out of his tent, stretched, and greeted General Chen Ku in the morning light. "Good morning, General Chen Ku." Chen Ku, who had been vigilantly guarding the camp like a statue, walked towards Qin Xuan, carrying his giant axe and smiling. "I've been bored out of my mind this past month. It's a good thing, I know, but I haven't fought in so long my bones are aching." Qin Xuan looked at Chen Ku with a playful grin. "How about a sparring match?" Chen Ku shivered involuntarily, as if he was being watched by a primordial beast. He said helplessly, "Come on, bullying an old man. Really? I'm in my 40s, you know." Qin Xuan laughed heartily, then shifted his gaze beyond the sacred wall, speaking calmly, "I'm getting restless too. I'm thinking of heading out to hunt some beasts. What do you say? Want to join me?" Chen Ku was shocked. "You want to leave the sacred wall? Are you crazy? That beast king out there might be watching you. The moment you step out, you'll be ambushed." Qin Xuan smiled. "Of course I know it's waiting for me, but I can't stay inside the sacred wall forever, can I? Besides, it's just a mere junior beast king. If it doesn't come for me, I'll go for it sooner or later." Chen Ku was stunned, taking a moment to process. "Just a mere junior beast king? You already have the strength to kill a king?" Qin Xuan simply smiled without answering, letting silence speak volumes. General Chen Ku nodded silently, marveling. The gap between people can be so vast. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. Chen Ku politely declined Qin Xuan's invitation to join the expedition, not out of fear of the beasts, but because his duties required him to remain at his post. Qin Xuan had anticipated this and instead suggested that Chen Ku look after Linger. However, as soon as he made the suggestion, he noticed a wry smile on Chen Ku's face and saw his eyes glance behind him. Following Chen Ku's gaze, Qin Xuan saw a beautiful little girl with silver hair down to her waist, pouting with a face full of dissatisfaction. Linger's eyes were red, tears welling up as she choked out, "Brother Qin Xuan, are you abandoning me again?" Qin Xuan gave a helpless smile and walked over to Linger, gently patting her head. "It's too dangerous out there. Be good and stay here and wait for me, okay?" Linger stubbornly shook her head, tears falling like broken pearls. "I won't agree. I don't want to be away from you, not even for a moment." She recalled the night she heard the sounds of battle but couldn't see Qin Xuan, and the anxiety and worry surged back. Smart as she was, Linger vaguely understood that her life might not be long, so she cherished every moment with Qin Xuan. After losing her parents, Linger had no other relatives in the world and was drowning in loneliness every day. If it weren't for Xiaohong's companionship, she might have already given up on life. Qin Xuan's appearance brought color back into her world and made her feel the warmth of being cared for again. Qin Xuan held an irreplaceable place in her heart, which is why she would unreservedly use her powers to save him. Seeing Linger so heartbroken, Qin Xuan couldn't bear it. After a moment of thought, he smiled wryly and said, all right, stop crying. I'll take you with me." Linger looked up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. She knew she was being a bit unreasonable and understood that Qin Xuan was concerned for her safety, but she hadn't expected him to actually agree. "Really, I'm not lying," Qin Xuan said, gently pinching her soft cheek. Linger's face immediately lit up like a blooming flower in spring. "Brother Qin Xuan is the best," she cheered, throwing herself into his arms, while he shrugged helplessly. In reality, Qin Xuan's reluctance to bring Linger was just a precaution. Even if she came along, as long as she stayed on Xiaohong's back during battles, the danger would be minimal. Moreover, Xiaohong specialized in long-range attacks and rarely engaged in close combat. More importantly, Linger was not without her own abilities. During this time, she had been training diligently and had reached the peak of the commander level, on the verge of breaking through to the general level. Such rapid progress was impressive even among those with 6-star potential, indicating how much effort she had put in. Linger worked hard, mastering martial arts not to be a burden to Qin Xuan, but to fight alongside him. Although her talent was only 6-star, her healing abilities far surpassed those of other geniuses at the same level. As long as her cultivation kept up, her support on the battlefield could significantly enhance Qin Xuan's survival chances. Qin Xuan had other considerations for bringing Linger along. As a healer, she needed real combat experience. Healing practitioners in battle required strong coordination skills, especially when managing large-scale healing, distributing spiritual power, and maximizing the effects of their techniques. Getting Linger accustomed to the battlefield would prepare her for the future. The two of them, excited and ready, stepped out of the holy wall. Qin Chuan had a clear goal for this journey: to eliminate the Red-Horned King's lair. However, as they left the holy wall, countless tiny, almost indistinguishable insects crawled towards the forest, transmitting information back to their hive. The Red-Horned King, in the midst of feasting on humans, received the news and let out a maniacal laugh, becoming so excited that it devoured several more humans in one go. Blood dripped from its mouth as it chewed and chuckled. Indeed, arrogance is the common flaw of human geniuses. They can't sit still for even a month. Haha, it's been so long since I tasted a human genius. I do miss it. The Red-Horned King twisted its body and immediately ordered the mobilization of its entire hive army, numbering in the millions, with over 1,000 general-level beasts, along with its own king-level presence. Not to mention killing a general, even a fellow king, or a mid-level king, would find it hard to escape the swarm's onslaught. The Red-Horned King did not underestimate its opponent. Mobilizing its entire hive was a sign of utmost caution. However, it didn't know that while it had its eyes on Qin Chuan had his eyes on it too. The king sought to ambush Qin Chuan, but Qin Chuan was coming for it. Perhaps this was what they called a mutual pursuit. In the end, however, only one side would survive. A massive swarm of insect creatures mobilized, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Even the smallest soldier-class insects were 1 to 2 meters long, while the guard class reached several meters, the commander class over 10 meters, and the general class tens of meters in size. As for the king-class Crimson Horn King, it was like a moving hill, with any one of its hundreds of legs as thick as a utility pole. This colossal army marched over mountains and crushed forests, leaving clouds of dust in its wake, obscuring the sky. Even the smallest ant army would create a thunderous noise, let alone these gigantic creatures. In this vast territory of the demon clans, each demon king had a fixed domain. The Crimson Horn King's neighbors were the Blood Wolf King of the Wolf Clan and the Fierce Tiger King of the Tiger Clan. Although these three demon kings lived adjacent to one another, their relationship was far from harmonious. Not long ago, they had a fierce battle over a batch of human blood sacrifices, resulting in numerous casualties. When the scouts of the Blood Wolf King and the Fierce Tiger King reported the full mobilization of the Crimson Horn King's army, both demon kings were taken aback. They immediately became vigilant, assuming the Crimson Horn King was seeking revenge. Does this guy hold a grudge that much? They wondered, and they ordered their subordinates to closely monitor the movements of the Crimson Horn King's army, ready to engage at any moment. However, to their surprise, the Crimson Horn King's forces did not invade their territories. This discovery left the two demon kings puzzled. Could it be heading to attack the human sacred wall? They speculated. But what would be the point of that? While the two demon kings were still bewildered, the Crimson Horn King's army had already leveled mountains and reached a mountaintop plateau. This plateau was covered with grass as tall as a person, with a solitary peak standing in the center. Atop that peak perched a large fiery red bird, accompanied by two humans. Upon seeing this scene, the Crimson Horn King thought to itself, "Finally, we have arrived." Finally, he arrived. Qin Chuan stood proudly at the peak of a solitary mountain, his twin blades strapped to his back. His sharp gaze locked onto the distant giant beast, their eyes meeting in a fierce, invisible clash. The Crimson Horn King observed Qin Chuan from afar, a hint of contemplation on its grotesque face. It sensed the energy waves around Qin Chuan, confirming he was only at a general's level. Yet, when their eyes met, a strange unease stirred within the Crimson Horn King. It thought to itself, even the top warrior on the 100 generals list would struggle to survive against my million-strong army. After a moment's hesitation, the Crimson Horn King suppressed its unease. It reassured itself, what is there to worry about? With my current full strength, even an average king would fall, let alone a mere general. Level this place. The Crimson Horn King commanded, opting not to engage personally, but to send its subordinates first. This strategy would both exhaust the opponent and test the human's true strength. If the human proved insignificant, it would then strike and eliminate him. The million-strong insect army surged forward, a black tide from an aerial view, sweeping towards the lone peak in the plain. The black wave divided the green earth, crushing vegetation to dust, and surrounded the peak. Qin Chuan calmly watched the encroaching swarm. He gently placed Linger on Little Red's back, sending it skyward. The Crimson Firebird let out a long cry, soaring to 1,000 meters high. Go have some fun, big guys. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, waving to his surroundings as the insect swarm reached the base of the peak. Countless demonic spells bombarded the peak, reducing the small mountain to rubble in an instant. Dust filled the sky, and in the next moment, endless blade lights burst from the haze, each spanning hundreds of meters, slashing through thousands of demonic beasts in a flash. Amidst the blade light, a young figure emerged. Qin Chuan held a long blade in each hand, surrounded by a dense black aura. As he struck, the void around him rippled, and 4 colossal beasts appeared, crushing hundreds of demonic beasts upon landing. A massive azure serpent plunged into the swarm, tearing apart several general-level beasts with its tail and claws. Its demonic energy surged, causing vegetation to grow wildly, using the beasts' bodies as nutrients, binding them into green cocoons, helpless against the serpent's wrath. A white giant tiger roared as it landed, its thunderous cry enveloping the surrounding miles. Lesser insects shattered instantly, while stronger ones were severely injured, their senses and reactions dulled. Even several general-level insects combined couldn't withstand the white tiger's onslaught. The tiger's area attacks turned it into a killing machine, its tally of slain beasts far surpassing even Qin Chuan's for the moment. Meanwhile, the black beast appeared relaxed, as if on a leisurely stroll. It calmly cast defensive spells on its companions, shrouding them in phantom armor, enhancing their already formidable defenses. The beast's attacks were mere tickles against this barrier, making the notion of defeating Qin Chuan's group with sheer numbers laughable. The black beast itself remained unscathed, its reflective armor causing many beasts to harm themselves. The yellow beast, with its jade-like scales, remained stationary, yet the ground around it continuously cracked open. Countless spikes emerged, impaling demonic beasts. Stones shattered and reformed, crushing everything in their path, creating a gruesome yet magnificent scene of blood and earth. In the sky, Little Red wasn't idle either. Its flames painted the earth below, each stroke incinerating hundreds of beasts, leaving only ashes and the occasional glimmering treasure within the skeletal remains. In just one exchange, thousands of demonic beasts fell, causing the Crimson Horn King to shudder from afar. It marveled inwardly. This guy alone is like an entire army. How can I fight this? It seems no matter how many troops I have, it's not enough. Is this the power of a beast master cultivator? It's like a cheat among human cultivators. Who can stand against it? The Crimson Horn King's plan to exhaust Qin Chuan's strength with its army seemed futile. Even if successful, it would be significantly weakened. It had no desire to be a king without followers. What kind of king is that? It looks like I'll have to use that artifact. The Crimson Horn King steeled itself, recalling a certain item. It was meant as a gift for the Tiger King and Wolf King, who had previously stolen many resources and blood sacrifices from it. Unfortunately, it now had to waste it on this human. As it pondered, the Crimson Horn King spat out an object wrapped in demonic energy. It was a small flag, covered in strange runes resembling crawling insects. The blood-weeping battle flag. This was a fragment of an epic-level artifact. Though it could only be used once, its power was extraordinary, capable of boosting its million-strong army to the strength of millions. The Scarlet Horn King activated the Weeping Blood Banner and hurled it into the sky. The banner hovered above the battlefield, absorbing crimson energy rising from the ground like wisps of smoke. As it absorbed more blood energy, the banner rapidly expanded from the size of a palm to several meters, and then to over 10 meters. A sinister smile spread across the Scarlet Horn King's face as he thought, "Kill. The more you kill, the faster you die." He knew that once the banner absorbed the blood of 100,000 beings, it would unleash terrifying power. During the clash of armies, it could instantly gather energy and summon the blood fiend insects with a single wave, killing even more enemies in a dreadful feedback loop. Blood fiend insects are the most frenzied and terrifying entities among the insect tribes. They feed on blood, are minuscule and hard to detect, yet can swarm like a dark cloud. In mere moments, they can drain the blood of giant beasts dozens of meters tall. Even if one could slash through tens of thousands, it would be futile, as their numbers could reach millions or even billions. This is the true essence of a swarm tactic. Even more frightening, the blood fiend insects are impervious to water and fire and nearly indestructible. A single insect might not even match a soldier's strength, but together, they become a force of nature. Summoned by this epic relic, their power is enough to make mid-level kings retreat. If they absorb the blood of 1,000,000 beings, even high-level kings would have to flee. With the blood of 10 million, even top-tier kings would struggle to cope, unless they were crowned by the Trial Tower. Crown kings are exceedingly rare, 1 in a million, each a king among kings. Dealing with creatures summoned by an epic relic would be a trivial task for them. By now, the Weeping Blood Banner had absorbed the blood of tens of thousands of beings, swelling to nearly 100 meters and standing out conspicuously on the vast battlefield. Qin Chuan had noticed this anomaly long ago but was too occupied fighting off numerous beasts to intervene, helplessly watching it expand. Boom! Qin Chuan's twin blades slashed out, sending a fierce wave of energy sweeping across a 100-meter radius, clearing the surrounding beasts. Several general-level beasts were also killed instantly, their massive bodies severed into pieces. De Huang, form the array and take down that banner, Qin Chuan commanded in a brief moment of respite. Upon receiving the order, De Huang immediately spat out a pre-prepared array disk. With a buzzing sound, the forces of heaven and earth surged, and the four beast companions swiftly took their positions. East, Azure Dragon. West, White Tiger. South, Vermilion Bird. North, Black Tortoise. Center, Chelan. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, unite. In an instant, flames filled the sky. Metal shards scattered. Green wood covered the ground. Black swamps surged, and earth and stones rolled. The powerful forces of the five elements interacted, unleashing an earth-shattering power. The five beast companions, now at their peak of the fourth tier, broke through their limits under the ancient array's empowerment, displaying the might of kings. Boom, 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 boom. In a flash, thousands of insect tribe beasts within the array's range perished, totaling over 10,000. Countless remnants and blood sprayed everywhere, and the battlefield echoed with wails. The surviving beasts trembled in fear, some even contemplating retreat. The terrifying sight of 10,000 beasts being annihilated in one blow shocked the Scarlet Horn King. He had to admit, he couldn't achieve such a feat even against a stationary target. He could at best kill a few thousand at once. Seeing his kin suffer heavy casualties, the Scarlet Horn King felt no pity but rather intense excitement. The conditions for activating the Weeping Blood Banner had been met. Qin Xuan and his beast companions had killed enough beasts to total 100,000. Ha ha ha, digging your own grave. The Scarlet Horn King let out a sinister laugh and drove the banner without hesitation. The 100-meter banner flapped loudly, its strange runes writhing. In a moment, the banner's surface was covered with dense black dots. These dots quickly coalesced and surged out like a tide. If someone were to observe these black waters with a magnifying glass, they would be terrified out of their wits. It wasn't water at all, but countless hideous, tiny insects. Each insect was so small that 100 of them stacked together wouldn't match the size of a grain of rice. Seeing the black tide approaching, Qin Xuan immediately ordered, "Fire." De Huang operated the array disc, and Xiao Hong spewed out a torrent of flames, covering a few hundred meters and blocking the black tide's path. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The crimson flames clashed with the black tide in midair, bursting into countless dazzling sparks. Although the black tide's advance slowed, Qin Xuan noticed its numbers hardly decreased. Something's wrong. This thing isn't water. From thousands of meters away, Qin Xuan was initially deceived by its appearance. But under his martial arts-enhanced observation, he suddenly realized, damn, these are insects. Based on their size, he estimated their numbers to be at least tens of millions. Qin Xuan cursed under his breath. Damn it! Xiao Hong's earlier attack had only killed a few tens of thousands. At this rate, by the time they reached here, they wouldn't be able to kill many more. A portion of the black tide fell to the ground, passing by a tall insect tribe beast. Qin Xuan watched as the beast's head vanished instantly, its body drying up like withered wood in a flash. These things are too strange. In just a second or two, the black tide broke through Xiao Hong's flame barrier, surging towards Qin Xuan. In its path, Defy was the first to face it. Sensing the impending threat, Defy didn't retreat, but opened its mouth wide, gathering its demonic power to unleash a king's roar. The metallic resonance shattered countless black insects. Defy's attack was indeed effective. However, compared to the swarm's tens of millions, it only killed a few 100,000. In the blink of an eye, the black tide reached Defy, ready to consume it into a withered husk, just like the unfortunate insect tribe beast before, draining its blood in an instant. Get out! With a surge of energy from the secret treasure at his feet, Qin Xuan's speed skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he was above Defy's head, unleashing a torrent of blade energy like a rainstorm. Simultaneously, Dahe quickly cast an energy shield over Defy and Qin Xuan. Water defense. With Dahe's low growl, a black, semi-transparent, resilient water shield enveloped Qin Xuan and Defy instantly. The blade energy slashed through tens of thousands of demon insects like lightning, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. The dense swarm of demon insects continued to crash against the water shield like a tidal wave. The gnawing sound was incessant, and the energy of the shield was visibly dwindling, likely to last no more than 10 seconds. In the distance, the Red Horn King grew more excited at the sight. Is this the blood fiend demon insect? Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the top demon insect of my insect race. It laughed loudly, then corrected itself. No, there are stronger demon insects, but in terms of combat power, it is still number one. Inside the water shield, Qin Xuan frantically searched for a solution in his mind, but came up empty. Despite having read extensive information about the insect race at the camp, it was all surface-level intelligence gathered by human scouts, with no records of such demon insects. Time flew as he pondered, and more than 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. With no strategy in mind, Qin Xuan stopped thinking and focused on one word: fight. He unleashed his killing intent, his spiritual power circulating rapidly, and his combat power surged to its peak as he activated his martial techniques. Die! Qin Xuan's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. However, just as he was about to use his martial skills to fight the demon insects, he froze. The insects had stopped. They were mere inches away, seemingly immobilized. Qin Xuan could even sense their menacing mandibles and razor-sharp antennae and limbs. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xuan realized these creatures weren't entirely still but were trembling as if encountering something terrifying. The entire swarm was agitated, like rippling water, boiling with frenzy. As Qin Xuan pondered, more waves of black water surged from the distance, and the insects behind continued to charge at him. Yet, they too stopped when they approached him. Qin Xuan suddenly understood and re-examined the insect swarm, a look of realization dawning on his face. The area where the insects halted was roughly within a few hundred meters around him, precisely the range of his killing aura field. The characteristic of his 7th grade martial technique, devouring aura, meant that as Qin Xuan killed more creatures, the aura he nurtured grew stronger, eventually forming a field around him. Any creature entering this field would have its strength weakened and suffer continuous erosion from the aura. At this moment, Qin Xuan's aura field was fully activated, extending up to 500 meters around him. Within a 100-meter radius of him, any creature below the guard level would perish within 3 seconds, their souls shattered. As Qin Xuan contemplated, the insects behind seemed confused about why their companions ahead had stopped. After a brief pause, they split into streams and continued their assault on Qin Xuan. However, without exception, they all halted around 100 meters from him. All the approaching insects trembled violently, as if gripped by a primal fear from their genes, souls, and bloodlines. In their eyes, Qin Xuan had transformed into an ancient demon insect, shrouded in dense black aura, looking down on them from above, capable of snatching their souls with a single glance. Witnessing the strange behavior of the demon insects, Qin Xuan recalled the scene when the venomous Fang general's bloodline protection was devoured. He realized how extraordinary the insect that had entered his soul sea that day was. Anything capable of entering a cultivator's soul sea usually had unimaginable traits. If it had been any other powerful cultivator that day, without the protection of the divine wheel, they might not have escaped having their soul devoured by the insect. Meanwhile, Redhorn King, who initially thought victory was assured when the blood fiend demon insect surrounded Qin Xuan, was now equally shocked and puzzled. Its sinister human-like face showed disbelief. What is happening? Redhorn King watched the blood fiend demon insects, which had surrounded Qin Xuan but made no further advance, and felt a sense of foreboding. It immediately tried to control the insects with its demonic power, driving the blood-weeping battle flag in the sky. However, no matter how much power it poured in, the insects remained unresponsive, as if petrified, ignoring its commands entirely. Qin Xuan, observing the immobilized demon insects, was also at a loss. Qin Xuan tentatively swung his blade at the swarm of demon insects. The sharp edge cut through the horde without eliciting any reaction. Each insect he slew transformed into a faint energy point. Observing these powerful yet unresisting creatures, a sudden idea struck him. What if he could harness them for his own use? Without hesitation, he cut his fingertip. A few drops of blood, energized by his spiritual power, turned into a blood mist that enveloped tens of thousands of blood fiend insects. Focusing intently, Qin Xuan used his blood as a medium to begin imprinting his soul mark. This contract was different from a pet bond. It was more like a link with a mystical artifact, turning the insects into mere tools. To his surprise, this casual attempt proved extraordinarily effective. The insects within the blood mist offered no resistance, allowing Qin Xuan to imprint them with ease. Overjoyed, he slashed his palm, releasing more blood. As the spiritual energy surged, the marks were swiftly imprinted, establishing a close connection with the insects. With a mere thought, the swarm moved at his command. Meanwhile, in the distance, the red-horned king panicked. It frantically waved its blood-cry battle flag, but the insects remained motionless. Worse still, it saw Qin Xuan in action and became frantic. These insects were no mere targets. Although the red-horned king couldn't see Qin Xuan's exact movements, it dared not delay. It immediately ordered the other insect tribes to attack. These creatures, originally fearful of the demon insects, now had no choice but to charge forward. However, without the threat of the demon insects, defy and the other beasts had no fear of the insect tribes. The power of the 5 elements swept across the battlefield, turning the attacking beasts into corpses in an instant. Having completed the soul imprint, Qin Xuan felt a bit tired, but couldn't hide his excitement. With a snap of his fingers, he issued his first command. Instantly, the swarm of demon insects surged like a tide, engulfing the beasts below. Wherever they passed, the flesh and blood of the insect tribes were drained, leaving only desiccated husks. Qin Xuan was delighted to find that even after the insects killed the beasts, he still gained energy points. This was likely because the insects bore his soul imprint, making them part of his power. The insects burrowed into the beasts, their sharp teeth tearing through flesh, reducing even the tallest giants to nothing in moments. Gazing at the ground littered with insect husks and glowing artifacts, Qinchuan's eyes sparkled. These were valuable materials and treasures. Moreover, the demon insects only consumed flesh, preserving much of the beast's value far more profitable than using beast pets in battle. Standing on Dabai's broad forehead, Qinchuan felt a surge of excitement as he began planning his next move. The blood fiend insects continued to devour the beast's flesh, their aura growing stronger, though their individual strength remained capped at the soldier level that was their limit. Seeing the blood fiend insects turn against them, the Red-Horned King and its followers were stunned. As it watched its subordinates being devoured, fear completely overtook the Red-Horned King. It turned to flee without a second thought, abandoning all dignity. The Red-Horned King consoled itself. They were just subordinates. It could always request more from the Queen Mother later. Little did it know, Qinchuan had already set his sights on the cowardly Demon King. Activating his rare-grade boots, Qinchuan became a blur as he sped towards the Red-Horned King. With numerous rare artifacts enhancing him and his strength boosted by the immortal blade god's physique, he barely considered the elementary Demon King a threat. The Red-Horned King fled desperately, its hundreds of legs leaving deep pits in the ground. In its heart, it prayed fervently, "Queen Mother, I am not fleeing out of cowardice, but I don't want to die in vain." Despite the Red-Horned King's speed, Qinchuan was faster. Gliding as if on the wind, he closed in on the Demon King without even touching the ground. Within 100 meters of the Red-Horned King, Qinchuan gripped his dual blades tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a swift motion, he unleashed two deadly techniques: Furious Dragon, Slash, and Ferocious Tiger Strike. The combined force of Dragon and Tiger doubled their power, and with the enhancement of his indestructible blade god physique, two surging blade auras shot forth, targeting the Red-Horned King's back. A look of shock and fear appeared on the Red-Horned King's grotesque human-like face. The large red horn on its forehead glowed, and an energy shield materialized around its body. The blade aura shattered upon contact with the shield, giving the Red-Horned King a chance to accelerate and escape, leaping 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Qinchuan was momentarily stunned but quickly gave chase. Using the speed boost from his Gale Wolf King boots, he soon caught up with the Red-Horned King again. However, each time he was about to strike, the Red-Horned King's red horn would light up, allowing it to dart another 1,000 meters away. This relentless chase continued, taking them hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield. The Red-Horned King fled through the mountains and forests, leaving a path of destruction in its wake, creating a wide trail in the lush green hills. Qinchuan followed closely, his determination unwavering. The unusual scene caught the attention of scouts from other beast territories. News quickly reached the Tiger King and the Blood Wolf King. The Tiger King pondered the situation, while the Blood Wolf King dismissed it, even boasting that he would show that human cultivator the might of a beast king. Realizing it couldn't shake off Qinchuan, the Red-Horned King decided to use a trick. It headed straight for the Blood Wolf King's territory, hoping to incite a conflict between the two. Upon receiving the news, the Blood Wolf King was furious at the Red-Horned King's ploy, but was unwilling to let it go unchallenged. He ordered his army to ambush, planning to capture both. As the Red-Horned King and Qinchuan entered the Blood Wolf King's territory, a massive battle was imminent. The Blood Wolf King personally led the charge, but first attacked the Red-Horned King. The clash between the two beast kings was intense, causing the ground to crack within hundreds of meters, filling the air with dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Qinchuan struck the Red-Horned King with a powerful slash, tearing a 10-meter-long wound on its body. The Red-Horned King howled in pain, warning the Blood Wolf King not to aid its enemy, threatening that the Beast Alliance would punish him. The Blood Wolf King hesitated upon hearing this. The Beast Alliance was formed to oppose the human race, with beasts of various forms united by their common diet of humans. This shared trait was the foundation of their alliance. Of course, this alliance is superficial. Internally, none of them truly submit to each other. To maintain this fragile coalition, the Demon Saints have established a series of harsh rules. Demons can fight among themselves, but in the presence of humans, they must set aside their grudges and prioritize killing humans. Violators will be thrown into the demon prison to endure the flesh-corroding punishment, a torment lasting for several days. The Blood Wolf King found itself in a dilemma. It took a slight step back, weighing the pros and cons. Helping the Red-Horned King meant swallowing its pride, but if it didn't, the watchful eyes of the surrounding beasts made it uneasy. Should word get out, it would undoubtedly become an example to warn others. With tensions high between humans and demons and an impending war, the Demon Clan would not tolerate internal discord. Seeing the Blood Wolf King's hesitation, the Red-Horned King felt slightly reassured. The red horn on its forehead glowed, and its wounds quickly healed. With a powerful strike, it shattered Qinchuan's blade aura and roared in the language of the 9 provinces, "Human cultivator, You're too arrogant. How dare you chase me here? Do you think I am easy to bully? Qin Chuan sneered, his dragon tiger blade swinging like the wind, sending out countless blade auras. The Red Horn King, unwilling to be outdone, used demon magic to strengthen its defense. Its 100 legs turned black as iron, its carapace grew thicker, and the red horn on its head emitted an even more imposing aura. Blood Wolf King, come help me! The Red Horn King shouted while fending off attacks. His flesh, his beast pet, and 1,000 human sacrifices will all be yours. The Blood Wolf King was tempted by these words and seized the opportunity. Since you're so incompetent, I will reluctantly help you. But if I don't get my share, watch your head. The Red Horn King secretly rejoiced while cursing the Blood Wolf King for its stupidity. It was already planning how to deal with this fool after taking care of Qin Chuan. The Blood Wolf King howled to the sky and struck at Qin Chuan with its massive claws. Qin Chuan deftly dodged, appearing beneath the Blood Wolf King's belly in an instant, slashing out with his dragon tiger blade. The Blood Wolf King was startled and quickly activated its blood shield. Red armor covered its body, barely deflecting Qin Chuan's attack. Ha ha ha, you damned fly. You think you can? The Blood Wolf King's mockery was cut short as Qin Chuan's blade aura rained down on its abdomen. It hastily rolled to evade, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. His internal organs and meridians had been specially fortified, allowing him to withstand spiritual power impacts far beyond that of ordinary people, enabling him to continuously unleash powerful martial skills without being affected. Seeing this, the Red Horn King shouted, Blood Wolf King, don't underestimate him. This kid is strong. Give it your all. With that, it launched a fierce attack on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan easily evaded, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Watch this, the Red Horn King exclaimed, spewing countless energy balls from its mouth, dense as rain. Each one was powerful enough to obliterate a general-level warrior. In an instant, the area within 100 meters around Qin Chuan was engulfed in the barrage. Boom! Countless energy balls exploded near Qin Chuan, sending clouds of dust into the air. While deftly dodging, Qin Chuan slashed the energy balls to the ground with his blade. Although Red Horn King's fierce attack didn't cause him any substantial harm, it did leave him looking somewhat disheveled. His clothes were torn to shreds by the blast, and his haggard appearance gave both Red Horn King and Blood Wolf King a boost of confidence. Seeing that Qin Chuan was no longer invincible, the two demon kings regained some of their dignity. Blood Wolf King, fueled by rage and embarrassment caused by Qin Chuan, saw Red Horn King's efforts and its own killing intent surged. It decided to go all out and issued a command to its minions in the Wolf Clan language. Form the ranks. Let this wretched human taste the might of our Wolf Clan. The pack of wolves howled in response, their cries echoing through the mountains. The howls intertwined, creating a strange resonance. Red glimmers appeared on the bodies of the demon wolves as the blood energy around Blood Wolf King grew more intense. Eventually, this power coalesced into a massive red wolf shadow, towering hundreds of meters behind Blood Wolf King. This bloodline power not only boosted Blood Wolf King's own strength, but also drew upon the power of tens of thousands of demon wolves. Even if each wolf contributed only a tiny bit, the combined strength was terrifying. Blood Wolf King opened its massive maw and unleashed countless blood energy shockwaves. Despicable human, die! Qin Chuan's boots activated, propelling him hundreds of meters in an instant. The mountain peak where he had stood was flattened. Blood Wolf King's attack power had reached the 6th level of the king rank. Qin Chuan assessed the situation, realizing he couldn't face them heathen. Scanning the area, he noticed the demon beasts providing power to Blood Wolf King and smirked. If you dare to form a formation, I'll destroy its foundation. Abandoning the duel with the two kings, Qin Chuan charged toward the demon wolf pack. He leaped quickly through the forest, each step causing a thunderous noise as his speed increased. Blood Wolf King, still basking in its own pride, hadn't noticed Qin Chuan's intention. Red Horn King quickly warned, not good. This human intends to slaughter your minions. Qin Chuan plunged into the demon wolf pack, his dual blades whirling, sending countless blade auras scattering. In the blink of an eye, he had killed hundreds of demon wolves. Commander and leader-level wolves couldn't withstand a single strike from his blade aura, and even peak generals only saw a fleeting shadow before their heads separated from their bodies. Crimson blood splattered through the forest, staining the flowers and trees. The scent of blood mingled with the forest's fragrance. Blood Wolf King was enraged, its mind clouded with fury, helplessly watching its subordinates fall one after another. It roared in the language of the 9 provinces, shameless, despicable human. If you have the guts, fight us directly. Bullying the weak proves nothing. Qin Chuan moved nimbly, weaving through the demon wolf pack as if it were empty space. His blades flashed, each strike claiming dozens or hundreds of demon wolf lives. Blood Wolf King wanted to attack Qin Chuan but feared harming its own subordinates. Hearing Blood Wolf King's furious roars, Qin Chuan chuckled inwardly and continued his relentless slaughter. Red Horn King, seeing Blood Wolf King's enraged state, couldn't help but remind Blood Wolf King, this human cultivator is at the general level. These 3 words echoed in Blood Wolf King's mind, finally overcoming its anger. It realized that despite being 2 king-level demons, they couldn't even defeat a general-level human and were instead scolding him for lacking honor. This thought brought a sense of shame, even to the demon Blood Wolf King. While Blood Wolf King was momentarily distracted, Qin Chuan killed another 1,000 demon wolves. Countless wolves fled through the forest, trying to escape this terrifying human. After running for a while, some wolves suddenly snapped to their senses. What are we here for? What are we doing now? They remembered that they had come to besiege this human cultivator. But now, they were the ones being hunted by a single human. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Are we dreaming? Countless demon wolves had similar questions running through their minds. They watched in shock as the human displayed incredible strength, taking down one of their comrades after another. Their gazes turned to their king, only to find the Blood Wolf King standing there helplessly. The Blood Wolf King was in a state of panic. At this rate, its subordinates would be wiped out. It turned to the Red Horn King for advice. The human face on the Red Horn King's forehead showed a thoughtful expression before it spoke coldly. Since we're all going to be killed by that guy, why don't you? Before it could finish, the Blood Wolf King understood the implication. It roared angrily at the Red Horn King. You're talking nonsense. Its fangs bared, ready to pounce at any moment. The Red Horn King remained unfazed, sneering as it looked into the distance. Hesitation will only bring disaster. That's a human saying. I'm giving it to you now. If I were you, I'd sacrifice part of the pack to save the rest. Make your choice, but remember, it's not my subordinates who will die. The Blood Wolf King fell silent, listening to the agonized cries of countless demon wolves. Its breathing became rapid. Unlike the Red Horn King, it had some affection for these wolves, who were all part of the same lineage. After a moment of hesitation, the Blood Wolf King let out a mournful howl. In the distant forest, countless demon wolves suddenly felt their blood boiling. Those closest to Qin Chuan had their veins bulge and then burst into blood mist. Their life energy vanished in an instant, converging towards the Blood Wolf King. Qin Chuan watched this eerie scene and then turned his gaze to the furious Blood Wolf King. Human, die! The Blood Wolf King roared, and a massive spectral wolf leaped from its back, crossing several kilometers in an instant. A paw the size of a house descended upon Qin Chuan, enveloping the area with a blood-red magnetic field that left him with no way to escape. Qin Chuan gripped his twin blades tightly, his gaze unwavering. His aura shifted dramatically, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. In the face of adversity, he would make his strike. From the moment he had started evading the Blood Wolf King's attacks, he had been preparing for this blow. Despite constantly hunting down demon wolves, the pressure from the 2 demon kings had kept his nerves taut. Now, facing the power of tens of thousands of sacrificed demon wolves, his tension reached its peak. Qin Chuan gathered all his strength into this one strike. Under the enhancement of his indestructible blade god physique, the power surged to new heights. Even before the blade was swung, countless blade auras crisscrossed around him, shredding the surrounding vegetation and rocks into fragments. The blade aura turned into a storm, the storm into blades, and the blades into a storm. As the terrifying giant wolf's spectral form descended, the ground around Qin Chuan began to collapse before it even touched him. The earth sank by more than 10 meters, forming a deep pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. In the center of the pit, Qin Chuan stood enveloped in a storm of blade auras, his heart as calm as an ancient well, unperturbed by the approaching giant wolf. The distant demon beasts watched in terror. Such power would likely spell doom even for a mid-level king. The human was surely doomed. The Blood Wolf King howled in excitement. The deaths of its tens of thousands of subordinates were not in vain. The detestable human would finally join them in death. The only regret was that the human's body would be crushed into blood mist, making it impossible to savor the taste. The Red Horn King was equally shocked. It hadn't expected the wolf tribe's blood sacrifice to be so formidable. The giant wolf's spectral attack had likely reached the level of a high-level demon king. However, it was also somewhat disappointed. The Blood Wolf King's forces hadn't been significantly weakened. The sacrificed wolves numbered only around a quarter of its total, falling short of its plan. Just as the spectral wolf's attack crushed countless peaks and descended into the pit, the demons suddenly saw a blinding white light. The light was so intense that tens of thousands of demon beasts couldn't look directly at it. As they squinted in pain, a 100-meter-long blade aura pierced through the giant wolf's spectral form. From its paw to its head, the entire spectral wolf was engulfed in the white blade light, as if frozen in midair. The giant wolf's spectral form slowly disintegrated, but the white blade light lingered. The two demon kings sensed a powerful intent from the blade light. It felt like an endless darkness was closing in, a thick despair pressing down. But within this darkness, a light appeared, growing brighter and larger until it shattered the endless darkness. From the blade light, they saw the unyielding spirit of the person who had wielded it, a courage that dared to face everything, to stake everything, and to fight to the death. The two demon kings were momentarily stunned. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly leaped from the pit. Countless blade auras surged towards the surrounding demon beasts, slicing them into pieces in an instant. The black shadow landed atop a tall tree. Supported by his spiritual power, his gaze pierced through several kilometers to lock onto the two demon kings. It's your turn. The black shadow was none other than Qin Xuan. At this moment, he was like a taut bowstring, needing to keep fighting to maintain his state. Any relaxation would cause his momentum to dissipate and his strength to plummet. Qin Xuan's feet tapped the ground, creating bursts of sound as his body rapidly closed in on the two demon kings. Before they could react, he was within a few hundred meters. With a swing of his rare twin blades, countless terrifying blade auras tore through the air, aiming straight for their faces. Join forces. He's at the end of his strength. Just hold on a bit longer, and he'll collapse on his own. Sensing Qin Xuan's aura, the Red Horn King abandoned caution and directly clashed with the blade auras. The Crimson Horn King sensed that Qin Xuan's previous attack had gathered all his strength and concluded that he was at his last gasp. It believed that as long as it stalled for time, Qin Xuan would die from overexertion. However, what the Crimson Horn King did not know was that Qin Xuan's power was rapidly increasing. The horn on the Crimson Horn King's forehead glowed, and its pincers swung fiercely, shattering wave after wave of blade energy. The Blood Wolf King, not wanting to be outdone, although its bloodline power had been broken, still retained considerable strength. The two demon kings flanked Qin Xuan, casting their demonic spells without regard for the cost. Qin Xuan was surrounded in the center, completely enveloped by blade energy. He repelled countless attacks without a thought for defense, his mind focused on one thing: attack, attack, attack. The spiritual energy in his dantian was rapidly depleting, and his physical strength was constantly draining. He gulped down bottle after bottle of 4th and 5th grade recovery elixirs, his body frantically absorbing and consuming them. At this moment, Qin Xuan was like an overworked machine, destined to break down if he stopped. Qin Xuan's blade never ceased, and soon, the two demon kings were covered in bloodstains, black demonic energy entangling them, corroding their flesh and souls. Initially, the two demon kings could cope, but as time passed, they grew increasingly frantic. When the first wound appeared on their bodies, followed by the second and third, they trembled and realized. This human was not at his last gasp but had fallen into a frenzy. Each of Qin Xuan's strikes was stronger than the last, and the pressure on the two demon kings kept increasing. Their battle destroyed mountain after mountain and devastated forest after forest. The surrounding demon wolves stayed far away, not daring to approach this terrifying battlefield. Even the aftershocks could instantly kill a general-level demon beast. No beast dared to be so reckless. Feeling Qin Xuan's ever-growing attacks, the Crimson-Horned King panicked, rapidly thinking of a strategy. It let out a screech, activating its bloodline's protective power, causing a golden giant insect's phantom, an ancient divine insect known as the Vajra bug, with incredibly strong defensido appear around it. The Crimson Horned King planned to first block Qin Xuan's attacks and then devise a plan. However, the Crimson Horned King's plan was quickly shattered. It was shocked to find that the bloodline protection rapidly disappeared under the black energy emitted by Qin Xuan. Worse, Qin Xuan's attack power had greatly increased again. The Crimson Horned King was stunned. It had intended to temporarily hold off Qin Xuan, but instead had boosted his strength. The Crimson Horned King recalled the scene of Qin Xuan subduing the demonic insect earlier, and a thought struck it. This bastard must have a more powerful demonic insect. But it couldn't understand why a human would possess the unique power of the insect race. However, the crisis was imminent, leaving no time for further thought. Taking advantage of Qin Xuan focusing on attacking the Blood Wolf King, the Crimson Horned King turned and fled without hesitation. Hundreds of legs moved rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had escaped hundreds of meters. The Blood Wolf King was stunned, realizing it had completely underestimated the Crimson Horned King's shamelessness, regretting its own naivety. Without the Crimson Horned King's support, the Blood Wolf King could no longer withstand Qin Xuan's attacks alone. Within a few breaths, a blazing blade light slashed out, severing one of the Blood Wolf King's legs. Its body collapsed, crashing to the ground like a falling mountain. The Blood Wolf King roared in demonic language, "Crimson Horned King, you will die a miserable death." Before the words were finished, Qin Xuan's blade energy had already decapitated it. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the devastated mountain terrain. The Wolf Demon King had fallen. A green light floated out from its body, and Qin Chuan grabbed it, discovering it was a blood-red jade pendant, a rare treasure known as blood jade. Without time to examine the jade pendant, Qin Chuan immediately charged into the surrounding demon wolves. The crisis was not over. Hundreds of thousands of demon wolves still surrounded him. The Crimson Horn King had vanished without a trace. Qin Chuan, like a tiger among sheep, slashed and reaped the lives of thousands of demon wolves. The number of energy points in his dimensional space soared. Seeing their leader dead, the demon wolves lost their will to fight, scattering in all directions, howling in the forest. Qin Chuan pursued them for tens of kilometers before stopping. Even with the trait of relentless strikes, he had reached his limit. Continuing further would mean death from overexertion. Qin Chuan lay under a large tree, two long blades planted beside him. He continually took out elixirs from his treasure ring, pouring them into his mouth and onto his body. The elixirs soaked into the ground, and the surrounding grass absorbed the residual energy, growing rapidly until it covered Qin Chuan's body. After emptying countless bottles of elixirs, Qin Chuan was finally exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Even a body of iron couldn't withstand such powerful attacks continuously. His energy was completely depleted, and every cell in his body had been drained. The elixirs he ingested were being frantically absorbed by his limbs and bones, and his skin also absorbed the elixirs poured onto it. Qin Chuan slept on, the surrounding grass growing into a thick patch that enveloped him. The battle had subsided, and the forest returned to tranquility. However, no bird or beast dared to approach the central battlefield, even though the blood and flesh of powerful demon beasts were enticing. Small animals, attracted by the scent of the elixirs, approached Qin Chuan but dared not come closer, only watching from a distance. The aura emanating from the grass patch filled them with fear. In the skies above the occupied territory, a fiery red bird with a wingspan of several dozen meters soared rapidly, its wings slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. On the ground below, a giant snow-white tiger and a green serpent were running side by side, kicking up clouds of dust. They were the fastest among Qin Chuan's beast companions. Having just defeated some Zerg monsters, they immediately set off, using their soul contract to sense Qin Chuan's location and rush towards him. Linger sat on Xiao Hong's back, her face full of worry. "Brother Qin Chuan, please be safe." Feeling her emotions, Xiao Hong let out a comforting chirp. "Xiao Hong, are you saying Brother Qin Chuan is all right?" Linger asked. Xiao Hong chirped again in response, indicating that it could sense Qin Chuan's soul aura weak but resilient. The three beasts and Linger traveled countless kilometers before finally finding Qin Chuan surrounded by vegetation. Linger rushed to embrace him while the three beasts began patrolling the area, vigilantly guarding their master. Seeing Qin Chuan's numerous injuries, Linger's eyes reddened as she fought back tears and began to use her healing skills. Qin Chuan was in a deep slumber, as if trapped in a barren, desolate land. But as Linger healed him, his consciousness world began to experience a gentle rain, the cracked earth slowly sprouting green and eventually covering his entire vision. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Linger, you're here?" Unable to hold back any longer, Linger hugged him and cried, "Brother Qin Chuan, you promised you wouldn't leave me. Please don't run off alone again." Qin Chuan gave a helpless smile. He had indeed been a bit impulsive, unwilling to let the Red Horn King escape. But now that the creature had fled, leaving behind another king's corpse, he had nothing more to say than to sigh at its luck. "All right, I promise you, I won't take such risks next time." Qin Chuan patted Linger's back, then stood up and looked towards the distant battlefield. "Let's go clean up." They arrived at a battlefield strewn with the corpses of demonic wolves, including a massive demonic king's body. Qin Chuan stored the Blood Wolf King's body in his ring, but was at a loss with the numerous demonic wolf corpses. Just then, a swarm of dark magic insects flew from afar. Qin Chuan smiled. "Looks like we've got some help." Despite Xiao Hong and the others showing disgust towards the magic insect swarm, Qin Chuan gestured for the insects to start devouring the demonic wolf's flesh. He focused on collecting the processed demonic wolf bones, which were valuable crafting materials. After cleaning up this battlefield, Qin Chuan headed to another area with even more abundant spoils. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the scattered bones and various secret treasures, roughly estimating the total haul to be worth at least 5 trillion, essentially making him rich overnight. While Qin Chuan and Linger were joyfully gathering their spoils, the Red Horn King was hiding in the forest thousands of kilometers away, still shaken. It was relieved that the Blood Wolf King's sacrifice had allowed it to escape, but the hundreds of wounds and the black miasma entangling it puzzled the creature. This is the power of the soul-eating magic insects. How could a human wield such power? The Red Horn King pondered, deciding to report this to the queen as soon as possible. After gathering the spoils, Qin Chuan stored away the various treasures and his beast companions. As the sun set, its rays cast a serene glow on Qin Chuan and Linger. Qin Chuan looked back at the ruins below a once bustling human settlement, now reduced to rubble, with only a few demonic beasts roaming. The desolate atmosphere hung over the land, and Qin Chuan silently vowed, "Next time I return, it will be to reclaim this land." Qin Chuan and Linger returned to the camp, greeted by General Chen Ku with a broad smile. "Ha ha ha, how was the hunt today, Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan dismounted from Xiaohong and walked towards Chen Ku with Linger in tow. "Not bad, but I could use a little help from you, General Chen." Chen Ku patted his chest confidently. "Just say the word. If it's something I can do, consider it done." Qin Chuan explained, "We killed some demon beasts today and have some materials and low-level treasures that need processing. You're more experienced in this than I am." Chen Ku laughed heartily and took on the task. "I thought it was something serious. Leave it to me. I'll get you the best price." The two extended their hands, and a flash of light marked the transfer of items through their treasure rings. Qin Chuan kept only the rare treasures and some personal items. Chen Ku instinctively checked the contents of the ring and was so shocked he took a step back, his face full of disbelief. After double-checking, he stammered, "Qin Chuan, how many demon beasts did you kill? Did you raid the Demon King's lair or something?" Qin Chuan calmly replied, "You could say that. Anyway, the Red Horn King's lair is no more, and the Blood Wolf King is gone too." Chen Ku checked the ring again and noticed the blood-red corpse of a giant wolf among the pile of bones. "Is this a Demon King?" His hands trembled with excitement. Qin Chuan nodded and added, "I'll need your help with reporting the contribution points as well, General Chen." Qin Chuan kept the Blood Wolf King's body not only because it was valuable, but also because killing a Demon King earned substantial contribution points, worth at least 1,000,000,000 Juzhou coins. Demon Kings were rare, with only tens of thousands in the entire demon race, so each kill was highly lucrative. The main profit from this hunt came from the Demon King, with other gains barely matching it. The Blood Wolf King also provided a rare jade pendant that could continuously restore blood and stamina. Exactly what Qin Chuan needed. After a brief conversation, Qin Chuan and Linger went to rest. Watching them leave, Chen Ku sighed. Qin Chuan's growth is truly terrifying. He recalled Qin Chuan's rapid rise from lieutenant general to general and his astounding feat of facing 2 demon kings and killing one. Such prowess would make even the top generals on the 100 generals list feel inferior. Chen Ku, looking at the mountain of demon beast corpses in the ring, sensed that this report would cause a huge stir, likely drawing the attention of the higher-ups and ushering Qin Chuan into the world of the truly powerful. He remembered when Qin Chuan first arrived, thinking he was a young master from some prominent family, but this young man had repeatedly surprised everyone, showcasing his incredible strength. Calming his excitement, Chen Ku immediately contacted the rear to report Qin Chuan's contributions. At headquarters, a young female logistics officer exclaimed, "Someone killed a demon king." Her colleagues were slightly surprised but soon returned to their tasks. While news of a demon king's death was rare, it happened a few times each year, so they were used to it. A voluptuous woman laughed and asked, "Which emperor's student this time?" The young woman excitedly explained, "No, listen to me. This isn't a new king training themselves. It's a general." The office fell silent, everyone covering their mouths in shock. A general killed a demon king. The weight of this news dawned on everyone, realizing its extraordinary nature. While it was rumored that the top 10 on the 100 generals list had the power to challenge kings, that referred to newly ascended kings, and even then, killing one was nearly impossible. Demon kings in the fallen regions were usually at the 2nd or 3rd king level, highlighting the significance of this achievement. "Which general? Tell us." The crowd eagerly pressed for details. The young woman continued, "He's not on the 100 generals list. His name is Qin Chuan. Oh my god, he's only 18. The office resonated with a chorus of exclamations as the operators unabashedly expressed their excitement. They gathered around a woman, closely examining the intelligence report displayed on her computer screen. The high school ID photo of Qin Chuan looked youthful, yet it drew admiration from women of various ages. "I think this kid has the potential to become a great emperor," an older operator remarked. To be able to slay a demon king at this level, even among the emperor's students, few could accomplish such a feat. "That's not what's important," a young woman interjected. "Didn't you notice how handsome he is?" The group chattered animatedly for a while until the middle-aged woman in charge finally managed to quiet them down. All right," she methodically instructed. "Send this intelligence report up the chain for rating, then contact human resources to dispatch warriors for verification." The operator responsible for the call hesitated before speaking. "Chief, how should we rate this? Is it in a level?" "S-level," the middle-aged woman responded decisively. Upon hearing this, the young female operator's excitement was palpable as she immediately marked the file with a golden seal. An S-level rating meant that the document would reach the hands of the Emperor-level entity overseeing the Fallen Zone. Due to the Sacred Wall, the strongest demons sent to attack would not exceed the King level. If they reached the Emperor level or higher, they would be obliterated by the will of Kuan Shang within the sacred wall, even from thousands of kilometers away. Although Kuan Shang had perished centuries ago, the power he sacrificed himself to harness still lingered, capable of maintaining the defense for decades to come. The guardian of this fallen zone's sacred wall was known as the Xianlei Emperor. His beast companion was a black thunder dragon, adept at swift and lethal attacks, unmatched among his peers. As a former three-time champion, even the current nine-time world champion couldn't rival him at the king level. High atop the 100 Stall Guardian Tower, Xianlei Emperor was deep in cultivation. This tower, constructed from rare beast materials and inscribed with countless powerful runes, concentrated immense spiritual energy, providing a significant boost to the Emperor's cultivation. Suddenly, his communication device vibrated. Xianlei Emperor leaped down, causing ripples in the space beneath his feet as a massive thunder dragon appeared. Standing on the dragon's head, he checked the message. Initially expecting an emergency rescue call, he was instead met with a logistics report. Though slightly annoyed at first, his interest peaked as he read through the content. Didn't expect to find a combat prodigy here, he mused. Looks like I'll need to find some time to speak with this young man. At his current cultivation pace, he has a good chance of breaking through to the king level within a few years. If so, our Jojo nation might gain another crown champion. Xianlei Emperor then delved into all available information on Qin Chuan, including his minimal awakening of cultivation aptitude and his involvement in several cultivator-related incidents. Even details Qin Chuan himself was unaware of, such as being placed on a gray list after the Zhulai incident along with Zhuang Tong and others, were at Xianlei Emperor's fingertips. The thoroughness of this monitoring was such that Xianlei Emperor could even see Qin Chuan's youthful indiscretions, like his visits to certain adult websites, including the number of logins and the duration of each session. This meticulous surveillance underscored Jojo Nation's stringent control over its key cultivation prospects. Emperor Xianlei was not surprised to learn that Qin Chuan, who had only awakened minimal cultivation talents, had reached such a high level in a short time. He was well aware that countless miracles happen every moment in the world, and it is not uncommon for ordinary people to seize opportunities and soar to great heights. Emperor Xianlei himself was an example of this. Once an ordinary commander-level cultivator, he had a fortuitous encounter that propelled him to his current status. Regarding Qin Chuan's rise, Emperor Xianlei and the Nine Provinces Kingdom did not probe into the reasons behind it, but were more concerned about whether he could serve the country. After meticulously investigating Qin Chuan's online activities, Emperor Xianlei concluded that Qin Chuan was a young man of impeccable character, worth nurturing for the nation. He immediately found Qin Chuan's contact information and personally sent him an important document. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was waiting for contribution points and pre-ordered resources to be credited, preparing to advance his cultivation with his 4 beast pets. However, before that, he planned to take Linger and the little beasts to the nearest base city for a few days of relaxation. Qin Chuan understood that the path of cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. Overindulgence could be counterproductive. While he himself was unaffected, it was crucial for the mental well-being of Linger and the beast pets, making this outing particularly necessary. Qin Chuan knew that beast pets are sentient beings with emotions and should not be treated purely as tools. He supervised their daily training and shared in their progress. Not rewarding them would be overly harsh. Now, all 5 beast pets could freely shrink their sizes. Xiaoqing transformed into a jade bracelet, as thick as a thumb, coiled around Qin Chuan's wrist. Debai shrunk to the size of a cat, nestled in Linger's arms. Dehe, appearing as an ordinary small turtle, moved with remarkable speed. De Huang turned into a unique black dog with antlers and scales, and Xiao Hong morphed into a red sparrow, circling above their heads and occasionally perching on their shoulders. Qin Chuan recalled his promise during their tough times to give Xiaoqing the best beast food. Although he had bought many expensive foods along the way, they were clearly insufficient by his current standards. Today, he decided to let them enjoy a grand feast, choosing only the finest. The group arrived at the largest cultivator restaurant in the base city, each floor spanning tens of thousands of square meters, bustling with cultivators. Some were frontline soldiers coming to relax, while others were freelance cultivators preparing to venture into the fallen zones or stargates. Killing beasts in the fallen zones was dangerous, but each kill earned contribution points from the state, crucial for future titles and nobility. Thus, many cultivators ventured every year, though many also perished. Inside the restaurant, the cultivators noticed the unusual beasts accompanying Qin Chuan. Instead of disdain, they showed respect. Even though Qin Chuan had concealed his aura, the noble bloodlines of the beast pets were evident. This was a stark contrast to the outside world, where many ordinary people might see Qin Chuan as just a boy with pets. However, these seasoned cultivators could immediately tell Qin Chuan was extraordinary. At the front desk, Qin Chuan made a request to a meticulously made-up receptionist. When she heard that the expenditure would exceed 10 billion Nine Provinces coins, her eyes widened in shock. As an ordinary person, she found it hard to gauge Qin Chuan's spending power, given that few cultivators would spend 10 billion on a meal. Understanding her hesitation, Qin Chuan calmly said, "Swipe the card first, then prepare." The girl was somewhat convinced, but still felt the transaction was too significant to handle alone. She quickly called for the manager, hoping to properly manage the extraordinary request of this unique guest. The manager in charge here was a middle-aged cultivator. His eyes quickly scanned the beasts accompanying Qin Chuan, instantly determining that the young man's cultivation level was at least at the 4th tier. This realization made him not dare to show any neglect. He immediately personally escorted Qin Chuan to the VIP floor on the 5th level. The atmosphere on the VIP floor was distinctly different. The cultivators dining here were all at least 3rd-tier commanders, the most esteemed regulars of this restaurant. As the manager led the way, he explained in a low voice, "It's rare for 4th-tier and above cultivators to visit places like ours. They're either in battle or on their way to the battlefield, with very precious time." Qin Chuan nodded slightly, understanding. As the backbone of the Jiuzhou kingdom, every 4th-tier cultivator carried heavy responsibilities, and it was only natural for their time to be limited. He himself used to be the same, spending his days slaying monsters on the front lines. Recently, however, he had cleared his region of monsters so thoroughly that he couldn't even find a practice target unless he ventured deep into enemy territory. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Even General Chun Ku had advised him to take a few more days off, saying the front lines were secure under his protection. Since that was the case, why not enjoy some rare leisure time? As Qin Chuan swiped his card to pay, a variety of aromatic and visually appealing dishes were quickly brought to the long dining table. Roast suckling pig, whole roasted lamb, whole roasted beef, roast chicken, roast duck, an array of delicacies almost filled the table. Qin Chuan, Linger, and each of the beasts took a seat, resembling a large family gathering. As the meal began, everyone displayed their unique eating styles. Linger was elegant, chewing slowly and savoring each bite, embodying a lady's grace. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, devouring his food with gusto, even crunching on the bones. The beasts, seemingly in sync with their master, enlarged their forms and began devouring the food with large, hungry bites. Debai and De Huang at least chewed a few times, appearing to savor the flavors. Xiao Qing and the others, however, were much more straightforward, swallowing their food in one gulp, leaving one to wonder if they even tasted it. Judging by their satisfied expressions, they seemed to thoroughly enjoy the meal. The food on the table disappeared at a visible rate, with each dish being devoured in less than a minute. These meticulously prepared meats, some even being high-quality monster meat, were quite costly. But for Qin Chuan now, this expenditure was a drop in the ocean. "Come on, Debai, give this a try. Don't gobble it down like you're eating a whole pig. Take it slow," Qin Chuan said to his pet beast as he pushed a plate of exquisite dishes in front of it. "And here, have some of this. Lafite is just grape juice, so drink up," he added, holding up a glass of deep red liquid to Debai's mouth. "Who ordered the main course? Why are you eating plain rice? Eat more of the dishes, you useless thing." Qin Chuan continued to nag, as if he were teaching a group of children proper table manners. This scene drew puzzled looks from the cultivators dining nearby. They exchanged confused glances, seemingly communicating without words. Who is this guy, bringing his pet beast to a feast? Only he could come up with such an idea. Some cultivators frowned and whispered, "These are mostly human foods. Only humans can truly appreciate their flavors. Pet beasts should just eat their specialized feed. Isn't it a waste for them to eat these?" If Dahe and the others knew what these cultivators were thinking, they would have spit on them in disdain. They thought to themselves, "Can't you see how much we're enjoying this? Who says pet beasts can't enjoy a feast? That's discrimination." Though Xiao Qing and the others had shrunk in size, their appetites were as large as ever. Their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, continuously consuming plate after plate of food. The delicious dishes disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if an invisible black hole was absorbing everything. Although the meat dishes were tasty, their energy levels were extremely low, not as satisfying as a single-star essence stone. But for Xiao Qing and the others, eating wasn't just about replenishing energy, it was an enjoyment in itself. They had fallen in love with the delicious food, eating with great enthusiasm and satisfaction evident on their faces. After they were full, Qin Chuan took Linger and the pet beast to an amusement park to have some fun. They tried various new and exciting rides, their laughter ringing out continuously. When they were tired, they found a cultivator hotel to rest. In the hotel room, Qin Chuan finally had time to check the encrypted file sent to his communicator. Seeing the sender's name, he mumbled in confusion, "Xianlei Emperor? This name sounds familiar. Whose username is this?" When he opened the file and read its contents, Qin Chuan was suddenly startled. It was actually a file sent by an emperor. He realized, no wonder this name sounded so familiar. Isn't this the emperor guarding the Fallen Zone? The file mainly discussed what he would encounter after reaching the king level, the king's trial tower. This mysterious structure appeared out of nowhere hundreds of years ago, and its exact location and origin remain unknown. Anyone who reaches the king level can sense this tower and choose whether to enter. Each king has 3 opportunities to enter the tower for trials. The tower has 9 levels, and each level grants a crown upon completion. Climbing all 9 levels earns 9 crowns, the highest recorded so far. Nowadays, the 9-crown king is at the peak of the emperor level, about to step into the imperial level. Unfortunately, this 9-crown king is not from the 9 provinces, nor even a human but a member of the demon race. After leaving the king's trial tower, each crown significantly enhances one's power. The 9-crown demon king can even fight multiple 6th-level emperors alone at the 5th level and remain undefeated. Countless human experts have fallen at his hands. This 9-crown king is Qin Xuan's old friend, the genius of the insect race 9-headed insect emperor. After reading the file from Xinlei Emperor, Qin Xuan began to plan and prepare for his upcoming training. Meanwhile, while Qin Xuan was enjoying his vacation, the Red Horn King had already traversed mountains and rivers and returned to the insect tribe. This place had 10,000 mountains, each transformed into an environment suitable for various insect species. From a bird's eye view, the countless enormous insects were a terrifying sight. The Red Horn King stumbled back to its territory and approached its queen. At this moment, a gigantic insect, similar in appearance, but with a silver horn on its forehead, approached. Its fierce human-like face asked, "Red Horn King, weren't you at the sacred wall? Why have you returned so suddenly?" Seeing this giant insect, the Red Horn King respectfully replied, "Silverhorn brother, it's a long story. I'm a bit embarrassed." It briefly recounted its encounter, embellishing the tale to make it seem like it had fought bravely before retreating as a last resort. In its description, the Red Horn King exaggerated Qin Xuan's power, claiming that he, as a general, could easily unleash the strength of a mid-level king with a single blow. It even suggested that Qin Xuan, in a burst of power, could kill a high-level king with one strike and make a top-level king fall back. To save face, the Red Horn King spared no effort in using grandiose terms, portraying Qin Xuan as an ancient millennium genius of the human race, even hinting that Qin Xuan might ascend to the god level. These elaborate tales left the Silver Horn King utterly stunned. Its human-like face filled with shock, clearly overwhelmed by such a sensational description. Just from hearing the Red Horn King's description, the Silver Horn King felt a chill run down its spine. The human's terrifying prowess far exceeded its imagination. If it were to encounter such a formidable being, even as an intermediate king, it would likely face certain death. The Silverhorn King couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for the Red Horn King, relieved that its younger sibling had been quick-witted and decisive enough to escape from such a powerful genius. For the first time, a look of unprecedented admiration appeared in the Silverhorn King's eyes as it reassessed the lowly king before it. Though they were born of the same queen, the Silverhorn King had often looked down on the Red Horn King, believing it lacked the bloodthirsty spirit and fearless nature that characterized their kind. However, at this moment, the Silverhorn King had to admit that the Red Horn King had indeed grown significantly through its battles with humans. "Little Red Horn, you've really been through a lot," the Silverhorn King sighed, its tone tinged with a hint of sympathy. The Red Horn King responded respectfully, "Second brother Silverhorn, I will go report to the queen immediately." "Go, go." The Silverhorn King waved its antennae. Such a significant matter must be reported to the queen, and preferably to the alliance of demonic beings as well. Let those crown kings take action and eliminate this human genius. We absolutely cannot allow such a threat to grow. As it spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in the Silverhorn King's compound eyes. The sheer thought of someone at the general level being able to slay kings and unleash power comparable to that of top-tier kings was terrifying. The Silverhorn King shuddered just thinking about it. The Red Horn King respectfully retreated and continued toward the center of the hive. Yet, in its heart, it secretly felt smug. That fool Silverhorn is so easily deceived. Heh heh heh. Though the Red Horn King was the weakest among the insect kings, its mind was the sharpest, often manipulating its kin to its advantage. Upon reaching the center of the hive, the Red Horn King looked up at the colossal structure before it. Standing thousands of meters tall, the mountain had been entirely hollowed out, forming a massive warm bed. The Red Horn King knew it was about to face the most central figure of the entire insect race. Among the mountain ranges, a colossal insect lay dormant, its body bloated and massive, stretching for hundreds of meters. Its head bore a human face, crowned with 7 long horns that shimmered with colors of gold, silver, and red. This was the queen of the insect race, the 7-horned queen. Her 7 horns were not only supreme treasures but also contained mysterious and unfathomable powers. Several of her stronger offspring had inherited this ability, each bearing a single horn. At that moment, the Red-Horned King landed at the entrance of a hollow mountain. Before he could speak, an ancient voice echoed from within the cave. Red-horned king, why have you returned? The red-horned king respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I, your son, Redhorn. He began to recount his experiences, embellishing his actions slightly but sticking mostly to the truth, not daring to exaggerate as he would with the silver-horned king. After listening, the seven-horned queen pondered for a moment. Her voice resonated through the mountains. From what you've described, this human cultivator is indeed a rare talent. If he is allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our race. After a brief silence, the seven-horned queen issued a command. Gather your silver-horned and gold-horned brothers, and then contact those from the east and south. Have them send a few of their best warriors. Assemble a team of 10 kings and ambush that human. She continued, those exiled organizations won't refuse. Their hatred for the 9 provinces is far deeper than ours. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Although the insect race allied with these organizations due to their human identities, which facilitated infiltration into the 9 provinces, even within the insect race, these human traitors were looked down upon. No intelligent race respects traitors, not even the cold and ruthless insect race. The seven-horned queen understood the depth of these exiled organizations' hatred for the 9 provinces. After their countries fell one by one, the 9 provinces remained, and its people lived in relative peace. This jealousy had long turned into deep resentment and unwillingness. However, their hatred was not directed at the insect race that destroyed their countries, but at the 9 provinces. They resented the 9 provinces for not allowing them entry, not protecting them, and not using their own bodies to fend off the insect race. They seemed eager to see the 9 provinces fall to the insect race, as if that would prove their downfall was due to the overwhelming power of the insect race, not their own incompetence. The red-horned king departed to relay the message to the silver-horned and gold-horned kings. The gold-horned king, being a higher-ranking king, was not as gullible as the silver-horned king and quickly saw through red-horned king's exaggerations. But the red-horned king stuck to his story, refusing to admit any deceit. The silver-horned king was left confused, unsure whom to believe, but it didn't matter. Their mission was to kill the human cultivator. The 3 insect kings then contacted the leaders of 2 exiled organizations. The people from the east had a close relationship with the insect race, almost like vassals. Without the insect race's protection, they could hardly survive in the fallen territories. Reluctantly, they sent 4 kings, nearly depleting their strength. If this mission failed, their losses would be devastating. The exiled organization from the south was more hesitant, but eventually sent 3 kings. Their overall strength was even weaker than that of the east. If these 3 kings did not return, the southern exiled organization would be effectively destroyed. With 10 kings assembled, they led a 1,000,000-strong insect army towards the Holy Wall. This time, the seven-horned queen had dispatched her direct subordinates. If they succeeded in killing the human cultivator, their status within the insect race would significantly rise, granting them more resources, whether it be human blood or precious heavenly Tao liquid. However, all of this hinged on the mission's success. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan and Linger finished their outing and returned to the camp. The cultivation resources they had purchased and exchanged for were now in place, allowing Qin Xuan to focus on his training without any further worries. Starstones and cultivation elixirs poured into the bodies of the beast pets like a flowing stream, while Qin Xuan focused intensely on merging martial arts techniques. His gaze was fixed inward, at his dantian, staring at the once bottomless chasm of his cultivation realm. Now, the dark abyss was gradually being filled with light, with threads of hope climbing upwards. Qin Xuan felt a surge of joy within. He knew that once the light completely dispelled the darkness and the bottom of the chasm leveled with its sides, his path to advancement would be clear and unobstructed. At that point, he would step into the king-level realm, a realm more stable and unshakable than anyone else's. Other cultivators might rely on fragile bridges to cross their realms, but not Qin Xuan. His path was like solid ground, never to collapse. As the chasm of his realm slowly filled, Qin Xuan was pleasantly surprised to find that even though his realm hadn't advanced, his actual combat power was rapidly increasing. This state reminded Qin Xuan of those strong and robust youths who, though not yet adults, could easily surpass many grown men. His realm constraints also affected his 5 beast pets, keeping them at the peak of the 4th tier. However, the daily return of cultivation power washed over them like gentle spring rain, constantly refining their physical forms. These once ordinary beasts, despite numerous enhancements through the bloodline roulette, still had slight, almost imperceptible flaws. They were like nearly perfect jade, flawless overall but with 1 or 2 tiny imperfections. These minor flaws did not affect the pet's strength. They were still outstanding among their peers. But now, the situation had changed. With the continuous influx of cultivation power, those small imperfections were being gradually filled, and all impurities were slowly being purged. They were transforming towards a state of greater perfection and flawlessness. This seemingly minor improvement was like the final centimeter in climbing a peak. Once crossed, it meant a qualitative leap. Qin Chuan recalled yesterday's 10-chapter release and felt a tinge of regret over the insufficient number of gifts. Silently, he called out in his heart, "Brothers, please send gifts and leave good reviews. An author who can maintain 5 chapters daily and occasionally burst out 10 deserves your support and appreciation. Your gifts are the fuel for my sustained 5-chapter updates." While Qin Chuan was training, 10 demon kings arrived near the front lines where he was stationed. However, when planning an ambush, several human kings and Zerg demon kings had a disagreement. 3 of the demon kings believed that the 7 human kings could breach the sacred wall and encircle Qin Chuan, considering their combined strength should make it an easy task. But the 7 human kings were no fools. As the strongest members of their respective organizations, they couldn't act rashly, especially the ones from Japan, who likely had the most information about Qin Chuan. They were all aware of how rapidly Qin Chuan's power was growing. When he first arrived at the front lines, he had already taken down 5 top generals from Japan and a prominent Zerg general. Just a few months later, he was able to kill a demon king, a feat that was previously unthinkable. Japan had only sent 1 intermediate king and a few junior kings this time. Qin Chuan had slain the Blood Wolf king, who had reportedly unleashed power surpassing that of an intermediate king. Yet Qin Chuan killed him with a single strike. This made the Japanese kings hesitant to act impulsively. One of the Japanese kings flattered the demon kings, saying, "Honored demon kings, we know your combined strength is several times greater than ours. In this mission to eliminate Qin Chuan, you should be the main force, while we provide support." The other kings quickly agreed, praising the demon king's strength and admitting their own inferiority. These words pleased the 3 demon kings greatly. Indeed, their strength was formidable. Otherwise, the 7-horned Zerg emperor would not have sent them to kill Qin Chuan. The 3 brothers shared the same bloodline, and when united, they could even challenge a crowned king of the 10th level, provided the opponent didn't exceed a single crown. Golden Horn King, though pleased by the humans' flattery, was more rational than Silver Horn King. It said, "I know you humans are cowardly, but Qin Chuan is only at the general level now. Even if he can hold his own against 2 junior demon kings, it's already a stretch. You have 7 kings here, 2 of whom are intermediate. You should easily be able to kill him. Act now before he grows stronger, or the situation will change once he reaches the king level." However, the kings from the defeated nations remained unmoved. They were adamant about not taking unnecessary risks and refused to enter the 9 provinces' territory. The powerful life force of a king-level being could easily be detected. Once inside the 9 provinces, except for a few who were extremely adept at concealment, they would be quickly discovered and transferred to the nearest king or even emperor of the 9 provinces. The outcome would be either they kill their opponent or be killed, with the latter being more likely. A Japanese king reminded them, "Honored demon kings, it's not that we are cowardly, but do you think Qin Chuan's talent hasn't caught the attention of the emperor guarding the border?" These words made the 3 demon kings ponder. Qin Chuan's remarkable combat talent had already drawn the attention of their mother emperor. It was impossible for the powerful human emperor to ignore him. Even their mother emperor would likely lose more often than win against that human emperor, let alone them. Thus, the Japanese king proposed a plan, which the other kings found highly feasible, except for Red Horn King because the plan required it to act as bait. Despite its reluctance, under the cold gaze of Golden Horn King and the encouraging look from Silver Horn King, it eventually agreed reluctantly. So, the cultivators at Camp 9527 noticed that a large number of Zerg demon beasts had appeared outside the sacred wall, attacking it incessantly. Red Horn King shrank its form and hid among the Zerg army, to avoid being discovered by other cultivators and attracting stronger kings or emperors. Red Horn King was constantly thinking about how to lure Qin Chuan out, as it noticed that Qin Chuan was not participating in the defense. This was General Chen Ke's idea. Seeing Qin Chuan deeply immersed in his cultivation, likely at a critical stage, he didn't want to disturb him. After all, the camp's cultivators fought within 100 meters of the sacred wall and could retreat inside in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for the demon beasts to harm them. During this time, Qin Chuan and his beast companions were continuously using their cultivation to bridge the gap to the next realm, not daring to pause for a moment. When the gap was nearly half-bridged, he sensed something at the bottom of the abyss absorbing his cultivation, preventing his progress. Every time he was about to break through the halfway mark, his progress would suddenly decline, making it impossible to reach the other side. Qin Chuan's beast companions couldn't sustain continuous cultivation and could only watch helplessly as their hard-earned cultivation was drained away. But Qin Chuan didn't give up. He obtained a precious herb called Bodhi seed from the resource wheel. This herb could significantly boost cultivation speed and extend the duration of cultivation. After consuming it, Qin Chuan and his beast companions could cultivate non-stop for dozens of days without feeling fatigued, maintaining a high level of efficiency. This was the perfect aid for breaking through the realm barrier, especially for the higher realms, where the barrier seemed to have a life of its own, constantly regenerating to prevent cultivators from advancing. If one could only cultivate efficiently for a short period each day, the speed of cultivation might not keep up with the barrier's regeneration, making it impossible to cross. But with the Bodhi seed, all problems would be solved. Although the chances of obtaining the Bodhi seed were slim, Qin Xuan had millions of energy points and managed to get it through sheer financial power. After consuming the Bodhi seed, Qin Xuan and his beast companions were enveloped in a faint glow, as if they were no longer in this world but witnessing a different landscape. A towering tree stood majestically on the earth, its branches and leaves forming a canopy that swayed gently in the wind. Underneath, a young man and 5 enormous beasts sat cross-legged, appearing insignificant before this colossal entity. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a sound akin to celestial music, calming the mind. Qin Xuan closed his eyes and focused, feeling the rapid spinning of the cultivation wheel within his soul sea. Energy continuously poured into him and his 5 beast companions, swiftly accumulating in the chasm of his realm. However, every time he was about to break through halfway, his cultivation would inexplicably drop. You like devouring my cultivation, huh? Let's see how much you can take before you burst. Qin Xuan thought fiercely, determined to fill this chasm. He spared no expense, pouring star stones and spiritual liquid into his beasts, and with the enhancement of the Bodhi seed, their capacity increased significantly. Boom cultivation energy surged into the chasm like a waterfall. This time, the mysterious suppressive force could no longer hold back. A faint rumble echoed through Qin Xuan's body as the chasm finally stopped devouring his cultivation. He clearly sensed that he was getting closer to the king level. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside was in turmoil. A massive swarm of insectoid creatures was fiercely attacking the sacred wall outside Camp 9527. Generals and high-ranking warriors from nearby camps rushed to support. Strangely, not only had the number of insectoid creatures increased, but their average strength was also rising. Even more puzzling, the surrounding camps experienced fewer beast attacks, as if the beast had concentrated their forces on this location. Damn it! Are these insectoid beasts targeting our camp? They don't stop for a second, day or night, cursed a cultivator. Seems like it, but who cares? It's easier to deal with them when they're all in one place. The demon-slaying bombs we requested are almost here, and each one can kill thousands of beasts, another replied. A group of blood-soaked cultivators retreated from outside the sacred wall. The scene was brutal. General Qianke fought on the battlefield, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He looked around. Countless insectoid beasts were locked in fierce combat with over 100 high-ranking warriors and nearly 10,000 cultivators. The number of defending generals was comparable to a small-scale war. However, the anomaly was that the human side was actually prevailing. This was vastly different from the beast's usual strategy of winning through sheer numbers. Chunke's mind was filled with doubts, but he had no choice but to continue fighting. Old Chen, are these beasts here just to give us contribution points? Ha ha ha. I was ready to die when I got your call for help. Look at these beasts. They're no match for us. A general laughed heartily, swinging his giant hammer to crush several beasts. On the battlefield, the beasts were retreating while the cultivators, their morale high, chased after the fleeing enemies. Cheers erupted from all sides, but Chunke's unease only grew stronger. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he raised his giant axe and charged at a high-ranking beast. In the following days, waves of insectoid beasts continued their assaults. Although the human cultivators maintained their advantage, the prolonged high-intensity combat left many exhausted. Even high-ranking warriors needed periodic rest, unlike Qin Xuan, who possessed continuous recovery techniques. Hang in there, brothers. Just hold on for another month or so. These beasts can't ignore their losses forever. They will retreat. A cultivator shouted to encourage his fatigued comrades, who retreated back to the camp. Elsewhere, several kings were in an urgent discussion. Why hasn't Qin Xuan appeared yet? Our forces are nearly depleted. Silverhorn King angrily questioned the Eastern King, who had confidently claimed that continuous attacks on this camp would draw Qin Xuan out. Yet, despite the prolonged assault, there was no sign of him. I don't know either. Even if he's cultivating, he shouldn't ignore the safety of those cultivators. The Eastern King frowned and thought. Could it be that he's at a critical point in breaking through to the king level? The other kings nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we need to come up with another plan. We can't let him reach the king level. Don't worry, reaching the king level isn't an overnight process. Given the situation, we have no choice but to. As the king strategized, Qin Xuan's cultivation reached a crucial point. When the chasm was half filled, the strange, devouring force suddenly disappeared. Qin Xuan clearly saw the bottom of the chasm rising. It seems like I won't need half a year. Qin Xuan thought excitedly, clenching his fists. Time flew by, and Qin Chuan finally saw the bottom of the chasm rise to the threshold between the high-ranking and king levels, just one step away from becoming a king. At this critical moment, the situation outside rapidly changed. Three demon kings disguised themselves among the swarm, looking no different from ordinary insect-like beasts, and quietly moved towards the rear of the human cultivators, waiting for an opportunity to encircle them. They patiently waited for the right moment, as the human formation remained unbreakable. These three demon kings aimed to capture the human generals in one fell swoop, so they held back their forces. With their power, they could easily kill a dozen generals, but that would only allow the remaining cultivators to retreat to the sacred wall. On the battlefield, the insect-like beasts continued to feign weakness. Initially, the human cultivators were wary, but as time passed, their vigilance waned. They believed that sacrificing so many beasts for a trick was simply not worth it. At this moment, the human cultivators were brimming with confidence, and many were so engrossed in the slaughter that they left the safety zone. Little did they realize that such recklessness would increase the time needed to retreat to the sacred wall, thereby raising the risk of death. The battle seemed to be going well, with the beasts in disarray and the human cultivators fighting fiercely. However, the three demon kings had stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence surged from behind, and the towering beasts, dozens of meters high, loomed over the battlefield, their aura instantly dominating the area. The three demon kings cast spells to seal off the retreat and began to move, killing and devouring the human cultivators one by one. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the three powerful demon kings. The remaining insect-like beasts also suddenly rallied and attacked from both flanks. General Chun Ku felt a chill down his spine as he immediately realized the true target of these demon kings, Qin Chuan. Chun Ku channeled his spiritual power and quickly transmitted a message to all the cultivators. Brothers, these beasts intend to capture us to threaten Qin Chuan. We cannot let them succeed, even if it means dying. The cultivators suddenly understood, filled with regret. They immediately consumed short-term power-boosting elixirs and desperately swung their weapons, determined to kill as many beasts as possible. Just as Chen Ku was about to speak again, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through his abdomen, blood pouring out. A ruler from the east withdrew the blade and used spiritual power to seal Chen Ku's meridians. At the same time, several rulers from the fallen nations appeared, swiftly capturing the generals of the 9 provinces. Some generals, seeing the situation, chose to take their own lives rather than fall into enemy hands. Besides the generals, many officers were also captured, and thousands below the officer rank were seized, while those who resisted were killed. Within minutes, the battlefield was littered with the dead and wounded from the 9 provinces, with only a few lucky ones escaping back to the sacred wall. The insect-like beasts greedily devoured the bodies of the cultivators, emitting piercing screeches towards the sacred wall, their mockery evident. A ruler from the east shouted in the language of the 9 provinces towards the sacred wall, "Bring Qin Chuan out immediately. I give him 30 seconds. For every second that passes, I will kill one cultivator from the 9 provinces." With spiritual power amplifying his voice, it echoed throughout the entire camp. While cultivating, Qin Chuan heard these words, his heart sinking, but he did not act recklessly. He focused on guiding his cultivation energy to break through the final barrier. At this critical moment, the barrier was almost breached, leaving only a thin, resilient membrane separating the general level from the ruler level. Sweat covered Qin Chuan's forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. 5 miniaturized beast pets circled around him, continuously channeling demonic energy and absorbing the energy from the surrounding star stones and spiritual liquid. Linger watched anxiously from the side. Outside the tent, many cultivators silently observed, not disturbing Qin Chuan nor morally coercing him. They knew well that the true target of the beasts was Qin Chuan, for whom they had sent 3 demon kings and 7 rulers from the fallen nations, plotting for a long time. Some angrily remarked, "These beasts are too despicable. I hope this doesn't affect General Qin Chuan's cultivation." Others sighed. The insect-like beasts could never come up with such a scheme. It must be the idea of those damn Easterners and Southern you people. Even if General Qin Chuan doesn't go out, his state of mind will inevitably be affected in the future. These scum are banking on that. The 30 seconds quickly passed. The ruler from the east sneered. "Since your General Qin Chuan is heartless enough to watch these cultivators die for him, then so be it." He raised his hand, and spiritual energy wrapped around more than a dozen cultivators, suspending them in midair. In the blink of an eye, their bodies exploded violently, showering blood everywhere, drenching the demonic beasts below. The beasts licked the blood eagerly, letting out excited howls. This gruesome scene made the cultivators within the sacred wall clench their fists, their eyes turning red with rage, teeth grinding audibly. The fire of anger burned in their chests, yet they were powerless to stop the tragedy unfolding before them. "Ha ha ha!" The Eastern invaders mocked brazenly. These people from Jiuzhou are such cowards, especially that Qin Xuanhe the biggest turtle of them all. Their spiritual energy infused their voices, making the insults echo throughout the camp. If you enjoy a show so much, let's make it more exciting. The Eastern King sneered, using spiritual energy to form chains that suspended dozens of cultivators in the air. Let's start by taking off one of your arms. At his command, the sound of flesh tearing apart filled the sky. Severed arms fell, devoured by the insectoid beasts below like ravenous dogs. The cultivators screamed in agony, but an elder shouted sternly, "No crying out. Endure it. Don't let these scum look down on us from Jiuzhou, and don't distract General Qin Xuan." As soon as the elder finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his own arm but did not even flinch. The Eastern King's eyes gleamed with malice. "Old man, you think you're tough, huh?" He increased the spiritual energy, twisting the elder's other arm without severing it completely. The elder gritted his teeth, his eyelids twitching violently, yet he did not make a sound. Stubborn old fool. The Eastern King, enraged, twisted the elder's legs. Blood dripped from his pant legs as the king used spiritual energy to heighten the elder's nerves, ensuring he remained conscious to feel every bit of pain. Uncle Zhang. Tears streamed down the faces of the other cultivators, especially those inside the sacred wall, who were heartbroken. "I can't take this anymore. I'm going to fight these bastards." A young cultivator was about to charge out, but was held back by a companion. "Don't cause trouble here," the companion shouted angrily. "If you can't bear to watch, then don't. I know you're angry, we all are. But remember this anger, bury it deep, and repay these scum 1,000-fold later. Don't waste it on a futile act now." Hearing this, everyone wiped away their tears, eyes wide open, etching the hatred deep into their bones. Inside the tent, the screams reached Qin Xuan's ears. His body trembled, nails digging into his palms. "Break! Break!" he muttered, desperately trying to breach the barrier. His body roared with effort, blood trickling from his nostrils. Bridging the gap to the next realm was easier said than done, and Qin Xuan hadn't anticipated the final step would be this difficult. No, no. Something's missing. Something's missing. The thought swirled in his mind, but it was obscured, and he couldn't grasp what it was. Outside, the invaders mocked relentlessly. "Qin Xuan, you coward. You're a complete waste." They grabbed more Jiuzhou cultivators and began torturing them brutally. The cultivators gritted their teeth, trying not to make a sound. However, some eventually succumbed, their agonized screams echoing in Qin Xuan's mind, further clouding his thoughts and eluding that crucial realization. "Ha ha ha. Looks like this is a failure," laughed the Golden Horn King. "Humans are indeed cowardly. This Qin Xuan doesn't dare to come out." It stomped on several cultivators, raising them into the air. "Since it's a failure, let's enjoy this dangerous delicacy." It began to devour them, blood dripping from its mouth. "Big brother is right. Little brother, join in." The Silver Horn King chimed in, also beginning to feast on the Jiuzhou cultivators. The Red Horn King, the most gluttonous for human flesh, naturally joined in with its brothers. "At the speed of the Emperor, we can stay here for about 10 more minutes before needing to retreat safely," one of the invaders calculated. The moment the kings appeared, the message had already reached the nearby kings and the Emperor. They didn't fear ordinary kings, having investigated earlier. The nearest king was only a second or third tier, while their lowest was a third tier. "Since we can't force Qin Xuan out, let's have some fun torturing these Jiuzhou people." Ha ha ha. Damn Jiuzhou. All the invaders began to use various methods to brutally kill the captured Jiuzhou cultivators. They wore expressions of excitement, no different from the beasts. The tortured bodies were thrown to the beasts. Jiuzhou cultivators had their limbs broken, were torn in half, had their heads crushed, their mouths split open, and their facial features cut off. Countless cruel methods were inflicted upon them, revealing the deep hatred the invaders had for the people of Jiuzhou. The cultivators' blood stained the ground, and the beasts licked it up, howling excitedly. "Bastards!" A furious shout rang out as 2 kings and their beast pets charged out of the sacred wall. However, in the next moment, 3 beast kings and 7 invaders attacked together, instantly defeating the 2 kings. Both were severely injured, with one even losing an arm. Seeing this, a sense of despair crept into the hearts of all the Jiuzhou cultivators. Even the kings have retreated. These people have no hope left. On the battlefield, hundreds of cultivators barely survived, including some formidable generals. The beasts seemed to deliberately leave these delicacies for a final feast. Trash. The kings of the 9 provinces are so weak. An Eastern emperor laughed wildly, holding a bloody severed arm. Other kings joined in, their mockery echoing incessantly. "Where's that little trash Qin Xuan? Still hiding?" A king from the Fallen Nation organization shouted, his voice resounding across the battlefield. "Cowardly and weak, you'll never become a true warrior." Compared to us great Easterners, you people from the 9 provinces have no conviction. Dream on about becoming kings. You're only fit to be our slaves. These cutting taunts drilled into Qin Shuan's ears, his body trembling more violently. Beside him, Linger wept silently, covering her mouth tightly to avoid making any noise that might disturb him. She prayed in her heart, "Brother Qin Shuan, you must succeed." The words of the Eastern Emperor reverberated in Qin Shuan's mind, shaking his soul. Suddenly, a word caught his attention: conviction. Martial intent. Qin Shuan realized, understanding the key he had been missing to break through to the king level. He gritted his teeth, cursing his foolishness. Was it his arrogance from possessing the cultivation roulette? Or was there a deeper reason hindering him? From the devouring power that emerged from the abyss to the current obstacles, it seemed everything was preventing his ascension to the king level. But Qin Shuan had made up his mind. Whatever it is, I will break through. If I'm not allowed to walk this path, I will force my way through. Qin Shuan's eyes snapped open, filled with killing intent. He stood up, summoning 2 long blades out of thin air. In the next moment, he stepped out of the tent, leaving everyone staring in shock. Is Qin Shuan going to slay the beasts? General Qin Shuan, don't act recklessly. Even the kings have retreated. These beasts are too strong. They're targeting you. Don't fall for it. Everyone tried to dissuade him, but Qin Shuan ignored them. His gaze was like a torch, locking eyes with the 10 kings on the other side of the holy wall. Seeing Qin Shuan appear, both the beast kings and the kings from the fallen nation organization were thrilled. This little brat finally shows himself. In 3 minutes, kill him the moment he steps out. Qin Shuan took another step, approaching the holy wall. 2 severely injured kings tried to stop him. Qin Shuan, you can't go out. Qin Shuan glanced at one's mangled arm and gently pushed them aside, a mysterious smile on his lips. Trust me. The 2 kings were stunned and inexplicably let go. Everyone watched Qin Shuan's back with worry. Qin Shuan stepped out of the holy wall. The 10 kings charged at him instantly, murderous intent surging. Qin Shuan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the blood and mangled bodies on the ground. He looked up, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Let them be your sacrifice. At that moment, the final barrier in his cultivation shattered, forming a clear path. The entire world seemed to stand still. Everyone saw the figure outside the holy wall rising, as if reaching the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. In the camp, 5 immense auras erupted, forming 5 different colored pillars of light. 5 enormous beasts appeared in 5 directions, exuding a soul-crushing pressure. Not good. He broke through, an Eastern emperor exclaimed. So what if he broke through? Just a newly ascended king. Before he could finish, 2 blade lights, as if slicing through the void, appeared in front of the 10 kings. They swung their weapons and claws, shattering the 100 soft-meters-long blade lights instantly. Is that all? An Eastern emperor was about to mock when his expression froze. Blinding blade lights suddenly filled his vision. 1, 100, 1,000. In an instant, thousands of blade lights surged forth, each hundreds of meters long, tearing through the sky. The blade lights enveloped the 10 kings entirely. Clang, 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 clang. Countless metallic clashes rang out as the Eastern cultivators' defensive techniques were shattered, and the Beast King's armor cracked. The scattered blade energy swept through the beast horde, killing thousands of insectoid beasts in an instant, their limbs flying. So powerful. A southern king trembled, looking down to see his lower half severed. The blade energy had shredded his organs, and despite his strong vitality, he was beyond saving. His life force rapidly faded, his eyes dimming as he died. A king had fallen. The remaining 9 kings looked at each other, shock filling their hearts. They couldn't understand how this newly ascended king could be so powerful. All the cultivators from the 9 provinces were equally stunned, looking at that upright figure with a renewed sense of hope. Give it your all. Seeing Qin Shuan's calm eyes, the 9 kings had the same thought. The 6 kings from the fallen nation organization entered their beast forms, dense demonic energy spreading for kilometers. The 3 beast kings formed a joint array, their horns glowing. They all looked at Qin Shuan, their eyes filled with caution and a trace of undeniable fear. Beside the sacred wall, 9 kings stood vigilant, their eyes fixed on Qin Shuan. A wave of demonic energy spread across thousands of meters. One of the kings from Nanyue, trying to steady himself, shouted, "Don't be afraid. We have 9 kings, and he is but one. We were just caught off guard earlier. If we give it our all, he won't stand a chance." Yet, his hand holding the weapon trembled uncontrollably. Not far away, the corpse of another Nanyue king lay cleaved in half, blood still flowing. The ground was marked with countless fissures stretching tens of meters. Qin Shuan spoke slowly. "More people, huh?" He extended his hand toward the sacred wall, and 5 streams of light, each a different color, flew to him. With a wave, the lights transformed into 5 colossal beasts: a blue dragon, a white tiger, a red firebird, a black tortoise, and an ink-colored beast. Each emitted an overwhelming aura of kingship. The 5 beasts lunged at the nearest 5 members of the Fallen Kingdom's organization. Terror filled their eyes. An Eastern king, attempting to comfort his comrades, was cut off mid-sentence as the white tiger swiped a mid-level Nanyue king, sending him flying hundreds of meters, smashing into a small mountain. Despite casting several defensive spells, the king had no chance to fight back. As the Eastern king tried to speak again, he saw several figures being flung backward, carving deep trenches into the ground. Were it not for their beastly transformations, they would have been reduced to pulp. Just as the Eastern king awkwardly continued his reassurances, a cold voice interrupted, "You'd better worry about yourself first." He turned hastily to defend, but a blinding flash of a blade pushed him back dozens of meters, kicking up a long plume of earth and stone. Sweat poured from his forehead as he trembled, looking at the numerous wounds on his abdomen, all inflicted by the scattered blade energy. Ignoring the struggling Eastern king, Qin Xuan charged toward the remaining 3 demon kings. "Redhorn King, long time no see," he said, his voice chilling. Redhorn King shuddered at his words. Golden Horn King sneered. "What's there to fear? The 3 of us together can take on a level 10 king. A mere newly crowned king is nothing." He moved in front of Redhorn King and Silverhorn King, shouting, "Form the bloodline array. Kill this human." The 3 demon kings instantly activated their bloodlines, their foreheads glowing, surrounded by a red aura. Golden Horn King, at the forefront, was enveloped in a strange energy, his many legs pounding the ground as he charged at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan gripped his twin blades tightly, light flickering at his feet as his speed surged. Spiritual energy gushed from his dantian, infusing the rare-grade blades. Dragon and Tiger Skybreaker. 2 blazing white beams shot hundreds of meters into the sky, accompanied by the faint roars of dragons and tigers, tearing through the air with a piercing screech. The aftermath carved a smoky path on the ground. Golden Horn King swung his massive pincers, his forehead horn glowing intensely, boosting his strength and defense. He watched the incoming blade light in shock, realizing it was an attack of a level 10 king. Roaring, Golden Horn King blocked the substantial blade light with his pincers, retreating continuously, carving a 100-meter trench into the ground. Countless blade energies burst forth from the light, striking Golden Horn King and sparking. Silverhorn King and Redhorn King also poured their bloodline power into supporting Golden Horn King. "Damn it! Break for me!" Golden Horn King's forehead horn trembled violently, erupting with a ferocious aura. With a loud crack, the blade light shattered like glass, fragments crashing to the ground and creating numerous craters. "Is that all you've got?" King Jinjiao let out a maniacal laugh, but the joints beneath his pincers trembled uncontrollably, and his 100 legs quivered. It was clear that the attack had not been as effortlessly deflected as he pretended. "Really?" Qin Xuan's voice was cold as he spread his arms, raising his blades to shoulder height and closing his eyes. King Jinjiao's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the Eastern King felt a surge of delight as Qin Xuan closed his eyes. Closing your eyes on the battlefield? Courting death. With that thought, he turned into a blur and charged forward. The speed of a king was like lightning, and he covered several hundred meters in an instant. But as he neared Qin Xuan, now only a few dozen meters away, Qin Xuan's eyes snapped open, sharp as blades. Alarm bells rang in the Eastern King's mind, regret flooding his heart. No wonder King Jinjiao didn't make a move. "I'm the fool here." But it was too late. Qin Xuan swung his blades, and countless sword auras surged forth like a tidal wave. Dragon soars to the heavens. Tiger leaps the ravines. These were the 2 most powerful group attacks from the 2nd volume of the Dragon Tiger Blade technique. With his extraordinary insight and the support of his indestructible blade body, Qin Xuan had instantly mastered them. Kill. Thousands of sword auras covered a radius of 100 meters, with the Eastern King bearing the brunt. He was engulfed in a sea of sword energy, surrounded by the sound of slicing blades. Despite his desperate attempts to use his martial and demonic arts, his shields were instantly shattered. After holding out for only a few seconds, the Eastern King could no longer endure. His body was covered in deep cuts, his armor torn apart, and blood gushed out. With a final, agonized scream, the Eastern King was shredded from the inside out by the sword energy, exploding into countless fragments, leaving only a few rare treasures glowing faintly. Qin Xuan's real targets were the 3 demon kings behind. The residual force of his 2 group attacks continued unabated, shooting towards them. King Jinjiao received the most intense onslaught, but the other 2 demon kings were not spared either. Qin Chuan's blades never ceased their relentless dance, his dantian pouring out spiritual energy that transformed into whistling sword auras. The three demon kings fought with all their might, barely managing to hold their ground. Countless sword energies carved deep marks into their tough exoskeletons. As time passed, the cracks widened, and dark green blood slowly oozed out. This won't do. We can't go on like this. This human is too powerful. King Jinjiao retreated amidst the torrent of sword energy, leveling one small hill after another. Human, stop right there. He roared in Juzhou dialect at Qin Chuan. Take one more step, and my minions will slaughter all your human captives. Yet Qin Chuan's steps did not falter, and his blades continued their relentless dance. Damn you! Do you not care about those people's lives? King Jinjiao was livid, his anger boiling over as he screamed. Big brother Jinjiao, those humans? Red Horn King struggled to fend off the overwhelming sword energy, his voice faltering. As the weakest of the three demon kings, he would have already been reduced to minced meat like the Eastern King had it not been for the support of the bloodline formation. Hearing Qi Jiaowang's intermittent words, Jin Jiaowang, though unsure of their meaning, instinctively turned his gaze towards the area where the human captives were held. The sight before him was shocking. A swarm of demonic insects surged like a tidal wave, devouring the Zerg beasts in an instant, leaving only empty shells standing in their place. Even more astonishing was the fact that two kings of Jojo were fending off the Zerg beasts attempting to kill the human captives, effortlessly slaying dozens of beasts with each strike. Blood fiend insects. Jin Jiao Wang's voice trembled. How are you controlling blood fiend insects? He stared in disbelief at the silent human, filled with confusion and fear. These were among the most powerful demonic insects of the Zerg, only second to the soul-devouring insects. Even the Zerg couldn't fully control them, so why were they obeying this human? The more Jin Jiao Wang thought about it, the more he found this human mysterious and terrifying. Behind him, Qi Jiao Wang remained silent, too afraid to reveal that he had summoned the blood fiend insects, only for Qin Chuan to subdue them, fearing Jin Jiao Wang might skin him alive. Meanwhile, the two kings of Jiuzhou seized the opportunity Qin Chuan had created for them, moving quietly. They knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and felt they would be letting Qin Chuan down if they didn't make the most of the precious time he had bought them. Initially, they thought Qin Chuan was merely stalling, but soon realized that this young warrior had the ability to completely annihilate these Zerg kings in a short time. Watching Qin Chuan fight 10 foes at once and even kill one of the kings was astonishing. These two Jiuzhou kings, who appear to be in their 50s or 60s but were actually over 100 years old, felt deeply ashamed. Recalling how they had been chased away pathetically by the Zerg kings with just a few moves, and comparing it to Qin Chuan's current performance, they couldn't help but feel that their long lives had been lived in vain. They were once prodigies of their generation, basking in glory and brilliance. Every king had once been a peerless talent, for without such brilliance, reaching such heights would have been impossible. However, no matter how dazzling a genius might be, in the presence of Qin Chuan, they could only fade into obscurity. The newly crowned king, Qin Chuan, shocked everyone by single-handedly battling 10 other kings without defeat. Among them was a high-ranking king and several mid-level kings, an assembly powerful enough to besiege a 10-level king. Yet, in front of Qin Chuan, they were as fragile as paper, only able to respond in disarray. Qin Chuan's personal strength was already terrifying, but his beast companions were even more unbelievably powerful. These beasts, with only one level of kingly power, astonishingly defeated enemies of at least 3 levels, forcing them to flee repeatedly. Even more frightening were the black insects. At first, everyone thought they were some kind of martial technique, surging like a black tide. It wasn't until the swarm swept over the beasts that 2 of the kings realized in horror that this was no tide but countless tiny, almost imperceptible insects. Under the devouring of these tiny insects, the remaining swarm army collapsed instantly, losing all will to resist. They knew the terror of the demonic insects all too well. Their only option was to flee, or they would be drained to empty husks in moments. Seeing this, the Golden Horn King felt even more panicked. It had originally planned to morally blackmail Qin Chuan, a tactic that had always been effective on people from the 9 provinces. There had once been a king from the 9 provinces who was torn to pieces without resistance when a group of ordinary people was threatened by a beast. Such behavior was incomprehensible to the beasts, especially the insect tribe. To them, only beings of the same tier could be considered true kin. Others were subordinates or even slaves. Beasts revered the law of the jungle, violence, and strength. They often cracked open the skulls of their subordinate beasts to eat their brains, asking them to sacrifice their lives for a group of weak beings? Utterly absurd. Though they couldn't understand the behavior of the 9 provinces people, the beasts knew how to exploit this to easily kill those strong individuals. Even if it didn't force them to surrender, it could disrupt their state of mind and affect their performance. Now that this tactic had failed, the Golden Horn King had no choice but to fight to the death. Unlike the timid Red Horn King, it would rather die in battle than flee, as that would disgrace the dignity of an insect king. Just as the Golden Horn King prepared for a desperate fight, a voice seemingly from the depths of its bloodline suddenly echoed in the minds of the Golden Horn King, the Red Horn King, and the Silver Horn King. Run. Quickly run towards me. Their bloodline pointed the way. The three beast kings exchanged glances and immediately turned to flee in that direction. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Qin Chuan stomped the ground, creating a massive crater, and shot forward like lightning for hundreds of meters. In midair, he swung his blade, sending out two solid beams of blade energy that cut through the air, slashing straight towards the lagging Golden Horn King. With a thunderous crash, a giant thunder dragon, over 100 meters long, came roaring from the distant sky, amidst rolling dark clouds. Hearing this earth-shattering thunder, the Golden Horn King didn't dare to turn back to defend against Qin Chuan's attack. The blade energy mercilessly slashed through the Golden Horn King, tearing its lower half to shreds, leaving only a few meters of its body and spilling green blood all over the ground. The Golden Horn King let out a horrific scream but didn't dare to stop. Its head horn shone brightly, propelling its body thousands of meters forward. "Where do you think you're going?" came two angry shouts from behind. One was from Qin Chuan, the other from midair. A middle-aged man riding a massive thunder dragon, holding a black spear several meters long, stared intently at the fleeing kings. This was the Thunder Emperor, who had rushed over after receiving the distress signal. "Qin Chuan, stand down. I'll chase down those guys." The Thunder Emperor hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Qin Chuan already charging ahead, followed closely by 5 streams of light. Those kings from the fallen organizations had already been killed by the 5 beast companions a moment earlier. Their bodies, honed to perfection through endless cultivation, made it easy to kill these low and mid-level kings. Qin Chuan recalled his other 4 beast companions and the bloodthirsty demonic insects, then leaped onto Little Red's back. With a long cry, Little Red soared into the sky, speeding forward. "This kid, he's exactly my kind of guy." The Thunder Emperor laughed heartily, his Thunder Dragon not slowing down. The Thunder Dragon quickly caught up with the Firebird, and the Thunder Emperor looked at the young man with eyes full of admiration. Emperor Xianlei gazed at Qin Chuan, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. The young man before him exuded an overwhelming aura, as solid and profound as the earth itself, leaving a deep impression. "I thought it would take you at least 3 years to reach the king level, but in just a few months, you've already achieved this height." Emperor Xianlei marveled inwardly. Qin Chuan's aura was solid and formidable, far surpassing those veteran warriors who had honed their skills at the general level for decades. To Emperor Xianlei, this was simply unbelievable. Typically, warriors who ascended to the king level so rapidly had fragile foundations. However, Qin Chuan defied this norm. The bridge to the king level, crucial for a general to advance, required a framework of martial intent, supported by years of cultivation and meticulous construction. Only then could one become stronger and progress further after reaching the king level. Generals, who could live for 2 to 3 centuries, did not consider spending decades refining their level a waste of time. Emperor Xianlei had seen many talented generals who were overly eager for quick success. Their hastily built bridges were either flashy but insubstantial or barely holding together. As a result, once they reached the king level, they were powerless against other kings. If a meticulously crafted bridge could be compared to one made of steel, then a hastily constructed one was often like a decaying wooden bridge, with the more robust ones resembling stone bridges at best. However, the strength of Qin Chuan's aura far surpassed those who had spent decades building their bridges, and not by a small margin. Emperor Xianlei recalled the awe he felt upon first seeing the sacred wall formed by Saint Kuan. The impression Qin Chuan gave him was strikingly similar. Saint Kuan, who had fallen hundreds of years ago, was once the foremost saint of the world, surpassing even the current mortal saints in glory. The sacred wall, formed by Saint Kuan after his fall, still instilled fear in demon saints and demon emperors, deterring them from approaching. Such a presence was a rarity, perhaps seen only once in a millennium. As Emperor Xianlei continued to gaze at Qin Chuan, his heart was filled with both astonishment and admiration. The rapid growth and potential of this young man seemed to be breaking the conventional understanding of the martial world, heralding the dawn of a new era that could transform the entire martial landscape. The Emperor Xianlei's gaze fell upon Qin Chuan, his eyes shimmering with hope. This young man seemed to harbor boundless potential, as if heralding the birth of another supreme sage, a second one belonging to the kingdom of Jiuzhou. As they conversed, they pursued the 3 demon kings sprinting across the ground from high above. The massive horns atop these creatures' heads erupted with strange radiance, propelling their speed to surpass even that of Qin Chuan and Emperor Xianlei. "These 3 are the offspring of the 7-horned insect king," Emperor Xianlei explained, with a hint of amazement in his eyes. The seven-horned insect king is quite renowned among the insect demon emperors. Each of its 7 horns possesses unique, mystical powers, each considered a top-tier rare treasure. When all 7 horns unleash their power simultaneously, they achieve an epic-level treasure status. Emperor Xuanlei's words revealed his astonishment at the speed of Qin Xuan's mount. Though his own beast excelled in combat and was a 7-star pet, he himself was an emperor-level warrior. That Qin Xuan's mount could keep pace was baffling. However, Qin Xuan had so many peculiarities that Emperor Xianlei had grown accustomed to them and refrained from questioning further. Judging by their frantic state, these creatures are burning through their potential, Emperor Xianlei said with a chuckle. In a few minutes, they'll probably collapse from exhaustion without us lifting a finger. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement, but kept his eyes fixed on the 3 fleeing demon kings below. If they showed any sign of slowing, he would strike immediately, ending their lives with 2 swift blades. These creatures were worth hundreds of millions of energy points, not something to be easily let go. The 3 demon kings dashed madly through the forest, their numerous legs almost smoking from the effort. Trees toppled, and rocks shattered in their wake, but their powerful bodies were barely hindered by these obstacles. Almost there, almost there. The demon kings chanted internally, guided by their bloodline's direction. Their nerves were stretched taut, not daring to relax for a moment. With a formidable emperor and a terrifying king hot on their heels, any pause would mean death. The golden-horned king, fleeing for its life, tried to console itself. Being chased by an emperor isn't shameful, huh? But it knew well that even without Emperor Xianlei, Qin Xuan alone could easily defeat them. Remembering how 10 kings had besieged one general, only for that general to ascend to king level, and now being routed by a newly minted king, the golden-horned king felt deep humiliation. The red-horned king, in the middle of the trio, was about to be overtaken by the golden-horned king. It knew that falling behind meant never catching up again. In desperation, it made a shocking decision. It lashed its long tail, infused with demonic power, at the unsuspecting golden-horned king, knocking it to the ground. The golden-horned king was about to curse when a blade of light descended upon it. It tried to defend itself but was still sliced in half. Then, a bolt of black lightning struck, destroying its resistance. Qin Xuan seized the moment and delivered a final blow, ending the golden-horned king's life. Xiao Hong swiftly dove down, using spiritual power to store the golden-horned king's body in a treasure ring. This brief delay allowed the remaining 2 demon kings to widen the gap, but Qin Xuan and Emperor Xianlei quickly closed in. We'll split the contribution points and treasures, Qin Xuan said to Emperor Xianlei. Emperor Xianlei laughed heartily. Forget it, even without me, those demon kings wouldn't stand a chance against you. Keep it all. Otherwise, people might think I'm robbing a youngster of his points, and that would be embarrassing. Qin Xuan could only admire Emperor Xuanlei's magnanimity, feeling grateful for the gift from this emperor. As they talked and pursued, the remaining 2 demon kings were showing signs of fatigue. The silver-horned king, still running frantically, kept chanting in its mind, almost there, almost there. It felt the bloodline's guidance drawing closer, excited like a marathon runner nearing the finish line. Finally, the silver-horned king leapt off a cliff, landing in a vast forest basin. This was the bloodline's destination, spanning several kilometers. The red-horned king followed closely behind, jumping down as well. Where's Big Brother Golden-Horn? The silver-horned king finally realized the golden-horned king was missing. It had been too focused on escaping to notice anything unusual. The red-horned king immediately feigned sorrow. Big Brother Golden-Horn stayed behind to hold off those 2 humans, giving us precious time to escape. The silver-horned king was deeply moved, tears streaming down its humanoid face. I never thought Big Brother Golden-Horn would be so. Maybe this is what the people of Jiuzhou call righteousness. Silverhorn let out a sigh of despair. It hadn't anticipated that Golden-Horn would act so nobly. The 2 demon kings stood in the basin, their expressions puzzled. The bloodline guidance clearly pointed to this location, yet the Queen Mother was nowhere to be seen. The voice echoing in their minds was undoubtedly from the Queen Mother. So why was reality so different from their expectations? At that moment, Qin Xuan and Xianlei Huang arrived at the edge of the basin. Seeing the 2 demon kings stop in their tracks, they couldn't help but look puzzled. Qin Xuan furrowed his brows and cautiously surveyed the scene before him, refraining from entering the basin. Xianlei Huang also paused, carefully sensing the surroundings but finding nothing unusual. He analyzed in a low voice. It doesn't seem like a trap. Logically, their target is you. Sending 10 kings to ambush you is already cautious enough. They wouldn't need to set up another scheme, would they? Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. These 10 kings could easily deal with a general, let alone someone at the 10th level of kinghood. If not for his unique strength, any student of a sage would have had a hard time escaping. After all, no one would have thought that his king-level power came from bridging the gap between realms, far surpassing ordinary realm bridges. After some discussion, the two decided to ride their respective beast companions into the basin. Seeing Qin Xuan and Xian Lei Huang approach, the two demon kings were terrified and fled frantically toward the center of the basin. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Xuan and Xian Lei Huang shouted in unison. A bolt of lightning and a flash of a blade instantly enveloped the two demon kings. One was left charred and barely alive, while the other was sliced clean in half. After confirming there were no further disturbances, Qin Xuan finally relaxed. He swiftly ended the lives of the two demon kings and instructed Xiao Hong to collect their bodies. "Let's go. We can head back now," Xian Lei Huang said. "All right," Qin Xuan agreed, and the two prepared to leave the basin on their beast companions. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The edge of the basin shook violently, and an immense burst of energy shot skyward, enveloping Qin Xuan and Xian Lei Huang in an instant. "This is a domain," Xian Lei Huang exclaimed. "The power of an emperor. Could there be a demon emperor here?" "Hee. Indeed, this is the power of a domain," an old woman's voice echoed. The ground churned, revealing a massive insect with 7 large horns. This was the legendary 7-horned insect emperor, its body stretching 100 meters long, crushing trees like grass underfoot. Beside the 7-horned insect emperor stood 4 slightly smaller giant demon insects, each exuding an imposing aura, clearly at the demon emperor level as well. They each had 4 large horns of different colors, resembling the 3 demon kings from earlier, evidently the offspring of the 7-horned insect emperor, now grown into demon emperors. Purple horn emperor, black horn emperor, blue horn emperor, green horn emperor. Xian Lei Huang muttered their names under his breath, his expression grave. He finally understood that this was a meticulously planned trap, where killing any of them would benefit the demon clan greatly. With 5 demon emperors and this mysterious domain, their chances of survival were slim. Without the domain, Xian Lei Huang might have had confidence in escaping with Qin Xuan, but now the situation was dire. "Xian Lei Huang, today is the day you die," the 7-horned insect emperor cackled. "I didn't sacrifice 3 of my children as bait for nothing, just to lure you here. This is a treasure left by my ancestors. Dying here means you won't have lived in vain." Hearing this, Xian Lei Huang's face grew even more somber. He didn't respond, instead focusing his gaze on the vast domain enveloping them, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. With a black halberd in hand, a resolute look flashed in Xian Lei Huang's eyes. The thunder dragon beneath him surged violently, shooting straight towards the barrier that surrounded the area like an arrow. Xian Lei breaks the void. Xian Lei Huang roared internally, merging with the thunder dragon beneath him, transforming into a blinding bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, Xian Lei Huang collided with the barrier. Ripples spread across its surface, but it remained unscathed. His heart trembled as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His most powerful attack couldn't even make a dent. Was this the legendary power of the domain? Ha ha ha. The sharp laughter of the 7-horned insect emperor rang out. "It's useless. A mere emperor trying to shake the imperial domain? What a joke." The other 4 emperors wore mocking expressions, as if watching a fool overestimate his abilities. Ignoring them, Xian Lei Huang shouted again. "Thunder Law, descend." He launched relentless attacks on the domain. Despite mastering the most powerful Thunder Law, he felt powerless against the imperial domain. After several failed attempts, he had to admit defeat and looked at Qin Xuan with resignation. "It seems I can't get you out." Xian Lei Huang had hoped to tear open a gap in the domain to let Qin Xuan escape, but reality shattered his hope. Since breaking through was impossible, the only option left was to fight. Riding the thunder dragon, he shielded Qin Xuan behind him, saying in a deep voice, "These are all emperors. You can't help here. Stay back." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of forbidden medicine from his ring, intending to enhance his power for a desperate fight. However, before he could take the medicine, Qin Xuan flew out from behind him. 4 streams of light emerged, circling around Qin Xuan. "Who said I can't help?" Qin Xuan smiled confidently. "I'll take on 2 emperors. You handle the rest. How about that?" As he spoke, he threw out a formation plate and chanted, "For saints, heed my command. Form the array." As Qin Xuan uttered the incantation, his 5 beast companions swiftly positioned themselves at the 5 cardinal points. The array disc in his hand instantly brimmed with energy, and he leaped onto the head of the central Imo Lin beast. "Huang, the formation is yours. Handling 1 demon emperor each shouldn't be too much, right?" Qin Xuan pressed the array disc onto the Imo Lin beast's head. The Imo Lin beast let out a low growl before speaking. "Master, leave it to us." Its voice, deep and steady like that of an aged man, conveyed a sense of reliability. Qin Xuan wasn't surprised by Huang's voice, finding it fitting for his character. After all, at the king level, even beasts with vastly different anatomies from humans could speak. Previously, Those demon beasts could talk because their upper bodies resembled humans, granting them intelligence beyond ordinary beasts. The four sacred ancient formation, with Huang at the center, saw the four other beasts positioned at each cardinal point. Even in this mysterious realm, they frantically absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth to strengthen themselves. Xian Lei Emperor observed Qin Xuan's beasts with a sense of awe. He suddenly remembered that this young man possessed 5 incredibly powerful beasts. Judging by their auras, although they were newly ascended kings, their sense of threat was continuously rising, eventually reaching emperor level. Incredible! Xian Lei Emperor's heart trembled. Qin Xuan was already extraordinarily powerful, and his 5 beasts were equally terrifying. It was almost inhuman. Despite his shock, Xian Lei Emperor hoped for Qin Xuan to be as strong as possible. However, he still doubted whether Qin Xuan could handle 2 demon emperors. Among the 4 sub-emperors, even the weakest, the blue-horned and green-horned emperors, were at the 4th level of the king realm, considered intermediate emperors. Well, is this the so-called human genius? The green-horned emperor swam over, followed closely by the blue-horned emperor. I heard he could kill kings as a general. It's been a long time since I've seen such a top-tier human genius. Makes my mouth water just thinking about it. They were quite self-aware. Since Qin Xuan said he would challenge 2 demon emperors, it was naturally the 2 weakest ones. The remaining purple-horned and black-horned emperors were high-level emperors, even former crown kings. Though they possessed only 1 crown, their strength surpassed ordinary peak emperors. Moreover, their queen had already reached the half-step great emperor level, making her more than capable of handling one Xian Lei Emperor. Children, go have some fun with Xian Lei Emperor. This is a rare opportunity, the 7-horned insect queen said, not making a move herself and not worried about Qin Xuan and his beasts having any chance of turning the tables. In the outside world, Xian Lei Emperor might have a slim chance if he fought with all his might. But here, in their domain, the purple-horned and black-horned emperors charged at Xian Lei Emperor, surrounded by thick, visible demon energy within a kilometer radius. Xian Lei Emperor, I've heard of your great name. Killing you with my own hands will be an honor, said the purple-horned emperor, his grotesque human-like face showing a solemn expression. Facing a formidable enemy, he maintained the appropriate demeanor. Thanks to our queen for this opportunity. It's not often we get to fight human experts. I hope you last long enough to help my brother and me reach peak emperor level. The 2 demon emperors cherished this chance, pouring their demonic energy into their attacks on Xian Lei Emperor. Xian Lei Emperor, standing on a lightning dragon, gripped his halberd tightly, surrounded by countless black lightning bolts, enveloping a 100-meter radius in electric light. In the blink of an eye, Xian Lei Emperor clashed with the 2 demon emperors hundreds of times. The ground around them cracked, rocks rolled, and dust filled the sky. Tall trees were snapped and broken, and birds and beasts fled in panic. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan confronted the other 2 demon emperors. Ancient formation, activate. 5 beams of light gold, green, black, red, and brown merged into one, shooting toward one of the demon emperors. The interwoven forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth created the most complex and profound changes. When the light struck the demon emperor, it caused a thunderous explosion. The surrounding kilometer was engulfed in a shockwave, uprooting trees and overturning massive rocks. The demon emperor was forced back 1,000 meters, its numerous legs digging deep trenches into the ground. So strong. The other demon emperor, momentarily stunned, hesitated in its approach toward Qin Xuan. But before it could react, a blazing blade light pierced the air, roaring toward it. How dare you? A mere king dares to bare its fangs before me. The emperor? Watches ah. The blue-horned emperor's roar was abruptly cut off by a searing blade of light coming straight at it. As an emperor, it felt no fear. Its massive claws, each several meters long, swung with immense power, shattering the blade into countless fragments. Is that all? The blue-horned emperor thought dismissively. But just as it relaxed, another blade of light came at it, followed by a third, a fourth. A relentless storm of blade energy surged forward like a swarm of locusts. Each strike was nearly at the emperor's level, and the sheer volume and frequency left the blue-horned emperor struggling to keep up. It could only swing its claws incessantly, trying to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. With every strike it parried, the blue-horned emperor was forced to retreat a step. After hundreds, even thousands of blade strikes, it found itself pushed back several hundred meters. Below, Qin Xuan wielded his long blade like a relentless machine. His aura of killing intent enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Spiritual energy gushed from his dantian like a breached dam, fueling the continuous stream of blade energy. Even though Qin Xuan's meridians and acupoints far surpassed those of ordinary people, he still found himself struggling against the emperor. Thousands of blade strikes hit the blue-horned emperor, yet failed to break through its demonic defenses. The attacks from his 5 beast companions were equally ineffective. On the surface, the 2 demon emperors had been pushed back hundreds of meters, but they remained unscathed. This was partly due to the suppressive field, and also the formidable power of these seasoned mid-level emperors. A newly ascended king against mid-level emperors was still an uneven match. But Qin Chuan's goal in this battle was simple: to gauge the gap in their strengths. Now, he had a clear understanding. Qin Chuan sheathed his long blade and even recalled his 5 beast companions. This scene left the 2 demon emperors puzzled. Has this human come to his senses? Looks like he's giving up. We haven't even started to exert ourselves, and he's already quitting. The 2 demon emperors felt disappointed. They had hoped for a bit of fun, only to have their opponent retreat. Human, are you surrendering? Ha ha ha. The blue horn emperor mocked from above. So the so-called human genius is just a coward, nothing more. It laughed, mimicking a human shaking its head in disappointment. On the other side, the 2 demon emperors fighting the Xianlei emperor couldn't help but chime in. Xianlei emperor, that kid over there has already given up. You'd better hold on a bit longer. We were just getting started. The Xianlei emperor, surrounded by crackling lightning as it wielded its halberd, glanced at the now motionless Qin Chuan, a hint of confusion in its eyes. Ignoring the taunts, Qin Chuan remained silent. A mysterious aura began to rise around him, with rings of light spreading from his feet to his head. Stop him now! The 7-horned insect emperor shouted, sensing something amiss. The 2 nearest demon emperors moved immediately, their hearts trembling as they rushed toward Qin Chuan. But it was too late. Goodbye for now. Next time we meet, it will be your end. Qin Chuan waved with a smile, his voice infused with spiritual energy, resonating throughout the battlefield. The attacks from the 2 demon emperors landed, creating a massive crater where Qin Chuan had stood, but he was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding gripped the demon emperors, even the formidable 7-horned insect emperor. Only the Xianlei emperor seemed to understand, its face lighting up with realization and joy. So that's it. All the emperors knew where Qin Chuan had gone. He had entered the Tower of King's Trials. Every being who ascended to king level could connect to this mysterious trial tower and enter it instantly, no matter where they were. Don't get too excited, Xianlei emperor. The 7-horned insect emperor grumbled. Don't forget, this is within the imperial domain. Even if he becomes the strongest 9-crown king, what difference can he make? The Xianlei emperor remained unfazed. If Qin Chuan became a 9-crown king, his terrifying power could at least crush 2 mid-level demon emperors. Then, by consuming forbidden pills to boost its power, the Xianlei emperor could quickly kill or severely injure a high-level demon emperor, greatly increasing their chances of survival. All eyes were on the spot where Qin Chuan had vanished. Time flowed differently inside the Tower of King's Trials, and those undergoing the trial usually emerged within a minute. Though the 7-horned insect emperor feigned disdain, it couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was glad it had been cautious, planning to kill both the Xianlei emperor and Qin Chuan. If Qin Chuan were allowed to grow, the demon clan's situation would worsen. Even if they succeeded in killing him, the cost to the 5 demon emperors would be significant. As the emperors watched, time ticked by. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, a minute. Far beyond a minute, and still, there was no sign of Qin Chuan. Seeing this, the Xianlei emperor's heart sank, its face turning ashen. The demon emperors, upon witnessing the scene, erupted in exuberant cheers, their faces brimming with delight. The blue horn emperor laughed so hard that his whole body shook, completely disregarding any semblance of regal demeanor as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I thought he was some unparalleled genius, yet he couldn't even make it out alive. This is killing me. I expected him to at least earn 5 crowns, but it turns out he was just a show-off." The other demon emperors echoed his sentiments, though their words were laced with disdain, their hearts secretly astonished. They had initially believed that Qin Chuan would at least earn 5 crowns, possibly even 9. However, the reality was that Qin Chuan had perished in the trial tower. The blue horn emperor loudly inquired, "Brothers, I remember there's one chance to avoid death in the trial tower, right? It seems this kid died once, refused to give up, challenged again, and then died for good." The other demon emperors nodded in agreement. The black horn emperor laughed sinisterly. "That's greed for you. Humans are always like this. That kid probably earned at least 5 crowns but wanted more, and it cost him his life." The demon emperors continued their mockery, extending their ridicule from Qin Chuan to the entire Jiuzhou kingdom. At that moment, the Thunder Emperor roared in fury. "Enough!" His thunderous voice echoed across the heavens and earth. The Blue Horn Emperor taunted relentlessly. "Oh, oh, oh! Thunder Emperor, are you getting anxious? Look at you, all flustered. Is this what you humans call a cornered dog jumping over the wall?" The Greenhorn Emperor chimed in mockingly. "Fourth brother, don't insult the canine clan. If the Swallowing Heaven Dog Emperor hears about this, It might slap you to death. The Thunder Emperor's face darkened, filled with sorrow and self-reproach. He thought to himself, Qin Xuan, are you really dead? In his eyes, Qin Xuan was supposed to be the pillar of Zhou, leading the country to vanquish the demon clan. Now, with Qin Xuan fallen, the Thunder Emperor was consumed with regret. Furious, the Thunder Emperor gripped his massive lightning halberd tightly and growled, even if I die here today, I'll take you down with me. As he spoke, a radius of several kilometers was instantly engulfed in black lightning, with the Thunder Emperor and his Thunder Dragon standing at the center of the electric field, their presence awe-inspiring. The seven-horn worm emperor was secretly astonished, not expecting the Thunder Emperor to have grasped the essence of the domain. However, compared to its treasure, the Thunder Emperor's domain power was like a firefly to a bonfire. The Thunder Emperor smiled bitterly, realizing that his anger and regret had led him to comprehend the domain's true essence after years of pursuit. Although it wouldn't change the outcome, he could at least take a couple of intermediate demon emperors down with him. Seeing this, the blue horn and green horn emperors hurriedly hid behind the seven-horn worm emperor. Despite their earlier brazen mockery, they knew they stood no chance against the Thunder Emperor alone. Even the purple horn and black horn emperors would struggle to defeat the Thunder Emperor outside the domain. But with the Mother Emperor present, what was there to fear? The two intermediate demon emperors, now emboldened, resumed their ridicule. The blue horn emperor laughed. Thunder Emperor, today is your day to die. That Qin Xuan is dead. Aren't you Zhou cultivators known for your loyalty? Why not kill yourself and join him? The black horn emperor protested. If the Thunder Emperor dies, who will spar with us? He should only die after we've had our fun. The blue horn emperor agreed. Second brother is right. Thunder Emperor, you should spar with my big brother and second brother first. Once they're done playing, you can die. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Long time no see, or rather, it's only been a short while. Still as punchable as ever, I see. All the emperors turned towards the voice and saw a young man in a simple black robe standing there, with 9 golden dragons embroidered vividly on his robe, starkly contrasting with the surroundings. Qin Xuan, the blue horn and green horn emperors exclaimed in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Qin Xuan's lips curved slightly as he glanced at the two demon emperors. Oh, you seem quite surprised to see me? Though he had only been gone for a short time, Qin Xuan now exuded an entirely different aura. No longer the battle-worn warrior, he now stood like a sovereign who commanded the world. The two demon emperors exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Despite Qin Xuan looking up at them, they felt as though they were being looked down upon, realizing how small and insignificant they were. Qin Xuan's sudden appearance before the assembled demon kings instantly shifted the somber atmosphere. The Thunder Emperor nearly dropped his halberd in shock, his expression transforming from sorrow to overwhelming joy. Qin Xuan, you're alive. The heavens have eyes after all, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Qin Xuan smiled casually, his gaze sweeping over the gathered demon kings. Of course I'm alive. These guys aren't all dead yet, so how could I be? His warm smile had an unsettling effect on the demon kings. The Purple Horn King shouted angrily, ignorant fool. So you survived the trial tower. Big deal. You're celebrating too early. With your strength, could you even wear the 9 crowns? Even if you did, both of you humans are doomed today. Confident in the presence of the Empress, the Purple Horn King believed they could handle any threat, even another 9-crowned king. However, he failed to notice the Empress, the 7-horned worm king. Watching Qin Xuan intently, her expression grave. Why does the aura around this guy feel so terrifying, even more so than the 9-headed beast? She thought. Unfazed by the Purple Horn King's provocation, Qin Xuan remained calm, further infuriating him. Damn human, stop pretending. Show your crown and let me see what you're relying on. As he spoke, a massive crown appeared above the Purple Horn King's head, descending slowly. With its blessing, his aura surged, resembling that of a true emperor. The Thunder Emperor scoffed dismissively. Just 1 crown, and you dare show off in front of me? Before he finished speaking, 3 dazzling crowns appeared above his head, descending and merging together. The layered crowns exuded majesty, and his aura easily overpowered the Purple Horn King's. Humiliated, the Purple Horn King roared, this has nothing to do with you. I'm talking to Qin Xuan, not you. The Blue Horn King, emboldened, also stared at Qin Xuan. Yes, my brother means Qin Xuan, not you. Let's see if this so-called genius is really a genius. If he doesn't have the 9 crowns, he's nothing. Qin Xuan raised his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. You really want to see? Thinking he had seen through Qin Xuan's ploy, the Blue Horn King sneered. Show your crown already. Stop stalling. The Emperor's domain will last a while. Delaying won't help you. Relax, I'm not stalling. I just wanted to give you a few more seconds to live, Qin Chuan replied, his words enraging the four kings further. Ignoring their furious shouts, Qin Chuan spread his arms, smiling. Watch closely. This is what a true crowned king looks like. As he spoke, the surroundings changed dramatically. His black robe fluttered despite the calm air, trees bent, and sand scattered. Around him, crowns glowing with brilliant light appeared one by one, forming a circle. 1, 2, 3. By the time the 8th crown appeared, all the demon kings stepped back in shock, and even the Thunder Emperor nearly fell off his Thunder Dragon. How is this possible? No way. Facing their astonishment, Qin Chuan simply smiled without saying a word. The scene shifted back to a few minutes earlier. Qin Chuan, enveloped in a stream of light, arrived at a vast, boundless grassland. Oh, a new arrival? And a human, no less. Haha, it's my turn. A voice called from behind him. Turning, Qin Chuan saw a strange man over 2 meters tall. Though humanoid in shape, his skin was dark, and he had long ears, clearly not an ordinary human but a beast in human form. Beside him stood a man who appeared to be human. The human man asked in the language of the 9 provinces, "Which country are you from?" "The 9 provinces," Qin Chuan answered briefly. The man's face lit up with joy but quickly turned to concern. "It's great to see another king from the 9 provinces. If you fail the first challenge, don't try again. Withdraw in time and don't act rashly." The man spoke earnestly, recalling his own past. Driven by unwillingness, he had continued to challenge and ultimately fell, becoming a guardian. The trial tower granted them long life and great power, but at the cost of being trapped forever, facing challenger after challenger. If the opponent was weak, they killed them. If strong, they were killed, only to be revived by the tower, enduring endless cycles of pain. Enough with the reminiscing. He won't remember any of this once he leaves, so it's pointless. The beast man interrupted impatiently, turning to Qin Chuan. "Kid, your opponent is me. It's been a while since a king challenged me. I hope you don't die too quickly. Give me a good fight." "Your Majesty?" Hearing this, Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This androgynous man called himself Your Majesty? Could the first level's challenge be at the Emperor's level? Qin Chuan pondered, knowing that even if he gave his all, he might barely manage. Noticing Qin Chuan's surprise, the human man quickly explained, "Kid, don't be scared by him. This jerk is indeed at the Emperor level, but on the first level, he can only exert the power of a mid-tier king." As he spoke, the man's gaze fell on Qin Chuan. Seeing Qin Chuan's restrained aura and unable to discern his exact cultivation, he asked, "Kid, I'm Su Jin. What's your name and current realm?" "Senior Su, I'm Qin Chuan. I just reached the first stage of the king level," Qin Chuan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's expression changed dramatically. "Just reached the king level? This is sheer madness." He was shocked, then explained, "There are 2 conditions to enter the trial tower. 1, you must be at the king level. 2, you must have been at the king level for less than a year. Usually, cultivators wait until they're near the 1-year mark to challenge the tower, maximizing their strength. Coming here now is child's play." The androgynous man burst into laughter upon hearing this. "A newly crowned king? Ha ha ha. Should I call you arrogant or confident? Even with my mid-tier king power, crushing you would be like squashing an ant. This isn't worth my time. Killing you will be too easy." The androgynous man sneered and cracked his neck. "Let's get this over with, kid. I'll make it quick. If you keep stalling, I'll make sure you beg for death." Su Jin hurriedly explained the rules to Qin Chuan. "Don't listen to him. Rest and prepare yourself. Once the challenge starts, there's no stopping. Make sure you're in peak condition. As long as you don't say start, he can't do anything, and he'll have to wait a whole day." Qin Chuan nodded and immediately sat down to meditate. The land here was different from the outside world. Even the grass was brimming with spiritual energy. As soon as he began meditating, a steady flow of energy surged into his body, quickly replenishing his strength and spiritual power. Even his 5 beast companions in his soul space were recovering. Seeing this, the androgynous man growled in frustration. "Fine, savor your last moments. This will be your final breath." Su Jin sneered. "Don't forget, the trial tower grants newcomers 1 death exemption. Qin Chuan isn't like you and me." The androgynous man's eyes darted around, but he continued to hurl insults at Qin Chuan, trying to disturb his concentration. Despite Su Jin's repeated attempts to stop him, the man kept up his incessant taunts and foul language. After a long while, the androgynous man was still shouting, "This kid looks like a sheltered flower. Never seen real combat. Facing me, he'll be dead with 1 slap." "Oh, are you sure?" Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. "Of course. You human trash, even if you're a new king, I could kill you with 1 slap, let alone." "All right then, let's start the fight." Qin Chuan stood up, cutting him off. The androgynous man was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. A human boy who can't take a taunt. You're not just arrogant, you're also foolish. Su Jin shook his head in disappointment. This kid is still too young. As Qin Chuan announced the start of the challenge, a powerful force surged around him, sealing all the powers of his mystical treasures. His dual blades and boots became ordinary items, losing their power and speed enhancements. Even the recovery potions and elixirs from his mystical ring turned into plain water. Only the mystical ring itself remained functional. Qin Chuan was prepared for this. Although those who leave the trial tower lose most of their memories, they still remember some rules. Banning mystical treasures made sense. Otherwise, a king with a legendary golden treasure could easily conquer all 9 levels. The androgynous man sneered. Remember the name of the golden striped leopard king. Though you'll forget it after leaving, I'll make sure the fear stays etched in your mind forever. As he spoke, his body began to swell, transforming into a massive black leopard with golden stripes, towering several meters high. I won't let you die easily. The leopard king grinned maliciously. I'll crush your limbs and hollow out your insides bit by bit. Don't worry, I'm quite skilled at this. I've practiced on countless humans. Golden striped leopard king. If you dare do that, the next time I face a demon challenger, I won't go easy on them either. Su Jin threatened. The leopard king laughed maniacally. You've threatened me more than once. The pain and death of other demons mean nothing to me. Torturing humans is one of my few pleasures. He licked his lips, his blood-red tongue several meters long. Qin Chuan looked at the arrogant leopard and smiled. Next time, before you figure out your opponent's strength, could you keep it down? It's hard to be gentle with you when you're this cocky. The leopard king was stunned. He thought this human must be crazy, laughing in the face of death. With a low growl, the leopard king's demonic aura surged, and his massive body charged at Qin Chuan, shaking the ground with its momentum. Qin Chuan remained calm, raised his long blade, and said softly, "One strike is all I need to kill you." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.